What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki-takiki-takita. 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 Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine. High in light.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet vision.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
I'll do this. The Senko will do this.
Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No.
4 minutes left, 4 minutes left. Don't think, just color everything. Wow. You guys hear it?
Yeah. That is gamelan song. You know?
Di Museum Wayang Jakarta.
Kita happy banget bisa di sini nih bareng sama Dalang. Boleh mungkin perkenalan diri dulu.
Saya Wandoyo.
So today you will have a special mission. Your mission today is to color two wayangs, otherwise known as shadow puppet. Anoman, the pure and cunning and the inspiration of Sun Wukong, and Rawana, the powerful and arrogant king of Galengka. But you have to work fast. You have only 10 minutes to color before presenting your wayang. Don't forget to have fun. So are you guys ready?
Let's go!
The first step is color the base in white color.
I'll do this. The Senko will do this.
Hey, this is the hard part, you know? No. Pengen banget kalau bisa pengen banget persis, cuma harusnya sih emang tetap masih beda ya, karena kita nggak bisa sedetail itu, cuma at least kita berusaha yang terbaik lah.
Berusaha yang
Nggak kayak tim
terbaik.
sebelah tuh.
We want to beat them, although we have not favorable odds. We have a smaller brush, but we also did it already. Our hair and our face, finally, all white. It's not supposed to be all white.
Okay, now you can add another color to finish your wayang kulit. Four minutes left. Don't think, just color everything. Just color everything what just she said. Speeding up.
The eyes is
meet the real one. We start from Team A.
Let's go.
This is the real one and this is their artwork. So what do you guys think?
Better than them.
Dalang, menurut
1
Dalang
sampai
gimana?
10. 8. 8. We got 8.
Now, let's move on to Team B. What inspire you guys to color like this?
Three nations combined together, we try to do something creative. Got Nongshim, Black Kiss, and PHK.
United as one.
Yes.
Berapa skornya dulu?
Skornya 7,5 ini.
We won.
Okay guys, that's it. Thank you for Team A. Thank you for Team B. You guys did a great job. Amazing. Thank you Dalang. Now, Dalang will show us his work and we will show him our game. Okay?
Okay.
Let's go. It's our game.
It's our first time to shoot like this contest.
Saya dapat belajar tentang sejarah Indonesia.
We were coloring 3 nations, 1 table.
Itu bagus sih buat generasi kayak gue juga bisa tahu tentang wayang ini, budaya Indonesia juga. Pakai tangan kiri aja, tangan
It's
kiri.
good to experience this, and I'm glad to share this experience with people from all over Asia. Indonesia wayang kulit, I love it much.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Sinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
I'm not slacking off. Red team, killing spree. I move because I can.
I'll shatter the obstacles in my path.
Leave it to me. I never miss.
capsized. Surge forth and ride the tides. What matters is who you fight for.
Victory!
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야. Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pula. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
The knockout stage. Day 1. The atmosphere is festive, the energy electric. The arena has transformed into a fortress. The siege on Jakarta begins. In the women's series, Malaysia's AG Global continues their undefeated streak, knocking down Code Unknown Zara.
Sub 8 minutes, they will take game number 2 in a hurry.
But as Malaysia stands strong, the tri-national showdown stoked a growing fire in home ground defenders. As they successfully defended against the combined Filipino and Malaysia attack, it is a flame burning ever brighter.
Kasih paham gak sih?
Setting the stage to withstand any international challenger. The war for survival begins.
Good luck, selamat maju jaya untuk Nova dan juga tim Hak.
Semangat buat tim Indonesia, Kak Gendra, Dominator, dan juga Bigatron. Semoga hasil yang terbaik.
Blacklist and boom! We are Philippines! Win, win, win!
The fortress bore witness to a cosmic phenomenon.
Our chances facing Noah is like a van facing a sports car, but in the end of the day, it's about the driver. So who knows?
A supernova eclipsing every foe, as Team Hawk struggled to escape its event horizon.
The driver is not Max Verstappen. Thank you everyone for supporting us.
Becoming the first team to be eliminated. And as Kagendra stepped up as the first defenders, they found themselves outmatched.
And it looks like Kagendra will take game number 4.
And though it seemed like El Manuk was ready to stage a comeback, Blacklist signature teamwork and disciplined play was too much to overcome.
For Dominator and Bigatron, still have chance to take the trophy from Malaysia.
We'll prove them once again that we're the best region.
Can Indonesia stay their ground, or have the gates been opened?
Hello, my friends. It is time for the second day of knockouts. We are here at the Honor of Kings Invitational season number 4. And with me today, it's going to be Holler. And how do you feel about this first game, first series of the day?
Actually, I feel like both of these teams have a really good chance here. I think that this is going to be one of the more competitive ones, especially since you're looking at the other end, who's already waiting in the grand finals. AG Global is already there, and they're looking nigh unstoppable. But these two teams also very good, but I think that this series is going to be way more competitive.
Yeah, so if you feel like one Bigatron is not enough, today we have two for you. So the first one is in our women's series here, Bigatron by Vitality. They'll be going up against Hive. And then after which we will have our secondary team for Bigatron by Vitality going up against Boom. But that's later on today. Now, we've already seen the best of 3 yesterday between, what was the...
AG
Code Unknown.
Steve Zara. Code Unknown. Yeah. And
okay.
so, I mean, that was AG Global just looked too good, man. They look way too strong at this point. And of course, this is the prize pools that they'll be fighting for. 110 million IDR. And the champion is going to be going home with 8,300,000. Second place, 4,150,000. Third place is 2,500,000 IDR. So of course you will be well rewarded, especially since we're looking at, you know, all of these teams right now are vying for these final slots here.
Yes, and it's not just about the cash prize. It's also about that recognition that comes, right? You want to be the queen in this series. And right now, they are one step away. If they win this series of a best of 3 tomorrow, they'll be going, I believe, for the grand final, something like that.
Yeah, and of course, that's going to be the one that they're waiting for. I mean, yes, Code Unknown Azaro will be sticking around to see exactly who they will be playing. The loser one of this matchup, as you rightly mentioned, it's going to be Bigatron versus Hive. This is going to be an interesting one, considering the fact that it's a best of 3. We know that both of these squads, I mean, Bigatron has been undefeated going into it, but can they take down Hive and make themselves into that grand finals, go up against AG Global?
I mean, they have to, right? The goal set by both teams actually was that they feel like AG is the strongest team. I think that point was proven yesterday. So today it's about who gets a chance to really take them on and maybe even take them out in the grand finals. But one step at a time, Hive versus Bigatron by Vitality. We have to take a look at the lineup later on. I'm not sure what the style of play is going to be, but I'm going to be sure that it's going to be really exciting as well.
Yeah, actually that was the most impressive thing, even watching AG Global yesterday, because the way that they move across the map, they ensure that they win the early game, have great laning, turn it into a huge, sizable advantage, and they were shutting them down in sub 8 minutes in one of those games. So this is, again, the teams have gotten a lot better. Everybody's kind of improving, but also getting to the point where it's, you know, nigh unstoppable for some of these squads. And then also AG Global had the Siang effect. He was the coach, which was helping out in the draft.
Yeah, I was kind of tickled by that. Like, looking at him, it's like, okay, wait, why is he there? And suddenly he donned that, you know, the jacket, and he's like, oh, he's a coach, okay. And then, yeah, he came out with one of the most destructive drafts ever, and AG just took them to town on the series yesterday. So I'm curious to see if we will have the same effect for either of these teams for Bigatron by Vitality, or is it going to be Hive?
Yeah, and that's what we're going to have to see. I mean, Indonesia squad in the Bigatron by Vitality, they're going to be going up against the Filipino squad of Hive. They're going to be the all-stars there. So there's a lot of pressure going into this one, especially since what? It's all about the Tri-Nations class. I mean, we have Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines. That's going to be coming up in that next series. But also in this women's series, those are the final 3 teams left. From Malaysia, AG Global, then you're talking about Bigatron by Vitality from Indonesia and Hive from the Philippines. But let's send it over the host now.
The arena echoes with ancient spirit. The fearless strength of Anoman is present in all of our contenders.
Another drive brought to the final contenders as 2 more teams rises towards victory.
Salamat datang dan jumpa denganku Mara Aquino.
Dan aku juga Rookie Cast. This is
the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4 Knockout Stage.
It's our game.
Now today we'll be starting the day with the second semifinals match, and we'll determine who will get the last spot towards the finals.
Let us welcome now the teams that are fighting today. Let us now welcome the first team, jagoan dari Indonesia, Bigatron by Vitality!
Prepare for our second team. From the Philippines, Hive All-Star!
All right, let's take a look at Bigatron by Vitality, represented by Vyra, Kitty QT, Bebek, Euphoria, as well as Vrida. Now, these 5 ladies will try to put their best against their opponents in this best of 3. First one to reach 2 points will take it all. They will meet AG in the grand finals.
Yeah, and actually Bigatron, in Group 3, they were undefeated. They went 3-0 against everyone else. And in the quarterfinals, come to playoffs, they 2-0'd HL All-Stars. They made themselves into the semifinals, but they have an unblemished record. This is looking to be a very formidable lineup. But their opponents, it will be none other than Hive All-Star, Wanna, Posty, Rogue, Gia, and of course, Joyd 7. This is a squad that's from the Philippines. They've had a couple of losses, but nonetheless, this is still a squad that is actually showing up right here because, again, it's all about being able to compete with Bigatron by Vitality.
Actually, that's quite scary, right? You have 2 ends of the spectrum. So you have a team that is unbeatable in stats, and then you have a team that has definitely learned from all of the lessons they've been dealt with in their journey to this spot in the semi-finals. So it really comes down to who really makes lesser mistakes in this best of 3.
Yeah, but going into this one, do you think that Indonesia, because they've got that home court, like Bigatron by Vitality, will have an edge over Hive?
I think this one really comes down to their nerves, right? I think regardless of whether you are in a home ground or not, it really comes down to, okay, can you steal your nerves? Can you keep composed? Because if you can, then it really doesn't matter where you're at. Then maybe it's an added advantage being in front of your home fans.
Yeah, I would think that the home fans would definitely be cheering for you a little bit more, but at the same time, you can play a little bit of the spoiler in the sense that you can be very disruptive, really take the fight to them, and then make them uncomfortable on their home ground. How much of a showing would that be if Hive was able to pull that one off here?
Exactly. It really can go any way, right? Because the pressure definitely gets to the home team. Imagine if you're playing in front of your home fans and you're not performing as well, it definitely will get into your head. So that's the game plan, at least one part of it for Hive All-Stars. For Bigatron by Vitality, it's really about making sure that they keep calm, play the draft, go to their strengths. That's the whole onus of winning the entire series.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how they draft, who is going to get a little bit of an edge. Because again, both of these squads have done very well, even to get to this point. I mean, they're looking at top 4, top 3, potentially. This is where all the money is at, plus all the fame. And plus, we're going to have way more in terms of the women's series coming at you. So this is a great opportunity to really plant your flag into the ground, so to speak.
Yes, this is actually super lovely, right? Number one, we get the ladies have the ball rolling. That's the first thing of the day. Secondly, this is definitely possible to build this into something even bigger. So, ladies, if you are looking at this, you could be on stage as well. All you have to do is get better. Or maybe just form a team. You are maybe strong enough already.
Yeah, I like it how you're just like, oh yeah, if you want to play, you just got to get better. I'm like, well, yeah, that's for me, but not for those other people who are actually good at this game, right? I mean, I took that one to heart. But again, I think that this is a great opportunity. I think that we started with 48 teams from 7 different countries. It has been a barn burner in terms of just the competition of getting yourself here. It is a high-level play, and yes, it might be a little intimidating, but the grassroots start here. This is that opportunity to grow and to get that experience and to play on the big stage.
It is. It definitely is. And you know what? A lot of people might have doubts about starting out. But there's so many community tournaments. There's even like open series where anyone and everyone can qualify from that particular spot in the pro leagues. And as we explore that kind of route in the professional journey, I think we started 2026 talking about, hey, you know what? Maybe it is your year. And I believe many teams across the world have taken up their mantle. They have tried for that professional journey. Right now, you're seeing 2 of the biggest teams within their own region battling it out in this best of 3. Looks like Hive All-Stars will be on the blue side, so they get prior pick.
Yeah, they're going to start with that. I mean, Bigatron on the other end, they're on the red, so they're going to be looking more for the counter picks, which could be very interesting come draft. We know just how powerful you can just, having that right moment, the right counter into the draft can give you that edge, which is going to be key. But the craziest part about all of this is the fact that we're seeing Bigatron by Vitality essentially playing twice today. And I don't want to be like the spoiler. I mean, it'd be amazing if both of them moved on, because especially since they've got the home ground buff and all that. But what happens if we're looking from the negative side of potentially 2, both of these Bigatron squads getting outed today? That is definitely on the cards, right?
That does not even enter my consciousness. But for now, okay, for our Filipino fans here, I need you to answer a question for me. I believe the coach that's drafting for Hive All-Stars now is one of our ex-pros. That's Fleur, right? If you guys know him, if that's the correct answer, please let us know in the comments as well. But for now, Hive All-Stars, they're going to start off strong. Early game-centric. This is going to be the pay. The Tigers taking the lead.
I love it. I love it. And this is kind of where it's just like, let's just dictate pace, right? Because in a best of 3, everything is so key. You have to win game 1, put the pressure on. And that's the biggest part, where you're taking an advantageous pick like the Tigress here to give yourself that bit of an edge. But Bigatron by Vitality are like, hey, you want to go early? We have crowd control galore.
Yes, and this one then sets into the second stage, which is, okay, for Bigatron, right? How do you play this game? Do you want to match early game for early game, or do you want to try and fend off and hold on to the mid and late game as a jungler? And that definitely will be answered here in the next few seconds here. Because Hive All-Stars, they're going with the stock standard combination, the Tigress, as well as the Spark Mage. Pei Byron, we know how dangerous this composition is, and it's going to be joined up by the pack leader, the Channel.
Yo, this draft is pretty fire already. The counter picks are on point. I mean, yeah, you had the Pei Byron. You're thinking, they're going to be Gucci. But now we're looking at the Neza here to kind of get in. I mean, yeah, you've got the shields and all that, but the negation from the Neza is going to be quite good. Plus, again, the crowd control from the Zhang Fei and the Mayan, the further crowd control. I mean, they're lacking a little bit of damage on this side, but the draft thus far has been paying off quite well.
It's kind of crazy, because I think for the Wild Spark here on the Neza, actually, with the pick on the Channel, when the wolves are summoned, you actually enable the shield value for Wildspark, right? When he uses his second skill, the Bind, it generates a small amount of shield that, blocks true damage. So he's going to be quite tanky, or she's going to be quite tanky.
Yeah, she's definitely going to have a bit of an issue. But they're going to pick the Loong. This is kind of funny because sometimes you pick the Channel into the Loong so that you can use the Wolves to be a little disruptive. But they're going to go with this the Loong here because they're going to play a little bit more, with their comfort hero on this one. So I think that this is going to be a good farm laner for Bigatron.
I think they can afford the Loong in the lane, right? Because there is going to be the Beast, the Zhang Fei with the shields as well. This is going to be added value. Now, in the mid lane, curious, okay, they actually put the Yuhuan there. I thought the Yuhuan would be a roam, but she's going to the mid, and we have the national hero here, Reefheart Datu, Lapu Lapu rolling into the roam. So this is going to be an honest fight in the farm lane.
It's going to be, a nice little counter pick there. You have the sustain from the Yuan, plus you've got the Lapu Lapu, the national hero, to just kind of get into that when the counter initiations are going to be required, especially with that Raging Sea. But now Euphoria gets the Silk Weaver, the Shi. This is going to be potentially team fight winning if she's able to get the right pulls here.
I like the way that you put it, right? It's potential, because Euphoria needs to land those catches with the silken print, right? She needs to have that accuracy. If she's able to pull the correct targets from Hive All-Stars, they're going to find a lot of success with the ganks. Or it's instantly maybe a 3v1, 4v1, maybe even a 5v1. And then once the dust settles, Hive will be in a 4v5 situation.
Yeah, if they're able to get that, I mean, advantage, they're going to have a great time. So for me on this one, the Bigatron, if we're looking at this lineup, obviously all eyes on Frida, the Wild Spark, Neza. Is she able to be disruptive, get to the back line, and really just kind of keep on pace with the pay so that she's, you know, not falling behind? I think that this is where a lot of the eyes will be in terms of how this game will go out.
I think, you know what? The early game, it's all about the pay for the side of Hive, right? If Bigatron can survive this initial, 5-6 minute aggression coming in from the side of Hive All-Stars, I think there is a good chance to turn this game around. But based on what we have seen so far across all professional gameplay, this should be a pay game, at least for the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have that advantage. I mean, if you've ever been watching any of like the high-level play of a pay, you know just what sort of advantage you get. That early game is definitely going to be tough for them to kind of deal with. Bigatron need to respond in kind and just make sure that they don't fall off. Keep it close more than anything else.
Yes, keeping it close is definitely very important. We have seen how teams can take a 1,000 goal lead, snowball it into 5, 6, maybe even 8, sometimes 10,000 in the space of a couple of minutes. So let's see if this is going to be the same case for either of these teams here. Once again, welcome into our Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. This is our first series of the day for Women's Series semi-finals. Hive All-Stars going up against Bigatron by Vitality, the ladies team.
Yeah, and it's going to be with a best of 3. We're going to start off very much high-tempo, competitive games, right? And setting it up for Rogue to really get going. She's also got the Bruce Lee skin, which I'm a huge fan of. She's already doing many things correct.
With the Wataz, and we'll see. Okay, right now the Wataz isn't really working out. It is going to be a small catch for Euphoria, but this is that aggression we're talking about. Has Rogue gone a little too far?
I mean, she's got help. One is there as well, and it looks like Kitty has to just kind of back off. And now they're going to look to take the Crimson Golem away. Hive making some seriously good plays and making it uncomfortable. She takes that one for good measure.
Yeah, but Rita, I like the response from her as well, right? Immediately goes for the trade. Tusk Boars should be secured. Right now the question is, can she get this Crimson Golem? No, actually, they don't even get the Tusk Boars here.
Now they're looking to steal for this one. Bebek is getting a little bit low, needs to be careful, has those shields, but the Crimson Golem is looking to be taken away as well. And they're trading, they're invading, and this is exactly what we wanted to have seen, where now Frida is getting gone on, needs to be a little bit careful, but here comes the pounce on forward. Rogue trying to get the play, gets first blood, gets a secondary one, pounce for the third, but it's under the tower, needs to be careful, looking to go for Frida, and the last shot, Posse takes him down.
Beautiful start from the side of Hive All-Stars. This is exactly what they need to do. Rogue, very nice timing as well. And the defense coming in from Gia, Joy as well as Posty, the 3 of them. This is the mark of a strong team. But Gia has to commit the flash at this point. Not yet 2 minutes, so it's not the most damaging. BTR though, they need to recover.
I mean, just look at the way that they're playing. I mean, the flash away just barely enough to keep her alive, Gia that is, but Euphoria with a nice silk imprint really setting the tone, at least in that mid lane. But now Bigatron, they need to find a way to come back. I mean, giving up those 3 kills early, not a great start, especially when you're going up against a Rogue pay.
Yes, and the biggest difficulty for them is the takedowns were onto Rita and Bebek, right? Both of which are very important roles in this particular game. So the farm lane and the jungle need to have their farm accelerated. Right now, it is going to be dwindled, slowed down. So Hive All-Stars, they know what the play is. It's just put more aggression, put more pressure here.
Yeah, and look at through that kill, Posty actually has both of the buffs, so he must be feeling very strong right now. Posty's going to be enjoying the fact that she's got them. But now Hive, on the other hand, this is where the turnaround happens, right? They're continuing to funnel the farm into Rogue. She's making some good plays and utilizing the map as much as possible and making it difficult, because now Bigatron on the defensive, I don't really know if you can invade anymore.
But I really like this gameplay from Rogue, right? She is keeping the same kind of mindset for all pay players, right? As a pay, you keep farming. There is no stop button for this Tigers. And right now, Bigatron, unless they can slow the farm down somewhere else on the map, it's not going to look good for this first 4-minute Tyrant.
Yeah, it will be kind of tough at this point, right? I mean, this net worth lead is about 2K. That's not exactly where you want to be. So this is a very defensive situation for Bigatron, as they now need to somehow hold the line in terms of these towers, as well as the Tyrant, which is up in about 15.
15 seconds is plenty of time, right, to really reset, get the prior position around the Tyrant pit. At this point, Hive All-Stars, they're going to play this calm, right? The ladies, they need to play this safe because they can't afford to throw away this lead. They have fought so hard.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, right? And I think that you're kind of seeing just how Hive are playing around the fact that they do have that lead. They're going to be aggressive. They're, again, just making it tougher to get even close. But the Umbrella Outburst, they find it, and it looks like they go right on top of Rogue. They're trying to focus it down, but Rogue has already taken the steal, and now it looks like the rest of them, the Raging Sea onto a couple of them. But here we go. The Storm Strike is on point. Wanna is going to look to do some damage, but the Infinite Fastest, he's going to go onto the tower. Wanna is a little bit low. Rogue gets the pick up on Avrita, and I think that they're going to be disengaging. They're going to be very happy with that.
Beautiful team play from the side of Hive All-Stars. In fact, they might want to go for more here.
Boston being super aggressive as the wrong side, and she will pay for her sins. Bebek gets that kill, but the Azure Golem is actually going to be taken away. It looks like Kitty QT with that smite ensures that they get it. Nice Silk imprint, and they look like they've gotten it, but Bebek is going to be killed. Gia is somehow still alive, and here comes the Skyfall. Soaring in, gets the pick up on a Joint 7, and now one is here with that Storm Strike. The fights are never ending. No, they will eventually end now.
Oh, but they did cut that goal lead, so Bigatron by Vitality. Very nice recovery here. This jump by the side of Rita, definitely worth it to get the life of Joy 7 as well. Now, this is going to be the start of a nice recovery, but Bigatron, they need a little bit more. Right now, it's all about Rita. Can Rita amplify her farm, and who is going to help her with that particular aspect of the win condition?
That it's going to be a bit of a problem. I mean, she definitely needs support to ensure that they get those proper kills. But one thing about Hive is that this net worth lead has actually dwindled a bit. Yes, it's still in their advantage, but this is a situation where you're like, hey, you had a lead. Do we really need to be looking at team fight? But here comes the Skyfall yet again. Nice, the Umbrella Outburst. The Raging Sea countering that one, but Posty's up in front. Looks like she will eventually get killed on this one, and she does go down, but now Vera gets the pull back. She is low as well. The nice little Storm Strike. They find Gia 3 members down from Hive, and with that Infinite Fastest, it looks like Bebek is going to get on back. Cutie KT is going to get sniped out, and they get Rita as well, and both of these squads are looking to brawl early.
Oh my goodness, Wuna. This is the lady of the moment at this point, opening up and making sure they stay there and getting the flash as well. Holy, Hive All-Stars, they refuse to give up.
Yeah, refusing to give up. I mean, Joint 7 almost got the snipe with that soaring signal, but Wuna was like, okay, I'm still in a great position. I'm able to flash forward and get that slam dunk and gets the kills. And my gosh, this is already more entertaining in the first 10 minutes because we've seen so many kills, and both of these teams are going back and forth.
Yes, this exchange is worth it because they actually get true value out of it, right? After every exchange, they go for something important, like the buffs, like the turrets, or even just making sure that the waves are in their favor. These are all small little impacts that will help you change the game. And right now, Hive All-Stars trying to work their way on this T1. Should be able to get it if they want to push for more. Will get it. Now, this is going to put Bebek at risk at this point. She does not have her Infinite Fastness. She needs to be really careful for this one.
She's down about 1.6k. She's really been struggling. Joint 7 has gotten the better of her throughout this entire game, and now she has to play even more defensively under that tower and just wants a little bit of space, but that's going to be one less. The Storm Strike on board. Euphoria getting a little bit low. The Raging Sneak gets the snipe. Joint 7, but here comes a Skyfall. Do they get any sort of return kill? They get the nice little Stampede. They have it on the Gia, but it looks like it's too much. They've got Rita and as well as Fyra on this one. They were trying to go in to make the save, but they don't really have a nudge in Hive just on this 5-man front, absolutely destroying in this game.
I mean, Hive All-Stars, that's one thing. They also have a Hive mind. Very nice play coming in from the 5 ladies here. Nobody took a fall. This is all thanks to Gia here. She had a very nice ending sorrow, getting the heals for the entire team. And the rewards are well worth it. They get a T1 at the bot, mid, and very soon, Joint 7 going to add on to that list a top T1 as well. Posty, she might have to give her life, but I think that's a worthwhile trade.
Definitely a worthwhile And I mean, going into this one, both of these squads were actually undefeated up until this moment. So it was going to be who blinks first. Bebek now getting run down. Wanna is doing some serious work. Infinite Masses has to be used defensively, but they find Vrita. That's the pickoff that they're actually looking for. And now this T3, they can't proceed because they don't have the movement.
It's okay to have a T2 to take anyway at the top side here. Ro getting the Master Sword as well. She is right now super powerful, and they have a 7,000 gold lead on the side of Hive All-Stars.
Yeah, actually turning it up. I mean, taking over the jungle, you can't even get to your Azure Golem. You can't even get close to it. So Hive doing a great job in terms of map control. They haven't lost a single tower. This has been a great game for Hive.
Yeah, I really like it. It's simply also because I think this is, at least for me personally, this is the first time I've laid eyes on the Hive All-Star gameplay. Look, the coaching staff has been great, Fleur giving them this picks, and it looks like this is a very comfortable setup for the side of Hive All-Stars.
Again, Bigatron now on the defensive. Oh, nice little flank on this one. Wanna with a nice Storm Strike, but they don't really have the follow-up. But they push them back, and they're saying, hey, stay in your base. We're going to eventually be in there as we're going to knock on some of those doors.
I mean, someone has to call the doctor here. Wanna is ill. I mean, she's been getting all these setups for the team. And, you know, with the amount of tankness she has, they could potentially get for more.
Yeah, it looks like they want to go for more. This bottom T3 is looking to potentially go, but it looks like Bigatron have enough to hold. The wave clear is real, so if anything, they can kind of slow the game down, but they're starting to fall off, and this is a problem, especially when you're going up against Pei, who had that advantage, but how long can they hold the line?
I mean, pretty long at this point, right? At this point, Rogue has a 2,000 gold lead over her counterpart. At the same time, the highest farm on the side of Hive is Joy 7. She's 7 kills on board, and this is a huge gold lead for her, and also an EXP lead as well.
Yeah, actually, if she gets another kill, she has to change her name to Joy Ace in between the next match and this one. So that's something to take note of. It might be interesting, but Wanna on this flank. Nice little Storm Strike finds Euphoria, who has to actually flash away. The Raging Sea is going to potentially be used on this one, but they find Frida, they get the kill, and that's a huge starter for this one. Nice Storm Strike with Wanna, just tearing it down. The amount of damage and control, and Vera just trying to stay alive. Flashes, gets to the fountain, but now Hive turn their attention to the base with only Vira standing. This is going to be a very difficult hold. They don't even care about the crystal shots. They'll take Vira down for good measure, and they will take game number 1. Hive in full control of this one.
2 seconds away from the 11-minute mark. What a performance by Hive All-Stars at this point. The 5 ladies, once again, I give my biggest shout out to Wanna here. She really carried hard in this game. She was hard to deal with. Nobody could really take her down. It was 1v5. That was a legit 1v5, by the way.
Absolutely. Like, just complete domination right there. And the fact that you were on that Byron in the heart of the enemy team, fighting 1 versus 5, and it seems like, oh, you're out of position. But the rest of them were right there to really follow up. It just made it very easy for the rest of the Hive members, and they're going to be happy. And yes, this is only 1 game, but things are looking very good for this squad.
All right, so she needs to change her name to Overjoyed at this point, right? Many more kills, many more wins coming in. And right now, this is a great start for the side of Hive All-Stars, but it's not the end. We will have to take a look at what's going to go in this second game of the best of 3, because things pretty much still are able to be changed.
I like it how they were kind of very happy and joyous as they were entering the locker room, right? In the sense of the waiting room, and just being able to kind of just hold, just be like they need to show their emotions on this one. Some of those teams are like incredibly static, win or lose, they don't show anything. But it looks like they're very happy with their performance. But it's just 1 game. Things looked incredible for this squad, though.
Yes, I mean, 11 minutes, they had full control of the Gorge. They had super tank. They got the kills into the correct members as well, right? And Rogue played a really sick game of Pei. She was, I mean, we expected the Pei to have a lead, but the way in which they did it was not just taking away the camps, but making a successful defense in their own jungle, which I think led to this super huge growth for the side of Hive All-Stars.
Yeah, and actually just not losing a single tower makes it much easier because you know that they're really not going to be invading your jungle. I mean, it's just that full-on map control. Once they got going, they had a huge net worth lead, and you just saw just them just kind of snowballing out of control on this one. But Hive All-Stars, okay, now, if we're looking at the other side, you're looking at Bigatron by Vitality. Like, what do they need to do?
They need you to stop jinxing them. I think that's the first thing. Secondly, I think at this point, maybe the comps, right? Because I think there were a couple of moments where Vrida on the Wall Spark, right, the Naza, she was trying to jump into the middle of 5, which I think it's an okay idea, but she needs the backup of the other members as well. And this was a moment where Bebek on the Lung, she was pretty far behind, right? I think she had like a 2,000 goal deficit against her counterpart there for George 7. So I think in this particular game, or in the following one, I think they need to really secure the resources before they take an actual team fight with Hive.
But it was like they were behind to start. I mean, the jungle invade, in the tempo that you saw from Hive, were really trying to put pressure onto Bigatron. Yes, they tried their own jungle invasion, but they paid, you know, I mean, with their lives. They lost quite a bit in terms of that swing. I mean, that is an early game disaster that it's really tough to come back from.
It is, it truly is, right? And I think maybe one of the things they can change on the side of Bigatron is, let's see how Euphoria does on a more aggressive mage, right? Euphoria didn't have the chance to get the catches because it also puts her at risk. Plus the fact that Hive All-Stars was pretty much far ahead at the 4 or 5 minute mark. In fact, they were about at 3k gold as a team at the 2.5 minute mark. That was insanely quick for them.
Yeah, insanely quick. I mean, Joyd 7, you saw the damage. She actually had like the most. It was like, I think 100,000. But this is kind of what the story of that game was, this gold graph, all in favor of Hive All-Stars as they were consistently growing it, sticking around, giving, I mean, Vitality, we're trying to fight back, and there are a little bit of dips, but nothing that was actually in favor of Vitality as Hive were in full control, taking over everything, all of the towers, and of course, the MVP, Joyd 7, 10, 1, and 9. Wow! On this pack leader channel. Yeah, absolutely dominant performance.
You know, her KD looks like a math equation, right? 10 equals 1 plus 9.
Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, I get it. It definitely adds up. Okay. I thought we were going to do a little bit more complex than that, but that's fine. 10, 1, and 9 it is. 10, 1 plus 9. But the damage for me, 102,000. That was the biggest factor. It was such a game changer in terms of how they play this one out. She was always on the back. She's in perfect positioning, always getting the snipes, getting the double right there, and really setting the tone for the rest of this one.
Yes, this was a great team play from the side of Hive All-Stars, right? Making sure that the rest of the team was tanking and allowing Rogue to come in at the last moment, which is what you want as the pay, before she gets that true power spike. At the same time, this was, I think, a little bit of chaos in the middle of Bigatron by Vitality's lineup, right? They were trying to go onto multiple targets at the same time, which kind of dwindled their attacking power.
It also seemed like they're so willing to brawl. And I think that this is something where it's like, hey, if you're brawling, fine, but do it from a position of strength where you have an advantage. If you're behind and you're looking to fight 5v5, it's like fighting 5v6. It's not good odds. And so I think that you need to control your, like, you know, your anger, your rage, whatever it is, to kind of just play within the means of the game. And you're seeing just the plays from Wanna just setting it up. I mean, Bigatron completely got wiped out. Didn't really have too much of a chance once things got going because they were in full.
Yeah, even the fans felt it, that one, you know, in the home crowd. So this is where we will answer that question, right? Or rather, the teams will answer it for us. Where, okay, right now you're in front of your home crowd for Bigatron by Vitality, and you have lost this first game in the best of 3. Meaning if you lose the next one, it is series end. And, you know, Hive All-Stars will get to play against AG in the grand finals. How do you try and, you know, recollect this composure for the team of Bigatron?
Yeah, I think that right now, this is a moment where you just need to kind of buckle down. Like, pick your best heroes. It's a best of 3. I mean, global ban pick is still a factor in all that, but just pick the best thing, put your best foot forward, and just ensure that you have a, you know, protect the jungle. You saw that Hive was trying to invade. You saw that they're looking to brawl as much as possible, but you got to pick your moments. Understand that Hive are the real deal. You got to put some respect on their name and play within and just kind of play a more defensive game that kind of works around what Hive is looking to do.
And, you know, based on that, I think, yes, the Bigatron ladies, they are actually kind of locked in already at this point. The coach is locked in as well. They're exploring what's this next draft, because everything is on the line here. Game number 2, if BTR loses again, Hive make it all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking that way. I mean, that game was looking to be a little bit rough on the side of Bigatron by Vitality. I mean, this is a moment to see exactly if it's a championship to squad, right? Are they able to bounce back? That's the biggest thing. They have not lost a single game. And when you are in the losing department, it feels completely different than just steamrolling everyone. Now you've bled. How do you respond?
Yeah, I mean, it's really not as important about falling, right? You will fall at some point in time. The more important part is, now that you've stumbled, how do you recover? If Bigatron wants to take the win, they want to go into the grand finals, recovery is a must at this point. So the 5 ladies, they need to get together and figure out what is this formula for success. They have done it so many times already. What's one more time?
Yeah. And I think at this point, they need to start kind of getting some of that home ground buff, the channel of that energy to ensure that they can kind of compete on this one. Because right now, everything is looking to be in favor of Hive. I mean, you see that they're making hearts to the camera. They're actually enjoying the moment because they know that they're coming from a position of strength. If you're looking at the other side, a little bit more nervous. Things are a little precarious in that terms of that situation. Because again, you lose this one, you're going home.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're in the flow state, right? And it's curious because their coach is called Fleur, and at this point in time, they are truly in the Fleur. So BTR, let's see what they want to start this second game with. I'm pretty sure, you know, having lost this first game in the best of 3, Bigatron, given a choice of picking sides, I think they want to go with the blue side, right?
Yeah, I think that you would want to just set the pace of it, but it looks like Hive are going to go with blue. Bigatron looking to counter, right? I think that in terms of the draft, one thing I wasn't a huge fan, the Neza pick in the end kind of really didn't pay off. The Loom into the channel really didn't help Bebek as well. I mean, yeah, you might be comfortable on these heroes, but you gotta think about that matchup. It's key in this point, and if you have the red side, this is that opportunity so that you can counter draft.
Okay, I mean, for Hive All-Stars, they've banned out the channel. This means they want to open up the Loom. They want to open up the RD for themselves. Bigatron by Vitality, then this kind of puts in another question for themselves. Now, Bigatron, they have banned out one of the big RD counters, which is the Dharma. So something else is cooking in that pot for Bigatron.
Yeah, looking to attack at least one. I think that this is a good idea, right? What you saw, I mean, when you have a Clash laner like Wana who's able to create so much havoc and to have such an impact, you want to focus her as much as possible. Maybe she plays a hero that she's not as comfortable with, but I think at this stage it's going to be tough because it's just the second game, right?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want it because you don't want to be left with the one I coulda, shoulda at this point. So Hive All-Stars, they're going to start with the Dolia. Maybe the Yangjian comes true.
It's open, so you're kind of forcing it. Like, I picked Dolia here. Are you going to pick the Yangjian? Right? And Bigatron, it's not as impactful without the Dolia. Obviously, it's a nice little 1-2 combination if they're able to get both. But they're now in a situation where they're looking to have to pick it here, and Bigatron will.
Okay. Snap pick, they steal away from the side of Hive All-Stars. Now, there's still plenty of options for the side of Hive All-Stars here, which is to pick up the Loom. They can't use the U1 anymore. They've used that in game number 1. So there's other forms of refreshers that can be used as well. Maybe, you know, since you have a try like Super Tank, why not consider a Lupu? But Hive All-Stars, they lock in this mid first. The Haya coming in, this one once again looks like a super strong draft.
Very strong right now, but the Yangjian is also looked at as a counter to the Haya, the Evernight aspiration. So if he gets stuck into the Moonscape Mirage, obviously the Yangjian is going to have a great time in that one. So are you going to look to isolate? It looks like the Hive, if anything, they need to kind of have a little bit more sustain, some sort of tanky frontliner as well.
I mean, they have good early game, right? Once again, in the mid lane, this is a guarantee for Gia here, right? She should be able to clear the waves really quickly, and this is going to aid her in the rotation. So that first rotation, will she go and help Wana in that Clash lane, or will she go towards Joy 7 as well as Posty? Meanwhile, on the side of Bigatron though, it's kind of a slower pace, but more sustained. They want to last at this mid and late game, right? Because once you give Rita that late game as a Twilight, she is going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, and if she's able to get that space, right? I think that was one where last game, she was kind of forced to play a little bit more aggressively, especially on the Neza. You got to be skyfalling, you got to be trying to get to that back line. And she was kind of, you know, doing it when the rest of the team wasn't really with her. So she was kind of soloed out. But now they're going to go with the Charlotte to kind of get that top lane, the Clash laner. And it's kind of flexible, right, in terms of what Hive have still yet to pick in terms of a role.
I think that's a good start for the Clash team, right? And Hive All-Stars, they want to kill this game off right here, right now. They pick up the Luna, the Moonblade, for the side of Rogue here. And based on her gameplay in game number 1, I think she's going to pull this off massively. Now, meanwhile, in the Clash lane, Warner is going to play the War Saint here, the Guan Yu. I think that's a good answer against the Rose Fencer, but it's dependent on the farm.
Definitely on the farm, but I mean, also at the same time, you see the Tomb Gas for the Yuan. If she tries to get on back with the Unending Sorrow, but if she's completely out of position by the War Saints, you're just going to be able to just run her down. So this draft to me makes a lot of sense. Plus, you've got the Luna let Rogue fly on this one in terms of just getting to that back line, because again, Bigatron, kind of squishy, right? They definitely have some options or some holes in this lineup, and it's going to be tough for the Charlotte as well as the Yang Jian to really protect everybody.
Okay, maybe it's just the momentum of Hive All-Stars, but I feel like I can see the victory for them as well. I think the prior target for Gia in this mid-higher Evernight Aspiration pick is actually to get Kitty Cutie out, right? Once she cannot offer her Unending Sorrow to the team, then it massively reduces the heal potential and the comeback factor from the side of Bigatron by Vitality.
Yeah, being able to take that away, I think it's going to be like all eyes right now on that high. Is Gia able to kind of get the right steal at the right time with that Moonscape Mirage and just really set the tone? Because again, if they have another good early game and this Haya gets kind of that farm, she can pretty much isolate almost everyone, aside maybe from the Yang Jian, which you might struggle a little bit.
And at this point, Bebek's pick on the Flowborn Marksman, I like it, but if she gets caught, then it's also a world of pain and disaster for her. So right now, let's recap what's happening. Hive All-Stars against Bigatron by Vitality. This is game number 2 of a best-of-3 series, meaning this is series point for Hive All-Stars.
Yeah, they have that opportunity here, and it looks like they've got, the drafts, everything is kind of set up, but it looks like they were very happy with the picks, at least from the Hive side. You saw a lot of smiles even as they were selecting some of them. So this Haya is going to be, the one to watch for me, because again, that Moonscape Mirage, who gets isolated? Is she able to kind of get the right pickoffs for the rest of the team to just kind of steamroll, because they have that potential. They have a lot of burst on this squad.
Yes, they definitely do have. But at the same time, you know what? I feel like Bigatron by Vitality, they like their own draft really well as well, right? They were kind of giggling and feeling very confident about it. And based on the jungle picks, I feel like this goalie is even more important, because both junglers are not exactly the fastest wave clearers in the jungle camps. So they need to have that advantage. A small one, especially even a first blood, is going to change the game for them.
Yeah, get first blood, that would be huge. But also just the blue buff steal from Bigatron. If they're able to take that away from Rogue, who is like very dependent on that blue buff to really get going in terms of just the early game farming efficiency of that hero, I think that, they're going to have a much better time. They need to be very focused, and they need to be aggressive in that regard.
Yeah, okay, you know what? That's great, but Vera just, in the middle of 3 different Hive members, took away that camp, secured it for her team. Now this is going to be a decent start for the side of BTR here. Rita already making her way down into the mid lane to share the gold and EXP with her teammates. At the same time, the Azure Golem has yet to be taken by Rogue. I'm not sure if Bigatron knows about this. If they know about it, I think they can actually try for the steal here.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like they're going to. It looks like Frida is just going to be happy, just trying to stick around her own jungle. Hasn't really just crossed the river. It looks like she's going to be going top right now, potentially into Wanna, but, Wanna is going to be a tough one. The mobility on that hero. Oh, nice heroic try. Tried to go for that steal, plants the flag, and now Vera with a nice 2-man stun. Can they get anything else? They have Rogue locked into place with that tri-slash. It does look like Rogue will eventually get on out of it.
Yep, they have caught one member though. I think it's Kitty Cutie who has been caught in the bottom side of the map here by Gia. Unable to finish the job at this moment, and everyone is waiting for her.
Yeah, everybody was waiting, but Kitty Cutie was on the other side of that wall, so that she does stay alive. Gia with the first attempt. I think that's good. You want to put a little bit of pressure on where you're like, oh, actually, that Moonscape Mirage is something that we need to worry about, especially come positioning when these team fights are about to happen.
Yes, it is, and it's going to be even more important, especially when we hit that 4-minute mark, right? The first neutral objectives, teams normally wrestle over that Tyrant. I think this game is no exception, right? Both Hive, All-Stars, and Bigatron by Vitality will give it a shot to try and take that Tyrant away. The big thing is, I don't think it matters who takes it. I think it matters who survives after the take, because you know there's going to be bloodshed.
Yeah, and again, we saw that in game one, right? Both of these squads willing to just gamble and to go all in terms of a brawl style, and it was very entertaining. This one is way more cagey. You're seeing that Bigatron are really just kind of playing a little bit more standard. They're playing a little bit more defensively. They, again, have not really been invading, but at the same time, Hive haven't found a way to kind of penetrate the armor that is the Bigatron by Vitality squad and to get in and into that jungle.
No, I feel like Bigatron is playing the more calculated game at this point, right? They know about the advantages they can stretch, and they don't want to overextend. Because in game number one, they kind of overextended quite a few times. So Bigatron by Vitality this time is a more disciplined play from the ladies. We'll see. In the space of another 35 seconds, we're going to see that true wrestle and tussle in the Tyrant pit.
Yeah, it looks like the bottom lane, though. Kitty QT was really aggressively just kind of out of position, dare I say. Does survive, doesn't have to use the Unending Sorrow, but she will recall on back. But this is a little worrying. She needs to kind of, you know, walk it, hoof it, all the way to the Tyrant, which is going to be up in about 15 seconds.
I think it's okay, right? I think it's also a very nice restraint coming out from Kitty QT. She actually, I think, you know, Hive All-Stars, they wanted to force out that unending sorrow from her. Didn't manage to do it. I like that patience from the side of Kitty QT.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I need to change my name to Hauler QT so that people call me QT, so it gives me a chance.
Stop.
You know? No? Okay, all right. I gotta shoot my shot. But now here comes the Tyrant. This is gonna be the big one for them because it's the first one. Kitty QT is still up in front. Tyrant is already at half. Heaven and Earth mode. He decides to go, but who gets this take? It looks like Rogue gets it, but she's a little bit on the lower end. The Unending Sorrow looking to just turn that around. They've gotten Posty. That's going to be a huge one, but Rita will fall in the end. Infinite Fastest. It's going to hit a decent number, but she gets Ocean and Tears when she reappears, and Rogue is running for her life. It looks like 2 members down from both of these squads. And they find yet another. Oh, they're going to find Rogue. Oh, she dashes away. Rogue playing with her food. The flash on forward. KT says, I will take that one to go.
Okay, that was a great play, and Bigatron this time, this is why the restraint is so important, right? They kind of lost away the Tyrant in that exchange, but they got bigger value out of the trade here.
It looks like they've gotten Posty, but she actually dashes away, but this is opening things up for the Crimson Golem. Joyd 7 has arrived with Gia to just help support, but it looks like they will push them away. They're going to take the Crimson, and they will just slowly take it so that they ensure that Rogue will eventually pick up this spot.
I feel like this is a completely different game for Bebek and Joyd 7, right? Joyd 7 did not fall a single time in the previous game itself. Right now, this first kill onto her is going to affect her farm. She is slightly lesser in terms of gold, but Bebek, this is the kind of advantage we want to see her have. Now the question is, what can she do with what? This is a 200 gold lead.
But Bigatron, I mean, they bounce back. This is a much better game for them. They're playing with the Bigatron by Vitality's, you know, play style that we expected, and now they're here. And Hive now it's a 50-50 game. This is not going to be as easy. Bigatron right now are not just rolling over, looking to just take this one, you know, lying down, so to speak. But now Hive with a great opportunity to just show exactly how strong they are, even in a close matchup here.
Yes, and you know what? I want to turn my focus onto Euphoria for a little bit. I feel like Cascada is a great pick for her. It fits more of a playstyle, right? She doesn't have to overcommit like the Shi in game number 1. She's able to deal damage from afar, get the CC as well. So let's see if Euphoria can add on to the advantage that BTR has at this point. It's not the biggest right now. It's kind of negligible, but one more kill with no trades, that should do it. By this point, Vira! Oh no, she's not doing too good.
Oh, she's gonna barely stay alive, though. I mean, she has that Tri-Slash, but this is the minion wave that's gonna be there, but they force it in the top lane. Bigatron are trying to just take down this tower, and Rogue is gonna plant that flag, does get caught on with that Hound, and it looks like Rita wants to chase it down, but Rogue is out-sustaining it. They take the top T1, but Rogue will eventually fall. A little too squishy at this stage, but can now Hive, looking to go for that flank.
Nice.
They actually turn this around. The Moonscape Mirage has them locked in on this one, and now Rita in the brush, Mirage. Can they go for this? There's a 2 versus 2. They get this. The infinite fastness. She's circling around. She's actually going to go on the defensive posturing, but they find Gia in return. Says, how dare you take us away into that Mirage? And I think that will be the end. A 2 for 2.
Beautiful work. Yeah, I mean, beautiful work from the side of Bigatron, right? Now, they're taking much better fights, and they're making it kind of unfair for the side of Hive All-Stars. And this is a kind of recovery we want from the Indonesian squad here in the form of Bigatron by Vitality. So the ladies are doing well, but the pain point for them now is Hive All-Stars, they're still managing to find farm across the map. So they're not really getting the goal lead out of all of these wonderful exchanges.
It's very close. I mean, they're fighting, but at the same time, it's so, like, the net worth is literally a wash. I mean, they're continuing on, but the team fights, it seems to me like they're a little bit longer than they should be. It's not like a quick pick off, okay, now let's retreat. It's like the return fights, the revenge get tour is there. They're trying to make it happen, and both teams are willing to continue fighting.
Yes, and I mean, that's what makes this particular series more exciting, right? Because we rarely get to see, you know, full-on 5v5s throughout the entire time. We don't want to go and try to go for the catch here.
Tried to go for it, but didn't get the right angle. Doesn't find the Razor Cavalry, and now Wuna has to just ride away. That's going to be a sad story for her, as she probably has to go through a drive-through for McDonald's because she's so sad and depressed. But now Bigatron looking to turn this around. They're going to start with the Tyrant here. They get the nice little stun on a Gia, who actually gets Moonscape Mirage into this one. She is very low. That is a potential kill right there to set things up, to kind of start it. But the Tyrant is going to be the big target. Do they actually go for this one? And it looks like Frida does have that takeaway, and now Cutie KT is just going to limp away. Bria is not as lucky. She gets picked off.
Okay, I think at this point is a better trade for the side of Hive All-Stars, but if they can make it an even greater one, if they can take away the Overlord as well as a T1 at this point. But Rita, I don't think she's going to try and allow that.
She will scout it out, but with really no smite, it's going to be very dangerous. She doesn't really want to risk it. She does not. She's going to go back to her own jungle, but Rita has a bounce-back game. She's doing much better in this one. And yes, they're keeping pace with Rogue, which is going to be the big target on, you know, at least on that side of Hive here.
Yeah, but once again, Wuna is playing so well. She's making all the split pushes. She's creating pressure across the map. And Bigatron by Vitality, they have to respond. This is there is no question, right? Now there's going to be a numbers advantage, and if they catch Rita here, it's not going to be ideal. Gia, I think we talked about this earlier. Hang on.
Looks like Rogue is getting gone on. Wants that Azor, but she's so low. She has the shield, the dash away, but Vira is going to find her, gets the snipe in, and that's going to be a bit of an issue here. The Moonscape Mirage, it looks like they've got to caught him in, but it doesn't look like they're going to actually do enough. But what happens when they return back to the core? Gia's there, gets focus fired. She gets blown up and pays with her life in that sense. It says, again, how dare you take us to the Moonscape Mirage?
Right, but this is the 10-minute mark. This is where the Shadow Variants are going to be spawning. And right now, Bigatron by Vitality. The game plan is to take this Shadow Tyrant first, so they have a better time of taking the big fights against Hive All-Stars. We can already see Rita actually is already making her way down. Scouted out as well by KD-QT. Very nice job. They should get this.
Yeah, good zoning there. Ensures that she stays alive. But she took a little bit of tower damage on the side of Bigatron because they had so many members that were focused on that Tyrant. Hive right now, just again, it's about the outer lanes, the pushing that you're seeing from Wuna, ensuring that they create as much space as possible so Bigatron have to respond.
Right now, BTRs are mounting the defense, right? They want to stop any attempt on that Shadow Overlord because that's going to buy a lot more time for the side of Hive All-Stars. And you know they're doing well in the macro game department at this point. Nice catch once again, forcing KD-QT in a bad position.
Yeah, forcing it, but it looks like they're all congregating around it because the return is right about to happen. The Razor Cavalry is going to be queued up, looking to go for this one, and Wuna gets actually frozen. The Infinite Fastness is going to be used aggressively, wants to continue fighting. Nice little pick off on Avira, and they find it, and now Cutie QT on the run, gets sniped out with that Flaming Palm, and Bebek just barely gets picked off as well. Joy7 with a double kill, and now Hive All-Stars get the team ace off the amazing play, the initiation that was set up by Gia there.
Yeah, insane limit break, and Hive All-Stars, they're going to get more than that as well. They're going to get the Shadow Overlord. There is no contest because it's an ace for the side of Hive All-Stars. Bigatron by Vitality. I think that right now the damage that's guaranteed is that T2 in the mid. That's going to be a pain point for the side of Bigatron by Vitality because T1 is also going to be taken by Wuna here, and this one hurts.
Yeah, it definitely hurts. I mean, they're taking all the towers right now on the outside as well as the mid T2. They're taking everything at this point. And again, it was a team ace. It was huge. It was a massive win for Hive All-Stars, but things were looking so close. But now Bigatron again on the losing end in terms of this net worth, and now they have to find a way yet again to come back.
Yeah, I think at least with this draft, it looks like Bigatron by Vitality, they can last a little bit longer. Now, they have already outlasted the first game duration, which was 11 minutes. Just shy. Right now, Bigatron by Vitality, the goal is, can you stave off a T3 take, win a fight during the defense, and make your own way into the T3s of Hive All-Stars?
It's going to be a tough one, right? And all of them need to just kind of hold. If anything, just they need to deal with the Vanguards as quickly as possible. Buy themselves a little bit more time. They have not hit, again, enough of the critical mass in terms of items to really take any sort of fight, because Hive are able to get that jump in. Once Gia gets that isolation, that was pretty much the start of, the end of these team fights for Bigatron.
Yep, I like the focal point this time from the side of Hive All-Stars, right? Gia, once she catches Kitty QT, it instantly becomes a much more difficult fight for the side of Bigatron by Vitality, right? Bebek is doing well in terms of farm, but she's not there yet. She needs to be 15, she needs to be 6 slotted.
Yeah, she's only level 13, or at this point. She's really struggling in that sense. I mean, they don't really have enough in terms of the damage. All the towers took a little bit of, chip damage at this point. It's not, none of them are down, but that's worrying. I mean, we're only at the 13-minute mark, and she's not able to wave clear fast enough, and now Hive are taking everything from your jungle.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just a matter of time, right? So Hive All-Stars, they recognize this. Droid 7, once again, getting all these free hits on the Breeder.
Oh, and Euphoria just gets instantly bursted down. Rogue finds her out of position, makes her pay, and now there's just going to be a little bit of control in this bottom lane. The spacing, if you will. They've taken some flaming palms with Bigatron limping back into their fountain yet again.
Okay, but they have managed to defend for their T3. So, good work so far from the side of Bigatron by Vitality. Hive All-Stars unable to find the breakthrough just yet. But I believe with the next take of this Shadow Tyrant, that could be the opening that they're looking for.
I mean, it's for free, right? I mean, Wana's there. Look at how far up she is. This is exactly where you want to be, because you're seeing all the movements that Bigatron are going to do, and they're, again, just playing very defensively. They can't really even leave their base. They're fighting for scraps for any sort of, farm at this point, and the net worth is down about 6K. This is a bad spot for Bigatron.
Not comfortable at all, right? And the biggest question is, if you're on Bigatron, like, who do you actually go for? Because every single member, maybe not Posty, but the rest of the ladies, they are a huge problem because they have a lot of damage to offer, and there's quite a lot of invincibility, or at least recovery. They're going to try, though, for the side of Bigatron.
Frida pounding forward. That was very ambitious, if anything. She's going to take a lot of damage. The Infinite Vastness was used, though, but Joint 7 will be going on back. She will stay alive. So I think it looks like they're going to reset, because, again, it's all about that ult. But with Posty Celestial Melody, we'll just give up another one.
Okay, but the lead now is at 7,000. They do know where the members of Hive All-Stars are at. Now, mid lane's going to be a little bit scary, especially for the side of Bebek. She needs to be careful about her positioning.
Oh, definitely need to be careful. That is a tight alleyway, and nobody really wants to be there, especially when you're on the barrel of a Wana looking at you. She wasn't able to find the angle, but the heroic charges have been annoying on the minion wave. And yeah, Wana very tanky at this stage as well, so this is going to be even more trouble for Bigatron.
Okay, I like this positioning by Bigatron, right? They want to make sure they have it safe, get the Crimson, but it's stolen away once again, this time going into the hands of Joy 7. She is just a menace at this point.
Yeah, she's taking everything. I mean, this is super annoying, and now Bigatron right now, like, what are they farming? This is like the smallest of the small in terms of just like the minimal minions that are coming your way. It looks like they have to make some sort of play. It looks like the Overlord is going to be taken by Rogue, and Shurzy gets it with that swipe. But here comes the Soaring Greek Dragon right into the heart of this one. Tries to get the right angle, wants to go. The flash forward, not able to find it. The Razor Cavalry doesn't really matter because they've already got the Moonscape Mirage. They found the lagger, but it's Brita. This is going to be a tough one for Gia. He's already very low. She does reappear, but now because Brita, he's been isolated. He's going to be picked off. Yeah, Myra is trying to go into the back line. Finds Joy, who gets on the Infinite Fastness. She gets on back, and they do have 3 members of Bigatron still up. Still looking to trade. They Joy 7 through all of that. Somehow survive.
Okay, they're going to have a big problem here. Bebek going in for the shutdown. That's going to be a great start, but the Shadow Overlord is flying down onto the bottom side. Bigatron need to respond to this.
Yeah, they need to control, but Bebek has finally hit that mark. Now they're looking to continue on fighting. They want to go, but the Arrow Storm turning it around. Joint 7 is outlasting it. The unending sorrow keeping him alive. The infinite fastest, the celestial melody has really paid off and ensures that Joint 7 survives at least for now.
Okay, for now, it's not looking too great for the side of Bigatron, but Bebek is online. She is 6 slotted. She is level 15. She is the shining hope for the side of Bigatron. If she falls, then Hive All-Stars should have a guaranteed victory. But if she does not, then Hive All-Stars, they need to start worrying about game number 3 here.
Yeah, Bebek has played very well. I mean, she's only died a single time. She's 2-1-7. Definitely been in all of the kills practically for her squad. So she's done well. She's gotten those items. And that's the biggest thing. And yeah, she's about 1.5k behind Joyd 7. But at this stage of the game, it's all good, right? She just needs to stay alive. The rest of the team need to ensure that she stays. Again, it's like the president protect lineup right now.
Yeah, at this point, it's really more about Sage's sanctuaries, right? How many stages do you have? You only have 2 in the entire game. Rogue tries to go in for a little bit of a taster, an appetizer before the actual main dish here, which is going to be the Shadow Tyrant. Now, Bigatron, they might want to contest for this, but it might be too late here. Rogue gonna get that. Oh, they actually get the catch. Kitty QT once again caught out by Gia.
Yeah, and this is kind of the power, but the nice little Razor Cavalry. Rita gets pushed back with that heroic charge. Ocean of Tears used in return, the Arrow Storm, but it looks like they find Kitty QT. They do get the pick off, and this is the thing where generally as a Yuan support, you want to be up front. You're providing that vision because you think that you can sustain, but the Moonscape Mirage just kind of negates that, and especially since you're locked in there, the rest of Hive can be on top of you, and you're going to have a tough time.
Yep, and that's exactly why Warner was doing such a fantastic job, right? Cutting away the backline access from the side of Bigatron, which led to BTR having to shift their positions and leaving Kitty QT alone, which led to her downfall at this point. So Bigatron by Vitality, at this point they need to really watch the map. But it's so difficult, you don't have T3s at the top and the bottom as well.
Don't really have much. I mean, they could just essentially end. The top and the bottom both are very vulnerable at this stage as they don't have the tower. But now the Heaven and Earth mode, Rita gets bursted. The amount of damage that they have, and Vyra is looking to just go for this one, but gets stuck into the Moonscape Mirage. It looks like she will be just fighting for her life there. Nice little play by Vyra. It looks like Wanna ends up finding this one, but Gia's double kill, that's going to open things up, but they don't really have the minions. The Unending Sorrow keeping Kitty QT alive, at least for now, but she does need to heal, needs to be careful. They're just waiting for the next minion wave.
Yep, Gia's pokes are so painful at this point. Bebek's gonna give it a try.
Oh, they tried to go for the Razor Cavalry. She tried to get cute on that one, but it looks like she's under the tower. She gets frozen. That's gonna be Sage's Sanctuary, but they take the crystal, and Hive will win the game and the series, and they will meet AGG in the finals.
Beautiful gameplay from the ladies of Hive All-Stars. This one was a little bit nail-biting for them, but once again, they pulled through, which means they will meet AG in the grand finals. Now, congrats to them, and of course, big efforts, big props to the team for the side of Bigatron by Vitality. They really tried their best. Bebek was starting to carry the game already. Unfortunately, it was just not enough.
Not enough. And I'm just kind of thinking this Haya for me was just had so much impact, right? The amount of control, taking it away, always ensuring that you got that kill, really set things up. And Gia just understanding how to play the hero and just full control, because once they're down a member, it's pretty much all she wrote at that point. But again, props to Hive All-Stars on this one.
Yes, crazy game. I mean, this was a much more complicated game number 2 for the side of Bigatron by Vitality, as well as Hive All-Stars. But once again, auto lose, and with the other KOLs here celebrating another PH region win, as Hive will make it to the next stage.
They looked very good, very clean, and that second game was definitely a little bit more competitive in that regard. Bigatron really tried to take the fight to them, but just too strong in the end. I mean, I think that, you know, Bigatron can keep their heads up because that was a much better game in that second one where they were able to bounce back. They have a lot of potential, and moving forward, we're going to probably see this team even more.
Yes, Women's Series, I think this is a great start for them as well. And of course, we want to take a look at more action, and we will have more for you after this one. We are going to have our Tri-Nation Clash, and that's going to be a 3-way triangular map once again between our ID region and Y region and PH region.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. There's actually a lot of bragging rights. I think there's been a lot of trash talking. I don't know if it's helping the squads get closer or, you know what I mean, or they're getting more, you know, defensive with things, because it seems like the trash talk is real, and they're very proud about their representation here.
They definitely are. And it's a different kind of setup, right? Because you're playing on, you're seated on a sofa in front of the entire audience, and everyone gets to see you mess up or make the godlike plays. So pressure's on for all three teams.
Yeah, actually, but it is super fun, right? I think that's the biggest part. It's one of those modes that's available. You don't have to play all your games in ranked and just kind of go through that drive where you need a little bit of mental warfare in action as well. So this is a little bit more casual in that regard. It is definitely a fun one. The games are quick, and you know, it's very different, and it's still Honor of Kings at the end of the day. So again, just props on whoever created this mode.
Yes, very fun, right? It's casual, but it's messy, chaotic, exactly what you need to have all the teams riled up. At the same time, this is something that if you haven't tried it yet, you will get to find out. You don't get to really pick your picks. But these two teams have, and Hive, have been the big victors with a 2-0 win in this best-of-3 series against Bigatron by Vitality. Pick your pick, man. Which one is your MVP?
You can go multiple ways, right? I mean, Joy was just out farming, just having a great time. Gia, for me, the Moonscape, you know, the Mirage was just on point. I think that for me, that was the biggest impact. But Rogue and Wanna also, they had their own as well in terms of just setting things up. This is a team that's really starting to find their groove, and Hive is looking to be formidable for AG Global, and I think that they need to be a bit worried as they watch this replay here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm in total agreement with you, right? Take a look at the damage by Joy 7 as well as Gia. The both of them over 150,000 worth of damage in a 20-minute game. Now, I would definitely think that Gia is in contention for that MVP. She was making all the plays, making sure that Kitty QT #1 was majority out of the fight, and also at certain times in the game, actually catching Vrida off as the Yangtze and Twilight. That was huge in the team fight.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Just understanding who needs to get sent away, right? I think that was the biggest thing, but it was close. I mean, and we're seeing this in terms of the gold graph. It went both ways. Bigatron actually were winning at some points, and yes, it was kind of small in that sense, but once those pickoffs were starting to happen, the team fights were just kind of, you know, implemented in the way of Hive. They were able to just fully control and dominate to finish this game that almost went to a Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, very, very close, right? 20 minutes is when the Tempest Dragon spawns, but Hive, they knew they needed to end that game there and then, because if they had given Bigatron by Vitality a little bit more time, I am in full confidence that, you know, Bebek would have been the major player to make the comeback, but the one that really gave the true value here is Posty. Yes, 0-1 and 13, KDA. Look, it might not seem too great for you, but 13 assists, multiple Celestial Melodies with the refresh, crazy value given to the side of Hive All-Stars.
Nobody cares about roamers, though. What is going on?
What?
No,
I do.
I'm just kidding. I'm just saying that because you're a roamer too. But yes, actually her impact was definitely felt there. The Celestial Melodies were on point. Having those multiple dragons to get on outs, multiple ults is going to be key on this one. And you saw just how much impact that they had. It might not show up all the time because, again, who's counting exactly how many times she's casting the Celestial Melody? It's a little under the radar in that sense. And she gets picked off here. But this is a good start. I mean, in the sense of Hive being able to fight back and weather the storm, because Bigatron really stuck it to them early.
Yeah, they really did, because Bigatron, I think at this point, they understood what the risk of the draft was. If Gia is going to be isolated from the rest of the team after one of the team members of Bigatron survives the Moonscape Mirage, it's a guaranteed win for the team fight on the side of Bigatron by Vitality. So they didn't allow that to happen. This was, you know, in big thanks to Wanna. Every single time there was a huge moment available from the side of Gia, Wanna actually came in from the backlines to flank the rest of Bigatron by Vitality, cutting off that #1 escape route, but then also opening up the doors for a multi-man flank from the side of Hive All-Stars.
Wana's performance was quite good throughout the entire series. She just had a lot of impact. Always the perfect flanks, and she's very patient. She doesn't go out, you know what I mean, like all the time. She's looking for the right moments to go in, and she really set things up. She sacrifices her own life here, understanding that the game was at stake, and they were able to take down that crystal. But Hive finding the right moments and how to shut down Bigatron in the end.
She needs to change the Wana to a winner at this point. Very strong gameplay from this Clash laner as well. So Team PH in the women's series taking a lead. And once again, this is the same storyline. We're going to see Team Malaysia coming in front of AG in the grand finals, going up against Team PH. Hive All-Star. That's going to be the grand finals. We'll let you know when it's going to happen. It's not going to be today because we have more games on the way. And with that being said, let's give the best for both of these ladies teams in the women's series.
Yeah, actually, I'm super excited about that series, and I think it's going to be way closer. I think AG Global have to put a little respect on the Hive side, because you just saw how clean they can be and how aggressive, and so now they need to go back to the drawing board in terms of just being like, how do we prepare against this squad? I think that grand finals is going to be super fun to watch.
Yes, it definitely is. And here's some curious information for you. So Hive All-Stars have gotten rid of one kitty QT. There is another kitty in AG. So I want to see what's going to happen with the second kitty that meets them in the grand finals here.
Yeah. I think someone else should make a kitty cutie. No. That's how it works. No, you just add QT. No. That's the one thing that I'm kind of learning. I need to kind of add, instead of Holler TV, I need to go Holler QT. I'm gonna look to change that.
No.
See if that's copyrighted.
No, that's not the way to go, guys. Please tell him in the comments that's not the way for Holler to go.
Yeah. All right, but we had a great series. The women's series, that was going to be it for that. We're going to find out what happens in the Tri-Nations Clash. That's going to be coming up. But first, a break.
Kings Invitational series, let's go. Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku woman army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju kuladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank medley. Dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun satrakan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genam jangan harap kembali. Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tu kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me go this sing sana. Aku sintam the queen feel alright. Orang jaja li terjalan dah. If you want me profit way mas. Siapa Apa tadi panggil cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try minion ku sumber api. Yes my melody, you can touch me. You ready, ujar jali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan buat yang lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Dia menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. For the kings. Fortune on
surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Find my way, on my way, on my way. Dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lights become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Next stop.
It's our time.
So showdown.
Malaysia boleh.
Laban Pilipinas. Indonesia bisa.
Welcome back. It is time for the second part of today. We're going to have our tri-national showdown. Once again, it's your favorite kind of tofu, kin tofu. And with me this time, it's going to be Dash. Welcome back into the English broadcast.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to be here in the English broadcast. I'm happy to see this, and I'm also happy to see the team's going to be playing today. I watched the games yesterday, and it was fun. So I would love to be casting here with you, Kin.
Yep, it's going to be messy, it's going to be entertaining, but it's going to be fun, for sure. I mean, okay, so a recap of yesterday for the viewers that are new. So Team ID, Team How Can, they actually won the entire game. It's a best of one by 1 point against your national team. That is Team Channel Squad International.
Yeah, it's just 1 point, and I was watching it. I was like, wait, they're close to winning. They got the advantage at 1 point, then they lost in the end because Indonesia just got that 1 point before the game ended, and that's the reason why they won in the end. What I really saw yesterday, though, is that Malaysia, they were just getting fought on two fronts the whole time, and it was crazy from Indonesia and the PH the whole time.
Yeah, 5v10, right? I mean, that's the beauty of this particular mode, because even without the transition towards the 2v1 situation, both teams were still going at and were going about Team Malaysia's lanes itself. So that's going to be a challenge for them today. Now, let's take a look at the teams. There we go. That is the rules. If you can destroy the enemy crystal or you defeat the heroes and take the towers, you will be able to get command tokens that will boost your morale. First team to reach 100 morale will trigger the final showdown, of which you just have to maintain the lead for 90 seconds and you will be the winner.
Yeah, that's what happened during yesterday's match. The final showdown just hit, and whoever had the highest points during that time was the one who won, and that's the Indonesian team from yesterday. And this now is the time for the teams to fight back, because yesterday, because of that, they got like 3-2-1, right? Whoever won got 3.
Yeah,
there you go. That's what I'm saying. Whoever got the win yesterday got 3. Team Howken got that, Channel Squad International got 2, and Team Gas got 1 point from yesterday.
Yeah. So the biggest lesson I think I learned from that was the one that laughs the hardest, right? Because it really came down to the wire at the last second.
Yeah, and from what we've seen from yesterday, right? I really love the compositions that came down to it. They have like 2 mid laners, like 2 great wave clearers from their side, and then the usuals that you see from both teams. What do you think is the best though for this one?
I think having unlimited diamonds is going to be the best, right? Because you don't get to pick the heroes, you get to roll the dice. So you don't really get to choose. You get to choose the heroes that your teammates don't want, but then you don't know what the heroes will be. So that's the fun part.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's the reason why it was great to see them from yesterday. Getting what they have is already, or at least making do with what they have, is the most important thing that they have to do in this game. And it's really fun to see how chaotic the game is. Fighting in all like 2 lanes all together and dividing them equally is really good.
Yes, and of course there will be a situation, or there might be situations where you are in a 2v1 situation and suddenly the opponent team takes the lead, or you take the lead and you are in a 2v1 situation, and oh, that one is mayhem. So I'm hoping for that to happen today. I think the teams are going to be much more prepared for today.
Yeah, I want to see a final showdown though. I don't want a team to just destroy the crystal then win. I want them to go for the final showdown in the end. And the funny part is when it becomes like a 2v1 from the teams, a 5v10. That is when things went crazy, and that's how Indonesia clutched it from yesterday's game.
Yeah. Okay, to be honest, I've played this mode quite a few times, but I've never had a crystal destroyed. I've never seen it before, right? So I've always been with the 90-second countdown, and I hope we get to see a crystal destroyed, but maybe at the 89th second, something like that.
Yeah. From what we've seen from yesterday, though, the crystal almost got destroyed, right? From the Malaysian side, right? I think they almost got destroyed, Team Gas, but it was a clutch defense from the other team, from Team Howken, that actually stopped Team Philippines from destroying the crystal, which is why they were able to survive in the end and just clutch it.
In fact, there were multiple times it was back and forth where kind of Channel Squad International was like, hey, wait. We don't have the points yet. We're not the leader. We cannot take the crystal now because we will lose. We will be second place.
We will lose,
So they were kind of holding back and like, okay, let's switch our targets to ID instead.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen from yesterday, though. There were a lot of great things that we've seen from yesterday. There were a lot of composition, and I'm really excited on what they're going to go for. And also, I want to see what they're going to say before the game comes in, because I love an interview. I love a banter from these players.
Yeah, we need the back and forth, right? That's the first part. And then, of course, we want you to walk it like you talk it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we want to see though for these teams, and I'm excited because this game mode, seeing it, and also the reason why we have this frightening boost for today is because of it, and that's why I want to see more on how they play around this game mode right now.
Okay. So I asked Blam this yesterday. I'm gonna ask you the same question.
Yeah.
What kind of composition do you prefer? Do you like the wave clear composition, or do you like the team fight composition? Because I like Inferno. I like Zhou Yu. He clears the waves, and then we can start working on the towers. Blam likes to go for the other. He likes to team fight his way into victory. What do you like?
I think I agree with you. I want the wave clear, because having like from yesterday's match though, Team PH had like 2 wave clear heroes on their side. They had the Ziya, they have the Milady on their side, which is why it was easy to leave one on just one lane because that person can clear that wave and the other 4 just fights on one other lane, which is the reason why you have more flexibility with it. I don't want a team fighting because it's only effective in the late game. If there's like a late, I mean, there's always a final showdown, but that's where it's most effective. But I do agree that wave clear is safer in a way. But what do you think? What did you say to Blam yesterday?
I told him that I like the wave clear mentality, right? And then I didn't tell him that I like Inferno. So some of the hero picks that I found have really worked for me was one that was shown yesterday, and that was the Mengya, right? You know, with his ultimate, you get to like barrage everything, and you get to attack 2 lanes at the same time. The only thing is you need the vision for it, right? The other one is maybe I think Mecha Shooter, Lupa number 7. Yeah, he is a wonder, man.
Yeah, he's very good, especially for the wave players. What I think is good is also from yesterday's match. I think the lady is really good. I think she's really strong for that wave clear. I've seen her just hold the lane by herself most of the time, and that's the reason why I really love her getting played on these types of games, and I want to see it.
Yeah, we definitely will get to see. And of course, we will take to the stage first. We want to see Rookie and Mara interview the teams. So let's head to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, take it away.
Hi HOK friends, it's time for the Tri-Nation Showdown, where we'll have your favorite personalities from Southeast Asia collide. We'll have 3 nations, 3 teams, and 1 battlefield.
It's going to be very interesting, a 5v5v5 game mode. It's going to be fast, it's going to be challenging, it's going to be confusing, but I can guarantee you all, it's going to be exciting.
And now let's meet our teams. Are you guys ready? And let's start off with Team Philippines.
Team Jano International.
And let's go with Team Malaysia.
We are Team GAS. Gas!
And now from Team
Indonesia.
We are Team
Team Halken. Okay. You know what? You guys were so amazing yesterday. For sure, these 2 teams will be out against you. Now, Casey Bay, since you're beside me, this is what I want, you know. I want to see the girls face each other, represent each other. Casey Bay, what do you have to say to the other girls from the other team without saying words? Express yourself without saying words, okay? 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Casey Bay, who? Okay. Pointing to Momo-chan. Oh, Momo-chan. Okay, Noel. Okay, Casey Bay, that was a lot of emotions. Can you tell us what you were saying in your head?
They're so pretty.
They're so pretty. That's what it meant. That's all it meant. That they're so pretty.
Yeah, and Noel, you've seen Casey Bay doing all the taunting. You need to express yourself too without saying anything. You can talk to maybe Momo, maybe Casey. You can do some type of gesture she did with you. Okay.
Oh, one more. Got my eyes on you.
Wait. Okay. Noel, what did you mean by all the gestures?
So I'm saying she's pretty and cute. My eyes is always on her.
Okay.
That's what this meant.
Yeah, that was this meant.
And
then this.
That's why we want like this. Momo-chan, they were doing a lot of things. Noel was doing this. And Casey Bay was doing this. Okay, what are you gonna say to them without words? Okay, you? What is that? Oh, okay. Whoa. Okay. Momo-chan might be small, but she is mighty. Guys, tatanggapin niyo ba yun? Are you gonna take that? Mycophobia, are you gonna take that from them? Burger.
Oh, burger.
Burger. Does that mean you're gonna eat them? Okay, does that mean you're gonna eat them?
They're gonna eat the Malaysians. Adam, give them an answer, Adam.
Defend Malaysia.
Defend Malaysia.
No problem. We're gonna settle it in the field.
Anyone, any target. Are you...
Target actually. Walaupun Momo-chan adalah keluarga aku, tetapi saya nak buktikan siapakah the best shoutcaster di atas pentas Malaysia boleh.
Oh, he's gonna prove who's the best shoutcaster on this stage.
Somebody needs to defend Momo-chan.
Defend.
Defend Momo-chan.
One core. He's in.
Jangan keras-keras ya. Kita kasih paham nih.
Okay, we need Chano, I think they need your charm. They need your charm, I think. Or Delar, they need your charm. Delar, ikaw naman, Philippines needs you to defend them. Defend them. Okay, Delar is going to Serpai. Delar is going to Serpai. All right. He's saying Delar looks better. Okay. Serpai.
Hey.
Serpai. He did this. What do you have to say to Delar?
I'm sorry. I don't understand, and I can't hear Delar because my team on the top.
Any answers? Alif, do you want to answer to the taunting? Or are you going to do all your skills to the talking? Mr. Bossman? Hey!
Alif says someone is going to cry. But you know, Rookie, I think we need to settle this. This is going to be a 5v5v5. And like you said, it's going to be exciting.
It's going to be exciting. All right, so let's show the Tri-Nation Showdown what it truly is. So casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, friends. Let's introduce the teams. Team Garcia, represented by Adam, Spartanker, Noel, Alif Irfan, Lukman Musa, as well as Ayla Anik. They will be trying their best to bring Malaysia to the top of the table here. But let's take a look at the next team. Why don't you have this one, Dash?
Oh, there you go. Chano Squad International from the Philippines. Mycophobia, Delar, Chano, Shei, and Casey Bay are going to be representing this team. There was a lot of emotions on the stage, so I'm excited.
Right, and then of course we have the champions on top. Momo-chan, Wanker, HOK, Serpai, Abang Rul, HOK, as well as Mikalet. They have done really well for themselves yesterday, especially that Chicha performance on the Forge Maiden, crazy plays. And Momo actually got the Lapu Lapu, but nobody was running away from her. So maybe today they have to start running.
Yeah, and there was a really great play from Momo-chan yesterday, which is why she turned things around on the clash on their side. I'm pretty excited on what they're going to be bringing this time around with what they are going to be dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really a stab in the dark, right? Because, once again, we will remind you how this game mode is going to work. You essentially get given a hero at the start. You can roll the dice to change the hero that you will get, but you have no control over which hero will be given to you.
Yeah, which is why it's hard, right? Which is why it's hard. You always need to think about, do I need to change the hero that I was given? Do I not need to change it, or whatever am I gonna be given? So they're gonna be strategizing with what they are dealt with. So that's the hard part about this. Whoever adapts first will be winning.
okay. Wait. Let's talk actual strategy at this point, because you never know what hero you're gonna get. So do you try and like roll till you get the hero that you want, or do you just try to play the map?
Okay. So let's put the stakes here first. You only have one chance today, right, to play.
Yeah.
So for me, I do think you need to try to roll your chances, because I believe there might be a better hero suited for what the team needs, which is why I believe you should be trying to roll whatever the best that you can have for the map itself. But what do you think?
I will go with you, because I think this mode is just too random and it's too messy, too chaotic to really have a crystal clear plan, right? We make it up as we go. That is probably the best game plan, I feel.
Yeah, and you just need to adapt, right? You need to think about what you have to do, and it's good. That's what we want to do. And look at the players now. Chano as the team captain of Chano Squad International, and we're seeing Momo-chan here being seen, and I think they're already gonna be starting, because they have their game faces on.
Yeah. I think they are getting ready into the game. They're definitely rolling. They're spinning the dice. How many heroes do we get? Can we get more? Can we get a different kind?
They're always asking the question of, do we want this? Do you want this? Or will they be able to get whatever they want? I'm excited now. What are they dealt with? Because they have their game faces on. I think they're very serious. They're really excited on what they're going to be playing in the game.
Actually, I'm more curious. Do we get the 2v1? Is Malaysia still the team that they will kind of focus their efforts on, or is it really going to change into Team How Can for ID?
Yeah, I think Team How Can is going to be the target here this time, because there was such a sizable lead against Malaysia from yesterday. So I do think the two teams that are at the bottom are going to be doubling down on Team How Can.
No, yeah, I agree. Look, Aleph is like, he's locked in, bro. Noelle as well, she's like giving instructions. They really want to win this. And here we go. These are the picks available. Oh, wow. They were Nua on the side of Channel Squad International. What else is there? Dr.
They have 3 marksmen. What?
Who?
On the Philippines, on the Channel Squad International. Look at their comp. Look at their comp later. They do have the Luara, they do have the loose cannon, and they also have the cannonbell.
Oh, yo, that is like massive wave clear and quite a bit of burst damage. Hey, but there's a Yixing on the side of Team Malaysia as well.
Yeah, they have an Yixing, they have a Leafheart Datu on their side. So this is going to be interesting though. How are they going to be playing around those 3 marksmen? I do believe with the composition that PH has, they need to wait until the late game. And I think they're going to be dominating at that point in the game.
Actually,
what a push coming in! Yeah, I thought Spartanker had it in the bag.
No, I feel like, Team Malaysia's comp is actually quite scary, right? Because they have the Curious Minister, don't forget, they can just out-sustain.
Yeah, they're going to be sustaining in lane. They don't even need to back away at that point. And this is what's scary about the Dr. Bien, because he can stay in lane, stay for long, but right now I think they're going to be using the ultimate fight here. First Blood comes in, and that's going to be a kill for Delar, and just zoning out the lane right down at bottom.
Yeah, and this is a double whammy here. It's Delar and Chano as well, and they have successfully gotten that first push here. There's quite a bit of free damage coming in.
They actually need to put an extra man here on the bottom side, because loose cannon is just, together with Cannonbell, they're going to be very strong in lane, and without range, you're just going to be suffering.
But you can't give Team How Can the advantage. They already won yesterday, so I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I think they need to put the pressure here on Team How Can more, because look at that. The Philippines got another kill there, right down at the top right side of the map. And they are just putting on the pressure.
Yeah, they definitely are, right? I mean, Chano Squad International, okay, maybe Chano, once again, did not sleep, or slept for 24 hours instead to prepare for today. The moment that game ended, he went back to sleep.
Right. He sleeps for 24 hours, as he said. He's just chilling right now, getting ready to sleep after this. And the Philippines, look at them, they have the advantage here, and they are just dominating this lane that is being shown right now.
Yeah, and that's not the only thing. In the top side of the map, Spartanker with Anik as well as Mr. Aleph not doing too well here. It's a 4v3 in the top side for Malaysia.
Yeah, and it's also so hard though, right? Because you have the early, you have Dr. Bean, you're not going to be dealing much at the early stage of the game, especially if you're fighting against 4. So it's such a challenge for them. And look at what Indonesia has been doing. Team Halken has been rotating from 4 people in one lane, then 5 people in one lane. That's what they've been doing since a while ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think they really want to try and win today. Noel, of course, on the Yixing for the Ball Master. So far, it's not really the best case for them because Lara and Chano are just such long-range bullies.
Yeah. So hard though, especially their team comp doesn't really have a lot of range, right? So it's gonna be hard for them to even contest against Team Philippines right now. So that's why they're putting a lot more people on the top side. Stun comes in, but no kills are gonna be happening.
Yeah, they want to make this as difficult as possible. At this point, Chano won. Oh, Chano steals away the healing view and they get free damage as well. This Ballista is tanking for them and this is not ideal. Meanwhile, the side of Team Malaysia actually making something work at the top side, at least.
Yeah, they're trying to do something here on their lane. And Indonesia has been just jumping in and out of one lane from a while ago. Now, bottom lane has been taken here. Now they're going to be going for the knockup, and that is the Raging Sea to stop them from going for the kills. And this is Momo? Malaysia just fighting back. And Momo, I think, almost is going to get killed, but not yet for now.
Yeah, but someone needs to take care of Team Channel Squad International. Dude, they are crushing it at the bottom side. At the same time, they're also putting pressure on the top side of ID's right. And this is not ideal at all. And Channel Squad International, they're killing it at this point.
Yeah, and they're also doing really well in the top right side of the map because they also took down the tower right there. And I think the pressure is on, even on the side of Team Indonesia, because 2 towers are down on their side already.
Yeah, I think it's time for ID and Malaysia to team up here. Take a look. KC Bay is already doing so much with the creation blocks here, and it's not looking good for the side of ID.
Man, it's so hard. It's so hard right now. I think Dilar is going to be the target. Going to be pushed back right down to the wall. And they have to flash away, though. Speed is there, but they're not going to die for now. They were able to make some space, and Dilar was able to flash back to safety. And they're back in form.
Yeah, this is all PH down here. It's 28 points, 28 morale for Channel Squad International. It's still putting pressure on the top right-hand side as well. ID is kind of struggling a little bit. KC Bay is doing quite a lot of work with that Nuwa.
Yeah, man. They have a lot of range in this team composition that Team Channel Squad International has. It's just, you add the Nuwa to the mix, so they have so much range that everybody on the other teams are having a hard time getting close to them.
Yeah, okay, but I think later part of the game, Spartanker, what you doing?
Yeah, was able to get the damage though, got the kill already. Doesn't have the ult to save his life. Even using the board to just zone them out, but they don't care. They have a lot of range.
Yeah, right now the 2v1 is ID plus Malaysia against Channel Squad International. So this is a good game plan, right? You need to stop the growth. They are at 31 morale already for Channel Squad International.
Man, it's so hard. They can't even push the wave because it's so hard. Right now, they're going to be able to get the knock up on Dilar. Tremor Smash is going to be in. 3 members are going to be knocked up right on the wall. And that zone coming in from Nicophobia is going to be the death of him. He's being chased down by the members right now. They got the shield on. He's going to die. But at what cost? They got one more kill on the board with the Hegemon Slash coming in from 1. And they are being chased down. They want this tower on the bot side, but it's not yet there.
Oh, they have to take care of their base.
No.
The whole ID, they sneak it in. A lot of damage on that second tier tower on the top side for Malaysia here.
Yeah, well, that was happening. Malaysia just got the lead from this game. 32 points on the board because they got the pressure right on the Philippines a while ago. And because of that, they are now leading with advantage.
Yeah, I think they got the shutdown on Dilar, right? That's why they have this massive influx of points. And once again, this might be PTSD for Channel Squad International. 1 point away from Malaysia again.
Yeah, let's see if that's going to happen, though. Let's see if that is how things are going to be working out here for the game. For now, they're going to be just trying to pressure the bot lane as much as they can. They want the tower here on the bot side. Try to go for the push. Spartanker, what a confident play there. They are still going to be taking this tower, right? That's going to be a tower down. The push is
Yeah,
happening.
here comes the
They're going to
Oh!
go for the flash. The Tremor Smash is going to be coming in. Gets one more member. And they are going to be dead. One more
Aye.
shot with Annihilation to finish it.
Wow, well done, Beirut. What a snipe. And here we go. Everyone jumping onto the bandwagon again. Team Malaysia under pressure.
Yeah, Team Malaysia is not going to have a great time here. Their towers are going to get taken down one by one. They got it. They got the shield too. And they have a bare base here.
Yeah, okay. Maybe not take the life of Malaysia here. You have to give Team Gas a little bit of space because you're not leading. Team How can. This is the same situation they were facing yesterday, but this time, China Squad International taking a huge lead. 54 morale, about halfway there. They're camping. They're camping.
Interesting play. Are they going to be finding the kill here? They might be able to get the knock up. Here it comes. That's going to be the bait that they're going to be looking for. Tremor Smash is going to be there. Onto the backline, the Hegemon Slash is not going to go for the kill. They have the board on their side though, but they're trying to finish them off. They got the knock up. They're going to try to go for kills, but it's not going to happen because the Flashes are working their way towards it. Casey Bay is holding her ground right on the top right side of the map, and the PH still won that fight.
Yeah, and not only that, they have 61 morale as well. Meanwhile, ID, they know what's going on at this point. Team How can, they're trying to get a little bit more damage on this second tier turret, and hopefully that's going to net them the amount of points to recover. They are last, by the way.
Yeah, they are just having a hard time here. I think the Philippines has such a lead, and the kills that they are just getting are just bulking up their amount of points in this game.
Yeah, 63. At this moment, they need a little bit more, so 37 more points to be able to unlock the final showdown here, and we'll see. About 9.5 minutes here.
Yeah, it's close by, and it's gonna be scary though. Level 15 on like 3 marksmen, and also on the other side though, Indonesia, Team How Can also has 3 marksmen on their side, so it could also be possible that this is their breaking point. You have the Rampage on one side of the map there on the top right. They are still holding their ground pretty well here.
Yeah, Shei is doing pretty well on the Luara as well. I think he definitely has found his footing. He didn't really manage to find it yesterday, but what a time to hit just strike, man. Nicophobia as well. He has been landing all of those Tremor Smashes.
Yeah, he's been really good with his fire snake, especially just holding his lane here. A while ago, when they were still 3-manning this top right side of the map, he was holding it together with Casey Bay. And now look at what they're going to be doing here for Malaysia. They're just trying to find a kill here on the bottom side.
It's 45 points and 45 morale each for Malaysia and Indonesia at this point.
Yeah.
Nice again!
They're gonna be up 3 people, and then the crit just got the kills here. The Philippines are just bolstering their points here on the top side. They want to go for the finish here. Got one more tower. They're just gonna be backing off. Wasn't able to clear the wave. They don't have any more shields here. There's gonna be 8 points on the board for Malaysia. Yes, that's it. They're gonna be taking it. That's for free.
Okay, but it's not enough. Look, PH is so far ahead. They're 82 points in morale. Yeah. They need to start running.
Yeah, they should run. Right now, this is going to be scary. Gilar, a bit too close, and that's going to be a kill coming in from Malaysia. That's the punish coming in from their side. They're going to be pushing. Even Indonesia is just going to be pushing right here on the side of Malaysia. They don't have anything on their hands. If they take down this tower, there's going to be a big comeback, and they're losing all the members. The Raging Sea was there to defend, but it is not going to be enough. One more wave is going to be coming, and the Philippines wants to finish it up.
No, what are you doing? Find the PH team! No.
That's true, Indonesia. Don't do this, please. Don't do this. You don't have enough points in order for you to win this. Right now, they have to push them back away. In Malaysia, they need to help them regenerate.
Yeah, they need to. They need to protect them. Right now, Malaysia is a little brother. Right? ID, Team How Can. Yeah, how can you do this?
This is not going to be good. If they try to finish this, I think it is going to be the time. 5 more points or 4 more points for the Philippines. And it's going to be time for them to go for the final showdown. They got the knockup with the taking liberties. They need to go away, and that is one dead. Hegemon Slash, even the Raging Sea with a flash are not going to hit.
Okay. I think they're fighting because, you know, Team Gas is second place. They don't want that to happen.
That's true. Right now, they go for the knockup. They have the Tremor Smash. Gonna be hitting how many? 3 people are up in the air. And they are just trying to wave clear as much as they can. But the Philippines wants to finish this. and they don't have any wave to go for the finish. But look at what is happening right there in their base, because right now, while that's happening, Indonesia just got a sneaky point right here.
Yeah, but they have to do a little bit more in the space of, what, 70 seconds at this point. They need to start working on this middle part or the crystal on the side of Channel Squad International. They are at 104 points. They need to get someone down.
It's gonna be hard though. It's a 10v5, so it's gonna be a hard finish for them. They have to find a way to start this or defend this in their own right. They have the range to do it. They're gonna try to go for the finish as much as they can. They got the board in. They have a lot of people inside, but nobody's gonna be able to get close.
Yeah, 40 more seconds for the side of Channel Squad International. If they last for this 40 seconds, they win.
Yeah, 35. Waiting for the countdown. They should wait for them to survive. They have to clear the waves. That's the only objective here for the team. Mycophobia, making sure that everybody's pushed away. And that wave again. Next wave is going to be coming. And nobody's here to defend. 10 seconds is going to be dawning on them.
Oh no, not enough time. I think Channel Squad International wins this.
I think
this should be 10.
Yeah.
9.
I think this is going to be it. 8 seconds for them. 5, and they have to finish it as much as they can, but no, it's not going to be happening. The Philippines are going to be holding their ground, and Channel Squad International will take the win here.
Oh, what a great day for Team PH. It must be the 24-hour sleep streak from the side of Channel. Well done.
Yeah, Channel Squad International just right out of bed was able to get the win here, and look at how happy Dilar is. Just emoting on the camera.
Oh, Team Gas.
Oh,
Oh, my
man.
goodness. They were kind of figuring things out, but unfortunately for them, that was not going to be their day today. Pi as well. I mean, Team ID, they tried to, group up with Team Gas, but how can like that?
Yeah, how can? It was really hard, right? Because with the composition that they got there, I think Channel Squad International just got such a good amount of plays in their hands. Because look at the bottom side of the map. They were dominating that lane until that tower got taken down.
Yeah, I mean, this whole Channel Squad International, with the way they played this one, was super crazy, right? So many knockouts from Mycophobia as well. But of course, we'll get ready for the stage, and let's hear what they have to say later on. We'll wait for the call from Mara and Rookie, because this is an interview that we have so many questions over. Like, how did they even come up with this strategy?
Yeah, especially with the composition that they have, though. I am excited on what they're going to be saying. I think the Philippines are going to be cheering for what they got from here. They were very much ahead in this whole game because of how much lead they got. And that's the reason why it was scary for them in the end.
All right, so let's go to the stage right now.
보스.
And we're here with our winners for today. Once again, introduce yourselves.
Team Channel International.
Ayo!
Congratulations. Oh my goodness. Okay, so going back to yesterday, you were just 1 point away from winning the entire thing. But today, the gap was so huge. So what was the strategy? What made you guys decide to, you know what, we're gonna start off good early?
Siguro yung ahit kami sa plano. Tapos kapag may nagka-call sa amin, talagang sumusunod talaga yung lahat. Ayun yung nagpanalo sa amin talaga.
So, the key to winning, what they did was, whoever called, they really followed the instructions. And you were ahead, you stuck to the plan. What exactly was the plan?
Siguro since yung nangyari sa amin kahapon na lumamang kami tapos na-clutch ng Indonesia, siguro na-review namin yun. Tapos siguro dapat nga ngayong araw tutulungan namin yung magtutulungan kami ng Malaysia, kaso parang inisip namin na parang kahit ano na lang to, basta malaro namin, tas mabigay namin yung best namin, tsaka ma-execute namin na maayos yung plano namin.
Okay, so yesterday what happened was they were in the lead, but then Indonesia started taking over. So their plan was to partner up with Malaysia to beat Indonesia, but then when they started playing, they just decided, you know what? Anything goes. Let's just do whatever we can. And they took the lead. Rookie.
Wow, an amazing start from the Philippines. Second on the first day and first on the second day. Is there anything that you prepare in advance before you face the Philippines and the Malaysia? Is there anyone who you want to target next, or any preparation for the next tournament against Malaysians and Indonesians? Maybe KC?
Who do you want to target next?
Both of them.
Both of them?
Yeah, we do not need to target or single out any team. We can take them both of them at once.
To take
Same time.
both of them at once at the same time. Now,
It's because of Chano's hat.
Because of Chano's hat.
Beanie, yeah.
Okay.
Because of Chano's beanie.
Chano, let's talk about your beanie. So this seems to be the lucky beanie. So Chano, tell us about the lucky charm that you have right now, and how did this beanie help you out?
I don't have lucky charm because the game is so very easy.
Oh.
So who's easier, Indonesia or Malaysia?
Same.
Same. All right. Congratulations, guys. Do you guys okay?
Actually, I lost my eyeglasses earlier, and I realized Team Indonesia, I can see them winning today.
You can't see them winning today.
I lost my eyeglasses.
Because you lost your eyeglasses. Casey Bay, is there anything that you want to say to your opponent for tomorrow?
Oh yeah, tomorrow I'm looking forward to Momo-chan. So Momo-chan, I got you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Once again, congratulations. You may now take your rest while we take a look at our leaderboard. And this is our leaderboard.
Oh, they're cheering.
First place is Chano Squad International with 5 points and 219 total game points. Next, second place is Indonesia, Team How Can, also 5 points. They're tied, but Team Indonesia only has 196 total in-game points. And finally, third place from Malaysia, Team Gas with 2 points, with a total in-game points of 162.
Wow, considering how they did on the first day, Malaysia has really stepped up on today's tournament. So we can just expect more for them to come until the day after tomorrow. But we have all the 3 captains now here, Mara.
Now we have to wonder, what is Malaysia going to do next to catch up? Because there's a huge gap in points. What's happening?
Okay, untuk seterusnya ni rasa kita dah dapat expect lah. Memang diorang akan target kita dari dua game lah. Walaupun poin kita rendah tadi, tapi tetap dua-dua negara attack kita. Tapi just enjoy the game. So for the tactic, yes, we are having fun. Just having fun here lah. Okay lah.
Okay, so he said that he's gonna have fun, even though he knows that he's gonna be targeted by the Philippines and the Indonesians, but he still focused and he still fights and he still breaks through it because he knows that he needs to have fun, and maybe next tomorrow they could be the winner for tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
But Sir Pai, what do you think about what Philippines said earlier? Philippines said that they were planning to partner up with Malaysia to target Indonesia.
I think Noella, because for today our graphic is not that good. Our hero is not that good. Besides that, that's a proof that Indonesian people are kind. We'll give it to you a point.
Oh, they're gonna give them the points, Mara.
Chano, he's just blaming it on their draft, and he said they just gave it to you. How do you feel about that? They're just giving it to you. That's what they said, that you didn't really deserve the win.
Hindi, para sa akin yung pagiging first namin ngayon hanggang dulo na to eh. Kumbaga, yung sinasabi nila pag pinagbigyan kami ngayong araw, hindi totoo yun. Di talaga nila kami kaya.
He's saying that them taking the first place will last all throughout the end. And you cannot handle Philippines. That's what Chano is
We'll
saying.
see tomorrow.
We'll
We'll see tomorrow.
We'll see if you are not match up. We see, yeah.
Hey, not yet,
If you
not
want
yet,
to
not
fight,
yet,
we
not
fight,
yet.
we fight,
Not yet, not yet, not yet.
And this is exactly why everybody needs to tune in to our Tri-Nation Showdown. There's lots of action. But you know what? We got more action later on. Later on, it's going to be Philippines versus Indonesia. It'll be Boom Esports versus BTR. What would you like to tell BTR for later on? Any advice?
I think they are better team lah. No need advice for me. Yeah, they are just better. BTR.
And how about for you, for Blacklist International channel?
Blacklist International. Kung ano lang yung tinuro ko, yun lang yung sundin nyo. Kumbaga, para manalo ang Pilipinas.
Said whatever he's teaching Blacklist, that's exactly what they should follow for Philippines to work. So let's give them a tip, because what you said to Chami yesterday worked. So what about another tip for Blacklist? Another tip.
Para sa Boom din tsaka sa Blacklist.
Oh, for Boom Esports later on. Cristiano International for Boom Esports later.
Galingan nyo lang, matulog lang kayo araw-araw, yun lang.
He's saying that do well and just sleep every day. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. And once again, congratulations to Philippines. We'll see more of you. But you know what? Don't go anywhere because we have more action. The best of 7 happening with BTR versus Boom Esports. So keep it here in KIS4.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marwah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야.
Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pula, karena ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bela spirit dalam nadi, sini maju kula deni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti anoman. Satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Strong power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang sambil di sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, sayang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala enoku yang eloke. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam dan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come give me a good sing sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit me way mas. Siapa tadi panggil cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try minion ku sembur api. Yes my melody, you can touch me. You ready, ujar jali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan buatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. For the kings. Fortune on
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings Invitational 2026 Season 4 as we have the #1 seed from Group B, Dominator Esports, choosing their opponent of Nongshim Red Force in this elimination best of 7. My name is Holler and with me is Dash. How are you feeling about this matchup, Dash?
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what they're going to be doing. The top 1 of Group B, the top 4 of Group A for this series. And I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing. Maybe there is something that Nongshim Red Force has like in the a rabbit out of the hat for them this time. What do you think?
Yeah, they need that ace up their sleeve, so to speak. They need some way to just bounce back. They really haven't found their footing. It seems like the roster shakeup that we see right now hasn't fully gelled, and it's tough, especially when you're playing up against some amazing teams here at the KIS4. So it's pretty much do or die at this point because, again, if they lose this series, they are out.
Yeah, I love that a lot of these teams have their roster shakeup, right? For Dominator, for Nongshim Red Force even, they have like 2 people that were changed in the team. And it was like night and day for both of them, right? For Dominator, it's the best thing for them. On Nongshim, it's a different thing. But let's take a look at this total prize pool for this one. We had the $100,000 US for the total.
Yeah, actually, this is pretty insane if you think about it, right? The fact that they're vying for the 100,000 prize pool or their piece of it, the champion is going to be going home with 35,000 USD, second place with 17,000, third, fourth for 14,000, fifth through 8th through 5,000. But in this game, essentially, they win this one. They springboard into the top 4, guaranteeing that other big prize pool. But here are the brackets thus far. We saw that Nova Esports took down Team Hawk 4-0, Blacklist International. They took down Kagendra 4-1 in style.
Yeah, that's crazy. And now we're going to be having the matches for today. It's going to be Dominator versus Nongshim Red Force, and another favorite, BTR versus Boom Esports, are going to be fighting later after this match.
Actually, there's going to be a lot at stake. I mean, do the Indonesian teams, which have been largely doing okay at the KIS, yes, Kagendra did fall earlier yesterday, but now, I mean, they're going to be up for stake at this point. Dominator Esports versus Nongshim, that one's going to be the first matchup of the day, and then the second one, Bigatron by Vitality. Can they knock out Boom Esports? We've got some bangers today.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited of what they're going to be doing, right? Especially for the Indonesian teams, especially that they're in their home ground. They have been performing so crazy. But let's take a look at the player star value rankings. We're seeing top 1 is still going to be Chami 1, and Zon is going to be next, and Senku from Kagendra are 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, actually, this is pretty crazy, right? The fact that Chami won, I mean, living up to his name of having that 1 in it, because, I mean, the 1 billion, 170,000 star value points, it's just pretty crazy if you think about it. The man is clearly getting some games in and doing a great job, and the reason why he's actually very good. To be good at this game, you got to play it more, right?
Yeah, he's still playing. Like, until now, he's still playing. That's the reason why the last time I've seen this, it was still just 900 million. And now he's at 1 billion at this point, and it's crazy. But now, the Jakarta Assemble. Help your team reach a peak and claim amazing prizes. This is on the events tab, everybody, of your game, and you will see it right here. Top 1 is still Nova on this side.
Yeah, everybody's kind of liking Nova. Bigatron has created a lot of fans as well. They did actually take a game off of Nova, so this roster shake-up has actually been very popular with the players that are out there. But Blacklist and Boom, no strangers there. They're going to be very popular as well. But this is a great opportunity to not only represent, but to get those free in-game items.
Yeah, that's true. And again, for everybody watching, this is a very exciting matchup. Call your friends, because this is going to be very fun to see, because we're going to be having Nongshim, Red Force, and Dominator, who definitely were able to win all their games during Group B. As you can see here down at the bottom, from contenders to conquerors, chasing absolute domination like their name, Dominator.
Yeah, and they need to live up to it, right? They need to ensure that they continue with that high-flying roster that they've gotten, because there were some questions, especially when they didn't qualify for the KIC, and then now they're in the situation where they have this opportunity, and they are looking to go. Obviously, 2026 is the year for them, or that's the thought process.
Yeah, especially with this new version of the team, it has been really great. I do believe that CC from Dominator has been such a great addition to the team, getting the most MVPs currently in the state of the tournament right now.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a little bit of rain as some of the players are rolling in. I think that they're ready to go. I mean, they're looking very sleek, stylish. You're seeing Tony right now. He's actually having to pick up some of those bags on his way there. Yeah, we see him. Yeah. But this is all about a path of absolute dominion here in terms of this matchup. Dominator Esports versus Nongshim. Who moves on?
Oh, yeah. And you can see here, both of our players here from Dominator and Nongshim. This is going to be a very scary matchup, especially for Nongshim Red Force. They were having such a hard time against their enemies on the Group A, BTR, Blacklist, Nova. Those are very hard hitters. And Nongshim just took the brunt of it the whole time. And now, on a different enemies, maybe this is their time that they might be able to pull up an ace on their sleeve.
Yeah, they're going to need that. They're going to need some help. And you're talking about the fact that, yeah, they did struggle, right? Going against Nova, BTR, Blacklist, and that kill participation kind of on the lower end, 39%. You're not really winning games, so these stats are going to be a bit skewed, but they're finding ways to at least get some sort of kills, as they average 7 to, Dominator Esports is 9, and they were 3-0. So that speaks kind of volumes about Nongshim at least putting up a good fight.
Yeah, even down to gold here, it's just 40,000 on the goal, but the head-to-head is going to be on the Clash lane on Tufts and Rattel. You can see that even with the average damage and damage taken, you can see that Nongshim Red Force has been taking more fights, albeit not successful, but they were taking more fights in their games.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Tough Z has actually taken out a couple of those Zs. He's going to get rid of those. He used to be Triple Z to kind of finish things off, but now as he's going into this one, he's going to be taking away that sleepiness, so to speak. And he's only going to be Tough Z, 1 Z to go in to represent, but to go up against Rattel, who's kind of new to the Honor of Kings esports scene, this is going to be a matchup to watch.
Yeah, and I'm pretty excited on what they're going to be doing here. And as you were saying, he took out their Zs. But again, for everybody watching, this is going to be the timing for us to see the players introduced, because we're going to be throwing you to the host.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. And we are close to crowning a new champion, Mara.
we're getting one step closer. And with that said, let's welcome Dominator Esports and Nongshim Red Force.
To control, to dictate, and to dominate. They are here to show us the true meaning of domination. Get ready for Dominator Esports!
The warrior of the East strike calmly but deadly. You can expect something spicy when they are ready and unleash ferocity or victory. Let's welcome Nongshim Red Force!
And Dominator Esports going to be represented by TNX, LCC, Tufts, and of course, Jurl. CC been one of the latest additions, really helped out this squad. I think it really solidifies that farm lane. This is a team that's on the rise as they 3-0'd their groups.
Yeah, very, very strong, especially with CC as the addition here. I think he really just steers the pot of what Dominator was last year, and now they became way stronger because of his addition to this group, and I hope for more success for this team. But on the other side, we are seeing Nongshim Red Force with Rattel, Siri, Illusion, Haku, Namu. We have two new players here, Rattel and Namu, and I hope to see them outperform these the members of Dominator.
Yeah, and we expect that. I mean, this is why they made a huge roster shakeup going in. I mean, losing Kyung9 and Faye to Rattel and Namu, and giving them an opportunity to kind of maybe potentially evolve in this year, because they were looking for growth. They were looking for the late game, because they understand that there's quite a lot at stake. Nongshim Red Force looking more towards the future.
Yeah, they were looking really great. All started the year from last year and just going down as we went to the KIC. And that's why they needed to shake up the roster. With this, I think this is going to be a good start for the year for them, because they're still restructuring. They're still finding out things. But this time, all's at stake here in the Invitational, in the KIS4, because it's their time. I think this is the single elimination, so this is the time for them to get serious.
Yeah, they need to get serious. And I mean, Nongshim Red Force, generally speaking, based on the track record of this team, they do well in long series. The best of sevens, where Coach Y, you're seeing him right now, he tends to be a maestro in terms of the drafts, always giving them an opportunity to win. It's not always about winning out the first 4 games right away, but to have things when those games go long, especially come game 5 and 6.
Yeah, just to look at the games that they won from their last games, I think it was won out of a composition built around Wild Rider, Agudo, and also Jirenjie, Magistrate. Those are the compositions that worked for Nongshim. Is it going to be the same? Will Dominator be able to check that and not let that win against them?
Yeah, and that's been the biggest thing, right? I mean, this Nongshim Red Force lineup, I mean, previously it would be kind of ride onto Siri. He did an amazing job prior in 2025 with his Loom. This one, he's actually been shut down. He's 0-3 on that hero. It seems like there's a little bit of a uncomfortable situation that he's in with Namu. They really haven't found their footing in that bottom lane.
Yeah, still haven't found this synergy that they had from before with Faye back then. So this is going to be quite a struggle for them. They're fighting a team that was dominating, got a great restructure, almost the same. Actually, they are in the same page because both of them got a restructure. But this is the difference from them because Dominator has been doing really great.
Yeah, but they actually picked up Tufts, who was previously from Bigatron, CC as well. I mean, he came from the KPL undefeated United Gamer squad. These are two players that have been in the Honor of Kings Esports scene. The other side, Rattel and Namu, they came from outside. So this is a bit of an adjustment, not only in terms of game, but now you're playing with some of these players where you haven't really had the most amount of reps in. So the coordination is a little off at this point.
Yeah, and as we talk about Nongshim Red Force, especially with those players on their hands, they might even have problems when it comes to the big pool, with the hero pool that they have. So that could be quite a struggle here. But banning Musashi together with the Luna here from Nongshim Red Force just screams a lot of things to me because they might be looking to go for a Jing maybe in this game.
I mean, to set things up to just go with early tempo. I mean, we're going to see exactly how strong Nongshim Red Force want to go. I mean, they have the first pick on being on that blue side, so it looks like they're going to go with the Haya. This is also a hero that's really taken off. Let Illusion kind of, pilot this hero. He hasn't had the most amount of success with it thus far, but it seems also the team has been struggling as well.
Yeah, and I think they do know on the side of Nongshim Red Force that Dominator doesn't prefer picking the pay, which is the reason why they just let it happen, that Dominator has an opportunity to pick up the pay, but Nongshim Red Force could take it for their side in this game because I do know Haku really loves picking a lot of assassins too.
Yeah, definitely likes the assassin style. He also likes, I mean, he does a great Agudo or an Ogren style. He definitely has the fundamentals to play whatever sort of jungler is really required. But it looks like they're going to go with a stock standard. I mean, the Wild Rider you talked about is the success of that pick here. It looks like they're going to go with that as well as the Lianpo.
Yeah, especially with the long ban from their side though, because it's also one of the favorites of Siri. That is going to be a chance for them to ban the Magistrate on the side of Dominator for the next rotation because they will know that is the reason why they won those games is because of that combo.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for it. I mean, they're going to go for the stealth Fin. This Lam has actually done pretty decently. I mean, it's only been picked 3 times, but it's undefeated, right? So whoever picks it, they know what they're trying to do. They're going to go with it and just put more pressure onto, the Haku matchup in that jungle.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how they're going to be doing this, especially against Wild Rider. Stealth Pin is very good against Wild Rider because he has a lot of ways to reset his S2 from it, which is the reason why it's very, very good. But now, what are they going to be banning out? I think they're still giving them the opportunity to get the Magistrate here for the side of Nongshim and taking out a lot of the Clash Lane options for the other side.
Yeah, you want to check Tufts as well. But yeah, there you go. The Magistrate. You were talking about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was talking about it because this is what worked before, and I think Dominator has their number. They know that this worked, so let's take it rather than just letting them get it for themselves. And now they just have to pivot on that Laurel Princess because they have nothing else.
I mean, they have others, let's be completely honest, but it seems like the Aaron or the Laurel Princess has really just kind of picked up in terms of popularity, I would say, at the KIS4. They've had definitely a little bit more success with it, but you have to dive a little bit deeper, especially since there are only so many farm laners. But it looks like the Charlotte or the Rose Fencer is going to be the last pick for Dominator. Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, and also really good against the Fire Ninja and the Stealth Fin too, especially whenever she uses her ultimate on the side of Laurel Princess. But the Rose Fencer is good, especially against the Martial Genius. We all know how she could just have damage reduction on point whenever Martial Genius casts exploit weakness against her. So she will be surviving the tussle, especially in the mid game.
And and I think the Rose Fencer, I mean, just towards the end, the late game is kind of when she's going to really pop off and get on top of the Laurel Princess or the Evernight Aspiration. Those are very juicy targets, and that mobility will make it very tough for Nongshim Red Force to kind of deal with. But if we're going to give any of these two teams going into this one a slight advantage, who are you giving it to, Dash?
Yeah, for now, I do want to give it for the side of Dominator just because of the one, momentum from the last time that we've seen them play, and two, this composition is just easier to pull off with what they have. On the other end, Nongshim Red Force needs to get the tempo on their side in order for them to get a lot of sieges going. So Dominator for me. How about you?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I was going to make a joke about like, haha, you think that Dominator can only play simple lineups. But all jokes aside, I do think that if you play a simpler lineup, you know, when the team fights are happening and it's all chaotic, it comes back to simplicity, right? It's going to make your life a lot easier. And I do agree with you. This lineup is very streamlined. It's very obvious what they want to do. Nongshim, on the other hand, definitely more complex. It has a higher ceiling, in my opinion, especially when you have like a Haya to kind of really set things up. But it really comes back to the execution.
Yeah, it's all going to be about how the Haya is going to be playing here for the side of Nongshim Red Force, because she has a lot of targets that she can take, or she can take down easily, like the Mai Shirinu, the Fire Ninja, and the Magistrate. But if she takes down the Rose Fencer, it might be a problem.
Yeah, it definitely might be a problem. And also, you know, the LAM, the TNX special, you know, might be a bit of an issue too, right? Like, you need some sort of lockdown, and if you're looking at this one, they have lockdown, but you gotta make sure that, you know, he's within range. TNX can be very fast and mobile, could make things very tough for them.
Enemy minions will arrive in 5 seconds.
Very excited in how they're going to be doing this, because we're already heading into the game number 1 of today. It is Dominator versus Nongshim Red Force. This is the time for Nongshim Red Force to take out all the doubters out there and show us how it's done.
Yeah, and speaking of doubters, I mean, there's a lot of them that were kind of built up because they were expecting way more from Nongshim, and they didn't really show up in the groups. It seems like the roster shakeup has taken them a little bit more time to get to the next level, or the same level that they were at in 2025. So this has been a bit of a disappointing KIS thus far, but man, they could prove everyone wrong in this series here.
Yeah, this could be a great starting point too, right? For Nongshim Red Force, especially this is one of their tough still got it in the end. This is still like their starting point as a new team, and starting at the bottom is always going to be good, right? So if they surprise us today, it's just going to be an upwards graph for this team.
Yeah, but this is why Game 1 is so important, because if they lose this, all of the haters and all that are just going to be like, Nongshim just doing Nongshim things. But if they're able to set the tone and really strike fear into Dominator and make them a little uncomfortable, especially since Dominator Esports are on their home turf, you know, anything that you can do to kind of, you know, break them out of their shell and make them uncomfortable, you're going to be having a good time.
Yeah, nowhere to go but up, right? Because if they lose, it was expected, but if they win, it is crazy, because this is a team that dominated their group. So with this on their minds, I hope Nongshim Red Force will keep this in their hearts, because they need to wear it on times of need.
Yeah, and Nongshim also, this is one where they were selected, right? Dominator had first pick, and they thought that Nongshim were the weakest. That has got to hurt you. You got to be insulted. You got to have a chip on your shoulder and really just take the fight to them, because you know that there's going to be some bitterness. At least that's how I would think.
Yeah, me too, though. Because if they think that they can win easily against me, I'm not going to be happy about that. But you know what? This is going to be as expected, right? Because of what happened during their group. So, I mean, that is just them being honest. Dominator just being honest with things. They might be able to take them down easily, but we still are in like the first page of this story, of this series. So we still don't know what's going to happen.
And not only of the series, of this matchup. I mean, no matter what. I mean, it sucks that one of these two teams actually is going to go home. But the other piece to this is that if they need to use this experience to build off of that into the rest of 2026. There's a lot of games, a lot of potential. We're going to be seeing more of these two teams later in the year, and they need more of that leveling up more than anything else.
Yeah. Great stun coming in from the bottom lane though. And Bridal Outburst just secured them the kill right down there at the bottom. I was just looking at the map and that was just such a great stun from L.
Very quick, and this is the problem with the, if you're Nongshim, is that Dominator Esports are going to be very fast. They can be on top of you in a second. I mean, with this Mai and the Lam, it's very, you blink and you might miss it.
Yeah, almost always the problem with Aaron, right? With Laurel Princess, you usually just have problems with survivability. Once you get stunned, you don't really have the same safety as the Magistrate. And right now, Haku is just trying to get some damage right out of Girl. 20 seconds, no range coming in from their side, and that stealth pin is going to be down out of the ultimate from Illusion, and that is 2 people on the board. Nongshim Red Force are not backing down.
Yeah, that was a really good Moonscape Mirage. Locking in TNX, and it's so early where he doesn't really have those items. But the bottom lane, he does go down.
Yeah, he does, and that's not good. Series down for the count in this fight, so might be having problems when it comes to the damage here. Gerald might go for a surprise. Might be the Kachu Sen, but not going to kill anything.
Very obvious for Namu. He knew he was right there, so I mean, if anything, he was trying to body block the Kachusen as much as possible. Made it tough for Gerald to even attempt to go for that steal. But Nongshim had bounced back. That's kind of what we expected, right? But it started with Illusion's play, getting TNX locked down, and then the rest of the team were right on top. This is a lineup that's not as mobile, so when you're able to kind of send them into that Mirage and then move your way over there, it's going to be tough to fight because they like to team.
Yeah. Illusion, gonna be tough, and Bridal Outburst gets the stun, not even able to pop anything out of that. Again, another kill, easy kill because of Bell.
It almost seems third person, but then bottom lane.
Yeah, that's gonna be a kill though. Pretty easy from the side of Nongshim. They don't have any help from anybody. And with the middle, wait, everything's happening from across the map.
Yeah, they want everything. I mean, it was just like, okay, how dare you kill one person? And they take down all the kills throughout, and Haku is going to be further behind. And look at this. This is a problem because this opens up access for TNX to enter your jungle.
Yeah, TNX has been just going everywhere. The knockup's going to be coming in. Rattel with a Sprightling Boost gets the shield. Still not going to survive. This duo has been raining hell on Nongshim Red Force Tubs. Right down at the bottom lane, Tremor Smash Up is going to hit Siri. Doesn't have a lot of damage. Tough Z is just tanking it.
This Lam-Mai combination, I mean, it's tough. They're so fast, they do a lot of damage, and it really sets the tone, right? I mean, you get a lot of the early game spike because the rest of Nongshim right now, not in fighting spirit.
Yeah, got the ult, CC. Just going to be using the Umbrella Outburst, misses. Still got the tower anyway, so it's still okay.
Yeah, as a John Cray player, I've done that many a time, so I know exactly how L is feeling right now. He's just like, don't put the camera on me, guys. That was bad.
That's all right. That's all right. I can still get it again for the next time. I will just be hitting on this jungle camp, so I get it back. He still has another try now. A ton of tries.
I mean, yeah, ton of tries. I think that we're definitely, this is not the end of L. He will get that redemption story. He'll hit at least one good one at least this game.
Probably heard me.
But man, I've been there. I mean, if they were able to get Haku, that would have been an absolute disaster for Nongshim. But now, this is a bit of a problem, right? It gets to the point where they can slow siege in the top.
You know what? He probably heard you, and he's just gonna be redeeming himself from this. They used ultimate again. They're down right inside, but remember, there is L waiting for the Unbridled Outburst for the timing right here onto the backline. They got the kill already. Still going good for the side of Nongshim Red Force. They got 2 on the board, and I think Tupsy's not going to survive this 3 kills on the board right now, and that's Siri going mad at the back, and that's an ace coming in from Nongshim Red Force.
Double kill.
Nongshim came in a hurry. I mean, it's set up by Illusion. You actually lock down Gerald. Where are you going to go? You're stuck in the Mirage. You have to fight me. Illusion is more than willing to take that. Gerald was trying to dash around, trying to just stay alive, but it was too much Illusion in the end, and that set things up for the rest of them to then focus on the TNX as we get into this replay. I mean, they tried to dive. That is a big dive. I mean, the mid T2 had been taken down, but with that Tremor Sash, they knock down TNX. They get the control. That's the perfect way to set things up, and then it's pretty much all she wrote, and all these dominoes crumble as Dominator Esports get wiped out.
Yeah, because of that win that they got from there, they had a 1k gold lead, and that just turned things around here. For Nongshim Red Force, they have been losing most of the fights, but now this time, because of that just one win, they have a fighting chance for this next Tyrant fight.
I mean, they got a team ace, but they're only up about 600 gold, which is kind of
Yeah.
crazy if you think about it. Dominator, because they have the outside towers. They've taken the mid T2 away. That's been the name of the game, is that they can be aggressive, but not in the bottom lane.
No. X, RuneScape Mirage has been used. Is he going to survive? I do think he's going to win. Just looking at the bottom left camera, he actually won the fight, and that's good. Right now, they're going to go for the chase down because he tried to help out Illusion out of that ultimate. And now they're going to be going out of the way. They are just trying to spread out. But right now, they were able to back off.
Yeah, Illusion, actually, they're continuing on.
Yeah, Tubsy going to continue. Had to use a flash away, because he used his ultimate by himself, and now they are just going to be taking this Tyrant. No TNX on site, but there's also no Haku in the area.
I think they're going to be happy with that. I mean, yes, Illusion trades his life away for TNX, but in the end, that's probably the trade that you're looking for. I mean, it sucks for Illusion, who's like, why did I Mirage him, right? Why am I sucking with this guy who's going to end up killing me? But in the end, it was definitely worth it, because you want to take him down as quickly as possible.
He's one of the hard targets, right? Whenever you use the Moonscape Mirage, you think about the targets that you go for. Tufts and TNX are not the best targets because they can destroy you inside the Moonscape Mirage.
Yeah. And also they have enough mobility so that Illusion shots the skill shots are a little bit tougher, right? So those are not really prime targets, but it was more of a, okay, I'm sacrificing myself. I know that this is probably not, I'm not going to be surviving, but at least TNX will be killed in return, and that's how they paid it off. So I think that in the end, that's ideally where they want to go, understanding that as long as Rattel, Haku, with Siri aren't really dying, they have a really good chance at this one.
Yeah, trying to force it on L. 3 seconds, we have the Tyrant. Everybody's in position on the side of Nongshim. Red Force already on that Tyrant. They're going fast. They're already on half HP. L just making sure that they have a pathway inside, and Bridled Outburst is going to be hitting onto the back line. Still not going to be able to kill, and that is still not going to anybody for now, but they're still getting kills anyway. Nongshim Red Force are losing their members, and that fight just went to the side of Dominator, just out of that start and that pathway from L.
I mean, the fact that Haku was still alive, he did get the kill on the TNX, so there's a silver lining of all things. But they lost the Tyrant, they lost 3 of their members as well. Not a great trade for Nongshim right there. Dominator Esports really putting the fight to them. They have some serious team fight capabilities, especially with that Umbrella Outburst. Plus, CC was left untouched. He'll happily do all that damage from the back.
Yeah, and El was just walking in front of everybody, and nobody was touching him. Everybody wants to go to the back line, but one thing that worked towards the victory here of Dominator was they were able to define the fight in 2 because of that Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, and because of that, like that one team fight, it looked very good for Dominator, and they grown this lead to about 3.3k. That's exactly how you want to go, but now they're potentially looking to jump in here. No, they're not going to actually go, but man, they've taken over the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the Overlord here, just trying to position themselves on where they know that Nongshim Red Force could go, because they lost the objective, they want to get an objective for themselves, and maybe they can try, but they are just afraid of the fact that they can go for double, yeah, there you go, as I'm saying, a double objective, because they have the Tyrant, but here it comes, the Primal Bond is going to be going down.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfectly timed, right? It's going to be a little bit slower, but in like 2 seconds it's gone, and that's going to expedite their speed in terms of this takedown. So they've taken all of the big neutrals, but it kind of goes back to the Nongshim, playstyle thus far, is that, yeah, they've gotten some kills. They got that team ace, but they didn't really convert it into towers. And that's the hard net worth and that huge shift in favor of Dominator, because they have taken this.
Yeah, I thought out of that one ace, the things are going to be turning around, but right now it's going still in favor of Dominator. They want to go for the end here. They can't even clear the wave. One more on the mid lane. The tower is going to go down because CC is just going to be taking it out from far away.
Yeah, and this is the problem. They don't really need the creeps to really make that push, because you have CC's outrange. I mean, his third shot will get that, chip damage, and now you have the Vanguard. This is going to be so much tougher for them.
They can't even clear, and Bridal Outburst got 3, and now they're going to go into the back line, though. They're going to target Illusion. They don't have the ult, and that's a kill on the board already. They're starting to make sure that they're going to be slowing it down. There's the knockup coming in from L, but the towers, the crystal is going to fall, and that's Dominator taking game 1.
Yeah, that's a clean game by Dominator in terms of just being able to overcome some of that adversity. You knew Nongshim were going to fight, right? And going into this one, you're kind of thinking, Dominator, they should be definitely way higher, but they never really lost that net worth lead. They stuck to their plan of just being able to play the long game. They knew they had enough damage, and once they make that jump, they just cleaned house at that point.
Yeah, and one thing that I loved about Dominator, even through the ace that happened during that game, they were really looking for that T2 in the mid lane. Once they got that T2 in the mid lane, that opened up a lot of things for Dominator, which is why Nongshim Red Force had a hard time just moving past their own jungle.
Yeah, they had a tough time. And this is, again, one of those things where, like, again, it's about those kills. You're thinking it looks early, things are looking good for Nongshim, but in the end, if you're not taking down those towers, you don't have any space to farm, and Dominator will take advantage of that, and they will put the pressure on and just choke you out, so to speak.
Yeah, it was really hard for Nongshim Red Force to do anything out of that, and that's also one of their best compositions, though. Playing around Haku's Wild Rider and not winning out of that is such a big blow. And we talked about how it is important for them to win game 1. But now, because they lost it, Dominator could just run them down with this momentum that they have.
Well, the Agudo, the Wild Rider, is definitely a key one, something that kind of opens things up for now. TNX is maybe Ogren later on down the road, but they still went with like the air the highest. The Haya, in my opinion, is it's a power pick, but it's just not amazing in the hands of Illusion. So this game 1 to me is like a tester, right? Where are we? We're not picking all of our meta heroes. We still have a decent number. They can still fight the good fight come, later in the series.
Yeah, what's really hard about picking up a Haya on that part of the game, it's especially with the composition that they built, it's not really that good. I think they needed something a bit more supportive for the Eren. Siri had a hard time going forward because there was not really a big wall. Yes, there was Namu, but there was not enough of that for an Eren to move forward.
Yeah, and also because of the fact that if you're looking at the Dominator lineup, you have the Mai and the Lam. They're the ones that dictate the pace, right? In terms of the initiations, the jump in. They're able to provide all that vision because they can get on out if they want. And they always had the jump. Nongshim had no forward scout other than Namu, who's kind of on the slower end. He's like the only guy by himself. He is also vulnerable as well. But if we're looking at some of these stats, I mean, Siri was doing what he could. I mean, he's got 5 kills and 89,000 damage, but the rest of the team really needed to have helped as well.
Yeah, it was really hard for them, especially with the picks here coming in from Dominator Esports. Everybody had this forward motion. Every time a fight has been started by L, everybody could just jump forward from long distances. And Illusion and Siri were just, even Haku were just prime targets for them to latch on.
Yeah, it didn't seem like Haku was even tanky enough to survive any of those things. Then where was the Tremor Smash that was like the perfect counter initiation when Haku gets jumped on? And it comes back to the initiations of Dominator plus their spacing where they weren't really grouped up and making it very easy for Nongshim Red Force to take those fights. But the gold graph, I mean, this is exactly how we saw it, right? Nongshim had their moments, especially around the 7-minute mark or so, but the rest of this game was in favor of Dominator as they did have control.
Yeah, that's the only time that is the time when they got the ace. That is the time that they only got like a bit of a lead. Then it was just going down from there. It was Dominator just taking over that time, but it was still a nice try for Nongshim Red Force, especially for this first game that they had. Dominator just were really good at just playing around the loss that they got from that ace.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking at this head-to-head comparison, Tuff's just out, damaging, outlast hitting. I mean, he was doing everything, right? And this is kind of what you want from like a Charlotte, the Rose Fencer, right? And Tuffzy just kind of got the better of Rattel, who never really got those perfect, get seriouses like the wombo combos that you're looking for. Because again, positioning and vision was key for Dominator.
Yeah, and understanding that they had to finish this pretty early with the composition they built here for the side of Dominator is very important, because they know that once you let the Wild Rider, the Eren, get the items that they need, add to that the Haya that they have, it's going to be very scary. And finishing that at that point was also a right choice for Dominator.
Yeah, definitely the right choice there. And I mean, if we're looking at Illusion, it looked kind of all right with Haya. He did have some good Moonlight Mirages where he was able to kind of isolate TNX as well, you know, in that mid lane with Jurl. Like, he had those moments, but it just seems like he fell off, right? There was a time where the net worth was just completely in favor of Dominator, where they're able to just outclass you lane by lane.
Yeah. Now it's going to be a thinker here for Nongshim Red Force. What are they going to be doing for the next game after that loss? It was okay picks that we've had from them. It is still very much changeable from game 2 onwards, because take a look at this. Who's going to be getting the MVP? Let's go, because we have seen it again and again. L with his engages for the team has been leading way.
Yeah, really good. The Umbrella Uppers, I mean, he missed one, and that was the one we kind of made fun of. That was the one that made fun of you was Dash Cast. You can find him online. The rest of them, I mean, Jangfei, he was setting it up for when those Nongshim guys were like grouped up. His Umbrella Uppers were on point. He was able to control the battlefield, and it makes it very easy for Jurl and TNX to just clean up.
And we're seeing some fighting spirit right here from Nongshim Red Force, right? They were fighting pretty well at some points in the game, but in the early stages, Jurl and TNX were just so good at just holding on for long here. But this is the time that they got their win here, because most of them were divided on the side of Dominator. That's why Nongshim Red Force just stuck together, because they know that they will be winning that fight if they stuck together.
And this is actually where they got that ace. Things looked very good, but they weren't able to convert that into more. And this is that turnaround where they get scattered throughout. The Tyrant, they're like, are we focusing on it? Plus, then the Tyrant, he actually get leashed. So it made it even worse for Nongshim, who were trying to go all in to take out that Tyrant. Just the timing a little unfortunate for them, as Dominator made them pay for even trying to threaten.
Yeah, and that was the biggest loss that they had here for Nongshim Red Force, was that Tyrant. I thought that could have been their chance to win, chance to turn around, but because it reset it at the right time, it was just an ender for the team. And you can see here, Dominator just got the win, and Nongshim still nice performance still during that game.
I mean, it was a good performance. I mean, it's something that we can build off. It wasn't a complete shellacking by Nongshim. They had their moments. There are definitely times where they have an attempt of being able to play the game, something that they haven't done in some of their group games. So this is going to be a little bit of a difference for them, but they need to find a way to minimize what else initiations are bringing to the table and to kind of get on top of TNX and Jurl in this next one.
Yeah, and this is what's scary about the higher the stage goes, especially in the professional scene, because those Zhangfei players are just good. They are just great at just dividing fights. They're just great at using their ultimates, which is the reason why he's such a great pick at this level, because of how much you can do with that one stun that he does with the Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, actually going in today, he's the 4th most picked hero, Zhangfei that is. He's 12-6. He's a 66% win rate, so most teams have figured that this is the guy. When you're looking to do a team fight, he's the guy you want on your side, because he can completely shift things in your favor. So Dominator really taking advantage of this power pick here.
Yeah, they really know how to play around it, and now it is time for Nongshim Red Force to think about what they're going to be doing for the next game. What are they going to be changing right now for the next game? They still have a lot of things altogether for their compositions, and I know that Coach YK has a lot in his bag in order for them to get the win here in this best of 7 that they thrive on.
Yeah, I think the first thing that they can do is maybe shift to red. I don't think that, I think red has proven time and time again that the side is one thing, especially in game, but it's more about that draft. Being able to counterpick your opposing team is going to give you a huge edge, and they need that. I mean, they picked the Agudo into nothing. They didn't know what the jungler was, but they just kind of secured that one very early, showcasing some of their cards. Not the greatest situation to be, because you saw the counters from Dominator, and they were able to, again, just dominate this one.
Yeah, it's very important for them to go for the counter picks, and especially what's the advantage of the red side is that on the second phase, you're the first pick and the last pick on the second phase of the pick and bans, which is why it's so good to get that. That's why they're called the greatest red right before, because they're good at the red side.
Oh, is that what it is? I just thought it was because they were the color red. But okay, I see also in game as well. I don't know the exact stats of how they've done with that. But as we go into this one, game 2, look, Dominator Esports, look at them. They're all taking a little bit of, they're meditating. They understand that this is a long series. It's a best of 7. They have a long way to go. They don't need to kind of get overly energetic or hype at this moment because we got a long series ahead of us. Let's be honest.
Oh, man, I looked at myself in the camera. I was going full red because of what I said a while ago. Not just the greatest red, me too. I'm going full red. But again, I was so embarrassed. Again, guys, we are 1-0 for TMT and Nongshim Red Force. They got the win. TMT is still going to be going to the red side. So I think Nongshim really prefers to go for the blue on this end because they're still going to be picking that side.
Yeah, it's all about first pick for them. It's about Coach YK having set drafts and prioritizing certain heroes. I mean, the Chicha's available. They have, the Chano that's been very hotly contested as well. The Lapu Lapu. I mean, they have a lot of options going into this one. So I think it's more about prioritizing their comfort picks, especially when you have some of the players that might not be as, have the deepest of hero pools.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the problems here for them. What are they going to be thinking here for Nongshim Red Force, especially with the new players on the block here for their side? Will this be, or at least when they have a draft, will they be able to play it as effectively as you think they would, even if they win that drafting phase?
Yeah, and it looks like Nongshim Red Force are like, hey, this Haya, it's so bad, we're going to ban it so you don't have to pick it. You're welcome.
That's what you're saying. You said Haya is. I mean, it didn't work during the last game, so let's ban it. So at least Dominator is not going to be showing us how it's done.
Yeah, no. All jokes aside, Haya, power pick. This is a super
really
good
strong
pick, especially in that mid lane. If it's able to get farm, it can basically solo anyone, and you do it, in your arena, you're just going to be able to just dominate. But unfortunately for the, Illusion in the last one, he wasn't able to get to that critical mass, but they're going to go with their old tried and true, get Siri his Loom, who again, hasn't been very successful on this hero as they've only been 0-3.
That's true. He has been defaulting to this pick ever since last year. Long first pick for Nongshim Red Force has always been the thing for Nongshim Red Force, and it was banned last game. So maybe Holler, even if it was 0-3, it's okay. We're gonna still try it for this next game. Maybe this time it's gonna be a 1-3 on Nongshim's side.
Yeah. And also, if you're looking at the Dominator Esports side, they can go with their Chano. They have options to deal with this Loom, right? But the biggest piece that people have kind of been counter-picking the Loom has been with like the Zachao, the Nua. There are ways to kind of outrange it, especially when you have that, the Dragon, that infinite fastness. You know exactly where it's going to land.
Yeah, and what I like about what people have been building up whenever they see a Leon getting second picked, they usually pick up the Ambrosia Nightbloom because she could tank the ult, and it's okay if she tanks the power word control together with that Princess Frost combo. She's just gonna go in front. If you don't use the ult on me, you're gonna have a problem. That's why Nightbloom is such a great counter to this Leon Princess Frost combo.
Yeah. At the same time, Dominator Esports, I mean, they should know that that's the rough plan, right? But the other ones, if they're able to kind of get it, Tooncaster is not going to be easy to burst down as well. I mean, with enough damage, she can be very squishy. Depends on what role. It looks like a roam, which means it's even squishier. So maybe a better target, but we're going to still have to see.
Yeah. Want to see what they're going to be doing next. They banned the Flowborn. They banned the Flowborn tank. That really screams something to me. They want to play an assassin, a Fade probably, on the side of Dominator Esports if they're going to be going for... Okay, nice take for Nongshim.
Yeah, it looks like they're like, okay, they know what they were trying to arrow in on, and they're going to pick the Featherfoot, the Fade themselves. Plus the Yixing, Illusion is very good on this hero, and being able to kind of lock that one in, because again, if they get on top of you, if you're able to lock in the War Saint, where's he going to go?
That's true. And one thing that I have a problem with here for Nongshim Red Force is they're going to go for the pay for Dominator together with the War Saint. I do like Nongshim Red Force's composition a lot more because they do have Nightbloom to be in front. she's going to be acting like a Byron, probably going to be in front of everybody while everything is happening. But the problem here is they don't really have a great front line for Nongshim Red Force, but I think it's a lot more flexible than what Dominator Esports has.
Yeah, but that's kind of the problem, right? I mean, Night Plume it's great, especially when the control from the Liang, the Tomb Master, and Arrow it can take quite a number of these skills. But who's going to deal with the Solaris and the Tigers that are just like running at you? They don't really have a front liner. Yes, you might be able to board them, but now you're on the run. You don't really have ways to kind of to deal and to fight head up straight up against this Dominator Esports lineup.
Yeah, especially with their lineup. Even if they don't have a front line here, because Warsane is usually going to be going for the flank, you at least have like a wall in front of you via the Princess Frost and the Tomb Master because of their big AoEs. So it's still not easy for you to even get to the backline. But at least for Nongshim Red Force's side, Featherfoot has a lot of targets on the other side because he could go to the backline and just take down 3 if he wants to.
Yeah, literally everyone. I mean, they don't really have a frontliner themselves. It's like, all gas, no brakes on this lineup, right? It's a glass cannon. Everyone is very squishy. If they're able to hit their stuns, though, they can really just kind of just stay alive and to deal with this. But Haku, all eyes on this guy, on this fade. Is he able to get the farm to get to the back line?
Yeah, that's also the problem, though, because he's not going to be having fun with a Liang, Princess Frost, a Houyi on the other team. So it's going to be such a challenge for this Featherfoot. So I want to see how he plays this. And on the other hand, the Tigers also is going to be an important part of Dominator Esports' side because they could actually bully the Fade pretty early on with this lineup that they have.
Yeah, they could be bullying. I mean, they could be aggressive. They can look to invade as much as possible as well. I mean, Guan Yu probably not the strongest level 1 guys, but the rest of them, I mean, when you see the Liang and Princess Frost, you could make some serious moves, especially early.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be doing right now. We're going to be going to game number 2. It is still Nongshim Red Force versus Dominator Esports. It's already a 1-0. Will this be the time for a comeback? It's still the start, so Nongshim Red Force still has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do, and they're going to start things off by just planting their flag. That's the biggest piece that I see right now. They're just like, okay, we are representing Korea, and we will ensure that we fight a good fight here against the host Indonesian squad of Dominator Esports.
Yeah, assemble, as they said, and that's what they were doing right there in front of them. And that is one thing that I really love about this, right? Whenever we're talking about matchups, especially on the farm laners, you usually know at least roughly who's going to be winning. And the Houyi against the Long is always such an insane matchup that I know the Houyi is going to be winning.
Yeah, and plus, I mean, the Houyi probably wants to go more tank style just to stay alive. Yeah. Because again, if Haku gets on top of you, it's going to be a tough situation. But the Firehawk, it looks like it's taken by Nongshim, but now they're on the run.
Yeah, Cheryl gonna be going. Siri has to flash that away, and that's a big spell down.
Yeah, big spell down, but just staying alive. You don't want to give up first blood. That would have been a disaster for Nongshim, and they don't want to do that. Siri using it at the right time. Obviously, he's not level 4 at this point, so he didn't have that infinite vastness, but still, well played. You've dodged the ambush and the gank attempt by Dominator.
Yeah, still a good flash coming in from Siri. But they can do that again for the next time around here for the side of DMT after, or at least before Siri gets into level 4. But no, that's not going to happen. He's going to get to level 4 before they get there.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to happen, I think, at this point. But L, this is the other one that we need to look at, especially early. Once he hits level 4, he's got that power word control, the lockdown, and then you know that they're going to start making moves across the map to get some sort of gank happening. Because again, that lockdown, that combination is just way too much damage. You're almost guaranteed a kill.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be doing here. Looking for that level 4. That's why they're posturing themselves to go for the bot lane here. Getting a bit of that XP. Wasn't able to show. The Burning Sun Arrow is going to be there. Frigid Person. This might be it. But Unending Sorrow might be at the right time. They don't have damage yet. So that is a failed attempt for DMT.
I mean, it was a good attempt in that sense. I mean, L was not level 4, but it was too deep under the tower, right? Nongshim understands that, hey, if you want to dive, and Namu is definitely somewhat at risk of being killed because he is on the squishier end, but still, good attempt by Dominator. You want to put pressure on. You want them to think about it before they just go free farm in that, that lane.
Yeah, for everybody to know though, L hasn't been seen around the map after he got level 4, so most of the members of Nongshim Red Force are just pushing themselves back, further, into their side of the base because they know that once they see somebody around the map, L is going to be flashing in.
Yeah, and right now, this is the gank attempt, and you're seeing this right now.
Okay,
they're about to go.
There you go. Flash coming in. Frigid Prison's going to be there. They have the board on their side, though, but they are still going to get the kill anyway. Siri falls, and that's a first blood coming to their side. Haku looking for revenge. Tion X still surviving, but he is going to get killed with a hardened Jade Mark, and that's a 1-for-1. They're still going to go for the chase down. They don't have their ults on their side, but TMT are just going to be backing up, but never mind. Tubbs is here, and he's going to push somebody back. Rattel has to use the flash away, and they are just going to be disengaging out of this fight.
All right, so it's a good gank attempt right there. I mean, they keep going.
Yeah, Hardened Jade Mark. That's going to be a kill. And L just stepped foot in the wrong turf right there.
Yeah, actually, but it was on his side of the river. I mean, this is his home base. He just got invaded. Yeah. He just got taken out. But Haku making him pay, and that's exactly how you want that revenge tour, right? Dominator, great play. Juro flashes for it, gets the Frigid Prison, makes it very easy for L to just walk up and to get that control, but in the bottom lane, CC.
Yeah, CC's going to be dead. That is going to be an ending story. Even the Infinite Vastness has been used just for them to tank a bit of that tower damage. And now because CC's not in the area, they'll have no damage to deal with a fight here. So they're just going to back off.
Yeah, this is a much better start for Nongshim. I mean, yes, they did get ganked early. Siri did go down. He got kind of focused. Great attempt by Dominator on that one. But then they were like, okay, actually, we're in no man's land. This is a terrible spot to be in, and Nongshim were able to make them pay. They got a couple catches. They were able to get TNX, which is the biggest piece of this one, especially with Haku getting those kills. You do not want to see that if you're a Dominator Esports fan.
Yeah, top side. We're seeing CC. Gonna get dove here. Hardened Jade Mark, and that's a killing spree coming in from Haku.
I mean, he's making it too easy. This is the problem with the Hou-Yi. He's very static, very immobile, if you will, and he's under the tower, and Nongshim are able to play fast and furious, get on top of you, get that kill, and to walk away and not even look at his body exploding behind you.
Yeah, he went full anime with that. He just went out with a bang, and now they're going to go with a Burning Sun Arrow. Not going to hit anybody. But look at the tower in the bottom lane, though. The tower is already half HP. Siri just did his work here. And one more run back from him, that's going to go down.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be going down. I mean, the Vanguards are going to push, create a little bit of space. But as you see in this gold rank, Haku has been the man of the match thus far. He's outpacing TNX. He's gotten the better of him. He's gotten more kills. And Haku is like, we got this game too. Just get on my back, guys.
Yeah. Gonna be trying here for GMT. I was expecting more from TNX this game, but he's already level 10 together with Haku. At least he's not really that far from what Haku has, so they still have a chance here once they go for the comeback. But I was expecting more from the combo. Frigid Prison gonna be coming in, and that's gonna be the damage. Not enough because the passive just proc from Illusion.
Oh, he just barely hangs on. That is the closest it could have been. I mean, the passive kept him alive, but that was super close. It was a nice little attempt there, but Nongshim were like, okay, I got you, fam. As Nomu was there, which Namu was there with those heals, just ensuring that they didn't get too close as well.
Yeah. He was also planting flags. It was 3 flags down the line there. So that's why they got the shields in the end there. Look at this, Tupsy. Gonna go for the chase down, not too fast, because they forced Siri out of the Infinite Bosses, but Tion X in position. Do they have the ultimate? Namu doesn't have the ultimate on his side, but taking liberties was able to hit Frigid Prison to get him with it. That's a kill. Illusion is going to fall down. After that, a while ago, Hardened Jade Mark gets Jurl. But onto the back line, look at Rattel. He's just raiding Domination right down the line, and they're keeping CC out of the way. A 2-for-2 for now, and a tower in the mid lane is going to fall.
destroyed
I mean,
a
just
tower.
because they got the mid T1, Dominator coming out on top of that one, but that was super close. Rattel probably should have been killed even in that one, but the Burning Sun arrow by CC just a little off the mark. That could have been the extra the buff that Dominator needed. I mean, yeah, they still killed Illusion, but that could have been damage where they could turn attention on the other guys to get even more. Unfortunately, they weren't able to hit that, and they're going to be happy with that. But mind you, Haku going down for the first time, that was a big kill for Dominator.
You talked about the builds a while ago, right? But while I'm talking about that, the Burning Sun arrow got the hit to get over the Frigid Prison, but the Taking Liberties was there to stop them from doing anything more. That is going to be the ultimate on their side, though, but onto the backside, Haku just breach it. Is he going to kill anybody? No, he was not able to. It was still a 2-for-1, and DMC still got the advantage there.
Oh, Haku went all in, tried to go for CC, and this is kind of that problem where you need that damage because the Hou Yi is starting to get a little tankier at this point. It's going to be much tougher to take him down. You need probably more than one, and Haku had 3 members of Dominator grouped up. He was doing some nice slashes across all of them, did a bunch of damage, but unfortunately wasn't able to convert. He goes down yet again.
Yeah, he was looking at 2 targets. If he just chased one, that could have been a kill for Haku. That was almost a kill. But again, still nice try. Burning Sun arrow going to be coming in. Siri going to be the target again. They used the board just to stop them from going for the combo. Siri had to force the infinite fastest. John X is going to be the target. Half HP on the board. CC free to hit onto the back line. They're trying to push them back, but Tufts having a hard time pushing them right out of the wall because that's not going to happen.
Not going to happen at this point. I mean, things are very close. Nice arrows. They have nice, combinations that just kind of segue into like the Frigid Prisons. So they have the combos attempts, but they're not able to convert. And Nongshim right now just barely hanging on, sometimes getting a little bit lucky, just surviving. And it's about those kills that might bite Dominator in the butt later.
Yeah, I always love Nongshim's drafts whenever it comes down to the game, but right now, Dominator just knows how to adapt through the draft that Nongshim has done here. Nongshim needs to follow through with this because this is such a good draft and they need to win this.
Yeah, they definitely need to win this. But, I mean, the longer this game goes, and yes, it's only 10 minutes in, the net worth is actually in favor of Nongshim. As long as they kind of hang around, I think Nongshim are going to be in a better spot. So it's just a matter of biding their time, playing patiently.
Nice use of that Frightening boost just to get the extra speed to get away. They got the board on 2. They're not going to be here in time. They got a bit too late. Rattel just went in, even using the Spike Mill just to take more damage for him. Everybody's low HP on the other side, though. Nongshim Red Force are dominating Dominator, and that Hardened Jade Mark sealed it to get the ace for Nongshim.
I mean, Haku got that. He knew he was going to go down, got the Hearted Jade seal to ensure that he gets the kill onto TNX. And now Nongshim in the driver's seat, looking to just run it down mid. 15 more seconds till Jurl's up, but L is going to be the fastest one up. He should be able to deal with his wave here.
Yeah, that's going to be a tower on the mid lane down. Nongshim Red Force not backing down, and as we said, just have to play on their draft, and let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, I mean, it just set it up. Nice little board, but it started with that Tyrant. Nice little Razor Cavalry. Rattel was trying to go for the back line. And look at how slow CC is. Haku is trying to run at him, finds it, and TNX gets the revenge tour, but he dies, trades his life away. Siri staying alive was the biggest factor of that one.
Yeah, great play from their side, and is also going for that tanky build on Siri. That's why he's surviving a lot more on this team fight. And most of the members of DMT are having a hard time taking him down, even with the combos that they're doing.
They're throwing everything. They're trying to just unload on them. I mean, you can definitely tell there's going to be some frustration because you're trying and doing whatever you can to get those kills. And if you're not able to convert, it's like, again, they survived. And Nongshim have done that quite a number of times already.
Yeah, and now they're going for the Overlord here for the side of Nongshim. Most of the people from DMT are on the bottom side of the map. Not going to see this happening. I mean, they can't contest it anyway. They're playing against a Fade. So they're just going to let them do it.
And actually, this is going to be more of a problem for Dominator. Even another big edge come late game when those Hardened Jade Seals just secure all of those big neutrals. So Dominator now on a bit of a timer, and it looks like they've kind of hit that tipping point where Nongshim are able to fight together.
Tufts in a really great position here on where he is currently. could go for a great flank here out of the members right now. They're using the arrow onto the back line with a frigid prison. Nobody's going to survive it, but Tubbs is going to come to the back line. Got the push in 3. Force the ultimate right down. So now they don't have any damage on the side of Nongshim. Red Force are doing so well. And Nongshim just has to back off. Forces the flash on most of their members. And they're still going to go for the chase down. Tian X in front. Going to go for Haku, but it's not going to happen. They're very, very fast. And because of the Overlords, or rather the Shadow Vanguard, it's going to be ending right now. Rattel going to go for it, but it's not enough. A sliver of health. Almost winning it.
Oh my god! Just blow on it. It's gonna fall over, right? That's how it works. Rattel, he tried to go for the heroic play in that mid lane. He thought he could end it, but one more shot. He was just a little too late. They played for the macro game in Nongshim. Oh my god. Good attempt, but it just failed in the end. Wow.
That was so scary. That was almost a win. Just one more, man. Just one more. That could have been a Nongshim win on the board. Nongshim are doing so well. This will feel so bad for Rattel if ever they lose this game.
I mean, it was a good attempt. I think that, 10 out of 10 you do that, right? When the fight was, they were running. They were so tunnel visions on the rest of Nongshim. They were trying to chase out Siri and Haku, and then their base was like under siege. Rattel, very sneaky play. And you always got to watch out for Nongshim, especially with like Kyung9 and now Rattel doing those types of macro plays.
Yeah, Rattel in position. They have the board. Tian X needs to back off. Haku gets in, and they have a lot of shields in Tian X, but he's still going to fall. Nongshim are just going to run it back and going to try to go for the finish here. 4 people are still alive, but they got the Tyrant anyway, so they are just going to wait for the next minion wave.
And this is that moment. The minion wave is going to be there, but Haku is going to be backing off. They're going to play a little bit longer on this one, understanding that they do have an advantage, but this 4-man roster that is Dominator is still tough to deal with.
Going in front, force the Unending Sorrow. Illusion does have the ultimate with the board right now. You have to be careful under positioning. Burning Sun Arrow is going to be there, but Churl might fall down. That's going to be 1 on the board. They're going to go for the finish here. DMT are just going to back up. What a damage coming from Haku. That's going to be the ender right here for the side of Nongshim, and they're not going to go back down without a fight, and that's 1 on the board for Nongshim Red Force.
This is the Nongshim Red Force lineup that we've been waiting for. This type of game. We know that they're strong. We know that they can play with the big boys, and they did it in a dominant fashion. Able to make some heads-up plays, good attempts, and they really took it to Dominator Esports as they even the series 1-1.
Good camera work from our cameraman right there. It's our game, which is real. For Nongshim Red Force, they were able to win that. Almost a clutch win from Rattel, but they ran it back and won it anyway. So Nongshim Red Force, what a nice game too.
Yeah, actually, just really good bounce back game. That's exactly how you want to play things. I mean, those arrows, those power controls, they had that lockdown. Things were not looking good, but this lineup falls off. Right? The pay will suffer at some points, especially when the other team, like Haku, on this fade is able to outclass you in terms of the net worth and damage, and he can turn it up and get onto that back line, and Dominator had no answers then.
Yeah, especially if you don't have the game in your hands. For example, if you have a pay, you don't get the early to mid-game snowball with the pay, you're going to have a hard time the later the game goes, especially if you're fighting against a fade. A better pay, if you may. So with what happened for that game, that is what happened. And Nongshim Red Force, they were so tanky. They had the Unending Sorrows, the Infinite Vastness. So if ever they don't get the kill right there and then, those targets of the power word control will still be able to get away.
Yeah. And also, let's give props to Rattel here. I mean, that attempt almost got it. That would have been, huge for him. And they were able to finally get it. But Haku getting onto that back line, that's the biggest thing. And that's why they were able to do it. But Rattel, for me, was another guy that, we've kind of been bashing it, unfortunately, right? He hasn't had the greatest of showings of KIS, but he really showed up when the team needed him on this Umbrosa here. Did a really good job. And always being that frontliner and just having that second. He sacrificed his life, but he did it for a good cause.
Yeah, man, what's hard whenever you're playing a Night Plume, right? You're taking all the damage, but you're also dealing the damage back, especially with this Spike Mail build that he had here for his game. He was doing a lot of work for the team in order for them to just get forward, take all the pressure out so that everybody's comfortable.
if we're looking at these KDAs, I mean, Haku 9-3-7. Let's look at the other jungler, TNX 6-4-2. We knew it was going to be a matchup of junglers going into this one. But seeing both of these Titans going at it, swinging blow for blow, and Haku getting the better of TNX, at least in this one, really makes for an interesting series here.
Yeah, what's really hard about the lineup of DMT, that's why I preferred a while ago the composition of Nongshim Red Force. If ever you were able to breach the non-existent front line that DMT has, they're just going to be scattering, and their combo is not going to be thrown at you, which is why it was so hard for CC to play this game, because once Rattel goes forward, you should be targeting him, and you're not going to be able to deal damage to the other members of Nongshim.
Yeah. And actually, if you're kind of looking at this draft, I mean, the Pei, Princess Frost Leon combination, Ho Yi as well, kind of, I mean, they're geared for the early to mid game to close things out. And then you have the Guan Yu, which kind of, in the end, it didn't really have that much of a payoff because of the repositioning really didn't work when the team fights aren't happening because you're just getting bursted. But if we're looking at the gold graph on this one, Nongshim Red Force, right? It was a tough one, right? It looked good, 5-minute mark, and then it kind of dipped a bit, and then it took them till about the 10-minute mark before they finally got this draft synergizing well.
Yeah, it was a great attempt here also for DMT. I like the combos that they've been doing, but you know what? Now, 2026, people know how to deal with that. Liang Princess Frost is a 2025 thing, and even Nongshim Red Force here, who are doing really good in this series, just knew how to deal with it. And the Umbrosa from Rattel, the Night Plume, was just such a perfect answer to it.
So you're saying it's just like out of the meta, the Liang Princess Frost combination, they're just a bunch of boomers that still pick it. It's got no opportunity moving forward.
Nah,
is that what you're kind of saying, Dash?
I'm just saying it's just a thing of the past, which doesn't mean what you said.
Oh, okay.
You were the one
who kind of
who added the
extrapolating
subtitles.
on it.
I just, yeah. I just said something. yeah.
I'm translating
no extra
the English
explanation
to
from me. Right.
All right. I'm okay with that. But I mean, if we're looking at these matchups, I mean, Illusion, this is one where he's like one of the better Yixings. He's definitely very comfortable on it. We see Siri doing very well on the Lung as well. CC was doing what he could. I mean, the arrows, a couple of them, a little off the mark. If he was able to hit on some of those, it might have changed the trajectory of this game. But in the end, it just seemed like Nongshim were just able to outlast and out-survive Dominator in this one.
Yeah, interesting thing here for CC, he went with a crit build, right? So he didn't go for the usual that you go for at least a lot more health for you to survive the Lung, because the Lung didn't go for the crit build anyway, so you're not going to get one hit. And it's also smart for him because they needed damage for that team composition. But let's take a look at the MVP purse of this game. It is definitely going to be Namu with 2-1-14 on that Tooncaster.
Yeah, actually, it was the arrows and all of those controls from Liang was just able to outlast that, just barely enough. So many guys were able to just kind of walk away with a sliver of life because of Namu and his clutch plays. Being able to make those saves got to be key. A little underrated piece that people don't really see. They just think that, oh, the teammate just walked away. He somehow survived, and we'll see a lot of them in the highlights.
Yeah, and you can see here from most of the game, right? The combo starts off from the arrow, there were a lot of starting points for DMT. They made sure that the combo has like 2 layers. It's either it's going to be started by L or it's going to be started by CC. And Gerald is just going to flash in for sure for the combo. But most of the time, as you said, they're going to survive. And if they survive, the combo is just out of the board and everybody's just going to be diverging on the side of DMT.
It seemed like Gerald was not afraid, and I like the fact that he was playing aggressively on that Princess Frost. But once they started grouping up, this is actually just clean work by Nongshim, able to have a decent amount of AoE, those whirlwinds, those slashes. It's going to make it very tough for them to fight, and it seemed like it played into the hands of Nongshim, who are going to be very happy with this. Wow. And this is that one last play by Rattel, the one shot somehow doesn't get the crystal in that game, and they just had to wait a little bit longer before they eventually did take it down.
He was also getting attacked by the... It was like, the coach was like, wait, that was scary. And they were still able to get it. There you go! You can see Coach YK being so happy after getting that win from Nongshim Red Force and just so good to see them smiling, even after the loss from Game 1. And now Game 2, they got their stride back, they got their energy back, and Game 3 is it's going to be much more fun.
Yeah, actually, Coach Wade, YK, that's got to be one of the best reactions there. It was like, how did he not get it? And then he had, like, you know, his pen marker and his pad of paper, and just, like, be like, throwing it up and be like, we had such a good chance. Like, that moment. But if they lost that game, oh, my God, that would have hurt.
It's going to feel bad. It's going to feel so bad.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. That's why I was wishing a while ago, like, if they lose this, it's gonna feel so bad because they could have gotten that one notch on the board already. But here's the global bans and picks, everybody. They cannot pick this heroes anymore on the next game.
Yeah, and it looks like this is, I mean, we're going for the late game. I mean, some of these heroes that are being picked, they understood that we're going to be in here for a marathon, not a sprint. Some of these picks, like the Ho Yi, the Liang, these are, you know, picks that we haven't seen too much in the KIS thus far because they've been mainly best of fives, but they understand the assignment of going into a longer series. You need to sometimes pick a non-optimal hero, and this is kind of what can happen, and you might lose some of those games because you're just not as strong.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that they do, right? In a best of 7, they go for the combo because it is a game that I believe DMT thinks is okay with losing. They just added one combo that they could go for, and I think it worked. It will work out for them if this goes better as the series goes.
Yeah, and as we go into this one, MOBA Stewie, we felt your love, of course. Keep the spirit up, Dominator, with these super new players. I hope the performance gets even stronger. I think that they're going to need a little bit of energy. They have that piece, and this is going to be a huge opportunity for them to bounce back and to see exactly just how Dominator can deal in a long-term game.
Yeah, and from what we've seen here from the past game, I am excited to see what Dominator is going to be doing here. Are they going to go for like a tried and tested combo? It's a best of 7, so it's okay for them to be losing some of these games, even if they lose a bit of momentum, because the global ban and pick system is on. And we can see, because Dominator lost, they're going to be choosing the blue side this time around and force Nongshim Red Force to the red side. It is a time for Nongshim Red Force to force themselves on the second pick here of things. But Dominator, let's see what they're going to be doing here. They're going to be readying themselves for the draft and are excited for what is going to be next year for the games. I want to see more. I want to see more pocket picks coming in from Dominator themselves, even for Nongshim Red Force. And you can't count out Nongshim Red Force in these types of games, even if they didn't do well during the group stages, because they are a team that thrives on best of 7s, even with this new lineup that they have. The Dominator Esports are going to be starting on with the ban for themselves. What are they going to be securing? They still have a lot on their pocket that they could do here, that they could use in order for them to win. Oh, they took off the Guanyu because they used it during the last game.
Yeah, I think that this is a good idea, just to kind of take that away, because it's all about that team fight and getting to that back line, that angle. It kind of makes you always worried when you're walking down those alleyways in the dark ones, because you could get jumped at a moment's notice. So this is a time for Dominator Sports realizing that, hey, let's just kind of attack or repel as much as possible, take away some of these heroes like the Liang. This is a nice 2 bans here by Dominator.
Oh yeah, they're going to be taking it. Oh! That's why. Okay. Oh. That's the reason why they banned, they took that out, the Liang, because they're going to be going for the Luna. But remember, Nongshim Red Force is one of those teams that picks up the Heartseeker whenever they see a Luna, a Jing, a Pei on the other side. So that could be an option here for Nongshim.
A lot of opportunities still. But this is basically like a statement game where TNX is just like, give me my Luna, let me shine, let me fly, right? And he's going to be aggressive, and at the same time, Nongshim Red Force, now they need to respond to this, because they need to figure out how to just lock her down, because the Luna, when it gets to that back line, you're going to have a tough time.
Yeah, and they have to think about what they're going to be picking here. I love the Reef-Heart Datu here, just getting picked from the side of Dominator Esports, because there were a lot of successes from a Shanfei or from a Lapu-Lapu that was because of a great ultimate. And these targets are going to be good targets for him to latch onto to get that good Raging Sea.
Yeah. if they're able to hit that one, I mean, it would be the perfect counter initiation to really kind of go into that fight. But it looks like they're going to go with a flowborn marksman to kind of deal with this Arlie. Is that the best lane matchup for you? Like, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I am happy whenever there's an Arlie on the other side. I think Flowborn Marksman is one of those marksmen together with Erin, with Chano, that could bully out an Arlie, at least until level 4. Because she's really good at those moments with her S2.
Okay, all right. No, I do think it
Are
has
you
a lot
not
of play.
confident about it?
No, I'm okay with it. I mean, look, when CC's playing it, but you're going up against Siri as well, this is another good lane matchup. And you want whatever sort of edge you can get. And I think that, you know, CC is more than up to the task. Plus, you have the Refart Datu to kind of help back you up. And that's why Nongshim had to go with the Diadea to really help support the Parasola in this one.
Yeah, expectations here for Nongshim Red Force, they're going to be switching up the lanes for sure so that they don't have to fight the Flowborn Marksman matchup, and they're going to have like a good wave clear. There you go. A mid laner that doesn't need a lot of help whenever she's on lane. So yeah, I think the Silk Weaver is going to be good if they put her down against the Flowborn Marksman.
Yeah, it could be annoying to deal. I mean, this Silk Weaver is going to be in play to not only lock down the Moonblade, but to get on top of that Flowborn Marksman if he's able to get there. But Dominator Esports go stuns galore, have that mobility with the Seafarer as well with that boat. And now you have the Zachao, which could really, you know, has been the counter to the Parasola. It's done quite well against this hero.
Yeah, Breezeheart has been so good as a counter for the Arlie together with the Diadea too. So this is going to be a problem for them once the game goes on. But Silk Weaver also has been such a great counter for most assassins. As long as you hit her Silky Imprint, that is usually a death sentence for most assassins. So it's going to be up to Illusion how he plays against Tian X in this game.
Yeah, and also kind of having Namu with that Bitter Farewell to potentially lock down Moonblade to make it a little bit easier to hit that Silk Imprint if they're able to do that. But on the other end, Dominator Esports, they have CC galore. This is a tough lineup to deal with. They need to ensure that Haku is, again, frontlining, staying alive, and having a decent amount of sustain because he could get potentially stun locked.
Yeah, it's going to be hard here for Haku. Nobody's going to pave the way for him to go in, and that's usually what you do with an Ogren, right? You need to have somebody to start the fight for you so that you can just walk in to the team fight. If not, you're just going to be walking in to a meteor storm. Like, you're going to get hit twice already before you can even get close to the Breezeheart.
Yeah, actually, that's the biggest thing, right? Like the positioning and the way that they have so many guys that's like, okay, you jump on me. They have like 3 other people that be like, okay, fine, I can stun lock, I can save my teammate. They all kind of essentially do the same thing. Their counter initiation is going to be on point, but it's going to really start with the Luna, right? Is TNX able to jump and get to the back line, and then the stun locks are going to happen.
Yeah, it's a time for them to come back here for the side of Dominator and lost the last game against Nongshim Red Force. But I think this lineup from them is a lot better to work with, especially against the lineup that Nongshim Red Force had. They do have a lot of ways to counter TMT with this lineup, but TMT, this is much easier to pull off, and that is it. Everybody, this is going to be game number 3. We're going to be starting this. It's almost like a best of 5 again because it's 1-1 already. Dominator versus Nongshim Red Force. It's time for them to show us who gets the advantage again.
Yeah, and this is going to be the series that we wanted, right? We wanted it to be close. We wanted Nongshim to find ways to bounce back. They have, as they go into this game 3, they have a little bit of momentum. But if we're talking about these drafts, who are you giving the edge to, though,
I'm giving the edge to Dominator for this lineup. I do love their composition a lot more because they can fight from different laners, but Nongshim knows how to play around this because they know that TNX is going to have a hard time in the early game. Delay them as much as they can. They got the boards a while ago, so that's enough work at this point in the game.
Yeah, and look at how Nongshim right now are threatening the blue. I mean, just contesting. You don't have to really take the blue away. You're just making it a little uncomfortable for TNX because he is so blue hungry. He needs to ensure that he gets that. If Nongshim were to steal that away, you're taking away a lot of the efficiency. But while you like the Dominator lineup, at the same time, you're looking at the Nongshim one. And this is their tried and true. This is a roster that they've been playing, this lineup that they like in 2025. It is very Nongshim in that sense. You can't really, you know, count out Haku on this offense.
Yeah, we have two Weavers on the side of Nongshim Red. We have the Silk Weaver, we have the Bond Weaver, and they are going to be going hand in hand here and going to be weaving the things in their favor here for the side of Nongshim Red Force. And looking like Illusion got his first hit from the Silky Imprint. That's looking great.
Yeah, and Illusion will play his stock standard like the second roamer, just looking for setup more than anything else, and ensure that the rest of the team can kind of get those kills, because Haku and Siri, they're going to need all of the farm, and they're going to need it fast, especially against Dominator.
Yeah, they're trying to get the game as fast as they could, right? Because what they need to do here is to make sure that Illusion doesn't really need a lot of resources though, because you could just use the Silky Imprint on most team fights and jump stun for him most of the time. So Nongshim is just going to be dictating the early phases of the game because TNX can't hold the candle to the lineup of Nongshim this early.
Yeah, they have a better early game lineup, Nongshim that is, so that's definitely going to help them, but it's going to also accelerate the speed of the Ogren, because you have that early game spike, so this is a moment where he gets to that mid game, and is Dominator going to be strong enough to really fight at that moment? Almost gets the jump.
Yeah, that was a risky flash from Illusion. Nice attempt here for him to go for that, because if that hit, that could have been a really great one, but it was still a very confident move from Nongshim Red Force, just giving out all the things. The Raging Sea, the knockup was able to hit, but they're still getting the heals anyway, and that is one shot to the board here for TMT with a first blood.
I mean, Illusion, one good thing that Nongshim did was that they split up. They knew something was astray. Yeah. You know, they called the boat. Tufts had left the lane. He's definitely going to be on the boat somewhere. So somebody has to go in. They spread out. Unfortunately for Illusion, he face checked that boat into his face, and he pays with his life, giving up first blood. But again, it started with that attempt, and they stuck around. And that counter initiation, that long sustaining fight, is going to be in favor of Dominator.
Yeah, that's an okay trade, right? For Nongshim Red Force, they just lost Illusion. They didn't lose anything else. They still got their lanes anyway. And he tanked that just so the other two would be able to get away and still get their farms on the board. And doesn't need a lot of resources, as we said a while ago. Bertel, teleporting. What? He even forced the set sail out of Tufts. He was teleporting in front of him. It doesn't even care. He has 4 members right here from the side of Nongshim Red Force. They are not even going to attempt it because TNX is not here.
Yeah, no attempt at that point. I mean, they would be walking around. You'd think that they would try to go, but Haku obviously not going to give that one up. So Nongshim right now, they needed that, right? They're down about 600 gold, which is, we were talking about that they had the early game spike, but right now they are behind.
That was funny. The tussle on the top lane was really funny because Rattel was just teleporting in front. If Tufts just let him do his thing, that could have been way better. But right now, they're going to do their thing. The Raging Sea was able to slow them down, and now they're going to try to go for the chase down. What a save from L here.
Oh, L has been on point, you know, this game. I mean, the amount of control that he had, it's like they had a chance to go for CC. He was looking very low. Haku had his eyes on him, and it was attempting to go for it, but L with the save, just too much.
Yeah, and even Droll got killed here because of the tide coming from Siri and Namu. And L, man, he was hitting his shots with the Tongfei a while ago, and now you give him another one that does almost a lot of the engages again. That is so good. He hits 3 people with it a while ago.
Yeah, and taking that one down. I mean, this is the kills are slightly in favor of Dominator, but it's all about the net worth. I mean, Haku hasn't hit that mark, but he's left largely alone. Nongshim right now are trying to ensure that Siri has a good game too, so they're sticking around. They're using the buddy system to ensure that Siri gets that farm.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here, Venomous Stab already has been built by Drill. They're gonna go, oh, and flash! And Tufts is gonna be the target with a set sail. still got the knock-up, Sprightling boost just to go for the shield. They use all their ultimates. It's time for them to go. Went in for the flash with the Raging Sea. But that is a nice attempt here from Nongshim. It was just Tufts was able to get away.
All right, if we were in our ranked games and we were trying to go for a 5-man, ambush onto Tufts, we would have all died together, right? We would not have retreated. There's only going forwards. There's no going backwards at that point. Right?
There's nowhere to go but forward.
Exactly, right? And Nongshim, the perfect disengage. Understanding that, hey, we tried, we missed it, he's gonna survive, we need to stay alive, and they barely do on that one. Because the Raging Sea was actually pretty close.
Yeah, we're gonna be trying again here. Right now, on the middle, they're still looking for Tian X here, but he is very afraid of Illusion's presence here because one Silky Imprint could be the end of it. But Seri, in the position, throws him back away, but was still able to dash. The Raging Sea was there to able to help him right now, and now they still get the kill. Tian X, but on the backline, Tufts doing a work of his own, and he's doing such magic. Haku is left alone, doesn't have the path of passing to pass out of this, but he was still able to get away anyway. 1-for-1 for now.
Yeah, but Siri going down, that is absolutely huge. Tufts right now is becoming this monster. He is very tanky. Even with 3 members of Nongshim trying to deal with it, Tufts just focuses on Siri, ensures he gets the kill, and then there's really no way to deal with Tufts because they're lacking damage. It's all Haku and Siri in this game.
Yeah. From what we're seeing here from Nongshim, they even went with the Ardent Dominator route for Illusion, just so he doesn't get picked up once somebody drops on him. So now, see here, at the bottom, Bertel will go for the fight here, is using the set sail, tanks the ult, and the AR are going to be continuing to go for the fight because here it comes Haku fighting against 4. They're going to be coming in. They got the stun on him. He's not going to move, and DMT takes the kill.
Yeah, that was the biggest. I mean, Haku, understanding, he needs to just give that up. There's no reason to stick around. Yes, you lose your blue. It sucks. But dying is even worse, and now you've lost the bottom T2. Dominator completely making him pay for that mistake.
Remember, Rattel has the flash here. He could still go in for an engage. Siri is dodging that set sail and even the frigid charge from a while ago. They're just gonna back off.
This is a tough one for Nongshim to have to come back from. I mean, this is a 3K net worth lead in favor of Dominator, but the state of the game and the way Dominator are playing, this lineup is so tough to deal with. You jump on one, they have the rest coming on a boats, they have the Raging Sea. You have so much counter initiation that you really can't take the fight that you want.
Yeah, with Jerl and L playing this way, hitting like multiple targets every time, it's gonna be scary, but Rattel went in with a Truth Mantra, but onto the backline they still go, they still have advantage. The Meteor Storm is just a barrier in front of everyone. They can't even get close, and onto the backline they go. Illusion's gonna be next to the chopping block, and they're going down one by one in no particular order. Namu is the last one standing, an ace coming in from DMT, and they are gonna go for the finish. Dominator just gets one more on their belt. They just want to finish this. They are just gonna go. Truth Mantra is available, but they're not even gonna get close. They get a kill on one, but at what cost? The game ends and Dominator takes it in the end.
Yeah, just too strong in the end. Dominator, and this is kind of why we're like, there are question marks on the Nongshim side, because Rattel, while he did try to make that initiation with that truth, but the rest of the squad weren't on the same page. They weren't there to help support, and then once it's a botched initiation, everything crumbles from that point. You were not at that critical mass where you're able to just steamroll people. Haku's not that tanky guy. He was just trying to stay alive. There was a tough spot for them to be in, and all because Rattel went a little too early on that one, and they paid with their lives.
Yeah, for me, I think Breezehart is such a great pick, especially with their draft that they went for on the side of the Nongshim Red Force here. Xiao Qiao is just so strong. Once you go in, even if it's a failed attempt for the side of Nongshim, if it's successful, once he pops the Meteor Storm, the game is over. They have a barrier in front of them. How are you going to get close?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's that. I mean, you had the boat as well as the Raging Sea. These are, you know, like there's so many AoE stuns that it was so hard to fight into, right? Even if you were to be able to get that pull, they weren't able to get those kills, and Nongshim were like completely outdrafted in this one.
Yeah, and as we said a while ago, right? The problem with their lineup on the side of Nongshim Red Force, the truth is gonna come in. Who is gonna follow up? The follow-up is a bit slower, which is the reason why it's hard for them to even just get through or help out Rattel whenever he gets like a good truth mantra. So yeah, that was a problem for the side of Nongshim Red Force, and TMT has all the answers, all the crowd controls, just to stop everybody from just diving in.
Yeah, they had everything, and that's the biggest takeaway, right? I mean, Tuff's counter initiation, just constantly, his boats were on fire. Really, you know,
Yeah.
we're kind of seeing Sun Tzu. He had fallen off
It's
towards
on
the end
water,
of
not on
2025.
fire.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's really done well in this one, and he's putting Sun Tzu back on the map on this.
Yeah, that's true, but it was on water, not on fire, so just a bit of a correction there. No, I'm joking. Because it was great seeing Tubbs just in his element in this game, just doing his work. And even if you put Tian X out of this game, everybody was performing so well on the side of DMT.
Performing incredibly well, right? I mean, Gerald died once as well as L. The only blemishes on your team, and those are the guys that can die, right? The people that can't die are like Siri and Haku, and they died twice each. I mean, it's a lot, right? Especially when those are the guys, and the timing that they died made it even worse, where they fell further behind. And we'll see it in the gold graph, because Nongshim really had no answers after a while.
Yeah, it was really hard for Nongshim to even do anything this game. Even Haku had a hard time to make himself effective in that game. He was in front, yes, he was tanking a lot of damage, yes, but there was no follow-up. It was the lineup crumbles whenever Rattel doesn't get a truth mantra. Even if they get a good truth mantra, it crumbles right out of the bat.
Yeah. I mean, because the initiation on this squad is that Rattel was going in first, and generally speaking, you're only going to find one target, right? And they did, but then the rest of them come in where they're grouped up, Nongshim that is, and they completely crumble because of that. So Dharma is great, but he's better as like a secondary or a tertiary initiator.
I agree with you, because they needed something else. That's why I was saying when they drafted also the Soul Guy, the Ogren, whenever they engage, he was going forward in slow motion. And they needed something snappy when they go in, but they didn't have it. So that's why it was hard.
Yeah, incredibly tough. And plus, with like Illusion on the show, the pull, like that's never really going to happen, especially when you have like a Luna and they're the ones initiating, or they're going to throw a boat in your face. You're going to have a tough time, and you're kind of seeing just the impact that it happened. Tough, so you're just completely outclassing, as well as TNX here, just making it really difficult for Haku to get anything going.
Yeah, it was really hard. It was really tough for Nongshim Red Force. Dominator just got what they wanted out of this draft. And that draft doesn't really even have a lot of like big picks on their side. The only big pick that I can think about is the Luna and the Rifartado that they have here. And it's such a great economy for the global ban and pick.
True. Although the Zachao and, of course, the Lapu Lapu, I think that they're kind of getting there. They're not S tier, but they're definitely on the rise. And I think that you're seeing a lot of the value now. When they're in the right synergy, the right composition, they will shine, and they will just make your life hell, as Nongshim experienced in that Game 3 there.
Yeah. I want to see L get the MVP here, because he was saving a lot of the members of DMT for most of the fights that we've seen here. L saved them like thrice. A lot of like 3 gank attempts in the farm lane. He saved them with the Raging Sea thrice. And it was crazy that he was able to get like multi-man Raging Seas again and again.
Definitely a lot of impact, and that's going to be where we'll see that. And it looks like it's going to be going that way, as it looks like the MVP is going to be none other. And of course, you've already no, they're going to go with Tufts. I mean, the Seafarer, Sansa, he made some serious plays as well, right? Let's be honest. Those boats were on point. It's very similar to L in that regard of just being able to save his teammates.
Yeah, the first blood came in from Seafarer himself, from Tufts, because they were able to get the boat in the mid lane and was able to traverse until they got to the farm lane a while ago. That started off things for DMT to just go forward and get the gears going.
The fact that he didn't die a single time. I mean, this is that moment, right? When that boat goes in, they don't go for the gank attempt. But the Raging Sea, that was nice as well from L. But this is where they get on top of it. But the boat, finding a tough Z all by himself, going into 3, taking down Series single-handedly. I mean, there's a reason why he won MVP.
Yeah, I was surprised that he didn't die there. He was fighting against 3 people at the back, and nobody even was able to touch his HP that time. And this is what we were saying a while ago, right? The attempt from Mattel was good. The idea was there. But Drill just popping the Meteor Storm is enough to stop everybody else from Nongshim from going forward.
And also, like, when you do go in, you want to be largely untouched. The fact that they had the boat, the Honeysweet Breeze, as well as the Rager Seed, like, they're going to hit you, right? You're not going away. It's going to be the easiest CC ever because you're trying to get the jump onto one person. And that's pretty much, like, all you need at that point, where you really are too scared to initiate at that point because you can't really get into this lineup.
Yeah. Great attempt for Nongshim Red Force. I believe that they still have that fight from game number 2, so he's still not done. We're on the best of 7 here. Even if we go the full length of the best of 7, I'll be happy because I want to see Nongshim Red Force just maybe get an upset or go for a long game.
Yeah, I want to see them bounce back. I mean, Nongshim, this is one where I think it's more of a draft issue more than anything else. This is very stock standard Nongshim in terms of how they wanted to pick these heroes, but they did use some of their meta ones. These are some of their, favorite heroes going in, and now how does Nongshim respond? Because it seemed like the counters were all there from Dominator, made it life incredibly difficult for Nongshim in this one.
Yeah, at least the thing is, they're not going to be fighting against that again, so they're not going to have a problem with the Blizzard again on this next game. They'll be happy with that, and they'll take their chances from game number 4 or moving forward from these games that we're going to be having.
Yeah, but it looks like that's going to be, we're going to take a little bit of a break. That was just 3 games in. Go get some drink, get some popcorn. We will see you in a little bit.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lemah semain di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libat seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana, maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai di sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari, saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini. Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari, seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genam dan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, kau di singgah sana. Aku cinta the queen, feel alright. Orang jajali, jangan lain. If you want me, profit, nuema. Siapa Siapa tadi panggil cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try minion ku sebut api. Yes my melody you can touch me. You ready ujar jali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan buat yang lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan.
Dominator Esports, it seems like they found the right approach on taking down Nongshim Red Force, right? It seems like they have the appropriate counters. I mean, but let's talk a little about these global bans and picks, Dash.
Ooh, there's a lot of picks that we are seeing here. I think right now, especially in the best of 7, right, Holler, everybody's been saving up their picks. And I can see that from the side of Dominator. Look at their picks. They don't even have a lot of things that are very great on most of their drafts. Most of the time, they just pick 2 and be okay with it. But on the other hand, for Nongshim Red Force, I'm kind of afraid of this last game that they had, right? They had the Arlie Diadea, the Dharma that was taken out of that game. But it's still good. Everything's still good. It's still game number 4. Everything is still in balance for now.
Yeah, well, we hope so, but it looks like Senda SPS 17 witnessing DMT's strengths as a debutant team since KC 2024 in Jakarta. This time, they must be top 1. I don't know if they're blessing them or cursing Dominator at this point.
They're from ID, so I do believe that is a.
They must be number
right?
1, though.
They must be. They must be. No pressure. No pressure. They must be number 1. So, DMT is going to be on the red side. I think both of these teams really just prefer going to the blue side, right? Because whenever they lose, they always pick up to go on the blue side.
Yeah, I think they want to dictate pace, which has been a little interesting because most of the times we've seen teams, they want to flex, they want to get to that red side as much as possible to counter pick. It's about that chess game, but Nongshim are like, actually, we want blue as much as possible because we want to dictate how these drafts go.
Yeah, Nongshim Red Force and Dominator. Nongshim on the other side now. They still have a lot of their favorites for Series here for game number 4. I think Tirinjie Magistrate could come out in this game if they want to be a lot more confident. And they're taking out some options here from CC for this next game.
Yeah, they're going to look to take that away. I just got to attack him as much as possible. CC and TNX have been the guys that have been very consistent. I mean, they haven't really gotten the MVPs because the supporting cast of the Dominator Esports lineup with L, Jurl, and of course Tufts has done such a great job of letting those stars shine, but doing it in a way where they're, again, controlling Nongshim.
Yeah. Dominator, what are they going to be doing here for the first parts of their drafts? Because I think Nongshim Red Force still has a lot of roamers that they could use here. They still haven't picked up the Tong Fei, so that could be a good first pick here for Nongshim Red Force just to secure a great engager for Namu.
Yeah, yeah. And I think they need that. I think that right now is the moment. This is the critical part of the draft where they need to ensure that they do have those like big alts, especially coming from the roam.
Yeah, and right now with Young, there you go. I was about to say it because you showed your hand on this first pick. Here it comes. They're going to be picking up the C-Singer for themselves so that they won't have that easy combo for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and taking it away. I mean, the Dolia has been quite good as well, but with the Chicha to kind of round out those first 2 picks, this could be interesting because the Chicha has so much flexibility. You can put it almost anywhere, and it adds quite a bit to the team.
Yeah, there you go. As I'm saying, they needed somebody to go for the engage, so they, even without the Dolia, they're just going to be going for the Beast, Zhang Fei, for their side, and good wave clear is going to be pretty important here for Nongshim Red Force just because they picked up that tri-line.
Will never end.
Yep, and it looks like the Tooncaster a little bit more sustained with that Unending Sorrow. It's going to be kind of annoying, so they need to deal with that. Venomous Staffs, I mean, itemization aside, Like hero-wise, you probably like want to control the Tooncaster, make sure that she doesn't get too far away. Obviously, they've already used the Yixing, but that would have been a potential good pick here.
Yeah, one thing that I love about the Tooncaster is that she's a winning lane most of the time, especially if you put her on mid, because she's going to be dealing most of the poke damage, especially against a Garuda in the early stages of the game. So she has a lot more leeway to move around the map.
Yep, and now it looks like this is the setup, right? When you have that Zhangfei, the beast, to deal with that potential jump in. When the Chicha's going to get close, the Byron's going to be there as well. So this is going to be really up to Namu to really set the tone in these team fights. But now you've got the D-Renjay as well as the Charlotte or the Rose Fencer. All heroes that have access to that backline, and it's looking kind of juicy on the Dominator Esports lineup.
Yeah, for Dominator's side, they do have a lot of winning lanes here, so they could dominate at least the mid lane and the top side. Ooh, this is going to be good, because they have the Wild Rider, because they have dominating lanes on mid and the Clash lane. They could push those lanes pretty easily with the Wild Rider on their side.
Yep. It's a good opportunity here. I mean, that's just going to be, it's going to be tough to deal with, right? Because the D-Renjay, again, if he gets caught in by the Wild Rider, he can just run it down. The Yangjian, just the damage dealing, beast that he is going to maybe potentially struggle with this Wild Rider because he has a decent amount of control as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be pretty tough here for Nongshim Red Force because they do have a lot of ways to engage with the Beast, Trilite, and Rose Fencer, and they do have two gears that are turning on the backline that will be doing the damage, so it's a bit of a balanced composition, and I kind of like that, and Dominator could go from different fronts with what they have here.
Okay. All right. I think that's the biggest thing. You want to be flexible. You want to go with different fronts and to really give your team a chance. But this game is absolutely critical for Nongshim. If they're down 1-3, that is a world of hurt, and to be able to win 3 straight from that point on might be nigh impossible at that point. So this is, in my opinion, a must-win game for Nongshim Red Force. Is the draft good enough to really compete and to kind of take on this Dominator Esports lineup that's finding momentum in this series? We're going to have to find out in, of course, this game 4.
Yeah, it's a front-to-back, a classic for Nongshim Red Force. I think they're very confident about those types of lineups, especially with Illusions and a very utility-centric mid laner on their side. I think this is going to go good for them. They just have to play their cards right. They just have to be careful about the scaling of that Wild Rider and that Forged Maiden. If not, it's all going to be good for Nongshim. I think they have a fighting chance with this lineup.
I think so too, right? I think that these are more very sucked in. Like, whenever you have a Zhangfei on the squad, I'm always like, got a chance, right? Like, this is a game-winning ult available to them, and it really comes back to the positioning and how Dominator Esports dodges most of this. But the fact that, Nongshim are now digging deep and using the Garuda to kind of counter the IKL squad of the Dominator lineup, this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, they're just planting their flags right now in front of us after that. And we're seeing Illusion just making sure that he's going to be the first one to move around after getting that first wave clear on their side. And what I like about this is that they know what they're going to be up to. TNX is going to go to the top side of the map, going to try to go for this Firehawk right here, but they might be trapped themselves. The Spike Tail Beast is also going to be taken, so it's still an equal trade.
Yeah, and that's what they really want. I mean, the zoning away, though, now, CC has that Firehawk, which is going to be the only one of the game to really help accelerate this bottom lane. If we're looking at other lane matchups, though, which one is the most important, at least for you?
For me, on this matchup, I think it's going to be on the mid lane. How these two mid laners are going to be moving around is always going to be important, especially with the Yu1. The Garuda, not much, but the Yu1, I'm going to be excited how she moves around here.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, I'm looking at Rattel right now, and I'm thinking this Charlotte. Like, who else is going to really jump onto that back line? He's the one that's going to be able to, or he needs to, provide that pressure. Get onto Jurl, get onto CC and L, and make them, again, just uncomfortable. And he's the only guy with that mobility.
Yeah, and that's the goal, right? Whenever you're playing this, in Tufts, look at him. He's just tanking up a lot of damage, and they basically have different MOs here, right? For Rattel, for Tufts, one is going to go to the back line, one is going to go for the front. and they are just going to be dealing damage. Force the flash away out of Rattel, half HP on this guy.
Yeah, but zoned away, now they're going to teleport. It's a good game attempt, right? You have to kind of constantly move across the map. Oh, but they find CC.
Now CC got trapped a bit here. Had to use his ult just to move away. And even Wings of Judgment from Illusion just to force him back away with a bit of a chip damage. Half HP on some members.
Yeah, a little bit of damage at this point. Still very early, it's very close. But Haku on this Yangjian really needs to shine. He's another guy that we're kind of looking into to ensure that they have a fighting chance. Because if he hounds, this is a potential way to get to the back line, right? And him and Rattel, those are the two Bash brothers that really need to be the aggressive frontliners.
Yeah, one thing that I'm very excited about is this Dolia versus the Dolia with a Forge Maiden. Because she could reset the ult pretty easily, right? Return of the Arms Master is a very strong part of her kit for CC. And if he's able to do it twice in a fight, it's going to be good. The stun comes in, waves his halberd around, and he is going to be dealing a bit of damage. That's the wall right here from Illusion, just so everybody can't walk forward.
Yeah, and that zone, that Wings of Judgment is going to be annoying to deal with. Dominator need to find a way to kind of angle around that or have, force out Illusion to make a potential mistake with how those things are being thrown out so that, they don't take as much. So cutting off the angle will be key for Dominator. I expect Tufts to be that guy.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to be doing here for Nongshim. 25 seconds. We're going to be having the objectives right now. Force the ultimate, the return of the Arms Master here, but was stunned right on track.
Yeah, and a great start for them. I mean, just going into this, the net worth is a bit of a wash. This is a great situation for Nongshim, right? You'd never want to really be losing. Obviously, they would want to be winning in this situation, but after the last game, I think you'll take what you can get and go with that 50-50.
Oh! Still got the stun, forced the flash away from Illusion. That's big. But the reaction from Nongshim Red Force Haku is already on top of the Tyrant with Unbridled Outburst. That's going to be stopping them from doing anything else. This is going to be the time for them to go in. They have a lot of people just backing up from DMT. But onto the backline, we're seeing Rattel fighting against two, but no damage is happening on him.
Yeah, really well played by Rattel, right? Just holding them back, and you want to attract as much attention, and you're able to stay alive on the Charlotte. You can kind of parry most of those attacks if possible, but Haku getting that Tyrant, really nice turn of events for Nongshim as they have a bit of a lead now.
Yeah, bit of a lead that they can make use of. Tufts didn't opt to go for that flash, just to go for that engage on Illusion. He didn't have any flash. Good way to force them to back off.
They've been backing off it as well. And Haku here, level 8, keeping on pace with TNX. This is kind of where you want to be. But the biggest piece for me, look at Rattel. All by himself, this is where you want to be.
Ooh, yeah, the damage is going to be there. Here it comes. They might be able to get the stun in. The knockup is going to be there, but Rattel teleporting in stops DMT from diving in.
Yeah, and that's going to be just enough. And now the Revenge Tour.
Yeah, Gerald is in position. Unending Sorrow has to be forced. And even the flash, just so he survives.
Just enough, and that's really what you want. Nice counter rotation. Good, you got to protect the bottom lane as much as possible. Oh, they go for the steal, and Haku does take that one.
He gets it anyway, and they got the tower too. I love the positioning right here from Haku, just so they won't be able to defend the tower at the bottom lane. He was just moving forward right onto the blue side in order for them to zone out the members.
Really well played. I mean, by Nongshim. I mean, yeah, you lost to the top T1, but being able to take that away, anything that you can do to slow down TNX, I think is a positive in my book.
Yeah, I think this is good. You have like 2 carries on the side of DMT, and if TNX and CC are going to be delayed, this is good for Nongshim.
Yeah, definitely very good. And I think that, Dominator, on the other hand, they need a single pick-off, right? They have an Agudo. They're able to slow siege and just kind of run it down. They haven't had that spacing because Nongshim have taken the fight to them. They are a little bit behind, so it's much harder to take any sort of fight.
Where now DMT is just making use of, or at least Rattel is making use of the advantage that they got from a while ago. And they're trying to position themselves here in Unbridled Outburst. Flash from Tufts so that he doesn't get caught.
Looks like that's going to be the end of that one. I mean, just a big commitment by Namu there, at least for that ult. But in the bottom lane, Rattel.
Not a lot of damage from CC, even with the return of the Arms Master. But they're going to be looking for the push here anyway. gonna force the ult maybe from CC, but they don't have any minions right now.
Don't have that now, but this is why when you zone them away and you have a TNX, a Gudo with that wild growth, you can push wherever you want almost.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing that. There's nobody at the bottom lane, so that's going to be an easy push. While the members of Nongshim Red Force took the tower also on the Clash lane.
Yep. And now they're going to jump in. Dominator Esports understanding that with that bottom T1 open, this opens up the map, right? And now they're going to put a lot of pressure on this bottom T2.
Could go for another push. Haku tried to go for the stun. Have to run away here. A lot of slows coming in from DMT, so that there's no follow-up from Nongshim. And even with that, they're trying to converge on them. That unbridled outburst changes things. Not the first blood. Make that a double kill for Haku.
And this is the power of the Zhangfei. Namu going in and getting that stun. That was absolutely huge for them. Setting it up. I mean, that's the biggest thing where you have the rest of Nongshim, which is a lot of damage dealers, but if they lock it down, you're able to just free fire and blow them up.
Yeah, this is what I love about Trilight too, right? He's just tanking in front of everybody. CC doesn't even need to use the flash, doesn't have a lot of damage. Look at that. Haku was just tanking the full brunt of CC's damage.
Yeah, he's getting to that point where he's going to be annoying to deal with. This Yangjian is going to be a problem and has damage. It's tanky. I mean, this is exactly the type of hero that Haku likes to play because it can kind of, you know, get onto the mobile side as well. It adds quite a bit. It's basically a jack of all trades, and it's actually quite good.
Yeah, he has the best type of damage too. A true one. So that's why it's hard to actually fight against him. Has a lot of sustain too. So DMT trying their best to at least flap their wings, get some space, but it's really hard, right? It's really hard because you need Tufts to go to those brushes in order for you to clear it.
Yeah, and also Tufts is a level behind. I mean, he's kind of fallen behind Rattel, who's gotten the better of him, and Rattel has done quite well. He's got a 1.3k net worth lead, has been, you know, sizing up for that team fight when they do happen.
Ooh, Namu's in a good position to go in. TNX gonna be the target, has able to dash away. Unleash the Hound is gonna be there. The Unbridled Outburst almost hits him on the last part of it, but right now CC is going to be chased down. Haku is dealing a lot of damage, even though that's the case. No damage is falling to the hands of Nongshim Red Force. They're all just tanking everybody from DMT.
And somehow CC survived, as well as TNX. I mean, those are the main targets, Tufsy as well as L. They threw their bodies at this one to kind of create a little bit of space, a little bit of a distraction, and Nongshim kind of got lost in the sauce, so to speak, in terms of that focus, but still getting 2 kills, and they're now going to turn it into at least a mid-T2.
Bro, they're just tanking all the damage up. They're just soaking up members of DMT. And DMT, unless they get like a Daybreaker or something, they're not going to be able to deal any damage against Haku, Rattel, even Namu, because at this point, as we see it, Return of the Arms Master, every time CC uses it, he was dealing 0 damage against these targets.
Yeah, he was not doing anything at that point. I mean, he was actually being focused. He was just running for his life at a certain point because the fact that nothing was happening. I mean, he's 0-0-0. He is still staying alive, and he is keeping on pace with Siri, who's been largely quiet in that sense with his 102 KDA, but now
yeah, great position here, bro. They already have their position right there on the tower. Namu not moving a muscle. They might smell him if ever he moves a muscle, so he's just going to be going in front. The beast is there. Tried to go for that Unbridled Outburst, forced an ending sword away pretty early at this fight. Gets the knockup, but is that enough to get the kill on Siri? Yes, it might be. Yes, they will able to get the kill now, and now this is going to be a 1v5. CC is going to be coming in. It's still a 4v4, but they are not going to continue to go for the fight. Look at CC. He's just trying, but everybody knows to just back off whenever he uses his ult.
Oh, Namu with that Umbrella Outburst completely dodged out by Jurl with that Unending Sorrow really changes the dynamics of that fight because they thought they were the aggressors and then they get jumped on. And when you're the DRNJ, this is a hero that, again, wants to be as far back as possible, just free firing. He has almost little to no mobility. He gets jumped in, he gets killed, and then the rest of Nongshim really can't fight and they actually had to run. Yes, you get Tufts, but this is not a good trade for Nongshim.
Yeah, he was also... in front. That's why he was an easy target for Tubbs. Tubbs didn't even need to use the flash to get the Storm Strike on him. But it was still nice right here. DMT still fighting back, stopped them from pushing the T3 on the top side. And now they might have an opportunity here because right now Rattel is in the bot lane. So they can go for the... Oh, they're going to go for Rattel, I think.
Oh, look at this. CC, he's going to meet up with Rattel.
Yeah.
They're going to meet in the
Going for the-
jungle. A little... Oh,
Yeah.
he's taking so much. Well, Rattel was fine.
Yeah,
I mean, he's got the mobility. He's tanky enough.
Still not enough. And because of that showing, they got the Overlord for free and decided Nongshim.
Yeah, completely baited out. I mean, CC, you know, thought he could get that ambush onto Rattel, but in the end, I mean, not getting anything and not able to even contest the Overlord, not a great spot for DMT.
Oh man, it's not a good trades coming in from DMT. 5k gold lead. They are forced to move around where Nongshim Red Force wants them to move. Now Nongshim Red Force just needs to wrap this up with the Shadow Vanguard on their hands. They're using the Wings of Judgment to get the damage in. Haku transforms, but they are going to be getting this tower no contest whatsoever from DMT.
I mean, Haku is very scary when he's in the Heaven and Earth mode, right? So I think that this is a situation where you kind of give that respect. Namu looking for the angle, not going to find it. CC dashing out. He's going to be fine. But the Shadow Vanguard pushing in the top lane, they can provide even more pressure here.
That was a scary position from the Namu, because if CC didn't get the Celestial Melody there, that could have been a kill for the side of Nongshim Red Force. But good thing L was there to help out.
Definitely. L's been Johnny on the spot in terms of, you know, all the spells and, you know, Celestial Melody especially in the positioning. He's just been saving his teammates. The perfect play for the roam, but now Nongshim looking to see.
Wings of Judgment, Shadow Vanguard is here. Position is there. Tian X doesn't have a lot of HP anymore. Tubbs in front. Is trying to be the wall in front of everybody, even forcing the Unending Sorrow, but because he forced it, Gerald was a perfect target for the side of Nongshim Red Force. They're not stopping. They're going in. They still got the stun in, and the Shadow Vanguard will be marching through right down at the bottom, even on top, but they need to back up. It doesn't have enough HP.
Oh, it was a bit of a problem. I mean, they had them where they wanted, which is like pushing back. Dominator was not going to go down easy, considering they had the fountain to just really out-heal this. But now, without that mid-lane push, that was a bit of a gap, and they had to slow it down. Now they're going in.
Yeah, might be able to get the stun here. Tubbs tanking up a lot of damage, but onto the back line, you can see that CC is trying his best to get a kill, but nothing is happening in his favor. Nongshim Red Force are just marching towards the win here. They have a lot of waves, but they might be cleared. And Rattled Outburst onto the back. John X has been pushed forward. All of the members right now are converging on their targets. A flash from Illusion just to push them out. And this is the time for them to finish. The minions are moving forward. Nongshim, the greatest red, hasn't faded just yet.
Hasn't faded just yet, and they actually deserved that game. I mean, the way that they had played, they were in control. They were like, we're not losing this one. We're not going to be going down 1-3. This is a stop that we can make. We have the heroes. We have the players. We're able to do it. And Nongshim Red Force, I don't know what they're eating. I'm assuming it's
they're eating
Lamian in the end, but let's continue on.
They're eating Dominator, man. They're eating Dominator for, what time is it? For dinner, at least. It's close to dinner. So they're eating them for dinner. But it was great, right? Seeing Nongshim Red Force in this position, I'm really I'll be honest with you, Holler. I'm really surprised that Nongshim Red Force has this in store for Dominator during the best of 7.
Yeah. And again, there were questions like, how is Nongshim gonna go, right? And Nongshim, I mean, was selected by Dominator Esports, and now they're in essentially a best of 3 going into this one. How deep are the hero pools from both sides, right? This is a true test for Dominator Esports as well.
Man, if they win this was such a great, like, redemption era for them. Like, we got picked for by Dominator because they think we're weak, but we won against them anyway. Crazy. This is going to be a crazy storyline for Nongshim Red Force if ever they take this. I love this because it's going the lengths. Because as you said, it's a best of 3 at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the play. Like the KDA, the only person who died was Siri. Shame on him, right? How dare you die? The rest of them, though, didn't die a single time. Unblemished. They get the A+ from me, and they really showed why. Dominator, I mean, they were trying to get in. You saw CC trying to make some of those plays. The ambush, the solo kills. Wasn't able to find anything, and actually, he came out 0-1-0 in this one.
Oh man, it was really hard for CC, right? Because you can see, even without a lot of tanky items from the side of Haku, Haku was just tanking pretty well for CC's damage. He's not even afraid of it. He got the Daybreaker a bit later in the game, but they were losing on the damage department that game. I remember the exact time that Siri died. It was when he was in front. And he was the only one who died, but everybody did their part here for Nongshim.
Yeah, everyone else stepped up. I mean, they did so much damage. Like Illusion, Haku, Siri, like all of those guys where, you know, they had really no avenue of attack because they were so low. And the gold graph completely shifting in favor of Nongshim Red Force because they were in full control. They had all of, again, the damage to just overtake them. Haku was a beast in this one.
Yeah, I think just looking at the draft again, just thinking of why DMT is having a hard time that time is because they didn't really have like a good form of crowd control in that game. It was hard for TNX and CC to just hack on anyone because whenever CC pops the Return of the Arms Master, everybody was just running away. There was nothing to keep them together so that ult will soak up, or at least the members of Nongshim will soak up more of that damage.
Yeah, and being able to do that, I mean, look at the head-to-head. Like, Illusion right here, just outclassing Drill on this one. Just did a really good job. Those Wings of Judgment were doing quite a bit. And every time, you know, their players, like Haku got jumped, he would throw it at the right time to just kind of deter them from continuing on, basically saving his teammates all the time.
Yeah, the way he popped in also and used the second activation of Wings of Judgment on that ending play just to force everybody away was also great. That's why they were able to finish that game too. And again, DMT, what is happening here? I'm surprised that this is happening to them. Nongshim Red Force is doing a good job, especially Namu in this game, because his engages from the first parts of this game were key for them to get the pace, the tempo in that early stages.
Yeah, but it looks like the MVP is gonna be Haku on this one. Clearly deserved because he was just an absolute beast on this Yangjian. Continuing to just, you know, not only do 123,000 damage, but to get those kills 4-0 and 5. I mean, he was out farming everybody. He just made life miserable for Dominator.
Yeah, even without the Zoya, the Sea Singer on his side, his Trilite was doing a lot of work for the team. And every time he goes for an engage, he was tanking up a lot of damage too. So that's why he definitely deserves this.
Yeah, definitely deserves this. I mean, we're going to see the highlights here. But like you were talking and you were singing praises of Namu on the Zhangfei, his impact was definitely there as well. And I think that they need to kind of let him play these type of heroes because it's all about the setup and then the rest of the team is there with that damage to kind of clean house. And with Siri and Haku there, you know that you're going to have a plethora of damage there.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here, you can see this is the exact moment that Siri died. You can see it right there. Shame. That's the only death that they have in that game, and yes, shame on Siri for dying that game.
Yeah, how dare he? But I mean, it was just enough. I mean, that was a perfect umbrella outburst from the back, pushing them away. Namu with that play, and Jurl was in a bad spot. He thought he could be, you know, safe in this one, but then CC going in on this one, very ambitious. Right, once he died, there was no way that they hold on this, and it was a matter of time for Nongshim to just kind of close this one out.
Honestly, Tough was doing work this game. He was tanking up a lot of damage from the other team, and it was definitely pretty hard for them to do anything at that point. It was a nice try for DMT, and I believe this will go the full length. If it's an ultimate battle, I'm not even gonna be mad because it definitely deserves an ultimate battle with what's happening right now.
Yeah, I don't want to see any of these teams go home, so they just can keep playing. Like, go past Game 7, right? I just want to see them alternate because that's what we're seeing right now. It doesn't seem like any of the teams can get as a winning streak against the other one because the other one is up to kind of counter them appropriately.
and I am looking forward to what they're going to be doing next year, because with what happened during that game, it looks like Dominator was a bit phased. They are probably asking too, why is my Forge Maiden not dealing enough damage that game? Because I was questioning it too. I'm surprised that the Forge Maiden wasn't dealing enough damage that game.
Yeah, no chance on this one. And I love this. The Global Band picks, yes, these are all the heroes that they've been selected, but the way that the teams have been alternating, exchanging wins, if you will, and going into this one where we now have essentially a best of 3 ahead of us with very limited heroes, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's fun. Game number 5, game number 6 is for sure going to happen because we're already on 2-2. And I'm pretty excited on what they're going to do. I am happy that we're going the lengths here for Nongshim and seeing them in this light yet again. Almost the same thing as what happened during last year. They are very good when they are backs against the wall on a single elimination best of 7.
Yep. And it looks like Nongshim are going to go with blue. Dominator choose red again. They don't seem to think that Nongshim probably should be shifting off of blue to give themselves a chance, because they really like to favor that. But now it looks like with red, they're looking to counterpick because they understand that the hero pools are getting smaller and smaller.
What are they going to do next year for Nongshim Red Force? This is what I'm worried about, right? For Nongshim Red Force, because I'm kind of thinking that they might be losing on that hero pool department because they have new players on their side. But if they are going to be playing like this and they have compositions like these in their pocket, they might be able to go the lengths here and even upset Dominator.
Yeah, and if they're able to upset them, that would be a huge blow, right? This is the number 1 team in Group B, right? Kagendra had already been ousted yesterday against Blacklist, and now for them to lose Dominator Esports, that would be absolutely massive.
That is like that will flip the whole storyline of KIS4, right? If Nongshim Red Force defeats the strongest team of Group B, that means the other teams in Group B, Nongshim Red Force could probably beat too. Just based on statistics, though.
Yeah, based on statistics. Yeah.
Not statistics, math. Math, sorry.
Yeah, but then Nongshim at some point will eventually face someone from Group A, and you can see exactly what happened. It did not look good for them. So as long as they can beat up on the Group B guys, I think they're going to have a fine time. But again, we're getting way ahead of ourselves as Dominator Esports. It's just 2-2, man.
Yeah. And we're seeing here Dharma and Fade gonna get picked up here for Dominator Esports. Okay, at least now they're looking like they're gonna go serious because they have the Featherfoot on Tian X and Tufts on the Eminem or Marshall Monk.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the Eminem rapper. I was like, okay.
Yeah,
disappointed.
that's what I was saying because it's MM, right? Marshall Monk.
Yeah. Marshall Monk. No, I get that, but when I hear Eminem, I think of the rapper or the candy, right? And but okay, Marshall Monk it is.
He has Marshall in his name too, so.
Do your best.
Yeah, Marshall Matthews. Boom, there we go.
Yeah,
let's go.
There you go.
But if you're looking at the Nongshim side, I do think that this is a nice little counter. I mean, you're going to go with a Refart Datu, the Fire Ninja as well. But, I mean, the Dominator side, TNX, this is a guy that I think that's just like, hey, just give me my assassin-style heroes. Let me fly on these ones as much as possible because I can control these games.
This is what I want, right? For the side of Dominator Esports, whenever you pick up a Dharma on your team, you need to have somebody that could start the fight themselves, like this one. Peacekeeper on L, starting off with a Cannon Blast could also jumpstart the Truth Mantra Flash coming in from Tufts. So that is what I'm expecting here, and this overall is such a better pick for a Dharma on your team.
Yeah. Actually, that was the biggest gap, right? When Nongshim picked the Dharma themselves, they didn't really have a good initiator. But when you have a Moats, a Peacekeeper with that Cannon Blast, as you were alluding to, just it's a nice setup, right? And it could be perfect because that's what you need. And now with a board to further expand on this combination with that Marshall Monk, Eminem, if you will, let the man kind of just knock him onto the back of that board.
Yeah, They already have a lot of crowd control here. They have somebody to execute. They already have everything that they need. This is the scary part. Because Nongshim Red Force are going to be going for 2 tanks. Or 3 if you may. Because you also have the Repart Datu. But they're going to go for the Starblade. Dominator Esports needs to have like a big shredder of a damage dealer on their side. Because that's what they're going to be lacking again in this game number 5.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one. I mean, they're going to go with the Haku Yao special. This is one where he does tend to shine, and if he's able to get to the back lines in terms of the Jixing, the Arlie, and now the Fade, who's definitely kind of on the squishier side if he gets jumped. But this could be incredibly interesting because there's so many damage dealers from Nongshim, but you also have a lot of control as well.
Yeah, they also have, I think they're very balanced in that sense, right? Because Nongshim Red Force has that, Dominator Esports has that too. They just have that extra execution and also easier access to those objectives because of Featherfoot. But this is a very balanced lineup, and I like what they have here because they could one mistake could be the reason why one of the teams lose here.
Do you think that this lineup, I mean, which team are you giving the edge to here?
I think I'm going to be giving this to... With the lineup that happened a while ago, I think I'm going to be giving this to Nongshim Red Force for some reason. Just because of... I really love the initiation setup that they have with the Starblade, with the Fire Ninja. They can pop anybody. They won pretty easily, which is scary.
Yeah. And also very scary is the fact that, I mean, you have the Mai, the Yao, Byron, all who's like literally running at you. The Lapu Lapu as well. And then you have the Chicha who kind of is hiding in the back, right? And is going to be able to just kind of get lost in all that chaos that they're going to be providing. So it really comes back to Jurl on this Yixing. How much control can he have with these boards to kind of ensure that, hey, if the team fights are happening, at least they're being, you know, separated to a degree?
Yeah, it's not going to be the same as the Xiaotiao, right? Because it's going to be a bit more... Compared to the Xiaotiao, you need to set this up more. Compared to the... You just pop the ult and everything's good. But here, they're all divers. A Xiaotiao could have been good here in this, against this. But they have a board master, and I believe they can make things work. Drill, it's going to be all on you, and I'm very expectant of what they're going to be doing. This is game number 5. It's a 2-2. Whoever gets the advantage gets the lead here in this series.
I kind of want to give the nickname of the caveman draft to Nongshim here because they are very one-dimensional, right? And when the team fights are happening, they just want to run at you. They just want to brawl. They want to fight. And they don't want to think about, you know, I mean, yeah, Siri and Illusion to a degree have some sort of range, but they just want to, again, just get in your face and just go at it.
Yeah, and as you said, right, an easier composition to pull off is honestly almost always better because in the chaos, you will be able to pull it off easily. And when you have a full dive comp, it's easy to just take out the backline whenever you need to. And I believe even a Chicha, a Forge Maiden, is also a diver because of her ult.
Yes, agreed. And this is, it's completely on brand, right? Where they just want to, again, just run at you. But for me, it's about Jurl, Tufts. Like, those are the guys, like, if the fights are happening, how do they kind of mitigate? How do they crowd control the action?
Oh, that's going to be hard. Tian X didn't have the ultimate right there. That's why he was bullied out of the way by Haku and the squad. And this is what's great whenever you have a very dive-heavy team. They can all follow through if ever somebody engages.
Yeah, and actually a little bit of a level advantage already. Mattel taking a decent amount of the top lane, but they need to do a little bit of a lane swap as they've kind of left Wattel on an island.
Yeah, Tufts alone here. Knockup's going to be coming in. Not enough damage from the team, even using the Spriting Troop just to bolster a bit of their HP. He's going to be going in, tried to go for that finish, but Siri wasn't successful.
That was the perfect way of just being able to deal with the tower aggro as much as possible. Just stepping out when he needed to, going in, putting a little bit of pressure on the Tufts, getting that snipe shot, but not even taking the shot. And the last tower shot was just enough to kill the last minion. That was actually really well played by Siri if we look at that from a textbook standpoint.
Yeah, no, also in this game, right, it's a very hard matchup for Tufts because Rattel could just tank up a lot of the towers here. Compared to the Chichao versus Dharma matchup, it's way easier for Rattel to survive compared to Tufts. That's why he's having a hard time right here on the bot lane.
Yeah, he is definitely not having the greatest of times, but it's the lane swaps, right? You're going to get outranged at times. And, you know, Dharma wasn't going to have the best of lanes against the Byron, who just kind of dominates the Clash lane by himself, usually. But this gives, you know, CC a bit of an edge here.
Yeah, CC, even fighting back here is going to be hard. They still do have a lot of people right here on the top side, using and taking liberties just to move forward. But this is still okay, right? Both of our teams are on an okay spot.
Yeah, I mean, until somebody makes that mistake, like who flinches first? You're kind of seeing a little bit of rotations in the top lane because they want to prioritize CC as much as possible. That is definitely the win condition that you want. But, they're going in the top lane.
Illusion also got that. Illusion has been hitting all those Kacho Sense on the right timing too, so they still got some steals out of TNX here. That's why he's having a hard time getting gap on the gold department because of it. 10 seconds, have the objectives coming in, and the teams are still busy on the top side.
Mai is one of Illusion's best heroes. Come Ultimate Battle, this is a hero that they like to pick as much as possible for Illusion. He is very comfortable on that, and he's able to kind of make some sort of plays that other Mai might not make.
Great zone. Haku a bit too late here. And good positioning coming in from DMT. They started it off because they knew that Namu is not in a position to contest the objective, or at least body block it for the team, which is why DMT just went in for the call.
Yeah. It was a free one, essentially. I mean, just because the spacing of where Nongshim were. And now Tufts all by himself. Haku's there as well. He's going to spot out the rest of them.
Yeah, that's going to be a free tower, right? Because nobody was here. Rattel also teleported in. That's all of their members right down towards the position here. And they are just pushing their luck too, because they're still going for the push. They have the board in. Rattel is tanking up a lot of damage, and it's still okay. He's going to survive that. Not a lot of damage from DMT's side.
I mean, he's got the force field suppression. He's tanky. He ate a truth, but the rest of them weren't really in position to kind of follow up on the Tufts control. So he does get away, but it's still a moment where you're kind of thinking, Rattel, where is he going to be come these big team fights? Is he going to be that frontliner again to kind of deal with this? Because he can tank up quite a bit.
Yeah, he's just tanking up a lot of damage, and it's so hard for Dominator to do anything if CC is not there. I do believe that CC is the only damage source that the only reliable damage source that they have here, and they need him if they want to fight.
Agreed. I mean, TNX will eventually get there, but CC is definitely the guy, right? So they need to be careful of ensuring that CC gets that farm, and that's why they went for that lane swap.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Haku was in position to go for the back line, and they got the knockup right here on CC. CC's gonna fall. They are on board, but they're trapped here with them, and not the other way around. And Nongshim are just gonna go back, take their wins. But Namu might be the target. TNX going in for the dive. He's gonna go for the kill, but he's gonna get killed himself. Rattel goes in for the flash, but it's still gonna go forward for the side of Nongshim Red Force because they got a tower here on the mid lane and the top side. They're still gonna go for the chase down so that DMT is not gonna take anything here just for a reaction.
Oh, TNX got completely baited.
Wow.
Yeah, he got Namu, but it was a situation where Haku Illusion Siri, they're like, okay, how dare you go kill one of my brothers, right? We'll turn this around. We have the speed and we have the damage to deal with TNX. And he's like, oh crap, actually they're very mobile. They're in my face. I have zero answers. Not a good trade for Dominator, and they are behind by about 3K already.
Yeah, he used two of his dashes that time, so that's why he wasn't able to get away anymore. That, just for a blood spill, was not good enough. 4K gold lead for the side of Nongshim Red Force because they got 2 towers and 3 kills out of that. That's a big win for them now. Maybe looking for Rattel, the tankiest member, just gets away with this a lot.
But this happens. I mean, the junglers, it's like feast or famine with some of them, right? In the sense that they will always try to be aggressive. You want that. right? Especially when you're looking for a jungler. You cannot have a passive jungler, right? But you need to kind of tone down the aggressiveness to the right moment, right? And I think that, you know, if you want to be great, this is like that big difference between an A tier and an S tier jungler.
Yeah. They have to make work with what they have for the side of DMT. They have to really hit all their strides here if ever they try to go for the engage, because they have a good team fight composition. But if team fights aren't happening, it's gonna be hard. Siri gonna be the target. Fruit on the wall, tanking up the damage from Tufts. You have the board right here. The Raging Sea hits 3 people. That slows them down a bit. And now DMT needs to disengage. They have to withdraw from this fight.
Oh, Namu. I forgive you for the Raging Sea you missed earlier in this game, because that was sick. You set it up for 3, getting onto Tufts. That was the perfect one, and that was the perfect play. They've been wanting these types of stuns, and Namu has really stepped up. You saw it in the last game with Zhangfei, and now you're going to see it with the Lapu Lapu. Namu is really starting to hit his stride and finding the right time to get those amazing ults off at the right time.
This is it, Nongshim. Red Force are looking really good right now, especially with the lineup. This is what the strength of their coach. Their coach really loves these types of lineups, and he's working this way towards a team. And they are just moving around in circles around DMT.
The movement has been great. That's been the biggest piece, right? They've always gotten the numbers advantage. They're, you know, grouped up at the right time. When somebody gets jumped, they have the reinforcements on the way at the right time as well. This is, again, a team that was struggling in the groups, but man, did they take their licks. They learned their lessons, and now they're almost potentially taking down Dominator. If they were to win this game, I mean, putting them at match point, that would be absolutely massive and a huge upset.
Big upset right here if ever they lose this. Nongshim Red Force still keeping their, or at least DMT still keeping their composure, still looking for their moment here. I think this might be the moment. Tian X missed the dash a bit. Nongshim Red Force, oh, what a timing coming in from Siri! Was able to deny Tufts, and that's a punishment coming in from their side. So Nongshim Red Force are gonna go win. L was able to dash and flash away, but what a reaction from Siri.
You gotta check the hitbox on that one, because the board was set up, and that's what Tufts was looking for him to be locked into the board so that he could go with the truth, but he just barely got out. If we were to slow that one down to see how close Siri was to getting locked down, and because of that, he wasn't able to get on top of Siri to get that stun and the kill, Tufts pays with his life.
The stun also from Siri, the hold was too perfect. He knocked Tufts back so that he doesn't get hit through a wall. Oh man, that is so smart. And now this is going to be scary because they lost Tufts during that fight. They lost the flash, which is one of the biggest keys for them to win this team fights. This is not going to go good. They have to go for a very risky play when they try to go in. Tian X trying to defend Nongshim Red Force. The only good thing about this for DMT is that Nongshim's wave clear is not that good.
Actually, okay, going back onto this Marshall Matthews thing, the Eminem of the Dharma pick, I feel like without the flash, he is literally just the rapper. He's just out there to send you the truth, but he's not able to make a real impact like he should, right?
Yeah, he was spitting his bars there with his fists, right? That was what he was trying to do. but man, he wasn't able to get the mic first before he spit his bars.
I mean, now when you
he
got
needs
the
a good
flash,
setup,
you have the
right?
opportunity. Yeah, yes, of course. Of course. He can't do anything without it. He needs the location. He needs the mic, the speaker, everything, right? But now, once he's got the flash, he's back to normal. He is the Eminem that we know and expect from Tufts here with that Dharma.
Oh man. Okay, there you go. At least he has a flash now. He has his mic ready. He's just gonna be going for a good setup, maybe a good beat also. There you go. Beat comes in. There was nobody to duel with him.
I mean, he went all in on Zanamu. He threw out the truth, and Namu was just like, okay, all right, I'll take that one. Didn't even use his own Raging Sea. He was able to out-tank that, and Tufts is like, this is a guy. Ooh, I cannot. I need to do more than just spit bars at him.
Yeah, I mean, I think DMT, everything has been breaking down here. The communications, they need to bolster it effectively. Tubbs has an opportunity here, waiting for the right timing. They can still wait there, which is a good thing, but the Shadow Vanguard is going to come in.
The bottom lane, that's the big one, right? I mean, they're still kind of sticking around. They're not giving too much space for DMT to come out of their base, but they just really want to take this bottom T3, if anything.
Yeah, Tubbs, really scary. He has that potential. Raging Sea has been used, gets this low, and now they are just going to be backing off. Free tower for the side of Nongshim, and they're slowly making a barrier in front. What a great position from Namu so that nobody from DMT could move forward. 2 towers are going to be down, and they're still looking for the third right on top, but they're still going to be respecting DMT here and just going to back off for a bit.
Oh, great siege there by Nongshim, and not really losing anything at this point. I mean, yeah, you have the Raging Sea, it's right back up, and they got exactly what they wanted, which is 2 T3s, and the way that they did it was largely untouched. Very well played by Nongshim here.
Man, it's going to be hard. You have to go in. Tubbs needs to make a call here to just find the back line. Siri could be a juicy target, but Siri is also very tanky, which is why they're kind of hesitating.
Struggling at this point. I mean, TNX hasn't even gotten the right farm. He's not even level 15 at this point. Hasn't been able to find Illusion. And on the Mai, you do fall off, right? You become a little on the squishier side, but they're not at that point yet. Dominator just looking to hold off just a little bit longer to give TNX and CC the space and time to really turn it up in that late.
Got a Tyrant. They got a position here from Tubbs. So they're forcing a fight on the top side because they know that there might be a fight right there. Oh no. Rattel just knows his number. And oh man, they can't even find that pickoff that they're looking for.
Can't find anything. I mean, the way that Dominator, they're playing, this is a losing game. I mean, obviously they're waiting for Nongshim to make that mistake. But right now, the way that Nongshim are positioning, very good.
Yeah, with a 10k gold lead too, they're just going to be confident to move forward. Accelerating the game, going for the finish. And Nongshim Red Force are still not done. Going for the board, they got the hit on 2. But they can't even move forward to go for the fight. Tubbs needs to make a call, but DMT trying to go for the poke. Everybody's still very healthy and they're waiting for the next wave.
Waiting for the next wave, but the Super Elite minions are going to eventually just arrive. Haku needs just almost takes down TNX off the ledge. Woo.
Yeah, TNX half HP. They're looking for the timing here. Raging Sea is going to hit 2 on the back line, but on the back themselves, they look for 1, they got 1. Illusion is going to fall, but that tank inside the box coming from L is just going to stop everything on track, but they're getting the damage in from their side, and they can finish the crystal. They finish the wave, but Haku taking a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter. Nongshim Red Force takes the lead.
They've got match point, Nongshim. I don't know if anyone had this on their bingo card, especially the way that Nongshim had played in the groups. But they're showing up. I told you, we come best of 7s. This is a team you cannot count out. They're just almost saving strats to get themselves an opportunity. They are 1 game away from making the biggest upset of the KIS4 thus far.
This is crazy. I can't do that because I will hit my wires. So but this is crazy that they were able to pull this off on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Everything is working towards them. They are working towards winning this series. And as we said during the start, you said it a while ago, they thrive on best of 7s. And they do. They now have the lead.
Yeah, this is that moment, right? And this is a typical Nongshim draft. The Mai Illusion, you got Yao, Haku, like you know that they're going to run at you. Obviously, Chicha's been the newest wrinkle to this sort of lineup. But when you have that and a Byron is a Lapu, like this is the perfect caveman draft. Props to Coach YK in terms of just being able to draft this out and saying, come at me. Like, what can you do when we have 5 guys running at you this entire game?
Yeah, they were diving, they were just going in, and nobody... It was hard. It was hard for DMT to even fight back. And we talked about the problems with DMT's draft, right? They won't really have enough damage. And whenever you have a fade and you don't get the lead, you won't have enough damage there. He also went with a very tanky setup. He went with a Frostguard Spam Brace, if I saw that correctly. So there was not really a lot of damage potential on the team except for CC. So they were relying on Tufts to start the fight. And if he doesn't have the space to start, it's going to be hard.
Very tough. And there were not a whole lot of opportunities for to jump in, right? And it seems like teams have finally solved Dharma. Obviously, the easier said than done. And some players definitely pilot the Dharma to a higher degree. Jamie won. But I think in this moment, it's still, teams have kind of largely understood the playstyle, right?
Yeah, and they very well know what they have to do there, especially for, as we said a while ago, this was a better setup than what Nongshim had on the Dharma, but Nongshim just knows how to deal with it. And it was really hard. Honestly, I can't blame Tubbs here in this game because he didn't have any space to go in. And it was really hard. And also, the only time that he had the space, Siri just got the better of him. And it was really such a good play, such a good timing from Siri. It was also just the reaction time from Siri was crazy that time.
Actually, I'm going to go a different direction. I'm going to blame Tufts for this one. I felt like his play was not on point, not able to make the right initiations. Tufts, if you're there, come at me. You can find me online at Kindofu.
Yeah. You can just look for his tag right here down at the bottom. You can see it later on. It's at Kindofu with a D-O-U. So you can just come at him later on.
Tofu. Come at me, bro. But they were able to find it. I mean, looking at this game, I mean, the KDA, TNX was the only guy that was really able to make some sort of play, finding Illusion and Namu a single time. But they were not able to kind of continue on with that because TNX was zoned out. Jurl, L, all of these guys. CC was just completely not able to get within arm's reach of the Nongshim lineup because they were just running at you, and you had to play just defensively throughout.
Yeah, we were also looking at the damage department, right? They were lacking damage. TNX should be the one dealing the damage. But look at the items. He has the Frost Cars, he has the Blazing Cape, he has the Pure Sky. So he's not going to be dealing so much in this in what they did here. So, yeah, that's the reason why I was looking for the damage, like the crit damage coming in from TNX, but it was not happening.
Yeah, definitely not happening at all, which is the biggest problem, right? Like this is the lineup that I thought that, like, there were going to be some questions, right? Was Nongshim Red Force able to just literally run at you and just kind of make their way with you? Because, like, CC, yeah, you had 102,000 damage, but you were constantly being pressured where you had to run away. You had to worry about your life more than anything else, and that's a tough spot to be in. You need more frontliners, and this lineup really didn't have that.
Yeah, now it was really tough. Look at Tough Z. Tough's having a tough stand in this game with a 23k damage dealt on that game because he wasn't really able to get in, right? And there was a lot, remember, there was also a lot of dashes. So the board was so hard to hit everyone on the side of Nongshim Red Force. And you can see Nongshim was just on an upward swing on the gold because they were just taking the lead the whole game.
The power was growing. The greatest red just constantly just evolving, letting them come at them because they were just getting bigger and bigger, and they were, the damage that they had made it so Dominator couldn't even get close. It was a tough game for them. Now, let's look at the other side. If Dominator Esports were to bounce back in this game 6 where a lot of heroes have been expended, it is not going to be easy. Like, what are you recommending here?
Yeah. For me, I do think TNT has they need to draft like this, like what Nongshim Red Force has been doing, right? They have to draft like they have an easy draft to pull off. And those have been working for the games that they won. Yeah. They had an easy draft, they had an easy setup, they know what their goals are. They have to do that again for this game number 6 if they want to reach Ultimate Battle. If not, Nongshim is just going to take over.
Yeah. It's been kind of like the tail of the tape for this entire series where, again, it's just the easier heroes. But let's talk a little bit about Illusion here because this guy was an absolute beast. His presence was definitely felt on the Fire Ninja or the Mai, just completely just being dominant. And this is why Nongshim's, whenever you draft against them, you don't give up the Mai to Illusion.
Yeah, Illusion is just too good with it, right? We have known him ever since last year as one of the better buys that we have here in the global scene of HOK. So just having that on game number 5, wow, okay. more for me, as Illusion said, and that is an easy win for them.
And also Namu really stepping up. I mean, there were definitely some questions going into the knockouts. They were not answered in the groups. So going in, there was going to be like, how was he going to do? But he wasn't as good as, of course, this player here. It's going to be Siri on the Forge Maiden, the Chicha. The 403, the debut of just like Siri in the win column with the Chicha and being able to just kind of dominate. But it did take a very melee-centric, aggressive draft to really, round out this draft.
Yeah, and definitely showing how it's done to CC. This Siri was able to do a better job at playing this Forge Maiden during this whole game because of spacing, and also he doesn't really have a lot of tanks to deal with compared to what CC has to deal with last game. So it's easier for the Forge Maiden to move around the game.
After you're watching these highlights, look at the setups. I mean, Namu with a nice 3-man Raging Sea, that was a highlight reel if I've seen one. But he was able to just kind of control. But the one right before that, TNX had gone ham. He tried to go aggressive just to take on Namu, and he gets caught out. Like, those are the kinds of mistakes you cannot make because it pushes your team further and further behind, and you really start to struggle. And Nongshim are great with a lead.
Yeah, what I want to highlight here on this highlight that we're seeing was Namu got a great Raging Sea again. Man, this guy has been going crazy with the engaged roamers on his hands. And this is what I said a while ago, right? He thrives on those engaged roamers. And when he gets his hands on those, he's going to go crazy whenever he is needed. And he was able to do it again this game and hoping for more for them because, man, this is a miracle run if ever this works out for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, but one more game, right? We'll talk and sing their praises if they do pull this one off. Dominator are not out of this one. This is actually the first time we've seen a team actually win, like 2 games in a row? So props to Nongshim for that. But now can they win a third one and get themselves into that win column against Dominator, eliminating them on their home turf? That would be the ultimate insult, especially since Dominator picked them out.
Ooh. Yeah, and considering that they already lost one of the teams here from ID, man, it's gonna be tough if our DMT also gets lost here, and they're gonna be fighting also later against Boom. So Nongshim, or at least DMT, needs to survive this. They need to keep the dream alive for Indonesia.
Yeah. I mean, if they're down to the last one, and then the next series is going to be Bigatron versus Boom Esports. I mean, if Bigatron got eliminated as well as Dominator, I mean, there's no more IKL teams, but this is being played in Jakarta. That would be the ultimate insult, considering they had so many opportunities. They did really well in the groups. There was a lot of hype, a lot of just, oh, these guys are the best teams there. But now they're at elimination point against Nongshim Red Force. Ooh, this is scary.
Oh, man. This became really tough for them. They're going to go for the blue side for Dominator. Nongshim Red Force are going to be going to the red side. It's going to be poetic if they win on the red side here, but DMT not going to let that happen. I'd rather have this go to the ultimate battle because that will be a lot more fun to see.
Yeah. I mean, to see the first ultimate battle in the KIS4, that would be amazing, right? But going
and it's Nongshim again.
Yeah, Nongshim again. Like when are they not in a best of 7, like the 7th game, an ultimate battle as Nongshim, right? Like that's all they do. Yeah. I feel like even on teams they should be beating 4-0, they're like, okay, let's go to the ultimate battle. It's a lot more fun.
Let's lead this until game number 7. And that's the Nongshim way from last year on the KIS3. So they would want to do this again on KIS4. This is like their standard. This is something that they always do. So on theme, Nongshim.
Yeah, just living up to their their past history and of always never say die, right? And going that distance, and a lot of it is on this guy's shoulders here. Coach YK, get to know this guy because the way he drafts, giving his team an opportunity and able to kind of coach them up to be able to potentially take down Dominator Esports and making it into the semifinals, that would be absolutely massive, masterful as well.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I really love, right? Especially for Coach YK. I see it in his face whenever he gets like, ha, this draft is mine. he has this small smile on the second phase of the draft if he knows he won the draft. So I'm looking for that again if he thinks he wins this. But as we said a while ago, game number 6, this is when all of their hero pools are dwindled down to the smallest part of it. So it could be now a problem of hero pools at this point.
Yeah. And actually, like, I didn't take enough notes in terms of like what the teams picked, so I don't really know what is available because we're so far deep into this one. But the Guan Yu going to be banned out by Dominator Esports. Something to kind of take note of as they go in, because it's about the control, right? What else can they look for from Dominator here?
Yeah, they still have a lot of things here for Dominator. I think, especially on the Clash lane department, they still have the Mayeen to the martial genius that they could use here for the next game. But most of the good picks are already out of the board. So I think they're lessening their options. Even Nongshim, they're lessening the options of Nongshim Bread Force on what they are going to be picking here. Because I know, oh, Nongshim already picked Mayeen. Wait.
Already picked it. I think they picked it. Yeah.
Yeah. Celestial first pick for Dominator.
Yeah. I mean, interesting, but at the same time, now they're looking for that Mighty Conqueror, the Fatih, if you will.
Okay.
With the Lady Jeanne combination, you have decent heroes, even in this game 6, right? A lot of opportunities with them, and the Fatih you could definitely carry on that as well. So give Rattel a chance.
Yeah, I really love that they still are banning the long out of CC. CC wasn't able to play the long the whole series, which is pretty tough. But now Jing is going to be coming out here for the side of Dominator with a classic combo. With the Lu Bang together with the Broken Mirage on their hands, this is going to be their time.
Yeah, this is going to definitely be that time. If they're able to get that jump and that battlefield command. So right now, if anything, Nongshim need to ensure that they have some sort of control, some way to deal with the Jing that's jumping on top of you. And then at the same time, oh, they're going to go with the Tigress. That's still available in game 6. You're going to give it to Haku on that one? Wow.
Yeah, they still have to pay at this stage of the... I'm pretty surprised. Oh, look at that. Boom Esports is there waiting for their next game. And you can see it in the camera a while ago. And Dominator Esports, what are they going to do next here? I'm pretty surprised that they... Oh, okay, they still had the Liang. Good thing they banned that this game.
Yep, and it looks like good ban, the Liang. I think you want to protect the Jing as much as possible, so that's going to be a good one for them. But Nongshim on their side, Poots and the Lian Po, both banning those out. The big combos, the stuns, you want to take those away from Dominator as much as possible.
Good catch also from the side of Dominator Esports, right? Because I was kind of expecting that there's still a Dodgy available, but they already picked up the Cascada, so that option is not there anymore for Nongshim Bread Force, so there's not really a big counter for that Jing.
Yeah, not too much for now, which is a bit of a problem right now because we're getting, again, it's not the bottom of the barrel, but we're getting kind of close where we're running out of heroes, right? And you're kind of seeing some of these here. Not to say that they're not strong. The Secure we haven't seen too much in the KIS thus far, but we're at that point.
Yeah, even the Woodland Ranger, we don't see her a lot. And there is still the counter to the usual Woodland Ranger, which is the Laurel Princess. So, and also we have a Void Caller on this game number 6. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be tough to hit anybody here, but they still have the Void Caller anyway for Namu.
Wow. Okay. You have, okay. All right. This is being able to hit your hooks and getting that control could be like team fight winning, right? Like being able to just get any sort of hook on. I mean, obviously you have the Liu Bang with that save, but now you've got 2 that are going to be stuck in the void. So this could really compound and make things a bit of an issue, especially because, you know where the Jing is going to eventually want to just jump on, so to speak.
Yeah.
This is a crazy one.
And this is a great way to win it, right? Because if you want to win it, Nongshim Red Force wants to go in a great fashion in where if they lose hard because of the Void Caller not hitting their hooks. If they win hard because of them hitting their hooks too. So this is crazy that they went this route for Nongshim Red Force.
This is a lot of pressure, I would say, on Namu though, right? Because
Yeah.
if he's hitting his hooks, they're gonna have a great time, right? Party on,
Good.
let's go. Next round they go. But if he started to miss and things are getting a little suspect, it's not gonna be, you know, happy times, happy moments. But let's see how this one plays out. I mean, Game 6, we could have asked for a better one, right? There's a better
whatever
series
happens.
ahead of us. Yeah.
Whatever happens, it's gonna be Namu's fault. So they win, it's Namu. If they lose, it's Namu. So he is gonna be having like a very, very heavy weight on his shoulders on this game. But everybody, game number 6. This could go the lengths to the ultimate battle, or this could be the finisher for Nongshim Red Force. This is such a great series. I wasn't expecting it to be this long, but I'm excited to see who's gonna win this.
All right, I'm going to dilute some of that pressure that you're putting onto Namu here, because I feel like the aim should largely be on Rattel and Haku. And the reason for that, Haku, obviously with the pay, you want to be early and aggressive, and you want to create that space. Once you have that map control, it's going to make things much easier for Namu to get up in front and to make those hooks that really pay off. The other piece to this, obviously with Rattel, like he needs to get going. You know that Tufts is going to be out of lane. You need to be able to just kind of constantly farm because of that space that's given to you.
That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Hitting his first hook, 1 out of 1 for Namu. But looking at this game, right, the problem that we're going to be having here is the clash lane. Tufts is not going to be having a great time against this Fatih, and living the Fatih alone is also not good in itself because he gets strong. And when he gets strong, he's a threat.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can leave Siri alone. Oh, but they're going in.
Yeah, they got the knockup. What a great flash. Illusion survives it in the end. It's a good thing that he was able to survive, and that was a nice attempt from DMT.
Oh, the Korean flag saved his life. Illusion, he should have been down, but the shields were just on point. That was just enough to keep him alive. So, if anything, I feel like we need to sing the national anthem of the Korean peninsula. No, nobody knows that. Just me.
I don't know it. I'm so sorry. But respect it. But I really respect the national anthem, man. I stopped for a bit, but because of it.
Did you stand up? Put your right hand on your heart as well?
I stand up.
Like...
Yeah, I stand up because it's the national anthem, right?
Respect.
respect. But again, for Nongshim Red Force, jokes aside, Nongshim Red Force, they are just going to be chilling a bit for the early stages of the game. And I believe DMT are going to be the ones looking for the fight here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be looking for the fight. I mean, when you have a Quay, you want to kind of be making that sort of impact, right? Because you're not going to add much. You constantly want to be like hooking. I mean, yeah, you might be missing, but you're putting the pressure on. And at the same time, nice hook already.
Ooh. Yeah, great hook. There's going to be the emergence coming in. The pushback is going to be there, but Namu will be able to flash away. Annihilation's not available. Just snipe him out of the air. And that's going to be Nongshim getting a disadvantage, but still okay.
Okay. All right, Namu, we were talking about, like, oh, he's got to make these hooks and things, but actually that's a bad hook, okay? Churl is able to emerge on top of you, turn those numbers, and then you have the battlefield command on top of that. That could go from a 1-on-1 to like a 1-on-3 very quickly. So you got to pick your times, and I think that if anything, Namu has learned his lesson. With his flash on cooldown, he's probably not going to make this hit stick.
Oh no, he got L again, got the knockup, and that is the combo he was not expecting. For him to he wants to flash away or at least dash away, but he can't do that with tons of CC on his hands.
Yeah, just way too much, and that's a huge head start for Nongshim at this point. Growing their lead, I mean, it's about 500 gold, not the end of the world, but it's only 3 minutes in, and this is going to open things up for the Tyrant, which is going to be up in about 20 seconds. Nongshim, they're going to use this pay to its maximum advantage.
Yeah. This early in the game, dying is still okay, right? At the mid stages of the game is going to be the crucial ones. Because right now, you can still just make up for what happened, find a way to get a kill for yourself. 3 seconds in the clock, they might go. And I do believe Nongshim Red Force is not going to contest for the objective. They are choosing, forcing them to choose. Go for the objective, or we're going to push this top side, because Tufts is not going to survive this top side.
He was actually trying to battlefield command elsewhere, but he just got chased down. The damage is real from Nongshim. The burst and completely got caught out. And while the Tyrant was given up, they lost the top T1. Just a great turn of event. I mean, if you're looking to trade, that's the best way to do it for Nongshim.
Yeah, they're looking for the push here. Also looking for this blue buff right here. TNX has to be careful. He wasn't able to get it with his smite. He had to back off.
And this is, again, the problem, right? The Tufts provides. The Liu Bang, yes, he might be elsewhere. You have that shift, but you're losing the lane. Rattel is going to happily take all of that free farm in that top lane, and there's nobody in control. Namu, let's pretend like nobody saw that hook.
Yeah, I wasn't even able to see it though. I just saw that something was hit, and that is a flash. That was hit. They're gonna go in right onto the backline. The Lubang is gonna be coming also with a battlefield command. The damage is there, and just like that, everybody from DMT is in the bottom lane, and they got 2 kills on the board, but a tower top side is down.
Yeah, but this is the big learning from Nongshim. Yes, they lost 2 members, but now we need to play safer and then just let Rattel use that space. Yes, they have the numbers advantage. They had 5 members in the bottom lane, but they lost the top T2. So you're looking to trade kills for objectives.
Man, it's a good thing that that was not a Futsu, because if that was a Futsu, that top lane is already down. It's not gonna survive. It's a good thing it was a party. And now with that, this is the tough part about what Tufts is gonna be doing. Is he gonna battlefield command out of the way while Rattel is pushing? He has to respect that more now.
Yeah, he's got to stay with Rattel. Wherever Rattel goes, I think that he needs to just ensure that the lane just doesn't crumble, right? I think that he's going to just kind of stick around. Oh, nice hook.
He got the hit with a hook, but now they got the stun right here and then, and they are just going to be tanking up a lot of damage in front. TNX is in front. He is not going to kill Namu for now. He survives at the end. What was that? 3 on the board and still dodges the annihilation in 1 more shot. Coming in from Nongshim. They want this win, and they want it bad.
Oh my god, Namu hanging on by a thread, and he just dodges TNX's attack, somehow surviving. Again, TNX went aggressive when he probably shouldn't have. They were down members, continuing to fight even when Tufts was down, and then all of a sudden, just trying to run away, you saw Siri with the perfect ult to just clean house in that jungle, and now Dominator on the defensive. They're going to be feeling some serious heat.
Oh man, is he going to take this too? Oh no, that feels so bad too. Namu is such a menace this game. He has been doing a lot for Nongshim.
He's been setting it up. I mean, the hooks have been real, and this is the power of not only the Kui, but also the fact when you've got the map control, you're able to be in positions that is a little bit more suspect for Dominator. You can't check every brush. You can't be just checking around all of the different areas and the nooks and crannies, but because you have that map control, you can be in way better spots to make those hooks.
Yeah, this is what's great about the Quay, right? You need to be in an advantage, and they are in an advantage. They got L again, have to force a flash. Ult is going to be there. They have been cancelled right now, but it's still okay. They did some damage, and that is good enough. They're just going to back off and play it safer. Top side, they're going to push. Namu is not stopping with those hooks because he's still hitting them. And now the tower in the bot side is in danger because there's no wave clear to help out in finishing this wave.
So Tufts and the top side, he was kind of left alone. He was trying to bait somebody to make some sort of rotation, but Nongshim were like, actually, we'll take the bottom T2. If you don't want to go down, we'll take this one. It's going to be a much better trade, taking obviously the T2 over the T1, so Nongshim are going to be very happy with that one.
They are just happy. All smiles on their faces on the side of Nongshim. They have to make use of this early advantage that they got because it's going to be harder as the game progresses when you have a Quay on your side if he isn't hitting the hooks. But right now, his hooks are still hitting, and the pressure is just on for TMT.
Would you say that Namu is a good hooker?
I won't say that.
Pause. Silence.
Wait a second.
I mean, he's making some serious hooks on this one. I think that people need to respect it because he's been making some, like, every single time they've converted them into kills, and they've done such a great job. He gets the hook, just taking away creeps at this point. So he's been that nuisance for Dominator Esports here.
In a different sense of the word, I'll agree with you.
Okay.
But with no context, I won't. But here, Nongshim Rattel is just going to be pushing. He's going to get pushed by a lot of the members. Annihilation is also going to be there. The reaction coming in from Nongshim is here. Have all the members. Hook's going to be there. Hits the right target with an into the void. And the Oak Bolt almost hitting, even flashing to go for the finish. Illusion is going to be the target. They're going to go in and out. TNX just lost his target right there and then. Untargetable right now. They got the kill. And they are just finishing the splendor. Just salt to the wounds right now of DMT. And they lost all their members. They still have Jurl. And they still are not going to finish this game at least.
Oh my god, Namu with that hook onto CC, setting it up. CC, if he stays alive, this is completely different, right? They don't really take that fight because Dominator actually had a numbers advantage, but the fact that he was able to find the right target in CC and the rest of Nongshim there to clean up on that one. Wow, Nongshim hitting up everything right now.
Man, I was surprised that L was in front of him, and he still got CC. In the end, I was surprised that he got that hook. And one of the rules when you're fighting against a Quay, you don't flash backwards because the into the void is enough range for you to still get hit by the ult.
Oh, the Crimson Golem would have been taken away. It's gonna be leashed. Oh, Namu just playing with their hearts as well. TNX is just like, I can't even deal with it because the rest of Nongshim are all there. They have the numbers advantage. I mean, this game is all in favor of Nongshim. Yes, it's only about a 4K net worth lead, but right now, the way that Nongshim are utilizing the map, putting that pressure on, it makes it so tough for Dominator to even leave their base.
Yeah, it's so hard for Dominator to even do anything. I think it's much more pressure seeing Namu on the map because you don't want to be caught, right? And that's the reason why everybody's just on the defensive whenever Namu just gets on the map. And if he doesn't have the hook, they move forward. But if he gets it back again, look at that. Enough pressure to force L to flash away even if he's not hooking.
And you see that Rattel, he's able to just burn that mid T3 down so quickly. Like, really no chance for them to even fight. And now Rattel trying to find, no, the battlefield command gets him on out.
Yeah. Yeah, just using the battlefield command. Goes back to safety. But he was trying. Good attempt from him. But a 6K gold lead right now from Nongshim. This is their game to lose because they're so much ahead.
Yeah, so far ahead. I mean, it's 5K at this point. But the way that, again, this is fun, right? When you're on the Gui and you have such a lead. Because you could just be that front liner and also be like, oh, you want to come out of your base? Okay, let's hook ya. And then just make it, like, it's so uncomfortable. He doesn't have to actually use the hook. He just needs to stand around, and Dominator need to show him respect.
Yeah, even if he doesn't use the hook, look at this. His presence is enough to push everybody away. For them to push the bot lane because of it. Oh no, Nongshim, this is gonna be it. They're gonna go for the battlefield command. They're gonna go for the last fight. The ultimate is in front. The destructive balloon was able to stop TNX on his tracks, and they're finishing everybody on the board. 3v4. No minions on the board. Nongshim needs to back off.
I mean, Jurl is still alive. That's a small silver lining of all of this because he has some wave clear. But look at Haku just shepherding in the mid lane. The bottom lane is already there. This game is looking to go Nongshim's way.
Yeah, they might go for the finish. Tux doesn't have anything on his hands. Nongshim Red Force. This is great. They were chosen, but never broken. Nongshim Red Force, the greatest red, refused to fade. They defied the odds and kept their run alive.
Wow. Absolutely wow. Dominator Esports picked out Nongshim. They were like, you're the weakest of Group A. We will take you down and we will feast on you. And let's just think about our next opponent. Nongshim are like, not just yet. We've got the draft, we've got the players, we're gonna out-execute you. And they took down Dominator in 6 games.
It's crazy that they were able to win it in the end. I'm surprised that they were able to do it. Nongshim Red Force in the fashion of the past that they've done before. They did it again. In the knockout stages, they show what they can. And look at Boom supporting Nongshim in this fight.
Yeah, I felt like they were going to stand up and sing the national anthem as well. I mean, just with that flag there. But here's Dominator Esports. It's heartbreaking for them to see any team go home But I guess good news for Dominator is that their home isn't very far away. Too soon.
That's the only good thing about it. But man, it is sad, right? It is sad. Like losing. Look at that. Nongshim Red Force shocks Dominator Esports. They were chosen, and they were the ones who defeated them. Dominator thinking that they're gonna win against Nongshim Red Force easily. That was a big upset.
Huge upset, right? Or it looked like Nongshim Red Force were playing possum in the group stage, right? It didn't seem like they were giving it their all, and they were like saving scraps because they understand that, hey, even if we're on the bottom, we get sent to Group B. Your biggest, your greatest Titan, your gladiator, if you will, Dominator Esports, you still got no chance against us. And that's the thought process of Nongshim Red Force.
That is a tough pill to swallow, right? Because with what happened there, that just gives us a lot of reasons to believe that Nongshim Red Force could take anybody from Group B because they took down the best team on Group B. So right now on this best of 7 format, they thrive, they get the better end of the stick here. And it's all down to the players and even Coach YK because the drafts have been phenomenal, especially the second half of the drafting from Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, and actually going into the earlier part of the series, the first 2 games, you're kind of like, the drafts weren't amazing, right? But they were setting themselves up for that mid to late part of the series when they need heroes. Like having that pay in Game 6, that's a huge trump card. That's a giant ace up your sleeve, and giving yourself an opportunity. Again, this is why the global ban pick is so impressive, and it's so much fun to watch because of these sorts of tricks in the end.
I'm really surprised also, man, because whenever I see a void caller getting picked, I'm like, expectations are down low, down here. But because of what happened there, man, everything made sense. And as they said, they will win. If they lose, it's because of Namu. If they win, it's because of Namu also. But everybody played their part also on the side of Nongshim Red Force, especially one of those plays from Illusion right on the top side when he survived with the when he survived with his Splendor also. What a great play from him.
Yeah, really great play. I mean, just being able to do just the right moment, right? To just show up. And this is what we wanted to see from him throughout. And just having that time to shine. And with those hooks, that was the perfect play, the perfect opportunity for them. And you look, Rattel and Namu, there were some questions, but they definitely answered them in this series here.
Yeah, it was hard though. If you were CC, you won't be happy playing the Eren this game because if Namu is hitting all those hooks and most of those hooks are targeted on you, man, it's not a fun game.
Yeah, definitely not. No. And I mean, he was constantly just being that nuisance. And like Dominator, it's like, how do you even get on top? I mean, he's tanky enough to survive. And CC got caught out so many times. That was the biggest game changer, was that his hooks were good, but he was also finding CC.
Man, I was surprised about most of those hooks because almost all of them hit CC. And how can you be that consistent on hitting that? I want to be like that. I can't do that.
Well, you can dream, right? I think that you have to...
we can always just dream.
Yeah, you have to be just the third iteration of Namu, which means tree in Korean, in case you didn't know. So yeah, that will help you.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Namu, yeah. Means
that's
tree.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Solid. That's what you want from Aroma, right? And his ability to just kind of make those hook and make the game-changing plays. And also Rattel, like, he was an absolute beast on the Spudsy, the Mighty Conqueror, being able to just shed towers and take as many as he did. He was just like, he was left alone because Tough Z needs to make plays elsewhere to kind of save out the other guys. But this is a gaping hole now for Rattel to just run it down that top lane.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? Whenever you have a Lubang, a dominant ruler on your team, you always have that one lane open because he needs to use the battlefield command. And when you're fighting against a hero that has good pushing power like a Fatih, a Futsu, that is where you have the problem because those guys are gonna push. And when the second tier tower got pushed on the top side, that was it.
That was pretty much all you needed, right? And the perfect time to shine, the perfect time to step up when all the naysayers are like, oh, Nongshim, one of the worst. easily the worst in the group. They got no chance. Dominator, they're going to 4-0 them. And there were some people that are guilty, and they're sitting on this English casting desk. I'm not going to name names, Kidofu.
A lot of them are very guilty that they doubted the power of Nongshim Red Force in this game because of what we've seen. Because, man, even my predictions are out of the board because of this, because of what Nongshim Red Force did. And I'm happy to be proven wrong because of performances like this.
Yes. Yeah. That's the biggest thing, right? It's like when you're in that moment,
there you
and
go.
Are you able to shine? And a man making plays like he did right there. Namu 3, Void Color, the 1-2-10, but the hooks that he had, that should be a separate stat because he hit CC so many times, made it so easy for Nongshim.
Man, if he didn't get the MVP here, I'll be mad because he was the reason why they actually won this. Because of the hooks. Look at those hooks. He's always hitting CC. Oh, man.
But look at how Haku was there to follow up as well. Like, they know that it's like, oh, he's been going out. The target prioritization from Nongshim, this is why they're incredibly strong. Watch this Oko. L thought he was safe. Boom. Gets shot down by a drive-by right there, right? Nongshim understanding just how to take these team fights. He does such a good job of, again, focusing on who needs to die, hooking CC yet again, controlling it, and they Opal yet again.
Yeah. And the combo is just, look at that. L was in front, and he still got it. Threading the needle. Bro, it's
actually L like stutter step. Did you see that? I don't know if you saw that. L stutter step. He's like, I don't want to get hooked. And that's so obvious. He's like, no.
It was like, wait, somebody might be here, and I should dodge the hook. And no, that is not the play, bro. That is not the play.
Yeah. L should have sacrificed his own self, his body for that. Just that Operation Human Shield to ensure that
he can ride the wind anyway.
Yeah, exactly. But and you can see this is the first time we've seen Haku being jubilant, right?
Wow.
Coach YK, well deserved. Tony as well. Like this is such a great series for them. And finally, obviously, they've been looking for that first win. They get it.
Great to see Haku smiling again, right? Because of what happened here. Nongshim Red Force advances to the semifinals. What a great day to see this. Nongshim back at it again in an Invitationals here in KIS4, showing their dominance in this series.
And showing up when, hey, this is our first series win in the KIS4, right? It's like going into the semifinals, like the disrespect onto the Dominator, the way that they were able to do that, and just incredibly played by Nongshim. And this is what we love about the Honor of Kings Esports. These teams, you count them out, and they come back even stronger.
Yeah, you don't even know what's going to happen every time, and that's what I am happy about. And what's hard about this is the storyline that's going to be coming in for our next series, BTR versus Boom. BTR is going to be the last IKL team that is still here because Dominator, you saw a while ago, Kagendra went home yesterday. So now BTR is going to be the last team that they have here in the IKL.
Actually, the last team, the last hope. But what a storyline that would be if an IKL team, all three of them get knocked out in the round of 8 and nobody makes it to the semifinals. I don't want to jinx it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the possibility is still up in the air. The ball is literally in the courts of Boom Esports and BTR, as we're going to be seeing in the final match of the day today.
Yeah, it's going to be the next series that's going to be coming up today, everybody. It was such a nice story seeing the Greatest Red back in their form, at least now. Maybe they were really hiding things during the group stages. They were not showing their fangs during that time. And this is the time that they show it. And seeing them on the semifinals again, I'm surprised that it was not an ultimate battle, but it was great to see that.
Yeah, actually, that's the only thing I'm disappointed about in that series. I wanted it competitive. I wanted to see the ultimate battle, but we didn't even see that. And so it looks like that's going to be the end of it. This series, we're going to find out what Mara has to say in terms of the interview coming up here.
A force to be reckoned with. Congratulations to Nongshim Red Force. Siri, Illusion, and team manager Tony, my gosh, that was such a great series. But you know what, Siri? A lot of people underestimated Nongshim Red Force because in the group stage, you guys did not perform that well. But coming in today, it surprised everyone. What snapped all of a sudden that your skill level and everything went shooting up?
일단 DMT를 상대로 정말 놀라운 이변 승리를 거뒀는데요. 굴 스테이지에서는 좋은 모습을 보여주지 못했는데 어떻게 이렇게 강해질 수 있었는지 궁금하고 그리고 도미네이터를 지명에 대한 소감도 같이 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
그룹 스테이지는 저희는 중요하게 생각하지 않았기 때문에 웜업이라고 생각했고 8강부터 조금 팀업이 조금 맞춰지기 시작한 것 같아가지고 그래서 잘 된 것 같습니다.
So we think the group stage was like the warm-up stage. So actually we are quite new roster. So from the knockout stage we were ready from the knockout stage because this is the BO7.
Yeah, 축하해. Congratulations.
Wow, but Illusion, you had an amazing game, and you know that Nongshim seems to always win the best of 7 series. Like last year, you guys only lost to Nova. Do you believe that there's a lucky charm or secret buff? Or why did you guys become so strong in such a long series?
농심은 BO7이나 인터내셔널 시리즈에서 항상 강한 모습을 보여주는 것 같은데요. 작년에는 노바에게만 패배를 했는데 우리 농심에게 있어서 행운의 부적이나 버프 등이 어떤 것이 있는지 또 있다면 그 이유와 그렇지 않다면 왜인지 좀 설명 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 저희가 BO7이라는 경기 자체가 좀 길게 이끌고 가기 때문에 사실 한 판 한 판 하면서 그 피드백이 굉장히 잘 되는 것 같고 그리고 저희가 후반 집중력이 되게 좋아지는 것 같아요.
Actually the BO7 makes us focus so much. So
저희가 이제 한 판 한 판 할 때마다
by having a match, then we have a lot of feedbacks. So it makes us once again focus, and then
그래서 잘 된 거.
that's why we did well.
Wow, and you did really well on today's series.
And it shows that the best of 7 really got them to focus. Now, coming up next, it's going to be an intense quarterfinals between BTR, Bigatron by Vitality, and Boom Esports. Who do you think will win the quarterfinals? And what do you have to say to your future opponent?
다음 경기는 BTR과 붐의 경기가 있는데요. 어떤 팀이 4강에 올라오게 될지 예상을 좀 부탁드리겠고요. 그 예상과 이유를 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 그 팀들에게 보내는 메시지 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단은 BTR이 굉장히 잘하는 팀이라고 생각해서 BTR이 올라올 거라고 생각이 되고요. 다음에 만나면은 저희가 역으로 3대0으로 복수하도록 하겠습니다. 4대0으로.
So I think the BTR has a very good performance against us, but this is a knockout stage, and then when we meet the BTR, then we're gonna give them lost.
You're gonna make them lose. You're gonna give them a loss.
Wow, that's such a strong statement. And Illusion Oppa, I know that you have a lot of fans, not only in Indonesia, but overseas as well. Do you want to give any messages to your fans at home that are supporting Nongshim Red Force right now?
일단 한국에 계신 팬분들 그리고 해외에 계신 모든 팬분들께 응원해 주셔서 감사하다고 말씀드리고 싶고 네, 마카시.
So I want to thank you all, those who supporting us from the Korea or foreign countries, and then I want to say makasi.
And we want to say 축하해, congratulations and 감사합니다. Thank you so much. There must be something in this spicy noodle because you know what? The team won't be able to handle the heat that they're giving. Congratulations once again to Nongshim Red Force. And guys, the game is not done yet because we have one more best of 7 coming up. It's going to be BTR versus Boom Esports. So don't go anywhere. Keep it here in KIS4.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan marah negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야.
Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. Kumanda na kayo sa isang explosive na palabas.
Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pulih. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bela spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama, di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally deep, takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Di power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOE. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Ku kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam dan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tuh kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go di sini sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali terjalan dah. If you want me, profit me mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. Fortune on
Welcome back. It is time for the final series of the day. We're going to have BTR, Bigatron by Vitality, go up against Boom. What a series just now. And I have to put up a defense here from what Holler said. Look, everyone was wrong. So, you know what? Today, I was dressed in red, and I feel like it's going to be red again. So I'm going with Bigatron for this one.
Okay. For me, so that we have something like a discussion that is going to be happening here. I'm going to be going for Boom Esports for this one. At least you can see there the Red Robots mission, Taming the Beast. What a great theme that we have for today's matchup. I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing because remember, Bigatron, and at least right now, Bigatron is the last IKL team that we have here in KIS4.
Yes, it is. And this is the last hope, truly, for the side of IKL, because I think every other team has been on a tear. I mean, we take a look at Nova. They've been performing so well. Now it is up to Boom to join the brothers Blacklist in their attempt to take this entire KIS4 by storm.
Yeah, BTR. You can see them walking in to the venue now, everybody. I really love this version of BTR for now, because compared to the previous version of them, I think ZonQ is a lot happier. I see him smile even if they lose the games, and I like to see that for BTR.
Yeah, I like how you kind of fashion the lose inside there, but I don't think that's gonna happen today. Not for the entire series. We'll take a look at this. So we'll take a look inside the Red Robot Factory. Right now, we need to see if Bigatron can lock down this hungry beast that is Boom Esports.
Yeah, that is the question that is looming here. How are they going to be playing? These two are stars. ZonQ and Carl are the stars of their team, and they're the ones making the plays. They're the ones dictating what they have to do, and they are also definitely the shot callers of their team, which is why they have a lot on their shoulders for this game.
Yes, and of course, we will see whether the pressure builds them or takes them down, because this one is a very important match. Loser will be going home, unfortunately. So let's take a look at the team stats here head-to-head. Pretty much even on all fronts, with the exception of the deaths as well as the gold.
Yeah, you can see it. And gold and deaths are going to be the only difference makers here. It's probably because of how much games they have played on both fronts. I think both of them only played one best of 5. Which is why it is like this. And one of them was tough. When BTR was fighting against Blacklist, it went the lengths.
Yes, it definitely did, right? At the same time, I'm super curious because we'll be heading into the player head-to-heads. I believe this will be the same matchup here between the Roamers. So it's going to be F1 against Draw. Similar stats in terms of the assists, very close by, but average damage taken. Favors F1 for this one. What do you think about that?
Yeah, honestly, F1 has been in great fashion, especially when he is allowed to pick those tanky roamers on his hands. Even Nova Esports is afraid of what F1 could do whenever he is on a Zhangfei. So that's why I think this is going to be a scary matchup, and that also reflects here in this match with the damage taken. Probably because of the Zhangfei picks that he has, and the Lapu Lapu picks that he has been doing.
Yes, it's definitely very concerning. But the same could be said for Draw as well. This guy is pretty much up there in terms of the roamers in the world of HOK Global Esports. Now, the story has been pretty interesting from both sides, right? Because they have come from a completely different style. Now, BTR, of course, have been graced with the chance to exchange blows with Nova, of which they managed to give them a slight dent. But Boom, they're coming off of a 3-0 loss against Kagendra.
Oh yeah, it was a tough loss that they had during the last one, and also another IKL team that they lost against. But again, everybody, from what we've seen there, we are just going to be introducing our players first. We're going to send you to the host.
Another classic rivalry between Philippines and Indonesia, neither willing to back down. With pride and momentum on the line.
Let us welcome the last quarterfinals of the knockout stage. Bigatron by Vitality versus Boom Esports. All systems ready. New programs installed. They aim not only for victory, but to reach their eternal glory. Give it up for the hometown heroes, Bigatron by Vitality!
Fuel for battle, thirst for glory, the hungry beast, ready to roar loudly. Let us all welcome Boom Esports!
Alright, let's take a look at Bigatron by Vitality. They're going to be represented by Lan Feng in the farm, Bao in that clash lane, Zhang Q in the jungle, Gen Myth in the mid, and F1 in the roam. This is where calculations matter, because they're going to be battling against Instinct on the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle because this version of Bigatron by Vitality has been really great. But now let's take a look at the other team. Boom Esports, we have Miggy on Clash, Danny on Farm, Carl on Jungle, Draw on Roam, and mid will be Tatsuri. Boom Esports, they are a team that there were a lot of expectations, but maybe those expectations are going to be met this time in the knockout stage.
I mean, they have to, right? This is the one and only chance you get to progress into the semi-final stages. Of course, the grand finals will be waiting, right? That slot has not been filled just yet. We need to see who else will be deserving to get into the grand finals. But we take it step by step. Boom against BTR Bigatron by Vitality. Anything you think we should be looking out for in this game?
Yeah, for Bigatron by Vitality, I think this is one thing that I want to look at is Gen Myth specifically. I think Gen Myth, especially with Celestial, whenever he gets a hold of Celestial, that is almost always like an easy win for the team. He's probably one of the best ones that we have that is so good on Nua. So Boom should be looking out at that. How about you?
I want to read Nika Montebon's comment. Atin ang 2026. 2026 is our year. Go Boom and Black. I hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So I think this means it's our. It's ours. This is our year. So yeah, with that, I think we're going to be seeing the teams for now. BTR is going to be on the red side. Blue side will be for Boom Esports. I am excited to see what they're going to be pulling off here because most of the time, best of sevens, game 1 to game 3, people are just playing, they're just playing economy on their heroes.
Yeah. It's kind of like cruise control, right? All right, we will test the waters.
Yeah.
We don't really give out too much information. And then once we outlast you, or rather we bring you to the middle stages of the best of 7, that is where the true strength comes out, and we go all in, pump all your energy, finish with a devastating blow.
Yeah, that is where Nongshim Red Force got them a while ago, right? With what they did against Dominator Esports a while ago. So that could be one of the things that these teams should be able to use, or what they can do, have a strong game 1, make sure that you survive during the next few games.
Yeah, we will see, right? Because one of the things that I really appreciated about the previous series was that they were very unorthodox picks in comparison to the meta. So I'm curious to see if either of these teams will kind of pick up this strategy first and try to use a couple of lesser known picks or lesser favored picks to net that win. Because if you can get I would call an economy round with your Bantam picks, that is a freebie in terms of wins for you.
Yeah, that's true. If you win that, that's good. If you don't win that, it's okay, because it's an economy round for that time. So for Boom Esports, they're respecting ZonQ. We all know whenever it comes down to assassin jungler picks, you should almost always respect what ZonQ is going to bring, which is why Boom Esports respected that by banning that first.
I think it's the same thing for Bigatron as well, right? We have seen Carl on this pay, Tigress. I don't think you want to give him those picks as well. And now Boom Esports, like you said, paying a lot of respect to ZonQ here, taking out the Luna, the Moonblade out of the picture as well. And Bigatron will wrap this up with the Chicha, the Forge Maiden, will not be part of game number 1.
Yeah, if they want to go for the aggressive route, or if not, they want to go to the safety route with Danny having one of his most comfort picks here for Boom Esports, that is going to be what they want. But I can see Bal smiling when he saw the Long pick, so they have something in mind here.
I'm curious about Genmith, right? Does he go for the Celestial? You were talking about it just now. Does he go for... Okay, they will. It's looking like a straight-up snap pick.
Yeah, they always want to go for the first pick or Genmith just to make sure that this game is going to go in their favor. And considering that they have the Long on Boom Esports' side, that's an easy counter too.
Yeah, that's true. Now, we have already seen this particular exchange, which is once you have the Reef Heart Datu, then we normally get the Zhang Fei, the Beast, as an immediate counter, right? Does Boom Esports want to entertain that idea? For now, we're going to take a look at the Martial Matters LPP. And at this point, Martial Monk will be picked up. And the Earthshaker likely to join the fray.
Eminem is going to get picked here. Okay, you were listening in. We were talking about
Of course, come
Eminem a while ago. Okay, so with this, you have the, at least, Miggy holding on to that Dharma, the Martial Monk on his hands. They have a lot of setups. This is what I wanted to see. When we had Dharmas during the last series, you had somebody in front so that it's easier for Miggy to just set up the fight for the team.
That's true. And I like the idea behind Boom's draft, right? So even if, let's say, the Magistrate is picked, you only get that one cleanse. It's a one-time usage, right, for a couple of seconds. Yeah. So if either Miggy or Draw gets the initiation, it might force, Lan Feng to pop that second skill, of which then is a guaranteed catch from the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, considering that you have two already on the side of Boom Esports, I think what they're going to be needing here is a bit more DPS on the team. There's a potential that they're just going to be picking up assassins here on their side so that they have damage on the side of Boom Esports. I think a Wild Rider is not a bad pick here if ever they opt to do so.
Oh, I like this immediately by Bigatron. Inspired by that previous series, it's going to be the Starblade here. The Yao comes into play. I like this hero a lot. Can't really use it, but the idea behind him is so good. He's so tanky, but he also deals damage as well.
Yeah, and he can also just easily get in and out of fights. And now Boom Esports is just going to be going for that. Oh, they're picking up a lot of their power picks here for the side of Boom Esports for game 1.
Pretty expensive draft, if you ask me. I mean, Soul Guide Ogren, you have the Blade and Smith, the Gun and Mo. These are very awesome picks, but of course, high mechanical output, right? Tatsuri, we've seen it before. His previous performances on Smith and Blade have been wonderful. Has he leveled up even more?
Yeah, considering that a lot of teams haven't been opting on picking up the Gun and Mo, and also that is most of their good picks here for the side of Boom Esports. So as you said, it's a very expensive game, so they need to win this game 1.
Yeah, and in terms of early game,
there you go, right, my friend
I think
is there.
It's very much. We see Autoluz and we see Mr. Gary there helping out to support his team, of course. But this early game for Carl, it's kind of, I think, in his favor, right? ZonQ doesn't have that kind of start that he's looking for in comparison.
And I really want to see how they do this, though, especially for... This is what I like about the side of Bigatron by Vitality, though. What I like about picking up a Warsync, then you have a frontliner from Refart Daru, so you still could go for that front to back if ever you want to. So it's a very balanced pick up here for BTR.
Yeah, I like it a lot, right? But this places a lot of responsibility onto Bal. Either he needs to be the first mover to keep his opponent in lane, which is going to be Miggy, or he needs to make the plays before Miggy reaches that exact spot in the team fight. Same responsibilities for the side of Miggy, of course.
Yeah, there's a lot of things hanging right here for the team. They have to be very careful on how they play these games right now, especially game number 1. Really love this drafts from both sides, so I hope they show us one good game.
It's definitely going to be a big game. This is game number 1, of course, for those of you that have just joined us. Boom Esports going against Bigatron by Vitality. Tournament life on the line. This is a best of 7. So it's going to be a long run. It's going to be for 8 miles.
Yeah, it's going to be a long series for sure, honestly, because of how the history of both of these teams. So right now, Boom versus BTR, you can see here the picks from both sides, and they are going to be going into Heroes Gorge and are ready for this game number 1.
All right, let's get it started. My friends, at this point, I'm just curious, right? If you're Carl, do you want to go double down instead of just taking the Tazbors? Let's just take some Azures or Crimson Golem from your opponent.
Yeah, I think he just wants to. I think it's going to be hard for him to go in vain here, because even if you have like Tatsuri on your hands, it's going to be hard for a level 1 Leon Bo to just help you out, tank out the damage here, so he just wants to play it safe. And also game number 1, he wants to weigh his options first.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I like this movement from Boom. This is a very fast-paced movement, right? Tatsui actually helping to secure the Spiketail Beast for the side of his team. At the same time, they need to stop Bao, who has already just completed it. But the true damage is if BTR gets this steal on the Fire Beak here at the bottom.
If they would be able to get this is going to be good for the team here. But Genmit is already body blocking it for them, but no. It is Danny who still gets it.
Yo, this guy is special, man. I mean, okay, so we take a look at the last hits. Lan Feng and as well as Danny, I think they're pretty evenly matched in this farm lane matchup, right? Now, it's really down to the rotations of the other members across the board for Bigatron as well as Boom.
Yeah. Right now for Bigatron, this is where it gets scary, right? Compared to, I was about to say, compared to Carl, Zanke is a lot scarier. But that was scary because they got the first blood on top.
Oh, yes, they did. And that's going to be a huge mark of success, right? Bao, of course, hasn't hit level 4. That's one of the reasons he couldn't escape, even with the use of the sprint. So this is an ideal start for the side of Boom Esports. They need to capitalize and build on this, right? And this can come in the form of, just freezing the waves, especially on the top side.
Yeah, look at that. They are just going to try their best to get something out of that. It was still in their board. Zanke was still able to get it and secure it for himself. Trying to pressure the mid lane here. This is what you really need to do, right? Get some economy, gold efficiency right here in the mid lane. They got the pushback on F1. Not gonna go for anything else.
You can kind of tell what Carl wants to go for, right? At this point, they already have a advantage in the laning phase between Tatsuri and Genmith. This is more favored to Tatsuri because of the wave clear potential. But if you can force Genmith out of the lane even longer, that gives you an immense advantage. So we take a look at the instant replay because we kind of missed that one. And this is where they were caught. No level 4 yet for the side of Miggy, but the slows just enough to get him down.
Okay. Yeah, just a double knockout together with the flash just to get closer is really good. And Carl was just there to finish. That's what he did. That's why they were able to get the kill. I thought it was such a great gank for the team, but, well, it is a kill.
Good kill, right? But right now, in terms of gold, it's a very slight, a very minuscule advantage, right? We need to see what else can Boom do, because you can get the advantage, but you need to not only hold it, you need to build upon it as well. And it looks like for this moment of time, Boom have identified that, look, Bao isn't the best in carrying the lane, especially when it's a 2v1 situation. So Bao is going to be consistently stuck in lane here.
Look at what they're doing here for Boom Esports. They're just constantly going for the pressure on the boards against BTR. Just playing it very clinical here for the team, and that's what you want to do. Just deny more resources from ZonQ. They cleared this wave in the mid lane. Then they try to go for the Tyrant.
Essentially, they keep locking the BDR players in lane, right? Bao is going to be stuck there. Lan Feng taking quite a bit of damage right before the 4-minute mark. Not ideal. At the same time, the fast wave clear from the side of Boom Esports in the middle lane allows them to start with a prio position for this 4-minute Tyrant.
Yeah, right now they're starting already 1-4 HP just from one rotation coming in from Tatsuri there. That's why it's an easy Tyrant for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was a soft guarantee already, right? They're winning the lanes, they got the first blood, so everything going in the favor of Boom. Now, Bigatron by Vitality. Right now, it's important that they don't make any big blunders at this point, right? Giving the life of Gen Myth or Lan Feng or even Zhang Q is going to be a huge marker of success for the side of Boom.
I want to see when Zhang Q hits that mark and where he would be able to just pop anybody on the side of Boom, especially Tatsuri. Tatsuri is going to be the biggest target that he could go for here, and he could definitely reach him if ever he wants.
Yeah, it's a big choice, right, for them, because at this point, you kind of have to choose. Do you want Tatsuri or do you want Danny? Which one is more important? Because you don't get that big burst on Danny for sure. You don't really have a lot of stuns coming in from Zhang Q. In fact, he doesn't have any. Go.
Yeah, Emergence. They forced the Infinite Fastest already. The Tremor Smash was there just to stop them. No more legal immunity coming in from Lanfeng, so he has to force the Flash too.
Okay, this is a huge commitment by Boom. 5 members set down. Now, Bigatron, they have a chance to kind of make the wave work in their favor at this point. Looks like the call is Zhang Q. He will do a solo take on the, 5.5 minute Overlord and BTR. They will secure it for themselves.
It's pretty scary, right, Tiny? Remember, Ball is also in the area here. So with that, they might be able to go for the dive. Good thing that Annihilation didn't hit. Ball is still staying in that area. He might be looking for Danny later on, but no, he's just going to go away.
That was a nice sidestep by the side of the right? Understanding that, hey, there is a potential Annihilation coming in, and for him to have a great understanding. This is a good start, right? It shows you the mentality of the Boom players. They understand what the opponents are thinking.
Oh no. Ball. He's wrong. Could go for Danny. Doesn't have the flash. That is going to be perfect. Going to push him forward. And he's back on the enemy team, and he's dead for sure. Ball, that patience was well rewarded in the end.
Beautiful trade coming in from the side of Bigatron on that first blood given away by Bao. Unfortunately, that was a false error. Now, shutting down Danny at this early part of the game is definitely going to be beneficial for Lanfeng. Buys him a little bit more time to secure more farm, right? Pretty sure he's going to try and rush the wave clear here and make sure they get the initial rotation towards other lanes to share the gold and EXP as well.
Yeah. For now, as we're seeing right here, they're using the emergence right down on bot lane just to force the pressure here. Have to clear the waves, and mid lane could be a potential target because Zanku is in the area. Gets the proc onto the Staff of Reverberation so they know that he's there. So Zanku needs to back off, but Carl, Infinite Chase has to slow. They're not going to continue.
Look, the amount of time they bought for Lanfeng, the damage on the T1 at the bottom, this is huge so far. So this is their way of recovering on the side of BTR, but Lanfeng is at danger, at risk as well.
Wow. Use the Sprightling boost already. They have a lot of people here. Ball is also teleporting in. That's enough to just eject people away.
They recognize this potential situation. F1 forced the dash away, doesn't have to use his flash at this point. They're kind of feeling the space out on Boom's jungle, and this means Lanfeng gets free damage on the T1 again. This is going to be a freebie here.
Yeah, that's going to be a free tower for sure. There's nothing here for them to not get. BTR is just going to get the tower here, just leaving the minions right there. Zangkyu is just going to be in the area, trying to push a tower on the top side, but Zangkyu is there to cover.
Yeah, I like the patience here. Not only does he make the defense, it also increases his farm. Right now, Zangkyu is about one level ahead of Carl. At the same time, if we take a look at across the board, this advantage is only balanced out by the fact that Miggy, because he got that double take onto Bao on that first blood, there is going to be a level advantage for him.
What a combo coming in from Gen Myth, half HP on Danny. He's gonna force the infinite fastest for now. Zankyu's already at the back, and this will force Boom away. They're trying. Ball is zoning everyone. A 1v5 right there in Dan, and that is enough for them to take the Tyrant.
Beautiful work, right? Bigatron definitely has learned from their Kagendra counterparts in IKL here, trying to play this macro game. And Boom did get destroyed by the way that Kagendra played the map in the previous series. BTR not going to be as clinical in finding that success because Boom has definitely learned their lesson, but quite a bit of damage onto Danny. He does use the flash as well.
The patience from Ball has been so good because it forced the flash away, and Danny almost got hit too, so that is very scary. So for now, that has been great. They have been punishing Danny whenever he uses the infinite fastness, force the flash away, then they go for like a do-over. Then they get the kill on Danny.
Yeah, this is very important because at this point of time, you take a look, yes, top 5 is ZonQ, but the difference between Lanfeng as well as Danny is closing into about 1,000 gold right now.
Yeah, that's massive. This is not good, especially for a farm lane. And Lanfeng has been present in almost all of the fights that we've seen a while ago. And look at Ball, right there against Draw, just holding each other accountable. Just getting pushed back, but no damage is going to come through.
I mean, they understand that Danny's ult is still not up yet, right? This is one of the critical plays. Of course, Danny has just gotten the cooldown reset. He's going to have his infinite fastness at this point. So Bigatron, they want to play the map a little bit more until they can force abilities out. Genmith in a little bit of a pinch, but he should be fine. Now, this is the real challenge. 10-minute Shadow variant Tyrant.
Have HP already on the Tyrant. Nice ZonQ is ready on the trigger. What a stun! And the damage coming in from Lanfeng with them losing one member. That's enough for them to start. Carl is going to get pushed back with a Raging Sleeve. Flash and get Danny together with it. And that's it. Carl is also going to fall. They're going to go for the next. Hero play coming from Miggy. He's going to kill one. But at what cost? They lose 4 members in the process.
Yeah, the Red Robots strike hard on this one. They get the 10-minute Shadow variant, and Tatsuri is in danger, being chased down now.
Yeah, in trouble. One more dash. That's it. Dash gonna be there. Force the Splendor. And ZonQ. That is almost an unofficial ace actually from BTR.
Yes, a staggered ace, if you will. And at this point, this opens up quite a few doors for the side of BTR. Of this, they will take advantage of number 1, getting quite a bit of damage on T1 in the mid, but also securing the Azure for Lanfeng. Now T1 has been secured in the mid. Boom, find themselves at the back of a very difficult position here. This is a 4,000 gold advantage going to the side of Bigatron.
Yeah, Ball has been very phenomenal here for the team, and F1's engages with the Raging Sea has been such a bummer here for Boom because they're having such a hard time positioning themselves on the team fights because of the displacements that BTR has been doing.
Yes, and this is all due to the itemization coming on from F1 as well, right? He does have the frigid charge, so he is able to soak in quite a bit of damage. Now with the Primal Bond taking, being out of effect, BTR now can start to work on the Shadow Overlord, and this is going to cost Boom Esports quite a bit of trouble here. They may get the Crimson secure, but once you have to clear that singular lane that Bigatron is going to throw the Shadow Overlord down at, Boom will find themselves in a very tight spot.
Yeah, and the wave on the bot lane is already pushing, so that's going to be a free tower because of that Shadow Vanguard pressure that they have on the top side. So that's it. Ball is going to be taking it together with the mid tower, so BTR is winning on all fronts.
They take the T2 on the bottom as well, thanks to Ball. This split push maneuver from the side of Bigatron by Vitality, working out to perfection. Boom Esports now find themselves behind by even more gold, 6,000.
Having such a hard time there. Shadow Vanguard, all the waves are coming in together. So they have to sacrifice one place, but the top side, that is where they're going to be bolstering most of their defenses. Carl needs to be the wall in front just so the wave is not going to come in. Have some damage coming through, but the tower is still going to fall. Very healthy on everybody. Carl even used the ultimate. He's getting pushed back. Doesn't have the ultimate anymore. So this is not good. Going to go to the backline. Tremor Smash comes in from Draw. Are they going to be able to get the kill? No. Nothing is happening in their favor. They got the Truth Match on Ball, but Ball survives, and Miggy falls with that. Right now, they still have a lot of HP. They can still play around this, but the mid tower cannot. And now, Boom just lost that battle.
Beautiful synergy coming in from the side of Bigatron by Vitality. Genmith saving on teams with his Matrix as well. The creation blocks doing a lot of work to block off Danny's escape. And with that, this is going to be a 7-2 kill score. It's not the highest kill score game, but with that, they have managed to wrestle one T3 at the top. The T3 in the mid is practically non-existent at this point. It's going to be a 6,000 gold each steal for the side of Bigatron by Vitality.
Yeah, Bigatron has been pretty good at playing like this, right? Because they've been very good at holding themselves accountable for the macro parts of the game, in where they clear the wave first before they go in for the fight. And now because of that, they're being rewarded. They get the Tyrant, the tower on the top side, or rather the minions on the top side are going to be pushing together with the speed that Lanfeng is going to be pushing these minions on the bot lane.
I mean, that's why they're called the Red Robots, right? Everything working like clockwork at this point. The next buff that they're gonna go and take is going to be the Zhou Golem that has been opened there. Boom cannot go for that. F1, once again, take a look at what he's doing. The value, he's just soaking the damage for free. He's gonna be healthy at this point.
He's very tanky. Pops a redemption. He's going to be going rather than Radiance. Now they have the tower even in the bot lane. Boom Esports have a naked base.
This is Mega Minions on board for the side of the Red Robots here. Bigatron start off clean. This is now an 8,000 gold lead going on to the 15-minute mark here. One big team fight might cost Boom the game here.
Yeah, what's crazy about this though is that the game is looking like BTR this was all planned, and Boom wasn't just able to answer with anything. Right now, BTR gonna go and try for the finish. Onto the backline, F1 tried, but it's not gonna work out. With a Virgin Charge and the Tremor Smash, got the stun on the backline. But are they gonna be able to find any kills? No, not yet. Zonky was able to find one. They're gonna go for the chase down. They don't have any minions anymore. The minions are close, but the protection is still there. They have the push in Miggy. Everybody's super low, but minions are now down, and Miggy surviving for now. The minions are coming in, and the game is not yet over. They're trying their best. Low HP on Zonky. Carl is gonna push back the minions for now, but Carl cannot even get close. Danny, look at that! The minions can't even get close! What a good play from Boom. They're still surviving. Tremor Smash gonna come in, and they will survive another day because 10 seconds, it's Tatsuri coming in.
Big survival skills coming in from the side of Boom Esports. Wonderful. At this point, this was a crystal clean defense coming in, which means BTR, they need to buy a little bit more time. But the advantage is still very much in their favor. They're going to have their hands free on this Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, they were trying their best to survive that, and they were able to do so. But they just bought themselves some time, because with the Shadow Vanguard is going to be coming out. Towers are still very healthy on the side of BTR, so they need like 1 or 2 big clashes for them to end this. And it's hard because BTR is not going to give that to them.
For sure. Boom Esports, they probably need like what, 4 or 5 more waves to make this a good defense. None of them have hit that 6-slotted itemization yet, right? With the exception of maybe Carl at this point. But they need the Sage's Sanctuary. They need extra lives at this point. Because Bigatron, they have the Mega Minions. They can play the absolute cleanest macro game at this point.
Yeah. Right now, they have to be very careful in how they play this. They shouldn't let any of the minions get close. Zonku is just trying to poke them out and just dashing away after getting the damage, forcing them back in their base.
It's all about the backdoor protection at this point, right? Because you have Lanfeng who's just consistently poking from afar. Right now, they want to go.
Things are here. Raging Sea got 3 on the back line, but they're going to go with their own. And they got the stun right there, and then Draw still stays alive. Everybody's right here, but Draw is going to be pulled back on cue. With the Sage of Sanctuary is going to be down. Do they have the minions? No, but they have the emergence in front. They're losing every member, and that's it. BTR takes game 1.
IKL strike first in this best of 7. Bigatron, the Red Robots have found success, and they really did it like clockwork. Lanfeng left all alone to his own devices, getting the free hits on the crystal. Great start, but this is just the beginning.
Yeah, BTR, what a great game. It looked very surgical right there. They were not even playing for the team fights. They were just playing for objectives, for macro, for resources. And that was the reason why they just got that easily. It was like everything was given into their hands.
Yes. This is what we expected from the IKL region, and Bigatron is here to show that this is their game. They want to move this forward. They want to qualify into the next stages of the tournament. Now, let's talk a bit about Boom here. What do you think they need to fix? Because we talked about this at the start. This was a very expensive draft.
Yeah, one thing that I really love about Boom, though, is that they're very good at team fights. But that game, no team fights happened because BTR knows that they're very good at that department. So right now, they need to be like them. They need to play around how BTR plays the map. If no team fights happen and you're great at team fights, you need to, like, adapt to what BTR is giving you.
Yes, I think they need to send more invites out, right? I think they didn't send enough invites out for the team fight. That's why, Bigatron was like, oh, there's no fights happening. It's fine. We'll play the map instead.
Yeah.
And right now, I think in order for them to find success, I think they need to kind of rework the draft because their wave clear wasn't as spectacular as the ones that they would have hoped for, right? You have the Ganemo, great. That's going to be one wave clear mechanic for you, but the rest of them are kind of not as great in wave clearing.
Yeah, and also one thing that was scary about that whole game was F1. F1 was just getting all great, raging siege the whole game, getting multi-man through 2 to 4 people has been caught by that raging siege, which is pretty scary. And that is something that they have to look out for, because he still has the Tong Fei, so the beast could still come out on the next game.
Yes, and if you notice the way that Bigatron play those moments, it's really not about getting the kills, it's just buying time. Both Bao and F1, the two of them were really adept at splitting the team up into little bits and pieces, of which, you know, Zhang was able to get the kills, Lanfa was able to get the kills, Genmith putting the block so that everyone couldn't stay together at the same time, so they could isolate targets and take them out one by one.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough one here for them. I mean, for Boom, there's no chance for them in this game because it was just towers by towers just going down. They weren't even able to take down even one tower this game because BTR were just taking over the game. Like, there was nothing that they could do.
Yeah, the positioning of the Bigatron was a little bit too clean. At the same time, they also had the disengage tool. I need to highlight this play by Genmith multiple times in the team fights. When Bigatron felt like they were losing and they were very low on health, Genmith was the one responsible to make sure that the creation blocks, making the matrix, was a physical barrier that, you know, Boom players could not cross, so they could not finish the job, even when the BTR players were extremely low, already at death's door.
Yeah, it was very close. Look at this game. I think until the 8th minute mark, it was close, and it was until Bigatron just took over the game, just got all the towers and everything. And when that kicked off, it was very hard for Boom to do anything more, and BTR just took the win there.
Yeah, so great start for Bigatron by Vitality, but once again, this is a best of 7. There's many ways to come back into the series, as we've already seen in the previous one, where Nongshim did a fantastic job of making our way back into the series. Right now, Boom needs to do that same thing. And this Clash Lane matchup, do you think Bao won that? Or it's really just Bigatron as a team that wrestled their control back?
Yeah, I think that's more of Bigatron as a team, right? Because there was no team fights in where Biggie was allowed to get a good truth mantra in, and Ball was given... Wait, never mind. I'll be giving it to Ball. Because there were a lot of moments in that game in where Ball just was standing on a brush, waiting for a fight to happen. In order, like what he did to Danny multiple times. And that is the reason why Danny wasn't able to get almost all of his items, because he was delayed a lot of times.
Yeah, to be honest, it felt like Danny's ultimate was not really used too many times, right? Either he got locked down, got taken out immediately, or even as the usage of the Infinite Vastness, it was completely used to escape. There was never an aggressive stance with it.
Yeah, that's true. It was just more on just him just saving his life, and it's because he might be carried away by Ball. And as I was saying, I think Ball won that fight because he definitely deserves the MVP during this game, because he did a lot of plays that were under the nose because he was hiding around brushes a lot of times, and it was also allowed because they were given that space because they got more towers than the other side.
Yes, the Fog of War really helped Bao shine in this game. 4-1 and 4. He was doing quite a lot. He had to give away first blood, but this is why I like the side of Bao being the MVP. Right? Essentially, he had the worst start to the game, but somehow he was able to find the important flanks. Look at that, catching the important members and pushing them into the welcoming arms of Bigatron by Vitality, of which this was a huge fight. In fact, I would consider this the biggest fight in this game that really changed the advantage, swing over to the side of Bigatron by Vitality.
Yeah, that was also out of him just standing on that red buff brush the whole time. He was waiting for the right opportunity to just go in. He has done that multiple times during this game. And even here on the last parts of the game, in where he isn't even allowed to do that anymore, he is still making plays by trying to find somebody every time.
Yeah, but he's just taking attention away, right? You can't ignore him.
Yeah.
And when you're focused on dealing with Bao, that leaves the other members so open. And Lan Feng really took full advantage of that, right? As they're trying to deal with the members, he was just taking the crystal down bit by bit. And you know what this means for the Bigatron by Vitality fans. So great start, but I want to see Boom recover.
Yeah, Boom needs to think about that because that was a very expensive draft as we were talking about the start of the game. Boom, this is a lot of pocket picks from them. This is going to be hard if ever they lose this, and that's not good because on the other end, BTR was able to win out of that draft that they did.
Yes, and now this will bring us to the second game of this best of 7, right? And game number 2 is really kind of dictate, okay, where this momentum is going to be at. And we have seen teams keep the momentum, but they kind of gas out because best of 7s are really long, and it also exhausts your hero pool. So this is a true test for both teams. Right now, Boom, I feel like this game number 1 draft, like you mentioned before, really expensive, but they still have a couple more options to explore.
Yeah, they have a lot of options. Look at this, everybody. These were the picks that they had during that game. It was, honestly, there were also some pocket picks here from Genmit's Nuwa together with Balls Guanyu, but it was still more expensive on the side of Boom because they are very confident about those picks that they have. But you still have a lot in their pocket, so this is still not over. It might be a time for them to come back here in game number 2.
Right, so Boom as the losing side for game number 1. They get to choose a side. They're taking up the red side as the counter pick side. Do you think it's worthwhile for Bigatron to start off with the Dolia pick?
Ooh. Yeah, I think so. Dolia first pick isn't bad in any sense because you could always just find a way to make use of her. Like a Yongjun, even if the Yongjun gets picked on the other side, it's okay. There's no more Long on the other side, on the side of Boom, so it's okay to just pick up the Long for yourselves.
Yeah, essentially it forces a decision by the side of Boom Esports, right? So I think they will do well for themselves on the side of Boom to ban out the Dolia first, after Bigatron bans out this first pick. Now the question for Boom, I think, would be, do they get their hands on the pay, right? You know the coach on the side of Bigatron is considering that fact, and in fact they say, okay, let's play with you a little bit more. We'll take out the Dolia ourselves.
Okay, there you go. At least they're going to be banning the Dolia themselves. They're not going to let them do that for this next game. There's a potential that Boom Esports could still pick up a Yongjun on their... I have seen Yongjuns on the side of Boom Esports, and it's almost always going to go to Miggy. So that could be a potential here for the team. And Pei could be a potential first pick here for Bigatron.
Oh, that's true. Boom Esports, they actually take out the Luna. So this opens up the doors for a Pei pick, right? And I'm pretty sure Boom Esports will want to snap up the Byron at this point. But no, Bigatron go a completely different direction. They go for the maximum flex pick. It's the Forge Maiden, the Chicha.
They can go for that themselves if ever. They can go for Pei on Carl and Miggy on Byron. But that is expending a lot though. They could maybe think about something different, like a Seafarer could also be good here if ever they want to pair it up with a Pei and have like a strong Clash laner. But they went with the Byron and the Haya.
I like this a lot, right? I like the Haya because Haya rarely loses that initial first level 1 wave. She instantly clears it, right? Especially if you have a support in the form of... At this point, I would figure Yu Huan makes sense as well. It depends on what they want to do with it. But Boom Esports, I think they win this mid lane matchup for now, right? Bigatron, they will take away the Tigress. The Pei will be snatched away from Boom Esports. No stock standard combination.
Yeah, there you go. There's gonna be a Pei on the other end. They already stole the Spark Mace on the side of Boom Esports, so they're not gonna be going for that. I think Boom Esports, if they want to ban somebody that could fight toe-to-toe against the Byron, it should be like the Sun Tzu, the Seafarer, could be a good ban here so that he doesn't have like a very strong Clash laner with him.
You know what's scary? They can potentially pick up the Lupu as well on the side of Bigatron by Vitality.
Oh, yeah.
And then you put the Forge Maiden Chicha in the farm lane. And yeah, Miggy essentially becomes diminished because of the anti-tank properties.
Yeah. One thing that they could do for that though is that because they have the Tremor Smash also, it's an easy combo that they can pull off. So yeah, that makes sense. They could go for the Lupu for Bigatron here and it will work Look at Boom Esports, they're banning out a lot of good wave clears and even sure so that they don't catch the Ukyo, the sweep strike on their side.
Okay, Boom Esports, what do you think is a great farm lane pick for them? Because they're saving it for the last pick here.
If they want a very safe pick here, especially if this is going to be a very tanky composition, I think going for Magistrate is not bad here. There you go, as you said.
Yep, sign me up as a coach, man.
Oh man, that is crazy. Oh man, that is crazy. With a Yixing too? Oh no.
Yeah, no way, no way.
Oh man.
This is the moment you go the far.
That's the edit.
Yeah,
that is it. Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that's the way. I'm not sure if that's the way because. Huh.
Okay, let's make a small comparison, right? I don't think Bao as well as F1 will be chasing into Danny, right? It's more of Danny chasing into people. We've seen the benefit of a Erin, right? The Laurel Princess, where Zhang did play against this matchup. He did fall a couple of times as he was trying to catch the Erin, right? When she has ultimate on. So there is a potential flip around for the side of Boom Esports. But the catch potential by Bigatron, especially as someone as special as Jen Myth with the Yixing catch, I feel like that's going to be a huge problem.
Yeah, I think the only problem is going to be stemming on how Zankyu is going to be the target of that ultimate every time, the Laurel Bloom. So that's going to be the problem. But with the composition that they built here for BTR, I think that's scary. I'm very scared of what they can bring here. 3 easy combos that they can go, or rather 2. I guess the Yixing Lubu, the Yixing Liangpo. So those are easy combos that they could go for, and it's not hard to pull off.
But that's team fight, right? And I feel like in any kind of universe we're talking about it, team fight is still a PKL game. So Bigatron at this point, I feel like if we take a look at the macro game, I feel like Boom has a better strike at it. Because we've seen teams use the Chicha, right? And use the ultimate just to take turrets. That's great. But then your teamfight department doesn't do as well.
Enemy minions will arrive in
And the
5
cooldown's very
seconds.
long. The ultimate's cooldown is very long, so it takes you like 50 more seconds before you go for the next tower, if ever you're going to be doing that rinsing and repeating. So, yeah, as you said, team fight is something that PKL is very, very good at. But Boom Esports with this composition, they might be able to clinch it out with what you said. They could go for the macro here and change things up this time.
Yeah, I think this laning phase is extremely important, right? Whoever gets a T1, that will kind of influence how this matchup will go. And the biggest difference maker, I think, comes in the farm lane.
Yeah, how they're going to be playing this, especially for Donnie. They're going to be easy targets here, especially for the combos. But if ever he gets the lead here, it's going to be good.
Alright, we'll see. Alright, it's a 3-on-2, which means there's space across the other portions of the map. Looks like BTR will try to take advantage of that because Danny is getting a guarantee on his Firehawk. This means he will get an EXP advantage.
Yeah, and you can see the rotation pretty fast here. Somebody, or rather Jen Myth, helping out onto the top lane because he knows that Miggy would win that early matchup until, or at least they're trying to make sure that Miggy is kept in check in this lane so that he doesn't get any advantage.
Oh, Zhangyu might get caught here. He knows.
Ooh, I think F1 is gonna get caught. Ooh, okay, yeah. As he said, because they saw them a while ago onto the bot lane, they know that the rotation is gonna come to the mid lane. There's no other choice here for them. Gonna go, Carl goes in for the stun, gets the hit, but not gonna be continuing with anything. Not enough damage for now.
Yeah. I mean, this is a huge wave. You don't want to miss it. Danny 1-on-1 against Lamfeng at this point. I don't think they finished this fight here. Yeah, they don't. So this is okay. Everything, teetering on the edge of a knife right now. No first blood just yet.
Yeah. Might explode anytime soon. Especially in the first objective, but for now, is going to be looking for those opportunities, for those moments while they're waiting for the next jungle camp rotation.
I think we will only get the big, massive fights when both the roamers get full. Right? F1 and Draw, both of them are not full yet. Everyone else, they have the ultimates ready. But I don't think it's ideal to kind of be in a risky situation without your roamers getting those big setups that they're looking for.
Yeah. For now, until they get to level 4, until Gen Mid gets like a good space for him to just go to the bot lane and try to catch Danny with that board, that is not going to happen anytime soon. And for now, even Miggy is being scared because he has been not ganked, visited a lot of times by Zonkyu in Gen Mid, so he's scared they might be looming around the brushes.
You have to be really careful here. One stun means the end of your life. Zonkyu gets stunned up first, unable to get that follow-up catch. So Draw now has information about the different members' position on the side of Vicatron. What do they want to do with this?
See, 45 seconds, waiting for the next wave. The next wave after this is when the objective is going to be coming.
Oh, nice
so
catch.
Right now, they're going to be jumping on Danny. Has the flash still. Pops the ult, but almost getting the kill there. Not enough.
Yeah, how many times has Danny been so low? And this is a little bit of a cause of concern so far for the side of Boom Esports. At the same time, I like this rotation by Carl, right? They're going to get a little bit of free damage on the T1 if they can force this wave into the arms of Bao.
And that's a very important win there, right, for BTR, because they got a flash out of Danny, so he won't be moving close to anybody on the next fight, so the Tyrant could be like a soft guarantee there, unless Ball is gonna be there on that fight. But for now, with Danny not having any flashes, might be hard.
Yeah, I don't think this is a fight that is safe for the side of Boom, right? If Ball gets a huge Trumbull model, this fight is over.
Oh, okay. They're not gonna contest it. Okay, so they just gave it to Boom because I saw Zonkyu just clearing out this wave, getting there as fast as he could because they might be gearing up to go for a kill later on once Zonkyu gets like the level 9 here and even giving like the top side wave to him so he gets the level advantage.
That's true. At the same time, because F1 has given information about the whereabouts of where Carl is at, this provides them information that, hey, maybe we can take a look at the Crimson Golem here. But Boom has already made that rotation. I like this movement. Both teams kind of feeling the rotations out, right? Where is everyone on the gorge?
Yeah, so far Zonkyu, or at least BTR, still has an advantage when it comes to the gold department here because of, I mean, it's just a 500 gold deficit, so it's not really that big, but it's because most of their rotations have been very good and also just giving it most to Zonkyu. And this is what I'm saying. They're going to be using the hold right down onto the bottom, even have the board right here on Danny. They're not going to be doing anything with that yet.
No, they're just pulling them around the place, right? It gives you an inkling of what's next. When you go Lanfeng in a risky position here, forced to use the ult, but thankfully no flash to use just yet.
Yeah, you see Zonkyu. Check his position. F1 not going to be committing anything.
Oh, Ball.
Now the top side Ball is going to be the first one. Tremble Mortals is used to just run away, and that tower is theirs.
Beautiful work. This is the map control that they want on the side of Boom, right? Can't get the TP back home, no recall available because of the immense pressure coming from Carl and Miggy. So this is going to be a great start for the side of Boom Esports. This is what they need to do.
Yeah. Okay. What are they going to be doing here for now? Just going to be backing off and just trying to play the BTR game. This is what we said a while ago that they need to do. Try to play the BTR game. They have a team fight composition. We could actually play for macro, so Boom is just doing just that.
Actually, I think this 1v1 between Lanfeng and Danny is going to be super interesting. Like an anime fight, right? Because everyone is going... Rah, 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 rah.
Yeah. Yeah. They're going to be punching pretty fast, but in long range. So that's what they're going to be doing. But BTR are going to be taking the Overlord now. This might be the first blood that they're looking for. Draw is going to be the target. Ooh. And that arrow is enough to get the first blood.
Okay, that's a good trade, but what more can they get? The kills do matter, but you need to get an objective off of that. Wait, one more.
Oh,
Danny's in
they're
trouble.
They're going to get one more. Danny is going to get chased down, and that's the execute coming in from Zonkyu. They have the ult right here. So the Moonscape Mirage is there. If he gets the kill, it's going to be good. But I think it's not going good right there. Double kill coming in from ZonQ. In the end, they were able to get the kill, but Miggy is going to save their lives with this win. He's looking for it. Carl going to go with the Tremble Mortals. He has a lot of HP, though. There is the Taking Liberties. One more shot on his head. And Genmit is going to be his target. To the backline they go. And Boom Esports just equalizes the fight. Miggy's going to go for the chase down. He gets the slow down onto Ball. But look at Carl. He's looking. His eyes are seething. And F1 is going to be his target, but the Tremor Smash is going to get used to go to safety. Raging Sea is even going to be there. And this is going to be the finish that they're looking for. Miggy tanking up a lot of shots, but the shield is enough for him to survive, and Carl is going to fall down in the end.
Oh, a little bit too greedy coming from the side of Boom Esports. Now, this is a even trade. And once again, Tatsuri.
Oh, Tatsuri's just going to die there. He doesn't have the ult for him to survive. Tremble Mortal's also going to be there, and that's it. Miggy, even with the shield, is not going to survive the true damage.
ZonQ once again putting Danny in such a tight spot. He has access into the T1 as well, gets the healing due, and Boom Esports running out of options here.
Just because of that one mistake that happened on the bot lane, that is the reason why right now things have turned in favor of BTR. Getting a mid lane tower is such a big win also for them.
Yeah, and you know, taking the Zeo Golem from the side of Carl here, he doesn't really need the mana, but it's more of the cooldown reduction here. And Langfeng gets the mana regeneration buff as well, so this is not looking good for Boom. It's not the biggest of differentials at this point. It's a 1,000 goalie going to the advantage of Bigatron by Vitality. But ZonQ has just completed his Master Sword. If you thought he had burst, he's gonna have it now.
Yeah, once he jumps on you, you're definitely gonna be dead. They're trying to go for the chase on ZonQ here, but the Tyrant is already under ice. They're gonna be seeing the Tyrant. The Juke is there, but I think he's not gonna. So wait, he was able to get away. They're using all their ultimates and even some flashes on their hands though. And they still got the Tyrant in the end here for the side of BTR, so a lot of movements on the map because of that.
Yeah, that was definitely worth the trade at this point. And Bigatron by Vitality, this is exactly what they need to do, right? And for the first time, this is Bigatron playing the PKL game. This is, you want to brawl, we will go for it.
Yeah, they know that they can brawl against this team, especially on a big one. They have a lot of AoE, so they are going to be winning those team fights if ever they need to. And Boom Esports trying to divide the map, they're trying to make their map wider. But BTR are just getting the space faster for now.
Yeah, the biggest concern here is the fact that, look, the build by Bao, he's going full defensive at this point, right? So he got that Pure Sky, that's a stock standard item at the first spot. But he's already dealing so much damage because of his skill 1. So what happens when he actually gets that Overlord's Might, one of the most damaging items in the physical kit for the game?
Yeah, that is the reason why it's going to be scary right now. Even going for the Glacial Buckler, so he has a lot of cooldowns. At least his Tremble Mortals is not gonna take long if ever he needs it on team fights. Now they already have the space. Using the Tremor Smash, he still got the Tyrant Ice Steal from Draw, and that's good for now. They got one, they have to back off Haya. Tatsuri, is he gonna be surviving here? In the end, they were able to get one. Tremble Mortals is gonna be there. They're gonna take out everybody, but they were still able to flash away. ZonQ going in, Carl goes down, but Danny is the only one alive here for the side of Boom.
Yep, he can't defend this. He has no flash. Yes, he has the ultimate, but this is a huge risk for the side of Boom Esports. He needs to go for the reset. Langfeng here will take up the healing due. They're gonna get their eyes on towards this Shadow Overlord. Was that actually a bait for them to use their resources? Carl does have the smite though, but he's not gonna be back in time.
Yeah, that's just gonna be an easy take here for the Overlord. But what a take from Draw here in the end, but still was able to steal the Tyrant, which is good. But right now, he still got something in the end anyway from the side of BTR, and this is just going to be better for them in a way because they can push a lot more.
Okay, so this is the crazy part, right? Where they actually use the Raging Sea from the side of Draw to try and set up the fight. But then on the backlines, look at who is free to hit those free auto attacks. ZonQ is getting free hits. At this point, Genmit is getting free hits as well. Langfeng is getting free hits as well. And when you have a uneven trade in terms of player lives, BTR is going to shine.
Yeah, and that's what's good about this, especially the ult from Ball. That was very good. Good landing on this guy, and it hasn't been really good, especially the Moonscape Mirage that has been happening hasn't been really good for the side right here of Boom Esports right now. Trevor Smash not gonna hit. Already used the ultimate Raging Sea. He's gonna hit too. That's big. This might be their chance. They have the board in front. There's no minions in their side, but Boom Esports trapped in their side though.
This was a decent play coming out from the side of Bigatron, right? But Boom, they have to deal with this. Right now, Bigatron, they don't really want to fight. They just want to poise, poke, and prod. So that Boom has to pay attention to them. It feels like the attention has been bought. The T2 at the top should not stay alive for too long, will be taken down at this instant. So even when BTR lose the fight, they win the map.
Yeah, nice pull on that attention here for their side. The ball gonna be the target. He is going to be surviving because of that Tremble Mortals, but Zonkyu in a very prime position here. He can just jump onto the backline if ever he wants it. They go in, they are inside the board. They're still now taking down the tower, but they have to back off. They're using the flash lawn. Fong was able to get the damage in, and they are super low on their side. Boom Esports are losing their lives. It's still a 2-for-2 for now, but it might get more. Zonkyu and Shenmit gets one for themselves, and that's a triple kill for Zonkyu.
It's so crazy because Boom Esports is doing exactly what they need to do. Tatsuri is getting rid of Bao. He's taking him out of the fights. But because of Gen Myth on his first and second skill with the time bot on the CC, it gives a lot of space for the BTR members, especially Zonkyu and Lanfeng, to really get the damage in. And here's something, you know, Yixing auto attacks do hurt, especially when he lands a skill.
Yeah, that is the reason why it's really dealing a lot of damage, especially when you're all inside the board. Shenmit has been getting a lot of them inside the board so far this whole game. And that's the reason why Boom cannot fight or at least secure the kill or maybe even secure the fight for themselves, and they get disgruntled whenever that happens.
And the scary part about this is, you know, Bigatron, we know the, you know, rank combos, which is Genmiev drops the board, and then we have Bao come in with the setup by F1 as well. That combination has not been used yet. That is the most cheese combo you would get to see. And BTR is just besting Boom in every single metric at this point.
Yeah, they have been just winning. Even with the composition that they drafted, it's a very team fight heavy composition. But on the macro side, they're not really lacking too, because they have been rotating around the map pretty fast. And also, all the towers that they have been taking was all because of a team fight that they won.
Yeah, so this is the cool part, right? They're taking turrets because they're taking team fights. And that is a strength of their composition anyway.
Okay, F1 just got the vision. Still have their Tyrant on their side though, so they still have the Primal Bond. They're not going to continue with this for now. They're just baiting the attention out of Boom Esports.
Yeah, they want to bait, right? So that when they have the wave advantage, they can start a fight, and then you have to address it. And right now, this is the call for the side of Bigatron. They see the opening. They want to try and open up this top T3.
Yeah, F1 moving forward. You have the board, get straight. Miggy gonna be the target. They're taking a lot of damage. Tremor smash with a frigid charge, but the Raging Sea has an answer in the end. The true damage coming in from Tatsuri is working, but the triple Mortis got everybody onto the back line, and they are just taking down everybody one by one. Carl still not done. Zonkyu's gonna fall down. F1's gonna be next, and they are winning so far, and Ball is gonna fall, and Ace comes in for Boom.
The comeback is complete, and Boom, they make the ace. Right now, what can they do? They need to fix the wave, they need to get this Shadow Overlord, and then they can buy time. Carl, he wants to go for a different objective here. He wants to clear the lane. Maybe this backdoor protection is not going to be enough, even with the Ballista. No, he's going to change here. They need this Shadow Overlord. This is the lifeline that Boom can use to come back.
1 second for Lanfeng. Minions are coming in. That tower could fall down anytime on the mid lane, but they don't need to worry about that for now. That's okay. They're just going to be taking this slowly. Still a T3, or rather a T3 on the top side and the bot side, so it's still possible for them to come back out of that. But let's take a look at this replay.
I want to see the critical point, and that actually came from the draw call that you made, right? Bao actually, he was kind of distracted because he saw Carl come in from the back. But he's a Lupu, he doesn't deal that big of a burst damage. He does damage with the number of S1s that he lands. So unfortunately for him, while he did catch the attention of Carl, he couldn't provide the defense. And with the setup by draw to allow the maximum damage to be put down by Miggy as well as Tatsuri and Danny, beautiful work from the side of Boom.
It was a crazy play from Draw, the dash through the flash, just to get everybody in that knockup. That was enough for Miggy and Carl to just use it to their advantage, and now things have turned. Boom is now on the lead just because of that.
Yeah, look at it. The huge swing from a 4,000 goal lead is now down to nada. And at this point, Boom, if they can take a T3, this will be perfect for them. But I don't think they will be able to do it at this point just yet.
Chance for them to come back. And BTR are now backs against the wall in their base at least. And they're going to be waiting for the Shadow Vanguard. They're taking their time here for the side of Boom Esports and are just going to be escorting the Shadow Vanguard to the top side.
Okay, this is the last available play, right? It has to be a huge team fight. They have to take it. Right now, Bao has been caught. Okay, that's a great start. What more can they do?
Yeah. They have to fight this for now, though. That is what they need to do. And Val is trapped inside. And everybody from Boom is going to be here. He's going to be using the Tremble Mortars to get away. He's immune. And he has a shield. The Sprightling Troop to save his life. And the tower on the top side is going to fall. What a good distraction from Boom Esports. And they need to find some more out of this map.
I mean, they go to town on that T3. Beautiful work by the side of Boom Esports, right? Getting the distraction plays. At the same time, BTR looking for a recovery here. Draw. He might be a sacrifice. No, I don't think so. He's too tanky for them. So Boom, they want to wrestle for the Shadow Tyrant. This is probably the last objective before the Tempest Dragon.
They don't see Zonky, so they have to check all the brushes. Now Zonky knows. Has a lot of damage. Starts the fight already half HP. Look at the top side though, Carl. It's not going to continue with this. They have the board on everybody. They have the Frigid Charge too. Rebel Mortals is going to be there. The damage is going to be enough. And will this be enough for them to go for the kill? They're trying to go for the Tyrant. No. Miggy still gets it. Top side. Look at the push here. The minions are coming. What a call from Boom Esports. They are going to be taking game number 2.
We talked about it. It has to be the macro play, and Boom executed that strategy perfectly.
That was crazy, though. I saw him. They knew. Everybody's here. We saw Zonky. Go top side. You can push that. That was a great, like a play-by-play call of what they did here for Boom Esports.
Yeah, exactly. This is beautiful work from the side of Boom Esports. Exactly what they needed to step back into the series. It's 1-1 now. And what a beautiful performance by Boom Esports. So this begs the question here. Boom has shown that they can play the macro game as well, right? So what's going to happen in game number 3 here? Do we get like the absolute macro game? Nobody fights? Everyone just split pushes?
we got that almost on game number 2 though. Everybody was split pushing until one point in where BTR was calling for team fights in where they find objectives after those team fights. And I think they need to respect that though. As you said, BKL is really good at team fighting. So they have to respect that. And that last team fight that turned all the tides around on the top side was the reason why Boom won that.
Yes, big success coming in, right? They even saved their Sprightling Troop skill just so that they could have the extra armor to last a little bit longer. And because there was a chase down, they got the kills as well. So there was nobody left to return to the base to stop that attempt. Mind you, it was just, I believe, one Mega Minion left in that push, which allowed the backdoor defense to be dropped, and Carl just went to town.
Yeah, he just went for it. He knew that the fight was there. Everybody had one job on the side of Boom. Let's survive as long as we can. But they also got the Tyrant with it, which is crazy that he went for that route. They got the Tyrant, somebody's backdooring, and it worked for their side. So this is one thing that Boom is really good at, those macro calls whenever they need to, but the team fights is where they shine the most.
Exactly. I mean, this one was where, you know, F1 was trying his best to punch down that Shadow Tyrant. Unfortunate for him, his damage was not enough. Miggy did use his skills to secure that one. But, yo, this ball pick on the unrivaled warrior, the Lupu. Unfortunate, man.
Yeah. It was a good pick, though. It was a good idea for BTR. I was expecting that they would be able to pull out that combo. They did. They had the Tremor Smash to the board combo every time. The Tremble Mortals almost always are perfectly placed. But, man, it's just unfortunate that they lost. It was their game to win.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go into overthinking mood here, but that initial catch by Tatsui to take Ball aside, right? That was not meant to kill Ball, that was not meant to give anything, but just an information to Bigatron that, hey, we don't have the Moonscape Mirage, so if we take a fight in the next few seconds, it's going to be beneficial for you. And that's why, you know, maybe that's why BTR obliged for that wrestle at the Shadow Tyrant. And Carl was just like, guys, start a fight, I'm going to end the game.
Oh yeah, that was it. That is true, honestly, because they didn't have the Moonscape Mirage there, that could have been the call there. And when they also saw, the reason why they also tried to go for that fight is because they also saw some of the members on a very great position. They were lined up on the blue buff side of the map, so one good board could actually potentially take them down. So BPR, that was the right call, but they just forgot about it on the top side.
Yeah, so I feel like, you know, Boom is teaching Bigatron, you can't play just like a robot. You have to trust your instincts, because that was an instinctual play from Boom. They let themselves get caught in a most beautiful board. They got the Tremble models onto, I believe, 3 or 4 members, 3 members on the side of Boom. So everything looked great for Bigatron in theory, but the practicality of it was that it was just time bomb.
Yeah, it was them winning the game the whole time. It was just one big fight that turned a 4K gold lead down to 0, turning Boom Esports winning. Man, it was scary because Zankyu was very strong during that game. He was dealing so much damage, he was so much ahead. But Boom just kept the face, waited for their moment. The beasts were able to show themselves.
Yes, it was really scary because like players like Danny, players like Tatsui, they were unsafe on the gorge, right? Every time Zankyu was within range, it was essentially almost a guaranteed kill. And whenever Gen Myth lands his second skill, right, they're taking liberties, and he pulls them back within range. This is where Lanfeng goes crazy with his ultimate, the auto attacks as well. And if you take a look at the itemization, he had the Doomsday as well. He's able to shred tanks. But unfortunate for them, Boom, I mean, we were asking, have they improved? I think they have.
Yeah, they did. And they're very good at this clutch moments whenever it's needed. And Boom Esports just got the timing right there. I think everything just lined up for them to win that. Because BTR was looking better. Honestly, BTR was looking better this whole game. And the stars just lined up for Boom.
Yeah, but when you know that's going to be the finishing blow, you go in for it. And there we go. Miggy here is going to be your MVP of game number 2. His play on this Spark Mace, the Byron, has been very clinical, right? It set up quite a few situations. Number 1, he got that Tyrant in the final moment for the team, allowing them to get the finishing blows because of the extra damage, the extra movement speed as well. At the same time, he also bought a lot of attention by getting the stuns in with his second skill, Storm Strike, which then led to, you know, Kao with the famous backdoor.
Yeah, that's what they're doing here. The forceful suppressions, just being the tank that they needed in this game. And also, if I'm going to be giving like an honorable mention, I think Draw would also get that because he was the reason why they were able to win that fight on the top side. The reaction on the Tremor Smash, the reaction to just splash in and go for the knockup was crazy from Draw.
It was what evened out the battlefield for them, right? Because at that point in time, they were actually trailing, and Draw came in with the raging sea of the game at this point.
Yeah, that's true. I want to see that again, right here in the highlights.
This one.
Look at that. Yeah. He's gonna back off after the Tremble Mortals, and once he sees somebody clumps in, he's gonna flash. Oh man, the knockup was perfect. And also, I want to see something here. For everybody watching, the backdoor look at what's gonna happen. Carl is gonna try to hit the Tyrant first, which gives F1 information that Carl was in the Tyrant fight. Before, it's not shown here in the highlights, but he hit the Tyrant first, which gave them information that Carl was there, which is why he got the time to just move out. Like, go for a rotation to go for the back door.
I see it, right? And that was a big brain play, because as Bigatron, they're kind of like, okay, Carl is hiding. He's looking for the flank on the backlines, right? He's not going for the towers. The team is in a dire position. He needs to come and save Boom Esports. But what they did not know was his plan of saving Boom Esports is just by taking the game. We don't need to win the fight.
That's true. The bait was really great. If you guys could just check out what happened there a while ago, it was insane. I just saw it again, and man, that was a very smart play. That's why they weren't thinking that they're gonna go for that backdoor, because I saw Carl like 10 seconds ago. He's not gonna go to the top side, right? But he did.
And this is a 50-50 matchup, right? The Ukiyo Tachibana, Swift Strike going up against the Tigers Pay. It really is who is the better team, right? Who's the better executor of that draft itself. And like you said, BTR was looking fantastic in the start, early parts of the game. But as we approach the later parts, then Boom really understood the nature of the gameplay from Bigatron and used it to their advantage. I think that is what's really impressive with the Boom of New here.
Yeah, what's really funny about this global ban and pick, look at the roamers. They're just exchanging what they have picked from the last game. Yeah, you get the Lapu, I get the Lianbo, and you do the same thing the next game. And they did just that for this one. So they're going to be having something different for the next game, probably a Dongtae. The Beast is going to come out here in game number 3.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a wrestle for that, right? And then it's begging the question where, all right, do we give the Zhangfei, or do we just take it out entirely of game number 3 and hope everyone forgets about it?
Oh yeah, maybe they can go for that. But look at this. We felt your love, keep the spirit. Bigatron by Vitality, hope Zhangqiu, Ball, Lanfeng, Genmit, F1 can beat Nova on the grand final. So they're looking at the future here. Ken?
Yeah. They're foretelling us, right? You know what? We don't care about the other teams. Straight to the grand finals.
Yeah, straight to the grand finals. Okay. But let's see what they're gonna do here. They need to change. BTR is gonna go for the red side, and Boom is gonna go for the blue side this time.
Yeah, it's feeling like a red day, right? At this point, we have like a major win with the ultimate red. And so far, red side has won on both accounts, I believe, of game 1 and 2.
Yeah. See what they're gonna do here. Who are they gonna be picking next? Expensive picks from Boom throughout game number 1 and game number 2. At least game number 2, they were able to win. But this next game, game number 3, it's like we're back in a best of 5.
Yes, we are brand new best of 5 here. This one is not even the finishing line. You're nowhere near the finishing line. Right now, this is to get to the halfway mark. And halfway mark, this is where you get the waters. You know, people will be standing at your sides, cheering you on.
Oh,
go the distance. And we'll see. Boom Esports, they start off with the higher band. This is going to be mirrored with the Chicha band from the side of Bigatron by Vitality.
They even banned the Haya here from the side of Boom Esports because that's a potential one. They don't ban the Zhangfei. I think that's a potential pick here for draw. Even as a first pick, I think that's not bad. They just have this ample respect for that Luna every time Zhangqiu is on the other side.
Yeah, it's definitely important, right? And Luna is definitely one of the specialties of Zhangqiu. I mean, a lot of the assassin heroes are big. The other one is going to be the Jing, but they have left it purposefully open at this point.
Ooh. That might be a bait that they're looking for here. Especially that they picked up the Dolia first. So with the Dolia out of the picture, would Zhangqiu force the Yangzhan on their hands, or even just a new one so that they don't have that option for their side on Boom Esports?
I mean, you can, but there's also, you know, other answers to the Yangjian. For the Trilight, there's like Musashi, there is... Okay, they will not entertain that thought in the first place. Bigatron just goes straight for the Trilight.
Yeah, they went for the Trilight, the Tunecaster, because they just want to deny things from the side of Boom Esports so that they don't have those options on their hands. You won't get the easy resets. So think about what you're gonna do next. Oh, okay, they're gonna go with the Wings of Judgment from Majestic Guardian.
I like it a lot, right? This is the long-range poke game. Same with the composition they've picked here. You get to pick and choose when you actually want to fight. So unless Bigatron by Vitality here wants to go on a secondary dive hero pick, which the RD makes a lot of sense, right? But it is a risk, because right now, if the Trilight is going into the jungle, it's a one-time jump.
Yeah, they need more of a wall here, right, from Boom Esports. That's the reason why Bigatron has been banning this Stun, because they need a wall on the side of Boom Esports because they have a Zolia already, and the Charlotte, the Rose Fencer, is not going to be doing much in the tanking department, but more on just having skirmishes. So they are, yeah, there you go. They're taking out all of those options.
Yeah, that's actually a great counter, right? I personally am not a fan of the Flowball Marksman matchup against the RLE. I think maybe I've met better RLEs all the way. But here we go. Mr. Gary picking up his team for Boom Esports. And the shout outs to Cartel here.
Cartel! Spear is holding a Cartel at the back though. Okay. That is really funny to see. Everybody right there. Shout out to everybody here there in Indonesia that are the casters and friends that we have there. Boom Esports are going to be going for the Wild Rider and the Chano, which is a classic matchup against an Arlie.
And this is a specialty from the side of Danny, right? This is one of his favorite heroes. And you know what? The Wild Rider is a great answer against the Baichi here, the ultimate weapon, as well as the Trilight, the Yangjin, because they're able to shred the tanks really quickly. So Bigatron, they want to circumvent that kind of risk. They take the potential time bender here. Sunbin, I love this a lot, right? The time flux, as we've seen, can be a huge game changer because it gives you just that extra 50% damage rebate coming in.
Yeah, and also the movement speed is going to be really helpful. After you use the Unleash the Hound on Trilight, then just move forward. You can just march forward because you have the extra speed, so you can chase the targets here from Boom Esports. So yeah, this is still a really good pickup for the team, and having the time-lapse available in case the Rose Fencer comes in.
I like the answer here, but I'm still preferring Boom Esports' draft, but it really ultimately comes down to how much farm does Carl get, right? Because if Carl is going to have the gold and EXP lead, Bao Lanfeng and Zhang Yu, they're not going to have a great time at all, even with the help of F1.
Oh yeah, that's true. Because they have a lot of spread on their side. Even add to the mix, the Tatsuri Majestic Guardian is also going to be shredding them. So it's going to be tough. But one tough thing that I can see here for the side of Boom Esports is that they don't really have a really good front line. So if ever somebody breaches the back line, the formation is going to get disassembled. So that is going to be the only rough part here about their composition.
That's true. And I think, you know what? Let me play the devil's advocate here. I think, actually, I prefer the Boom Esports' lineup in this early game, right? Because Yangjin's jungle clear is actually quite slow. So in comparison to Agudo, who has the release passive, you're able to eat up one of the camps. Definitely much faster than having the traditional attack, and smite. And with that, it's going to be huge if they can get the lead on the side of Boom Esports here.
Oh, yeah. And we're going to be seeing both of the supporters right here of Bigatron and even coming in from the side of Boom Esports here on both sides. And I'm pretty excited about this matchup, though. How are they going to be dealing with this? Like, having two solid front lines from the side of BTR, having technically no front line from the side of Boom Esports. How are they going to play around that comp that they made?
Yeah, I mean, this is like the question of nature versus machine, right? Machine being the red robots and nature being the wolves, that is Boom Esports. And whoever strikes first probably will strike the hardest in this particular game, because once you have the lead, I think team fighting wise, this one really is favored towards the PKL side of Boom Esports, but F1 can really change things up here.
Yeah, I just realized though, they have a lot of summons basically for the side of Boom Esports. They have the Chano, they have the Wild Rider for them, so they're gonna be doing just that for sure in this game. And yeah, we're just seeing Cartel in the back.
Yeah. Just a slight hint on that, right? And here's another thing that Boom Esports' lineup is going to be really scary at. They can take turrets really quickly.
Yeah, it's gonna be fast though. And also, because the wave clear is great, you have a Majestic Guardian that you can add to the mix too. That is not going to be a problem for them.
It's like a magic Tyrant here, who can attack from even further away, right? The pierce effect, and at the same time, Time Flux doesn't reset the damage on your towers. So a little bit of a concern here, at least from what we can see on the side of Bigatron. So the red robots, they need to do a little bit of tinkering with their execution here.
We're just waiting for the players to be ready in their game. Now we're still just waiting for the timing. The Bigatron are ready. Look at Ball just looking at the camera. It was just catching. Oh, great catch though.
Yeah, definitely. I think right now is the best time to really steal your nerves, right? Because if you can pull ahead in this game number 3, it's going to give you the momentum to potentially put yourself in series point for game number 4.
Oh, there you go.
So whoever takes the lead here, I think is going to be really having the momentum swing going in their favor.
Yeah, because it's basically a best of 5 again. So that's why it's important for you to get this, because whoever wins this gets the momentum back for the team. So that's what they're going to be doing here. And Boom Esports to get the lineup again, and BTR on the other end. That is what they're going to be going for this game. But, okay, I saw the problem with BTR's lineup. They don't have a lot of damage here, Kin.
I agree. Everything falls onto the RD as well as the Yangqi here. At the same time, the wave clear in laning, it pretty much favors almost everyone on the side of Boom.
Yeah, that's true, and that's gonna be the problem here. If ever they are very tanky, yes, but if they're not gonna be able to do it, Lanfang, Striking Troop has been used, and you can see the steal that they're doing here with Carl. He just got away with it.
All right, I mean, this is early game loss, for sure, right? BTR, there's no response. Danny should be able to get this Firehawk as well, but here comes the numbers from the side of Bigatron. They will wrestle control over this Firehawk. That should be given now to the side of Bigatron. A nice recovery, but someone needs to help Zhang-Q. Zhang-Q is not having a great start here.
That's rough. That's rough. One of his buffs got stolen, and nobody was there to help. Nobody checked on the Azure buff a while ago, so not a great start, especially for somebody who doesn't really have a lot of wave clear.
I mean, they couldn't, right? They were so stuck in this mid lane matchup with Tatsui, who already is able to do quite a bit of damage. Level 4, here comes the setup.
Yeah, Gorge Mobilization has been used. Not going to be dealing a lot of damage at this early stage. He still has a cap to clear, which is a good thing for him.
Okay, we'll see. Once again, while we're waiting for the big monstrous growth, get your CD key here, flicker in, go into the app, make sure you redeem it, get a Star Stones if you haven't gotten all the heroes as well. In the meantime, BTR looking to put a stand here because Boom is definitely going to win this early game here.
Yeah, they're just going to be taking over the game, especially having a Wild Rider on your team is just so good. Level 5 already on this guy. He's just on such an advantage just because of what he did a while ago. It's going to be a time for them to try and go in, maybe deal some damage. Lord's Mobilization was used, even the heal coming in from Draw. Still pretty early, they don't have a lot of damage yet.
Yep. This is just a movement to make sure that they have secured the space for their Azure Golem, right? You cannot give it twice to the side of Boom.
Yeah, now they're all in a good spot. Just got back right here, and Danny and Lanfang on their own world here, trying to fight each other for now in the bot side. But as we are seeing, BTR is happy with what's happening. If no kills are happening, we're okay with this. They're on a very comfortable position.
Yeah, because Boom actually needs to be the one pressing, right? They need to create the pressure here. And that's going to be really important because you want to have that early game lead. You want Carl to be the monstrous jungler that he needs to be to deal with both Bao and Zhang-Q. Meanwhile, the rest of the team can benefit off of this. Tatsui just getting his skills down with the auto attacks as well. He hits like a truck at this point, but they need the setup.
Yeah. Most important point here is going to be on the objectives, because most likely Boom will be happy on taking those fights because of the advantage that they have. So BTR, what are they going to do? Are they going to contest it or no? It's going to be up in 30 seconds.
Okay, 30 seconds is a... not too long, not too short, but Bao did use his ultimate, so he's not going to have his taunt for the 4-minute take if Boom really wants to start it right now.
Yeah. Right now we have 15 seconds. And they're already posturing themselves on the top side of the map. I think Meggy is going to be happy about that fight. That is going to happen. The wave has been cleared. Zhang-Q trying to go for the Boars here, but 5 seconds. They have to clear this wave first before they go for this fight. And now they go in. Unleash the Hound was used. Propped again. Carl not in position. Doesn't have the HP, and Zhang-Q is very healthy, so they can go for this easily. Do they have the timing right? They have the Heaven and Earth form right there on Zhang-Q. Nobody's going to be able to steal this. Gets the stun on Carl, but what a great Wings of Judgment here from Tatsuri just to push everybody away.
Yep. but Lamfeng did secure it for the side of Bigatron, right? So this is going to be a great start for them at this point of the game. They are managing to even out the gold advantage here. And this is not a good sign for Boom. They're slowly losing control of this early game lead that they're supposed to have.
Yeah. But now this is the time that they can push, right? This is the time for them to go for those sieges because they don't have the tower protection anymore. So it's time for them to find a way to find an opening on the map for a tower to take down.
That's true, right? And in terms of like goal difference, the biggest difference maker here seems to come in the form of the farm lane and the clash lane. And that's a big concern. If Lanfeng wins a solo 1v1 against Boom Esports' Danny, then this is not going to look good at all.
And that's not good because we want them to win. I mean, Danny is not going to have a good time here. He's going to be flashing away. Unleash Xiao was there, but Zonq was able to get in. A lot of damage going to come through. Lanfeng is going to be the next target here. Mickey wants to go in. Not a lot of HP, but they are still healthy enough to go for this next fight if ever they want to. Lay Waste is available for Ball. And now the pull pulls Carlin. They got the Lay Waste on him, but there's no follow through from the side of BTR. And this gives an opening for them to go for the push here on the mid lane.
Yeah, lovely move by Mickey here, making sure the wave here is here. But Lanfeng 1v1 against Tatsuri, not the best idea at this point. He wanted to get some free damage. And Mickey's just making sure that the pacing of Boom Esports is just a little bit quicker because Bigatron can't really catch up at this point in time.
Yeah, under the tower almost got there. But right now on the top side, at least Ball was able to get there in time so that nobody would be able to get in a good spot. I think Zonq might be able to get the kill here on Danny, trying to use the Unleash the Hound, but a lot of things are in front of him, so he's not going to be able to dash in.
Yeah, lovely reverse play from the side of Boom, putting the numbers into work as well. And like we said, they shred towers like it is like cotton candy. So Bigatron, they lose a T1 at the bottom. That was what they wanted to do. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. So Boom Esports secure a little bit of a gold advantage here.
Yeah, that's interesting because they are the ones who are getting pushed around by Zonq, but they were still able to get the tower anyway. And they won't even be able to trade it up with the tower top side because Miggy is here to protect it.
I mean, they can just take it for free, and now Mickey has been caught.
Yeah, can go for the fight ball. Slow down coming in from the frozen breath from Tatsuri is enough to just force them out of the picture here. Dani having a 1v1 with Lanfeng, but he still got the kill anyway. What a great start here for them, and now the tower is gonna go.
Yeah, instant reversal by Bigatron. The robots are making their move. The T1 at the bottom falls. T1 at the top is going to fall as well. Lanfeng doing the structural damage. Bao looking for a catch here, but it's Zonq now in a 2v1 situation. Not ideal for him, but the pull away is great. Bigatron, they want more damage on the T2 instead.
Yeah, great position right here from their side though. It's working their way towards it. I think right now Boom still doesn't have the damage that they're looking for in order to shred Ball and Zonq, which is why they're struggling if ever a team fight is going to be called here by BTR.
Yeah, and every single time Gen Myth has his ultimate, the Unending Sorrow, then it's a little bit difficult because the heals will come through. Right now, it's just a, topsy-turvy pendulum swing for both teams about getting their map control here because they're taking turrets left and right, but it's benefiting Bigatron more at this point.
Yeah. Right now, they have to be very careful about it. I was kind of expecting that Boom will be the ones who are going to be getting the tower advantage here. But because of the respect that they're going to be having here, they are putting a lot of people on the top side. Ball is also in action for this, while the Tyrant is going to get taken by BTR also. So there is nothing that Boom was able to get there.
They have to secure their own resources in the jungle at this point. Azure Golem going to be secured by Carl. As 5 members here in the middle lane, they want to protect this T1. And here's the little thing that's really hard to do. Boom actually wants to trade with neutral objectives, or maybe get a good team fight, but BTR is not allowing that to happen at all.
Yeah, they're not even giving them any of that space in order for them to take it. Using the time flux to get more space, getting the speed to get to the bottom lane faster than Boom Esports. That is enough for them to take the tower though. And now they're gonna go in, Lane Waste was used, and now the pullback on Danny, even with a flash, it's not enough, and BTR are just gonna be taking it over. I thought he's gonna click it, because that could have been a kill on draw.
Yeah, it definitely was a big play from the side of Bigatron, right? Very clear game plan. Let's put the numbers in front. We want to push Boom back. And if they're trying to fight us off, we will take the fight. They got the T2 right now. They want more. The T3 open. Silence coming in.
Yeah, Time Flux is used again together with the time lapse. They're going to clear the wave. Carl got pulled back. But is it a good thing? Wings of Judgment is there to just whittle down the HP here from the side of BTR. They were not able to push here.
Yeah, but look at the value of the Time Flux, right? The extra movement speed, the health rebate coming in from the damage of Boom. And once again, they get the wave clear. And this is where Bigatron's strengths start to shine.
It's very good, honestly. And now, BTR looking for that takedown on that Tyrant. Even Lanfeng is the only one here. They even put Zankyo on the top side of the map so they know if the Overlord is going to get taken. But Boom didn't go for it.
They can't, right? This is such a smart movement by Bigatron, right? Because there's a wave pushing at the bottom side. Now, if you choose a fight, you might be putting yourself at risk of losing the T3, which is a more dangerous pain. And Boom Esports now, they're being cornered by the side of Bigatron. They're going to put their members down near this Shadow Overlord because they don't want to allow them to take it. Boom, going to be repressed and pushed back as they create room for Lanfeng to not only get the farm, but get a split push going as well.
Yeah, Boom taking their time here, waiting for that Daybreaker on Danny. Danny has been the constant target here from BTR, which is why it was hard for them to get any form of damage in the game. Because the Time Flux has just been regenerating the damage coming in from the Wings of Judgment. Now onto the backline, I think they might be going for this. That's enough zoning from Zankyo to just push away Boom out of that first tier tower.
Yeah, they don't really care. They already have the positive in terms of turret trades. Zankyo now just pushing them back so they can get a little bit more pressure on the T2 at the top. It's going to be a trade at this point. I don't think BTR loses the T2. Okay, they will. This T2 at the bottom.
Yeah. Now, because the minions were there, I think they're not going to be losing it, right? Oh, man, I think they will. Never mind, but right now BTR is just positioning themselves on the top side just so the Overlord could be taken here after this Primal Bond.
Yeah, so smart from the side of Bigatron. That initial wave clear at the top means now Boom have to choose, and the choice is very clear. You go for the wave clear. You don't contest this until you clear the wave because you don't want to lose a T3 at this point. It's a 2,000 goal lead for Bigatron, not the biggest, but it is sufficient.
Yeah, but it is looking really badly here for the side of Boom Esports because it's the map is all over for the side of BTR. They're the ones just taking over, just making sure that nobody from Boom Esports would be able to fight back. And with the Shadow Vanguard on their hands again, double objectives already on their hands, it's gonna be hard for Boom to get away from their base.
It definitely is, right? Because even though there is only a singular kill onto Lanfeng's hands here, he's about 3,000 gold ahead of his counterpart. Danny is not having a good game. And with the tankiness on the side of Zankyo, aided by Bao. Bao has been landing a lot of those ultimates lay waste.
Yeah, there's always been the catch here, right? Always been the catch of Ball, Zankyo. It's hard for him to survive on most of these team fights, and even if he tries to come back, because the time flux is enough to push forward. Gorge Mobilization was used onto the backline just for them to go for the push, and this is looking good for them. The timing's just right. HBR is still very healthy here for the team. The Wings of Judgment is there, but Trilight with his ult is just tickling down Tatsuri. But it's not enough to take down the tower, but the T2 in the mid lane is down.
The heals coming in from F1, the time flux coming up from the Sunlin pick, all just bending time and bending reality at this point. BTR can go for more.
Oh no, this is not a good position right now. Carl has been pulled back with a lane waste together with Tatsuri. They both pull down, and that is the call here for BTR. They can go for it again. Oh, the towers are pushing. Boom Esports are having a hard time in order for them to fight back. They even use the ultimate right now, trying to make sure that they try to finish this in their favor, but it's not going to happen. BTR is going to finish this, and this game goes to BTR.
Nice! From the side of Bigatron, the robots, they will do their job here. The Red Giants will make this secondary win be in their favor. So the scoreline now is 2-1. Bigatron by Vitality take the lead.
Yeah, they got the advantage now, and BTR, what a very masterful play. Game number 1, it looked like it. Game number 3 was just like that. They were just playing there. That is...
Yeah,
that was an L I
moment, right?
saw there.
Yeah.
that was an L I saw right there. You got, man, my hands are gonna hurt if that happened to me too.
Yeah, it is. So that was the stepping stone that they're looking for, right? Understanding the win conditions on the draft for the side of Boom Esports, that was great from the side of Bigatron by Vitality. Now, it's not the end of the road just yet. We are only halfway there in terms of Bigatron by Vitality's journey here. But that's only if they win the next 2 games to clean up this series. Boom Esports are very much still in the game here. What do you think needs to be fixed in this game number 4?
Yeah, I think Boom Esports are struggling with what they wanted to do with their team compositions, right? Because what they wanted to do that game, take the early game, siege as much towers as they can because they can, but because they divided them, I think in that game they needed to stick together. But because they didn't do that and they tried to divide the map, it was very hard for certain gears to turn, like the Chano, the Wild Rider combo, in order for them to take the tower. So they need to recognize what needs to be done.
Yeah, I think you were talking about, hey, they don't really have a front liner, right? And that became their kryptonite in this particular game, because they were supposed to have the early game lead, they were supposed to have the goal lead, and then create situations where they can get the first blood, get more camps, get more objectives, and really get the best out of the Bigatron by Vitality lineup before they got fed. Unfortunately for them, they were forced to put their feet off the pedal. There was no more gas left in the tank, because once Zhangqiu was able to tank, Bao was able to get those catches. And with the heals coming from Genmith, the heals coming in from F1, the time flux as well, to make sure that everyone sustains a little bit longer, it doesn't matter if you don't have too much damage, because over time, you naturally take the lives of Boom Esports.
Yeah, and from what we've seen there, I think they got the Acolyte so that they don't really have a really good combo, because Long is also not available anymore. So that was a good checking point here for BTR.
It definitely was, right? And then at this point, Carl did tank so much damage, 136,000 worth. But unfortunately, because Danny was so far behind in farm, he couldn't extract any value in the team fights, right? Instantly, every time, somehow, Zhangqiu found his way into the front of Danny's face. Tatsuri as well, you mentioned this weakness. If they get the backline access, there is no fight to be had for Boom.
Yeah, and you can see that Boom had the advantage in some parts of the game here, especially at the 15-minute mark. But it was just, in the end there, BTR just turned the tides around and was able to just take it over. But one thing that was scary about that whole game also was the Sun Bin pick. The time flux has been such a great element for them to start fights.
It's a very underrated pick, right? I feel like there's not enough respect given to the Time Bender hero. And I think a lot of teams haven't really explored that potential yet. But Bigatron by Vitality, they're showing you their creativity. They may be the Red Robots, Red Giants, but at this point, this is the kind of creativeness they need, right? Understanding that this is the small gap we can use to fill. We survive a little bit longer, buy more time for Lanfeng, and naturally you get the damage in as well.
Yeah, they're basically using the time flux as a low cooldown howl during that whole game. They were using it. If we want to engage, we pop the time flux, we all go in, and it was effective. And with what's happening also with Tatsuri in the mix for that team, he tries to do damage, the time flux heals them back, so it basically neglects some of the mechanics that were presented by Boom.
Yes, and most of the members actually have a little bit of sustain, right? Like Lanfeng has already naturally built in his lifesteal item, the Doomsday, F1 with the help of his Roma item, right? Star Spring, able to get the heals on the team and on himself as well. And, taking a look at the mid lane, Genmith with his Unending Sorrow provides heals. Zhangqiu naturally with his ultimate gets the heals as well. And then, of course, Bao, he is going to be healing all the way. And, of course, to reward this creative
F1, right?
pick, F1 will be your MVP with the Sun Bin pick, the Time Bender. 005 did not die a single time, but gave everything for BTR.
Just love the smile coming from F1 here. Honestly, well deserved. It was the reason why the calls that they do out of that time flux and also denying any startups with the time lapse that they've been using has been really good and very well deserved for F1. These roamers that we have currently, they've been doing God's work for the games that we have been seeing.
Yes, a lot, right? F1, we have draw as well in this particular one. And, you know, across the other teams as well, I think the Romans have started to really step up, right? They're not just making sure that the teams have a comfortable time, but also making sure they have the perfect setups as well.
Yeah. From what we've seen, what a great game here from their side. And you can see there how they use the time flux in their favor, right? They just move forward, use the time flux, tank the damage because it's going to be back anyway. So they are just getting away with a lot of things because of the sustain that they have from the side of BTR.
And where they use the time lapse as well, right? The position of that big circle means that Boom Esports can't stay there. They will actually get damaged. And it's a huge AoE damage coming in from the Sumbin ultimate, right? So Time Bender, this is one of the maximum values. I always wondered, why does the damage take so long to activate? That's because you deter teams from staying in the area. And when you have your backs against the wall, the crystal is your only form of defense. You have to go and push. You have to try and push them out. And that's free damage coming in.
Yeah, that's true. And also from what happened during that game, this is really good. Yes, you don't see much of the power of the Time Bender at that stage of the game, but the later the game goes, the scarier it is because speed becomes a lot more of a big essential instrument that you can use in order to start fights, especially if you have a Youngjun on your team. Youngjun, after the Unleash the Hound, is just going to be walking. So at least he's running when you have a Sunbin on your team.
Yeah, super crazy, right? And the maximum damage rebate you get is 50%. That is a lot of life that's going to be restored to you. So great idea from the side of Bigatron. They take the lead at this point 2-1. Question is, how do they recover from this? Because Boom Esports very much still in the game. They just need to maybe get a better draft or execute the draft better. I felt their draft was okay.
Yeah, their draft was great. The draft was great. I think the execution is the only one lacking here for the team. I think they struggle on completing their objectives on the draft, which is why later on they have a hard time once the late game comes in. Because every time they see some retaliation from BTR, they kind of struggle to find a way to look for macro things that they can do.
Yeah, and this is the curious part because I think we have already seen the benefit of having a good map play, right? Both teams have shown us how to use the additional map pressure that you have gotten for your team to force actions or maybe even stop actions from being taken from your opponent team, right? There were a couple of things like, example, clearing one wave of minions away so that, you know, they couldn't come and contest neutral objectives and they had to defend their base instead. But for now, let's keep it short. Let's go for a break. We'll see you when you're back.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju kuladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally. Dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi yang zaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Power hantam lawan yang menghadap, sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai di sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak gerak Negeriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat genggam jangan harap kembali. Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku sesatu kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalau pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me a goodie, sing a sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali, tanya lain dah. If you want me, profit me mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali.
Okay, welcome back. It is time for game number 4 as Bigatron by Vitality try to get to series point against Boom Esports. The scoreline now is 2-1. Now I'm going to welcome back my buddy here, Mr. Haller, who has requested to be called Cutie, but that's not going to happen.
Haller Cutie. There's a little bit of a difference in that one. But going into the games, we saw some 3 pretty good games, right? I mean, Bigatron, especially in game number 2, it felt like they had it, but Boom were able to sneak that one out based on the play of Carl. And I think in game 3, Bigatron, with just that dominating performance, Dash was like, tap me out, I'm out of this one. I don't want to see Boom be playing like that. So that's why I'm here, and now we're going to see if Boom Esports can pull off a potential upset here.
Okay, wait, I need to check with you because, you know, Dash did say his vote. His vote went to Boom in the predictions. What was your prediction?
Oh, I predicted Boom as well. And the reason for that, and I predicted very late. Going into today, I would have said BTR. I mean, they looked incredibly strong in the groups. I mean, even taking that game off of Nova, and you're thinking, everything's kind of going right. Plus, they have that home buff. But after what we've seen in the past 2 days, there really is no home buff. Everything is at stake right now. And I mean, if Boom were able to knock them out, what kind of storyline would that be with the whole PKL, IKL rivalry on top of that and not having a single IKL team in the top 4? That would be insane.
Well, that is the hope of all PKL fans here. Asakura, we feel love as well. Go fight Team PH. Rizal will not like it if you don't give your best. Who's Rizal? Okay, Rizal, we got your message.
Okay.
Whoever Rizal is, yeah, we definitely will not want Boom Esports to take a loss here.
All right, actually, I'm very curious as of who Rizal is. I feel like we need to do a little fact-checking, maybe Google searching to find out, because it's like, if we're disappointed and it's just like an average Joe Schmo, like, not a big deal. But if Rizal's like a really big guy, obviously, like an important dude, this kind of might be scary. So we need to ensure that we are, Boom Esports is like up to the task of just not disappointing just anybody.
Yeah, you know, Rizal may be a guy that could bring up the ground and pound. Who knows? But at this point, looks like the red side seems to be the favorable side, right? I think almost every game has been a red side win so far. With the exception... No, there's no exception. Boom won on the red side as well.
Yeah, it's all about the counter picks. I mean, I think that the KIS4 has kind of really put that red side to the favorable side because of the advantage that you get being able to pick last, also counter picking. You have a lot of different options that you can go with. I mean, it was a little different in the last series when Dominator went up with Nongshim, where Nongshim wanted to prioritize blue as much as possible. But I think in the end, the draft kind of played out very favorably for Nongshim.
Yeah, different kind of red, right? That one was ultimate red. This one is red side. So we'll see if the red buff is going to be true in this knockout day number 2, because as it stands now, seems like red is the lucky color of 2026 because Bigatron by Vitality are leading 2-1. Initial bans have already been set. We're going to take out the Chicha with the pay for the side of Bigatron by Vitality. Boom Esports respond by giving respects to Zhang Q. No Jing, no Luna for you.
This is going to be a big one. I mean, getting the Beast in this game 4. This is a pivotal game. I mean, it's not elimination. It's not match point. But you know, if they were to take that 3-1 lead, Boom Esports would be on the downside looking up on that, and that would be almost, you know, unfathomable in terms of a comeback, because you would have to win 3 straight games. That is a tough spot to be in. You do not want to be there, and setting it up with that burst pick beast, the Zhang Fei, you're going to have a tough time.
I mean, we have seen 3 in a row, right? Didn't Nongshim do that just now?
They did,
3 in a row.
3 in a row. Yes, but it was tough.
Yeah. Okay, it was tough. But here we go. This is going to be even tougher. Bigatron by Vitality. This is one of the most damaging yet tanky first half picks we have seen.
Yeah, very tanky. The Hano as well, just kind of solidifying, just slowing it down. Basically, they're forcing out some sort of burst composition. Boom Esports, I mean, they have the D-Ren-J and the Tooncaster, the Yuan, so it didn't really have too much. This Hano could really be a bit of a mess in terms of just how they want to synergize, but they're going to go with the Foots. If anything, Hano getting pulled around could be a potential problem.
I mean, they need some wisdom. The Y Sage is going to bring that to the table. At this point, this is a double shred combination from both ends of the table, right? Bigatron, they're going to rely on Lanfeng's pick, whatever that is going to be, along with the Mighty Conqueror as a threat. Boom Esports go with the same kind of style with the Y Sage and the Magistrate here. So let's see who is going to get the early game start. Bigatron, I like this band. The Musashi is a great answer to almost everyone. Mighty Conqueror Fatih, as well as the Fate Turner Hano.
Yeah, it would have been a problem. Good ban there, and definitely just kind of, you want to protect that, you know, your jungler as well. So they're probably thinking some sort of style. And with that Lam, again, could be a nice little jump into the back line. A good ban there as well. But Boom Esports, with the Aaron and the Loong ban, you know that they were targeting Lanfeng.
Ooh, I like this though. Boom Esports. This is a beautiful pick here. I like the Featherfoot, the Fate pick. A lot of times we kind of, hey, Fate Rewind, we can't get the kill. But with the Featherfoot, you can definitely make that a reality here. Great answer.
Yeah, and also, if he's looking to favor one, I mean, where are you going to go, right? You're going to get locked in. And the loose cannon, the Meiya, making an appearance here with the Agudo to kind of, like the last 2 picks for Bigatron by Vitality. Interesting last 2.
Yeah, this is kind of like the protection composition, right? But this one is kind of messy because Boom Esports have to choose. You now have to choose between 3 different people. Do you want to go for Zhang Q on the Wild Rider? Do you want to go for Lanfeng on the Loose Cannon? Or do you want to go for Bao on the Mighty Conqueror? Because if you don't take them out at the same time, you lose.
Without desire.
Yeah, you definitely lose, which could be a problem here. But the Zhou to kind of round out the mid lane, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. It's a very spotty attacks, if you will, with those fire sparks. It could be a potential issue here, but if we're looking at this Boom Esports lineup, you have the Magistrate, you have the Featherfoot, you have a lot of other guys that deal in AoE and sustain, but is this enough to deal with a, you know, kind of a all-damaging lineup that they have from Bigatron? Almost everyone can kind of dish the damage here.
I think it's dependent on the farm lane, right? Because if you take a look at the mid lane, Tatsuri and Gen Myth, both of them, they have very good wave clear, right? Both heroes are known to be able to clear the level 1 waves really quickly. The clash lane is just going to be a 1v1 skill matchup, right? And then in the farm lane, this is where the difference maker is going to be, because Mengya will be able to get lifesteal from his first skill when his passive is max. But there is a lot of crowd control available on Danny as well as Draw for the Yihuan and Magistrate. So that's going to be, I think, the tipping point in this game.
Yeah. It could be a potential problem. So the Mengya here just kind of bombarding as well. But the Joey, let's talk about this last pick here. I mean, we see it in the ranked games. This is the first time it's appeared in the KIS4. Those Flames of War, those blasts could be potentially annoying to deal with, especially with a Scorching Bolt, just creating these like areas of attack where people don't want to enter, right? I mean, it kind of counters the Agudo in a way with the Wild Growth, but walk me through this one.
So essentially, if you don't do Tatsui, he's just going to be a walking fountain for himself, right? So one of the benefits of having an Inferno, or the Zoyu as we know it, is the fact that when you stand in your own flame circle, essentially, you get healed up. So in a fight, it's ideal that you want to get burst from the side of Bigatron by Vitality, which hopefully they get to achieve. But at the same time, because of the draft that Boom Esports have, it's really difficult to get the burst. They have so much sustain.
Yeah, a lot of sustain, which is kind of a pretty big weakness if you're thinking about it. But, I mean, going into Game 4, and a must-win, I would say, for Boom Esports. Whipping it out now is a little worrying. I mean, the Foots as well. I trust Miggy to make all those plays with those corporal punishments. But it's one of those things where it's like everything is on the line in this game, and putting yourself in a bad spot could be rough, especially with this type of draft.
I mean, for the PKL fans, this is where the sound of a whip is the best sound, right? And then maybe they get the kill on the bow. And that would definitely be a numbers advantage that's going to be very beneficial for the side of Boom Esports. But for now, it looks like the wave clear is just going to be a little bit faster from the side of Boom Esports, thanks to Tatsuri.
Yeah, and actually, nice little rotation there. I mean, with the wildfire, it made it a little uncomfortable for Bigatron right there to kind of even deal with that Firehawk, and they secured it for Boom Esports. But now let's talk about this fade. They're going to definitely dominate come mid to late game in terms of those neutrals with that Hardened Jade Seal. But, you know, you've got the Agudo. Are they going to really see it? But they dive in, they find him, and it looks like they should have enough. The Hardened Jade Seal makes its first appearance, and they take out Lanfeng.
Great work by Carl. This is exactly what the lineup's supposed to do, right? You want to get the burst damage. I believe Carl should be going for the Rapacious Bite here, but here comes the response from Zhang Q.
Yeah, the teleport was going to be committed here just to kind of ensure that they actually protect that bottom T1. F1 was by himself, so Zanku had to make that move. But now Carl, he's in a bad spot. It looks like Ball's going to run him down. The slashes from this fatigue are just too much. Ball getting that kill.
Yeah, and you start to see the benefits of their picks, right? Now, Miggy's going to try and get the Sage's mic down. Where is the damage? Tatsuri needs to put the flames down.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much. The wildfire is actually helping him in that sense, but now he's trying to flash away. He gets rolled under. Zanku making an appearance, and Miggy's like, I'm out.
Yeah, thankfully for him. At this point, right? I'm talking about Bao here. But Miggy, this is what you're supposed to expect of him in the later part of the game as well. So his target, depending on what it is, he has to catch either Bao, Zanku, or Lanfeng, right? It has to be them. Danny needs to deal with Gen Myth because he's the only one that can shred him fast enough with the help of Carl as well.
Yeah. There's a lot of eyes on Miggy, right? I think that he's got to make those plays. It's not going to be the easiest thing, having that lockdown, ensuring that they're not getting away. And, I mean, if he's able to split push, even better, because you know that Ball, once he gets that fatigue going in terms of the net worth, he could be a melee carry as well.
Ooh, okay, I'm super curious about this. Zanku actually doesn't go for the tank build. He goes for the aggressive Rapacious Bite as well. And this is just going to be, damage v damage, which means wave clear, the management of your mini waves is going to be super important, which I think actually is more beneficial for Boom Esports.
Yeah, well, I think the damage is fine for it. I mean, obviously the tango maybe mid-game, but the push away Lanfeng needs to be a little bit careful. He will flash back to safety. He went into the heart of that tower. He does stay alive, though.
And that's a scary notion, right? So they can keep doing this. Tatsuri, if he gets within range, you essentially force Lanfeng into a horrible position. If Lanfeng did not have flash there, he would have been taken out instantly.
That's going to be the main target for Tatsuri. Just be as disruptive as possible, especially with those wildfires. He needs to constantly just like rotate across the map and make his presence known, because for him, I think it's about getting an early game spike. If you're falling behind and you're the Joyi, you're gonna it's a kind of feels bad, man. You don't really have too much of an impact because you're denying more than anything else. You're not being aggressive.
Yeah, but that's not the case for them right now, right? Boom actually doing a very good job of making sure they get the neutral objectives. And this is the strength of Draw's pick on the Yuan. Every stun he lands onto Lanfeng, that is a soft guarantee Tatsuri gets in range. Then he gets more time to land his golden token. And then it's a guaranteed kill onto Lanfeng. And once you don't have the loose cannon, it gets immensely harder for Bigatron to fight.
They're going to have to go for that, but now the furball, they find Miggy. He's taking a decent amount under the tower or not, but they're actually out-sustaining. Tatsuri's getting a little bit low as well, and now it looks like Bigatron have zoned them away. Boom Esports taking the worst of that one.
Okay, they did have to suffer quite a bit of damage into their T1 at the top, but that is immediately balanced out by Danny's attempt at the bottom. But thankfully for the side of Bigatron Esports, Bigatron Vitality, Zanku is going to be at the bottom, saving that T1 at the farm lane.
Yeah, And for him, it's about the farm. I mean, just absorbing all of the different waves that are, there. And he has that potential to solo push if he wants to. So somebody has to make an appearance there. It's going to be Danny back in that bottom lane. But let's also talk about Ball. He's a level behind the Fati, but now they actually get the corporal punishment. They get a nice little stun, and the Jade Seal is going to be plenty. And Lan Fang getting sniped again. Carl making a nice play with Miggy backing him up. They're going to continue on to F1 under the tower. They actually de-aggro the tower and take that one down.
Crazy moves from the side of Boom Esports. Exactly what they need to do. Lanfeng needs to learn to fear the potential of a missing Carl and Miggy, because that's a guaranteed combination at this point. The cooldown onto the hardened Jade Seal is really quick.
Very quick. So it's like the spider senses are not working for Lan Fang. He's not really feeling the pressure. But now Carl, he actually gets over the ledge. He's gonna be fine. And he gets backed off, dodges the missile barrage as well. So if anything, Carl just making moves across the map and farming very efficiently now.
Yep, and he is an actual threat. This time, Carl is a walking menace for the side of Bigatron by Vitality, right? Every time he goes near, you can be sure Lanfeng has to fear for his life. At the same time, while they're trying to deal with this, Boom Esports, players like Miggy, players like Danny, they shred towers for free.
Yeah, if they're able to get there though, and right now, all of the waves right now are pushing in favor of Bigatron. This is the way you fight back. You play with the minions. You play, the early game of just the laning. They're doing a decent job. Obviously, the top T1 has been taken out, but they're still farming efficiently. They don't have enough time yet for Ball and Zancu to really be online.
Yeah, they definitely do not. And I feel like Boom, actually, this gameplay from them is really nice, because there is a high chance you can kind of force F1 to use his ultimate early.
Yeah, if they're able to bait that one out. But, I think that F1 is going to hold that very close to his vest and use it at the last moment and the precise timing, because it's a lot on him, and ensuring that you have that ult, it's almost like better to have it as a threat than to sometimes even use it. So you got to be very picky with when you actually unleash it.
True, but if you take a look at it, the strength of Bigatron by Vitality is also their weakness, right? If Bao Zancu or Lanfeng gets caught, this immediately triggers F1 to potentially want to make the save. And Boom, all they have to do is to back off, reposition, and when F1 doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst, it's a free kill.
Yeah, it's a huge gap in that sense. The Bigatron's lineup, but it looks like Draw taking a decent amount. I mean, they're scouting it around. The missile barrage is going to kind of go for the bottom lane, if anything. But Boom Esports navigate it, and they circumvent it, and they get back into the mid lane here.
I don't think they win the clear. Okay, they get the potential ultimate down.
Yeah, the Unending Sorrow was committed by Draw, though. Something to take note of as this fight is looking to go. Miggy's looking to wrap around. Carl is waiting in the wings, finding it, and Ball walks into him. Do they have enough damage? Miggy's there with that corporal punishment, but do they have it in time? It doesn't look like they have it, and they do. The Jade Seal will be enough, but here come the reinforcements. Zancu has showed up. They've only got 4 members, though, so they do have a power play in Boom Esports, and they take the bottom T2.
Oh, I love this strat coming out from Boom Esports. Exactly what their weakness is on Bigatron, right? You have to be isolated. And with that, the split push will not happen, the defense will not happen as well. Right now, stuck there.
Oh, no chance to fate rewind. Carl showed up at the right time. They take the mid T1. Carl, the timing of his appearances has been chef's kiss throughout. He's always been there when they need just that last bit of burst.
And this is where this is the timing for Boom, right? Danny has a 1 level advantage against Genmith. He should have, even if it's equal amounts of gold, he will be responsible and able to take down Genmith even as he uses his ultimate. Now, Bao's going to try on Draw, but it's not worth the effort at this point.
It's not, because this is why the Yuan is so annoying. The sustain and the fact that they have the get-out-of-jail-free card with that Unending Sorrow. They don't really have the catch. I mean, if they do, maybe they commit it, but, it's going to have to take a team to get the proper angle, looking at UF1, in terms of being able to secure that. So Draw, the vision game will be quite good for him, and just being up front and annoying and poking and prodding.
Yes, and this is quite a healthy amount of time for the side of Boom Esports, right? Based on the farm that they have on Bigatron by Vitality, they need at least 16, 17 minutes. Closing into Tempest to be able to make a stand, they need the lifesteal coming out from Bao. They need it from Zhang Q and Lanfeng as well. And until they have the full builds, this is not going to be ideal for them. Boom can easily end the game at any point of time if Bigatron makes a mistake.
Yeah, and they have a huge level advantage. I mean, Miggy 13 to 11, and now Ball is trying to do that damage. He finds that at least the back line, but he's not actually doing enough. Ball is actually taking a decent amount, but finally Carl does go down. So if anything, that's a small win for them, but they actually find it. The Fate Rewind, Jen right under the tower. That was not going to happen.
Yeah, but they have 22 seconds where Carl is not here. All they have to do is to make sure they get this take onto the Shadow Overlord. They can buy some time for themselves, recover their potential lose condition, and BTR may be doing it.
Oh my, go for the steal, but no, Lanfeng says that one is mine, but they do get the kill onto him, and they will send him to the afterlife. But if anything, they've traded the Overlord for Lanfeng here.
I think that's a much needed sacrifice from the side of Bigatron by Vitality. Bao is back up alive. They will have to trade off a couple of T2s. In fact, just the singular T2 left in the middle for the side of Bigatron by Vitality. But with this, once the entire lineup of Bigatron by Vitality is revived, Boom might need to consider playing a little bit safer here.
I mean, they have a 5K net worth lead, so I think that they're going to feel like they're, you know, they can take a little bit more of those fights. But I do agree, when Bigatron get on top of you, you were talking about all of these guys having a decent amount of damage in their arsenal. This is a tough situation because the Boom lineup, they can be squished, they can be caught out like Carl did on that one, and it could turn the team fight on its head.
I think the only person that needs to be really careful is Miggy, right? Because Miggy, late game, he's really hard to take down. It would take you some time. So if they don't get Miggy to tank for them, then I think it's going to be difficult. Because anyone else on the roster, Carl, Tatsuri, Danny, maybe even Draw, they get bursted down instantly by Zhang Q and Bao.
You're worried about Miggy? He's doing everything. I mean, he's got a 1,700 gold lead in the lane matchup against Ball. I mean, he's doing everything in his power to ensure that they have this game because you were talking about how he needs to be tanky. He's trying to do that. He's going to be in the top lane, continuing to push, even less space for Ball to potentially catch up.
I think the next step for Boom Esports is when do they start unlocking the Sage's Sanctuary, right? I think the Sage's Sanctuary will be the win condition before BTR actually gets their full damage here, because they're still very much far behind on farm.
Yeah, definitely far behind, but the Waves, they're just about to make an appearance here, and they're going to crash into the mid and the top lane. Actually, all three lanes at this point. The top T3 is being under siege. Danny, not enough yet. And they do have the wave clear, so Bigatron right now, it's all about just holding on, looking for that mid to late game. You were talking about 16 minutes, it's right around the corner.
Yeah, but it's not enough time. Genmith here, I don't think he can really afford to use his ultimate to reset the tower damage at this point. So Genmith is at a loss. This is a free T3.
Yeah, it's looking to be. I mean, he's going to eventually chip this one out, and Bigatron, all they can do is watch. They're going to turn their attention onto this mid lane, which is a little bit of a higher priority for them. But even that is going down, and look at how Boom Esports just walked in and out of their base, taking all the T3s with them.
This is exactly what their lineup is built for, right? Free turret damage. And at this point, this is going to continue. I don't think 16 minutes is going to be possible for the side of BTR here without losing the last T3.
I mean, it's looking to be rough. I mean, if they get that T3, it's going to be a very difficult uphill climb for Bigatron to find a way to get back into this game. But as you were saying, they're looking to siege. They're just chipping it out. I mean, they have Danny there, and they have the pressure from Miggy. It was all a little bit of a farce in terms of the front here, but they've taken all of the towers. It's 14 minutes in. Miggy's at half. He's going to get furballed. He flashes over the wall, and it looks like Tatsuri does get picked up. So BTR on the chase, the Umbrella outburst, but the Unending Sorrow dodges that. Flash away, Draw's going to be fine. Carl's on the side as well. He's looking to chip out at least with the Wild Growth Animals, and now Boom Esports on the retreat.
But you see, this is the strength of Boom Esports' lineup. They don't really have to overcommit, right? They just slowly whittle your crystal health down at this point. Right now, Zaki wants to invite Boom to fight. They have the numbers about it.
Yeah, they're trying to force it down. I mean, but look at Carl. He's waiting around, is looking for the proper way. Genmith is probably a juicy-looking target. The flash away by Lanfang, but the Fate Rewind is now going to be used. Tatsuri, though, he's going to be up in about 3, so Ball has been killed, and now this is the great start. They find Danny, though. That might mitigate a lot. Sasaki is on the run. He does have the shield, but it's not enough. Carl finds him as he jumps over the ledge. Mickey's now going to be chasing after Genmith. He wants to just run it down, especially with Draw there. They take them both. They take the ace, and Carl is looking to end this game. The man was possessed. He had that moment, and it's a matter of time before they take game number 4.
Yeah, with an ace, no less. Beautiful work once again. Boom Esports, they saved their lifeline. They tied the series up 2-2, and boy, we have a game on our hands.
We've got a best of 3 ahead of us. I mean, this was a very classic Boom Esports game, and just being able to find the right moments. You were talking about how Zankyu was looking to they wanted to force a team fight. They started the Overlord, but Carl was waiting all the way around, and there were too many vulnerabilities, especially on that backside. Carl had too much free access.
I actually love this draft from the side of BKL's Boom Esports, right? Because this is a fighting draft that has like all the best parts of macro as well, right? Yeah, there's no way you deal with the damage coming in, and you can't fight as well, because if Miggy gets that Sage's Might, he still has a choice to leave the battlefield. He can just lock you there and get out.
Yeah. You have a lot of options with this lineup. I mean, it was an interesting one. The Joyi as well. I think it really, Tatsuri really played that hero incredibly well in terms of just the impact that they had early game, and also when they were sieging, it was so difficult and annoying to try to even get on top of them because of that wildfire.
Yeah, because they were playing from range, right? That's one of the strengths of the demons here, the Magistrate, able to really just strike from range, get the free damage in. At the same time, the firebolts coming in from the Infernal pick for Tatsuri, it burns your turrets down. It is one of the rare skills that actually damage towers too.
They did quite a bit, and it was just like they were ready to go in terms of just how they were sieging. And you were talking about, hey, 60 minutes and Bigatron might have a lifeline. It didn't even really get to that, because Boom Esports, the way that they were able to close that game out, incredibly smart with their movements. But I mean, we were talking about BTR's miscalculation. For me, the miscalculation was in the draft. I think they really underestimated Boom here.
Yeah, they didn't have enough eyes onto the appropriate members, which you can't blame them. Carl is meant to be that shadow, right? Everyone else is supposed to get the attention of the Bigatron by Vitality members, of which they successfully did, because Miggy was responsible. Every corporal punishment, every whip, it was paid.
Yeah, actually a lot. I feel like you've, that sound effect that you were pulling, I don't know if that was like from your childhood trauma or whatever in terms of that sound, but I mean, going into this one, I mean, if we're talking about KDAs, Danny, he died only that single time. Carl also made some serious plays as he was always around, but the biggest one, you pointed him out rightly so, the Futsa Miggy with his 208, always staying alive, and his corporal punishments were also on point.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the big killing blows on the side of Boom Esports, right? And at this point, you start to explore the gaps on the side of Bigatron by Vitality, where truly their biggest strength was their biggest weakness as well. They had all the damage in the world, but once you manage to take down one source of damage, they crumble from within. And F1, he did his best, but he couldn't tank.
Yeah, he couldn't tank everything, right? And I love the Zhang Fei pick, but when everyone else is a glass cannon, it's like, okay, how are we even gonna fight? Somebody has to stand and hold the line, and Zankyu wasn't really that guy. Everybody else was kind of getting jumped because Carl was able to get that backline access, and this is the game, right? Boom Esports, full gold graph in their favor throughout this entire one.
Yeah, I think this really is a draft difference, because Boom also had the opportunity and the chance with Fate's ultimate, right? Carl, he doesn't even have the pressure of like, okay, BTR is going to contest this. It's an instant free Hardened Jade seal once it's done, and they're already behind on gold. So Boom Esports, they have everything for the taking.
actually, that was the biggest thing. I mean, it was the two-man game that really helped accelerate them. I mean, you're talking to Miggy and Carl when they were able to make those sort of ambushes, waiting in the wings, patiently hiding in the brushes for somebody to show up, and then they would just instantly delete them, get themselves out of that game or out of that area. I mean, this is a great 1-2 punch that they need to continue on. Just ride that momentum and make BTR very scared of even moving around their own jungle.
Yes, I like the timing of this execution by Boom Esports as well, right? It all started because I think at this point it was Lanfeng. He was not even level 4 yet. Kao just hit level 4, jumped in with his ultimate, got a 4-man dive at the T1 where there was a defense on the side of his roamer for the Zhang Fei for F1, but you can't deal with 4 people. It's a 4v2, level 4, you have a Hardened Jade Seal already, guaranteed first blood.
And I mean, going into this game, the biggest difference between this one and the last one was when Bigatron was focusing on Danny, made sure that he had a bad game. It looked like Boom Esports are like, okay, let's make sure that Lanfeng has a bad game. They prioritized him. He had a rough time on the Menya, didn't really get going on this one, and you kind of see what happened, right? Bigatron were not able to compete because while they're all about the damage, when nobody's able to survive anything, they're going to have a tough time.
Splendid work from the side of Boom Esports, and our MVP for this game number 4 will go into the hands of the Y Sage, piloted by Miggy, the Futsu. 2-0 and 8. He was responsible for a lot of the catches, which gave Carl such a simple time to finish his dinner.
Yeah, it's really easy when you have a good Clash laner like that, right? I mean, you Sage Might somebody, you lock him down for Carl to just literally walk in, take the free food and make his way on out. I mean, you're going to see a lot of that in the highlights here.
Yeah. And the one, solution they were thinking of is, okay, let's try to get Genmid to get the Scepters of Fate down, get his ultimate as one of the big tank answers to the side of damage for the side of Boom Esports. But Danny was just too far ahead. He was always a level ahead, had more gold, had more items. He's able to shred him through his Fate Rewind.
Also, Boom Esports had a decent amount of burst, right? Genmid thought he would be safe quite a bit with Fate Rewinds. He got caught out multiple times, just using his ult, just trying to get back to safety. And Boom Esports were up to the task of ensuring that he does not get back there safely with that recoup of health.
I mean, with 6,000 to 9,000 difference at times for the side of Boom Esports having the lead, yeah, there's no way you come back into this game. They did get the shutdown on Danny, but it came at the cost of the entire team's life.
But look at how Carl is constantly just hounding Miggy. Oh, this is why the Foots is so annoying. Genmid thought he could just solo him. Not going to happen right here in Boom Esports. This is that moment, the spacing all off of the back of Miggy's MVP play as well as Carl.
Yeah, and I like the calculation on the faces of the Boom Esports players. This went all according to plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It seems like, again, they love it. The fact that they're jubilant about it, equalizing in the series. You want to see that passion, especially on the scene, because, again, this is an elimination series. We have essentially a best of 3 ahead of us to find out who moves on. That's crazy, especially with what we've seen thus far.
Guaranteed 2 games at least, right, for this particular series itself. And there is a potential that we could go into the ultimate battle as well. We have not yet witnessed it, but I have a feeling that it could come down to the wire here.
Yeah, and we're looking at that. I mean, they're trading blow for blow. Each team is taking the next game. If we're going to go with this pattern, Game 5 should go in the way of Bigatron here. But it could be anyone's game. I mean, we kind of saw that even in the last series where Nongshim were able to just kind of finalize that series with 3 games in a row. It could just kind of turn on its head. But now, win 2, you move on, and you're going to be playing Nongshim in the semifinals.
Once again, I think we put our focus on the farm lane first. The RD is available for Boom Esports, but the counter in the form of the channel is also available for BTR. I think there's a very high chance we get to see it in this game number 5 here, as we're tied 2-2. And this time, after losing the game number 4, Bigatron by Vitality will go back into the red side.
Yeah. They're just going to go for that counter pick. I think that it's smart right now. Don't just, don't show your cards. Let them kind of make the first mistake. If there is going to be one, let them show how they want to commit in terms of this draft, because this draft is going to be key. We're getting down to the wire right now with game number 5. I mean, there's a lot of heroes that have been selected already, and then potentially this one into game 6. You're guaranteed that one. There's going to be very few heroes that are going to be working in with a perfect strategy.
Yes, and the cause of concern here actually for both teams is the roam. Because at least for Bigatron, they've already used the big 3. The Liempo, Earthshaker, they've used the Lapu Lapu, Rifadatu, they've also used Zhangfei the Beast. So the 3 big tanks are out of play for Bigatron, unless they make it the ultimate battle.
Yeah. So they are, I mean, you got to use something, right? I think that this is the pivotal game as well. Boom Esports in a must-win in the last one, ensure that they got it. Now that we're into game 5, getting to the match point first. Obviously, you haven't won the race just yet, but it puts pressure on the other team, and that's going to be huge going in because, again, without a whole lot of heroes at your disposal, and then you have to win that one, and then another ultimate battle, it can be undaunting at times.
Yes, it definitely can be, and Bigatron knows this, right? So the Zhangfei, the Beast, is not going to be allowed for the side of Boom Esports, but they might be going with the Princess Frost and Liang combination, a very old meta coming in from last year. Let's see if that's going to be the case.
It's definitely open for it. I don't think Bigatron are going to be like, okay, we really need to pick the Princess Frost. It is definitely an option, but I don't think it's something that you must have. Also, the Liang Princess Frost combination, while we've seen its success in 2025, teams right now are really up to it in the sense that they have ways to counter it. They just out-sustain it, if anything.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, with the Peaceful Fist, the Flowborn tank, that's a great answer. Yeah, we will get to see it. Boom Esports wants to go traditional with this one. Also picking up the Pei. This is one of Carl's most destructive heroes, I would say. Very fast timing, very early game centric as well. And the moment you hit level 4 for Tatsuri as well as Draw, I think you get the catches that you want.
So these 3 picks from Boom Esports, as you rightly mentioned, it's all about that early game, setting it up. Once the Tome Master hits level 4, he's going to be looking to go for ganks as a posse, and they're going to blow people up with that Princess Frost, with that winner is here to ensure that they get those kills. But if Bigatron are able to hold the line, extend the game, go to mid to late, this lineup does fall off in the end.
It does. Because you are able to out-sustain the damage coming in. Boom Esports, they have to ban the gun and more, right? Like, that is a big pick here.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. It would definitely just destroy that Princess Frost, especially with the Tomb Master there, just like very static with that power word control. He's going to have a bad time. I think that you do need to look into it. It is definitely open, but I think Boom Esports should recognize this and ban the gun and Mo here.
I would be very surprised if they don't. And they don't. Oh, okay. That to me is a big surprise.
Oh, they're going to go with the Angela. Okay, this kind of works as well. I mean, with that Chaos Cinder, you're actually talking about a stun as well. You know that they're going to be somewhat static, so this could be an easy target as well. So, yeah, they're going to go with the pro play in that sense, and this can really set things up as well.
Okay, we'll see what this is like. Boom Esports, this is why they picked up D'Angela, right, the Scorchet, because they're expecting this Arta pick coming in for the side of Mickey here. Very tanky, one of the meta heroes at this point, and Boom Esports, they're going to wrap this up with Danny taking the Marco Polo, the gunslinger.
I mean, you're going to be fine. You have that late game assurance. So, like, with the rest of the lineup, kind of an early game tempo style, you can probably get yourself there, assuming that you just don't lose the game. But now with the Sakir, this Brush Strider, finalizing the last pick for Bigatron by Vitality, this could be some stuns. This is an interesting lineup that they have as well.
I feel it's easier to execute the Boom Esports lineup here, right? It requires less mechanical prowess, but in comparison, Bigatron, it's so difficult.
So it can be. I mean, the Angela's not going to be easy in terms of hitting those Chaos Cinders. The Secure is more just like that counter initiation in case, the Liang jumps on you or you get somebody locked in with that control with the Frigid Prison. So there are definitely different ways that you're looking to kind of potentially sustain those initial jump-ins.
I think just specifically for this matchup, I think the one who touches first loses. Because everyone has a counter to any of your moveset.
Yeah, I agree. But for me, it's going to be about Carl, right? The pay is always that number one target. How much are they going to be able to invade? How much are they able to steal? Is he able to get going? Because he's got to just do a little bit of the heavy lifting early so that that Danny will have that time on that Marco Polo to eventually take them over the hump.
I feel for Boom, it's more about draw at this point. The Liang needs to be on point, because if he gets his power of word control on the appropriate members at the appropriate time, it shuts down a lot of options by Bigatron by Vitality, right? Imagine shutting down the Angela's ulti with the Blazing Brilliance. Gen Myth loses that tank shred, Migi gets to go bonkers in the backline, and then you have Tatsuri getting the freezers, and Carl and Danny are just going to have free space to do whatever they want.
Yeah. I could foresee that as well. I could see it with, and also like Miggy there, right? You have that ghost ship to kind of divide them, and then it's much easier to conquer when they're at that, separated mark. So this is going to be easy in terms of just like seeing how these teams want to play it. Obviously, it looks great on paper, but it's all about the execution here.
Yeah, plus, it's a Bao Dharma. Come on.
Gotta believe, man. Gotta believe he's going to be able to hit those marks. But one thing that we've seen, though, is that to really shine with the Dharma, or Marshall Matthews, as we've been joking around, the Eminem, basically he needs some sort of initiator, right? And Zankyu is going to be that guy. You know that on the Flowborn tank, his presence will definitely be felt and will attract that attention.
Yeah, you just want to drive them now to a different corner.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to do a little bit of damage, but zoned away. This is a good start for Bigatron, ensuring that Lanfeng kind of gets going, because once he gets a fast level 4, he can also counter, right? The draw control, because you had that Burning Sun arrow as well.
Actually, I'm quite curious that we didn't see Carl play as aggressive as I thought he was going to be. But here comes that initial rotation. They're going to get the spacebar at the top as well. Bao will not be there in time. Even if he does reach there, he's not level 4. So the ideal choice of action here is to go for the lane freeze here. And Miki has to stay and deal with that.
Yeah, he's definitely got to stay. I think it's going to be... I mean, Ball needs to ensure that Miggy just kind of sticks around more than anything else. But, they have him frozen. Zaki was in a bad spot. If anything, that slows down his farm. So he's a ripe target for any sort of CC at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't want to use it because they know there are answers coming from Gen Myth as well as F1. Here we go.
Ooh, looks like the Burning Sun arrow just splits the defenders, but Ball looking to go for the truth, but he's going to give up first blood. The Blazing Brilliance is going to be used to zone more than anything else, but it looks like they want to get the secondary kill, and they do find F1. Lanfeng showing up a little late to this party.
This is why they're called the team fighting region, right? PKL so good at team fights, the way they kind of isolated the different members on the side of Bigatron, specifically Bao, who thought, hey, I have Flash, I have my Truth Mantra, this is a perfect time to initiate, there's so many walls around me. Fortunately, jumping into the arms of Carl, who at this point is level 6, has a 1 level advantage, with the half build for Rapacious Bite along with the Meteor, so he gets a little bit more damage on the hand.
Yeah, it's all about that damage here. And again, just space created. Danny, I mean, he's just been largely left alone in the bottom lane. So I think that he's going to be very happy with that. But going back to Carl here, he has that slight edge. Zankyu, it's going to be a little bit harder to keep on pace with the pay. Carl's mobility will ensure that he does, have that farming efficiency here.
It definitely will. And I think the next point of contention was, it would be, Boom, where is this setup going to be, right? Do they use that flash into the barrier and then control for a draw and potentially get a quick kill, make it out, or do they try and bait more bigger team fights from the side of Bigatron by Vitality?
Yeah, I think you got to see what options are available for you. I mean, it looks like the teleport in the mid lane. This is that moment, right? Draw is level 4. He's been spotted out. Miggy's also waiting there, looking for that potential Crimson Golem. But this could be that jump in, the first reveal of that control.
Okay, they're not going to oblige. It's just F1, right? You want to get the important kills. You want to slow down the growth of Gen Myth. Even better if you can get Zhang Q. But at this point, Boom are playing the map a little bit better.
Yeah, I agree. They're just kind of moving around a bit. Nobody's really committing. I mean, also at the same time, Bigatron, you know that they're kind of in their eyes, they know that they could potentially get jumped by draw, and another Burning Sun arrow a little off the mark yet again.
Just clean reaction times from Boom.
Now the Tyrant is going to be a little bit of a half. It's going to be going down, and Carl gets that smite. Nice two-man stun by Ball. He does a little bit of work onto it, but Zanku had already been deleted. They find the pick. They find Ball as well, and Carl with a double is turning it up. That was a disaster for Bigatron.
Looks like Bigatron by Vitality feeling a little bit of fatigue here, and they will be able to try and steal this away. It will happen, so stolen away. Miggy gets the Azure buff away from Bigatron.
Really well played, and they take the mid T1. If there was ever a turning point, I mean, just 4 things happened in succession, not only with the kills, but also that Tyrant, and then you've taken the buff as well as the mid T1. That is a great start for Boom Esports here.
And you can see the value of this lineup, right? So even when they land a successful Burning Sun arrow, if Mickey's around, you can't really go in.
Yeah, you definitely can't. I mean, he's able to separate everything. He just makes things super annoying. And this is kind of why the Ata has really risen in popularity. We saw Xuan on Nova just kind of use that hero to its maximum as well, but it can be quite a disruptor come those team fights.
It is, and this is where, you know what, I didn't expect Bao to have so much difficulty, but it's also because Miggy, once he gets rid of that CC immunity, he actually can disrupt Bao from getting the Truth Mantra down. So that's a bit of a concern. And in terms of farm, he's already 700 gold ahead of his counterpart here in the form of Bao. So he already has a Dragon Rage. He is able to soak in quite a bit of damage.
Quite a bit, and that's going to be that frontliner that they need, because if you're looking at the rest of them, they're all kind of very squishy, but now it looks like nice ghost ship to kind of protect Carl. Oh, well, with a teammate like that, do you need anybody else? Miggy making some serious plays.
Yeah, if that ghost ship hadn't appeared, Genmave actually would have gotten the full range and combination of his ultimate as well. So very nice move.
Yeah, very good save there. The Azure Golem stolen away, and it looks like that's going to be taken by Zanku, though, but he smites it. And now Carl in that top lane put pressure there.
And right now, BTR, they have to focus as a unit just to secure this Crimson Golem for themselves. It would be a pity if they can't. But Lanfeng does secure it for the team. So right now, it is a close to 4,000 goldie going in advantage to Boom Esports. They just need to hang out for another, 3 minutes more? Yeah, and they should be able to get a successful take on one of the shadow variants of the neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time, but Boom Esports are utilizing the map very well, right? I mean, they took 5 members of Bigatron to ensure that they secure that Crimson Golem. Now they're still just they're so scared. They know that they're waiting around in the brushes somewhere, and they find Miggy just literally walking in. He's going to get Truth on back, and they have a decent amount, but he's literally walking away, dodges the Burning Sun arrow as well, and the Frigid Prison is going to be used, and they find Lanfeng, but Bigatron not able to get in, so they catch more space provided for Boom.
Yep, jebaited for real. And right now, Bao has to take so much free damage, and they still have map pressure across the gorge here for the side of Boom Esports. They get a T2 at the top as well. Big plays all around the map. T2 at the bottom is now down to half its health, and Bigatron have no answers.
No answers whatsoever, and Danny was in the bottom lane just pushing. He was just waiting for the next minion wave, but the top lane is pushing at the same time. So on all fronts, Bigatron right now are getting pulled and prodded all over the map, and they're playing very reactively because of Boom's movement.
Yeah, and Bao is like one of the... I mean, this defense is not easy at all, because the repositioning by Danny is going to be so easy. Oh, here comes the catch.
Oh, they decide to go for it. They get the control. They have the Winter is here, and that's enough damage. The Burning Sun arrow is going to be dodged as well. And Boom Esports walk away with a free kill again.
They save all this insane strats and clean execution for the important later part of the best of 7. And it's working out. The game plan here by Coach CN is starting to show its true form.
definitely starting to show the true form. I mean, that and the map control. Look at this. All of the objectives, even at the same time. Everybody can solo their own part of this, and everybody's contributing. And again, look at how smart they are. They disengage when they know that the control is on cooldown. I mean, draw, they're just going to wait around, just pushing the lanes yet again, and wait for it to come back up, and they can be aggressive yet again.
And Bigatron can't even leave this part of the jungle, right? There is always a risk that, hey, someone is waiting, and anytime Draw has his ultimate, you know it's going to be a disaster for the side of Bigatron.
Yeah, it's definitely a disaster, and that's the bit of a problem. I mean, we were like 15 minutes is usually where we kind of go. We talk about in terms of surviving an early game onslaught, an early game lineup, and they are so far from that, right? This game is looking to go completely in favor of Boom Esports. It is theirs to lose as they have about a 7K net worth lead.
Yeah, it's already a very difficult task, and they don't have anti-heal just yet. Gemif is still a couple hundred gold away from taking the Venomous Staff into his inventory. Here we go. This is a three-prong approach from the side of Boom.
Yeah, the top T3 took a little bit of damage. It's not going to go down, though. But now they turn their attention more to the mid lane. Bigatron right now just reacting. And the top lane took a couple shots from Danny. He's going to get on out of this one. They're not able to get any sort of catch. Bigatron, again, they're trying. They're trying to get some sort of team fights. And even Miggy is baiting them out, just pulling them away from their base.
No, they can't do anything. As long as Draw has his control, there is no way they can enter safely. Right now, T3, okay. Attempted stun.
Oh, the Burning Sun arrow. That one will connect, though, but it's so far away. Carl is at no risk at this one. Zaku is in the Overlord pit. He's trying to force the issue, but they just control him. They lock him down. The Overlord is going to be taken by Carl, and now they decide to turn. And Miggy dodging the Blazing Brilliance. He will survive, and here comes Danny on the flank. He's looking for the perfect group up, but he gets truth. And now Ball just trying to stay alive. More than anything else, Danny moves and goes to the bottom lane.
They needed everything at that point, and Boom just shut them down one by one. Right? They didn't even have to commit Danny's ulti, which is great for this point. And Tatsui saved his Winter Seal as well. So everything going in, you know, the advantage of Boom Esports simply because of Draw's ultimate.
Yeah, and just the way that they're playing, Boom Esports right now, they seem like they're possessed. I mean, they're just like one hive mind, understanding the assignments, and everyone doing all the right things right now.
I mean, when you see victory in sight, you definitely get that focus, you get the motivation as well. And being responsible for a total IKL dropout in KIS, there's no higher honor than that for a BKL team right now.
Yeah, actually, going into the knockouts, there was nothing but hype for the IKL squads. All of them had been doing well. They were the top of the groups. They were choosing their opponents, and everything was supposed to go in their favor. But the past 2 days have not been great for them, and now it looks like Bigatron trying to hold on. They are the last representative of IKL looking to hold it onto Boom Esports here.
Alright, damage has been done on the top structurally. T3 has been taken down at the top. Bottom side looks a little bit spicy for this, and Carl will make it hurt. Takes a secondary T3 at the bottom, and the Shadow Overlord is still here.
Yeah, Bigatron right now, just if anything, they're just trying to keep this mid T3 alive. The Shadow Vanguard will be taken down now. Miggy, with this opening in the top and the bottom lane, they can just potentially go for a flank, but instead they just want this mid T3, another Burning Sun arrow off the mark. The barrier just zoning them away. They're going to take this mid T3 and zone them back to the crystal. The game is open for Boom Esports as they're looking to potentially end.
Yeah, Bao he's looking for the True Mantra, but the way Boom has positioned themselves, you can't get a 5-man True Mantra at this point. They know what you're looking for. And meanwhile, Danny's going to be waiting in the sidelines. He does have the Purify, he does have Frigid Charge as well. This is going to be a very scary team fight for the side of Bigatron by Vitality, because it all points the victory for Boom.
Yeah, it's looking that way. I mean, Ball is looking for that perfect one, but they might not have enough time. And now, under the crystal, Miggy decided to go, drop down the ghost shift. They actually get a little bit of control, but Miggy's going to fall first. F1, though, is doing a little bit of work as well. He actually flies on back. The crystal, though, is going to be under attack. They find Lan Fang, and more importantly, they take the game, and Game 5 goes the way of Boom Esports.
Yeah, Bigatron started well, but it's Boom who looks to be finishing first at this point. Boom Esports, the representatives from PKL, want to join their brothers, Blacklist International, in the semi-finals. And it might be possible.
Definitely it is possible. I mean, you're at match point right now. You have the time and the ability to take them down. I mean, again, last hope for IKL. Last team that you've got here. Bigatron right now, everything on the line. You got to channel that energy and get yourself into this one because you got to win 2 games in a row. No small feat going up against a lineup that is Boom Esports.
I feel like they're running out of options here, right? It's not even about, hey, is the hero pool deep enough? Right now, it's more of the coaches have kind of won the mental warfare here, right? Coach Cien kind of has gotten into the Bigatron hits, and he's tinkering with the machinery right now.
Yeah, and actually, it's just the confidence, right? Boom Esports right now, the way that they're playing, they're not making any mistakes. They understand that they, each other, the teammates are helping each other, and they're able to kind of get each other's backs. But taking down Bigatron in Game 5, boom, they're at match point at this moment. This is not something I had on my bingo card. I mean, I don't know if you predicted this, Kin. What were your thoughts on this one going into this series?
Well, I've been completely wrong, and it looks like I'm going to have to dance on screen soon. Which is not ideal, but, at this point, whatever comes, it will come, right? So we'll take these shots as it approaches us in life, and I feel like at this point, it is up for Bigatron to try and redeem themselves, because from the way I see it, this looks like a PKL plus KML and Malaysia finals.
Yeah, it's looking that way, and it's not looking great for IKL right now. I think if anything, they are frazzled. The confidence has been shaken. They need to just kind of do a quick hard reset on this one to kind of give themselves a chance on this. But going into this with a Game 6 with not a whole lot of heroes left, and you're kind of seeing just these lineups kind of not the top tier ones. I mean, going in, it had a potential, but Boom Esports, even with their own, this fast lineup was just too difficult for Bigatron in the end.
Yeah, it's so crazy because if you take a look at the lineup here, everything points to, okay, if Draw drops his ultimate, then there's like 5 people who can stop him. But one of the things that consistently kept happening was Lanfeng was very trigger happy with his Burning Sun arrow, and once that was gone, ultimates were baited out left and right by the Boom Esports boys.
Actually, Lanfeng, I hate to say it, and to arrow him in, see what I did there, but his arrows were not hitting the entire game. Like, they would, but then they would be so far out. There was no actual follow-up, and they didn't even get any kills on this one. Lanfeng did a decent amount of damage, but man, if those arrows were hitting, this game might have been different.
No, but that was because the reaction time of the Boom players were really quick. There were a couple of times where the arrow was kind of... they didn't see it coming, but somehow they reacted really quickly for it, right? And they dodged it. Mm-hmm. And other points of time where you said, yes, it did land. But that was where Miggy truly was a big problem, right? They got the stun, but then, yeah, there's a ghost ship in your face.
Yeah, you can't follow up on that. I mean, that amount of control. It makes it very difficult for the entire lineup of Bigatron. They don't really have the ways. I mean, you have the Sakir maybe with the Ride the Wind, but do you really want him to go on to the other side of the ghost ship? Not really going to happen. But this is that game, right? Boom Esports took control, firm control, and they just dominated throughout.
Yeah, firm is definitely the correct term here. It did not look like it was shakeable at any point in time. It did not look like Boom was going to lose this game throughout the entire 13 minutes. And 13 minutes is a pretty quick game already.
Yeah, a very quick game. A demoralizing game if you're Bigatron right now. I mean, they were up 2-1. Now they're looking at the barrel of a 2-3 situation. Everything on the line. This is how as ruthless of a series, of a system that we have in terms of the knockouts. You lose one best of 7, you're out. Everything looked great going into the groups, but this knockouts has been a completely different story.
And this is a very scary notion because as we take a look at the stats of the game itself, you can point out certain things you're interested in. But the next part of this story is, look, Boom Esports, they still have access into the Zhangfei that's available for them to pick. And if that gets banned out by Bigatron by Vitality, we might potentially see a dive com with the Liu Bang pick on the side of Boom. They have done it once, found massive success, they can do it again.
Yeah, they can definitely do that again. They still have options, and that's kind of why their drafting has been on point, and they have other strats in mind. They can continue on. Bigatron right now, this one didn't look like their finest piece of work. Let's be very honest with that. Like the one, they really didn't have any answers. That momentum, the speed, and those pickoffs just made it really difficult. And plus the Ata, which has been the latest wrinkle, the new meta, if you will, and that ghost ship has just been very disruptive.
Yes, it definitely has been very disruptive. And at this point, if you take a look at the picks here, Boom still has access into the tank treads. They have access into tanks. So based on what I can see, I think Boom, this might be the game you actually give the Jing or you give the Luna as well, right? Luna suffers against the Flowborn tank, Peaceful Fist. So I think this is all pointing towards Boom victory here.
Yeah, it's looking that way. And I think that also, if we're talking about that draft, I mean, Bigatron picked the Flowborn tank into, what was it, the Liang? Right? So, if anything, you're kind of showcasing your jungle card a little bit early, and I felt like Boom Esports were able to take advantage of that.
No, but it also now gives Bigatron the confidence to pick the Luna. So if Boom opens up the Luna, Bigatron will pick it because there is no more Liang. This might give you a false confidence. They definitely have something planned on the side of Boom.
Yeah, they definitely have some sort of idea. But again, you do need an actual counter to the Luna or the Jing or however they want to go, because that could be a potential problem. But Boom Esports, it's 4D chess, right? It's not just traditional style where you show a card, I show a card kind of thing. They should be ready with something in mind.
Okay, I'm gonna give you my breakdown. I feel like it's gonna be Flowborn tank for Boom. Garo, you give the Luna over the Bigatron, right? She operates on shields. You get Garo to deal the massive amount of damage, and pick any mage you want. Maybe even pick the Scorching. You get the tank shred, you get the tank, and then you get the armor shredder coming in. Yeah, it feels like a beautiful finish to the game, but of course, the beautiful performance in this game comes in the form of Danny in the farm lane for his gunslinger Marco Polo. Ever clean with the Purify as well as the Frigid Charge. No one was there to stop him.
No one was there to stop him. He was never at risk. His positioning was flawless in that game. Always just staying on the outer wings and also split pushing quite a bit, putting pressure across the map. Danny playing and showing how the Marco Polo should actually be played.
Yep, totally different from mine. I mean, I have a 25% win rate, but yeah, now I know why.
It's increased. You got to give yourself a little bit of credit. But as we go into the highlights, you're kind of seeing exactly how they did so well. They were able to kind of just control, win these big team fights, always take those big objectives, and they converted it into even more so that Bigatron were not really even able to fight. I mean, when Zanq gets picked off early, how can you really continue any sort of team?
Yep, I was so curious actually, when the ultimates are being used by Draw and they're looking for the potential turnaround from the start of Bigatron by Vitality, but they never found it. What was the real reason? It was because they were using the Sprite-Link troops, the extra shields. They couldn't get the finishing blow from Bao, and the control onto either Zanq or Bao was priority for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, and actually that's one of those big things when you're looking into this game. Again, we don't like to focus in on people, but it seems like Miggy has gotten his way with Ball. Ball has been a non-factor in some of these games, and it's because it's the Miggy effect, the way he's able to kind of control and to take over those games where you can't really even play Honor of Kings at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is so confusing. I mean, we have been in interviews with Nongshim, we've spoken to their manager, and they said, you know what, we're not going to perform that well in this competition, and bam, they're now in the semifinals. Miggy came in and said, okay, look, we're going to do well. They didn't do the best in the group stages, and now they're coming out swinging, so I don't know who to trust. My predictions have all been wrong, and I feel like we will be... I need a break, man.
Yeah, I think it's all about being humble. I think that's the biggest thing, right? Going into any of these sorts of matches, just be humble and then you will eventually win. You should be in a great spot. But let's find out what happens as we take a little bit of a break. We'll be right back.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, Bell spirit dalam nadi, sini maju kula deni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Fikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally, dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba ku lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lemah semain di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libat seperti Anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power, hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam, lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana, bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sampai di sana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya akan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 ya move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit dilak. Wah, game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam dan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani? Aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go di singgah sana. Aku sintam the queen, feel alright. Orang jajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, provide me mas. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini mau uji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. Fortune on
Welcome back, my friends. It is time to see if truly today is the fall of IKL in KIS4. Potential final game in the series here. Boom Esports is leading 3-2. One more win does it. BTR, they need 2 more to recover.
Yes, somehow, if they're able to do it. I mean, we were joking that they were alternating winning the games, but Boom Esports, it looks like they've broken that code, and they've won 2 games in a row, Game 4 and 5, and now they have the pivotal match point ahead of them. And as we go into Game 6, the hero pools are dwindled. We are kind of digging at the bottom of the barrel for a good draft, and one that is well synergized. It is going to be very tough for both of these coaches here.
It is, but the scary thing here, if you take a look at what the drafts have been like for the side of Boom Esports, they've been very assassin-based. So if Boom wants to play the fatigue game and go for the tank junglers, BTR might be at the whim of Boom Esports.
Yeah, but I think that Boom Esports, you just go with your drafts. I mean, I don't think that you pigeonhole yourself into a specific strat. You just do what works. You've been very well balanced with the ones already, and you've been able to out-execute them and put the pressure on. I think that this is the true test for Bigatron in terms of how they're able to somehow get back into this series in this pivotal Game 6.
I don't know what to tell you. I just feel like it's a Musashi Liu Bang game. It has to come from here. Like it's a delivery package game from Boom Esports.
But you know that it could be a potential pick. So at the same time, Boom Esports would also be ready for that sort of style, right? So I think that it really comes back to just like, you know, we've seen these drafts. We know that these teams are going to be prepared for some sort of draft that they've shown already.
It has to be the Liu Bang as the roam, right? Roam or Clash. This is something they would definitely fight over, unless there is a ban here. I firmly believe Boom Esports will give... No, they won't. Okay, I'm done. I don't know what to talk about now.
To give them so that you go with the Floatborne tank. I mean, we were talking about this, right? That is definitely an option, but it doesn't look like Boom Esports are willing to do that because you still have the Zancu effect. Yes, he can play every single jungler in the Honor of Kings entire game, but you still want to, you know, take away some of those high-flying ones that you know that he excels on.
Okay, now we will... I mean, high-excelling ones, I definitely think that Bigatron wants their hands on it. But once again, this is pretty deep into the hero pools already, right? So I'm curious to see what this jungler choice will be from both ends. Now, Bigatron, they're going to pick up the Loom, probably, for this side of the red side here. So good tankiness in the form of the Spark Mace, good burst damage, very independent farming from the Loom. What else do you think complements this?
Well, it looks like they're aiming for the Parasola. Let Danny kind of cook with this, and you've got the Peacekeeper to kind of just cover that track, you know, that line. But they're very squishy. Their potential for the jump line, getting to that back line, could be a target that Bigatron want in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think right here it's about layering the stuns, right? If you can get the lockdown onto the Loom long enough, it's essentially a freebie.
I'm no hero.
Kills. But I like this response by Bigatron. They're not giving up. This is what I want to see. The Fade coming in. You talk about squishy lineups. This is a big punishment.
Yeah, very squishy here. And this is a great one for Zancu. These are all 3 prime targets, and it's going to make it very easy for Zancu to do any sort of real damage. The positioning needs to be on point. The next 2 picks from Boom Esports, it's all about the peel, keeping those guys alive, plus you need a damage dealer as well.
Alright, what do we see here from Bigatron? Do you want to get... Who's this mid laner they're saving for? I believe they have not played the higher yet on the side of Bigatron.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely an option for them, but it looks like they're going to go with the Peaceful Fist and the Martial Genius to kind of round it up. I mean, a little bit of control, the peel, it does add in quite a bit in terms of how they want to play this. But if we're looking at this lineup, this is a 4 Protect 1. It's all about the Parasola. If Danny gets focused, they're going to have a tough time.
Oh, okay, I like this answer, right? The Divine Enforcer, the Zuya here, able to lower the physical and magical defenses of anyone caught in his first skill. I think that's going to be very valuable for the side of Bigatron by Vitality. Jungling speed-wise, I think this is very much in Zancu's corner here.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too. Like this lineup, I don't know if this is good enough. For me, it's like I understand the Floatborne tank. You need some sort of tanky frontliner to potentially protect all the squishies. But if you're looking at the rest of the lineup, who can really ultra carry, right? It's the Parasola and really not anybody else. Everybody else is kind of like the supporting cast. Unless Carl kind of turns it up and is able to do that damage, I see a little bit of a weakness in this Boom Esports lineup here.
I think it's really dependent on the poke, right? So this one's kind of different for me. I feel like whoever gets the first initiation should be able to do it well. But you need to get the kill within the first 2 seconds of your initiation, or else the punishment is going to be painful from both sides.
Yeah. Do you think the punishment is going to be as bad as having to dance on TikTok?
No way. Dancing on TikTok as a punishment is
That's the worst, right?
Yeah, that's for life.
You're
going to be on the internet forever.
Oh, yeah. No, I see that. That could be actually way worse, right? So, yeah, I mean, there is no day but today. And I think to help you out in terms of your predictions, you're going to have to be cheering for Bigatron on this one because they need to get themselves back into this series with this game. I do think that this lineup is good enough, though. I think they have a great chance.
I mean, with all that has happened today, I need to go down to Jakarta personally, take a look at the team today.
I hope you bring your dancing shoes, just in case. I think that we might be getting there to that point. But as we go into this pivotal Game 6, I mean, do you think that Boom Esports, this lineup is good enough? Or do you think Bigatron have this as well?
You know what? I'm just going to tell you, Saki just messaged me and he told me, bro, what dance are we going to do? So I'm not making any more predictions at this point. I think it's set in stone that, you know what, I've got my predictions wrong. But obviously, I want Bigatron to come back. I want to go into the ultimate battle. If I'm going to have the dance, I want to see the ultimate battle.
Yeah. Okay, at least you earn it, right? That kind of stuff. At least the minimum. But think if they lose and you don't even get an ultimate battle. That's like the worst case scenario. Like the one thing that you want is the ultimate battle, and that didn't even happen. And Boom Esports come out of this 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, at this point.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, look, I'm looking for scraps now. BTR is not looking for scraps. They're looking for the lead.
Yeah. I mean, they need to take it, right? I think that, but this lineup is good. I mean, let's be very honest. In a Game 6, having the Fade, you have the Byron, the Lung, the Diadia. I mean, the Zia, it's all right. But, like, this is a pretty solid lineup in Game 6.
Yeah.
Well, I just don't like old people. I just don't like old people.
He's called a divine enforcer for a reason, and he's going to enforce his will. At least that's what BTR hopes, right? And for now, that's not going to happen because the stuns are plentiful coming in from draw. Beautiful work for the side of Boom Esports now. The boys are definitely locked in.
It's definitely locked in. I mean, this is a must-win game, right? I would think for both of them. Boom Esports, they don't want to have a longer night. They don't want to go to the ultimate battle to stress themselves out of that last Game 7 where almost anything can happen. This is that moment where they're looking to close it out. But for me, it's about Carl, Danny. Can they get enough items to really kind of fight? And Zaku making it tough, gets the Jade Seal, first blood. The execution happens.
Okay, important start. Not the best yet. Zaku does manage to take away the healing deal from the T1 at the top. They won't be able to finish the job, of course. This is, what, 3-4 minutes, so there is going to be protection on your T1 turrets here. In the meantime, I think this farming speed by Boom Esports is not bad, right? The fact that Carl is already naturally slower in the wave here in the jungle, and they're keeping quite close for now.
And that's kind of what you want. You want it just close, kind of give yourself a real good chance. I mean, it'll really set things up for later. But for me, it's about Carl, right? Is he able to kind of keep on pace in terms of this farm? Is he able to just kind of, you know, again, for me, this Flowborn, if they're able to get the back line, they're going to have a tough time. So Carl needs to save everybody.
I think Carl is definitely one of the big formulas. The second formula is, so how fast does Draw get this... Draw and Tatsui, when do they get the Venom start? Because until they do so, BTR is definitely going to have a more advantageous fight because of the heals.
Yeah, the heals and that sustain is going to be annoying to deal with, so they need to kind of navigate around that as well. So definitely makes sense. But that's going to be on Tatsuri, right? I think that with him at being that secondary roamer style support, you know, it's about him just spreading the love, getting those skills to really kind of expand on that anti-heal.
Yeah. Agree. And maybe for draw, we're looking at like the ominous premonition to slow down the attack speed of the members on the side of Bigatron by Vitality, right? Or even a Dawnlight, just to give the extra HP or extra shields so that the efficiency of Zankyu's ultimate, the Hardened Jade Seal, doesn't come too fast into effect.
Oh, nice. Ambush is potentially going. Genmith actually flashing away, but now Lanfeng joining the fight. It looks like they're going to be backing off. The Universal Law is going to miss everyone. But Boom Esports were looking to ambush onto Lanfeng. They knew it was going to be a tough one, especially since he's got infinite vastness as well. But they got caught out instead.
Yeah, I think at this point they need to figure out on Boom Esports, right? How many stuns can you land at the same time? Because if you can chain stun Lanfeng, you can guarantee a soft kill. But for now, 4 minutes is the timer. We will have that first neutral objective wrestle.
Yeah, and they're like posturing around it. Even the Clash laners are looking to join. Ball is making his way there with Miggy. But instead, they turn their attention. It looks like, oh, everybody was thinking about the Tyrants. No, we're all just going to bail on it at the same time from both ends.
Yeah, because you can see that there is no urgency for Bigatron by Vitality to start it, right? All they have to do is to get the Zankyu ultimate. Hardened Jade Seal is the last hit.
Oh, the flash forward. Tatsuri finds it. The infinite fast is used instantly. The fast fingers are on point. He's just gonna kind of reverse it just a little bit, and now Ball will show up, and the rest of Boom Esports are like, actually, let's not even bother with this one.
Okay, Boom does not have information on who is actually here, so this is a little bit of a risk. Draw will get to see that something is being taken. Unfortunately, will not be able to steal it away. So this is a guaranteed turret for the side of Team Bigatron by Vitality, and this is going to be a 2,000 gold lead plus for the side of Bigatron.
Bigatron right now, like, you can tell that Zanky is mad, he's possessed, and he wants to carry this game because he is just farming so efficiently. He's not even looking for ganks, he's just looking for that net farm because, again, he will carry in the end. This Fade is going to be an absolute monster later, so he's going to be super scary.
Yeah, all about efficiency at this point, right? And to maximize the efficiency, Lanfeng must not have his life taken away. He did burn his flash, he needs to play really safe. Right now it's all about F1, but oh, Miggy!
Oh, he's taking a decent amount. Zankyu on the wall, though. And this is something that they kind of were looking into. The Mayan, something that where you can pull Zankyu potentially off of that ledge. Oh, nice two-man stun. They turn this. They find Tatsuri. The flash away. It looks like Draw with that Cannon Blast is going to do a little bit of work, but they find him, and he's able to just cover his retreat. The Fox is going to be used, but Draw, he's in a bad spot. He's going to go down as well.
Yeah, this is prime BTR at this point. Looks like this early part of the game is definitely in favor for the side of Bigatron by Vitality. IKL still has a little bit of hope here. They extend the lead to 3,000 at this point at the 6-minute mark. They just need more kills on the side of BTR and maybe play more around the map. So they get a T1 for free at the bottom. Now, Boom Esports, this is not the end of the game yet. Late game, Carl is going to be quite hard to take down, honestly.
It's going to be hard to take down, but at the same time, Zankyu is going to do a decent amount of damage, so he should do enough to deal with Carl. He should be that counter, if you will. But Bigatron, this could not have been a better start for them. They're doing very well in this one.
Yes, and I'm curious to see how they're going to try and maintain this lead, right? As we know in Honor of Kings, it's not just about gaining the advantage, it's about holding it and building upon that lead as well. And Boom Esports, so far, they have been confined to their own side of the jungle for fear that they will be ganked. And Zankyu does have that delete button.
Yeah, he has that delete button, and now he's on the prowl. Miggy, understanding that this is going to be super scary, gives up the top T1, and Zankyu, with just like 3 slices, takes down that tower. He's doing a lot of damage early.
Okay, but the T1 at the bottom, instantly replied. Zankyu is flying down. This T1 in the mid, though, they will be able to get a little bit of free damage? No, they won't.
No damage whatsoever. And Zankyu, with that teleport, he's actually absorbing and stealing all of those waves as well, understanding that he is the guy, right? Lanfeng will definitely be there as well, but Zankyu, if he's able to just kind of outfarm everyone, which he's doing very efficiently, you know that, Boom is in a bad spot.
Yeah, that's the win condition, right? For Zankyu as a Fade, Featherfoot, he just needs to make sure he has a minimal of 2 level advantage against the members of Boom Esports. This is inclusive of the other members, like Danny, Tatsuri, and Draw, because that increases his chances of getting that instant delete.
now Ball looking to set things up. He actually goes right on in. They get the decent amount of damage, but they're not able to get any sort of the kills. The Universal Law with that zoning, but it just spread throughout. Danny was so low, somehow still alive. This Azure Golem is under siege.
Okay, they don't even need to care about it at this point. Crimson Golem as well, going to be the next point of choice. Carl shouldn't get this. Yep, is going to be RNG sealed and stealed. Stolen, given to the side of Zankyu.
Yeah, taken away, right? I mean, Zankyu just doing everything. Understanding that the red buff is probably there, all the infinite fastest used instantly. They threw out everything in the kitchen sink, and he just dodges it as he gets on his dragon on out of there.
Right, so everything going to the side of Bigatron Vitality, by Vitality's hands at this point. They're going to funnel this Crimson buff into the hands of Lanfeng since Zankyu already has it. Now, the big thing here is the 10-minute mark, right? They have a decent lead. In fact, it's a huge lead. 5,000 gold ahead for the side of Bigatron by Vitality, but they haven't exactly exerted too much pressure across the map just yet.
You don't need to. I mean, as long as this net worth lead continues to grow and you know that it's going in the hands of Zankyu, that is the worst case scenario for Blue Esports in this Game 6 here.
Yeah, but there will be a cap, right? Once Zankyu hits 15, you can only have that level cap for a period of time. They will catch up again eventually.
Yeah, eventually, but then you got the old man with his Sanctify, and he kind of buffs it up a little bit more. Obviously, Lanfeng is probably the better target, but still, he could potentially be an option here as Bigatron. Now they're looking to siege this bottom T2, the Flaming Palm eaten up by Carl, the Universal Law zoning them away, but Bigatron taking that tower and doing everything for free.
Yep, back to the BTR that we know, right? Very calculated movements. This is the robot that we've been waiting for. The red robots, very oppressive playstyle here, and they're looking for any opening here.
Yeah, and this is a very uncomfortable one if you're Boom, right? Because you're not able to get much. Oh, Carl, I think he actually took that away. That was very lucky. He didn't even have to smite that one, but the Tyrant, this is the Shadow Tyrant. It will be taken by Bigatron very easily with that Hardy Gate seal to secure it.
Alright, this is one of the rare moments I get to do it, but you're wrong. Carl did have to use a smite. So this is no contest for the other counter objective. And boom, they think that BTR is around here. And right now, the only prize is the T1. The trade that is possible for BTR is going to be the T2s.
Yeah, and now Lanfeng picking up a red buff yet again, taking this away. And again, he's been farming very well. He's been largely quiet, as is Zankyu, who's been more of the front liner in terms of the steals with the enemy jungle. But this is a must-win game, and Bigatron, you're seeing what they're doing. They seem very possessed and ensuring that they get this victory here with this huge map control.
Yeah, this really is like a surgical cleanup, right? Nobody has taken a fall yet on the side of BTR. It is 3 kills to nothing. You're not taking careless fights. You take a look at the gold here. 9.4 thousand gold in hands of Zankyu. He is very close to 6 slots.
Miggy there didn't actually get serious in the right spot. He actually shortchanged it a bit, and now the top T3 is, yes, it's standing, but things are looking very dire for them as Vitality have taken yet another tower.
Just curious about this tankiness here. Like, what is necessary? Because 3 kills, but it's a 7,000 goldie simply because of the extra amount of turrets they've taken. 5 extra turrets taken by BTR at this point.
I mean, I don't really know how you fight as Boom. You got to have the perfect initiation, Miggy potentially going in, then you have Tatsuri and Draw just kind of stun locking them for the rest of them, Carl and Danny to kind of clean house. But that's best case scenario, and Bigatron right now with this huge map control, it makes it very tough because they own the map, they have all of vision, they see everything coming a mile away.
Yep, a very huge draft difference, right? You did point this out, which is where's the damage going to come from on the side of Boom? And it, for this moment, only comes from Danny.
It's weird because you said I'm right. I think that this is the first time that I've actually heard that. And, you know, I actually feel quite honored that you would say something like that.
I feel like you have a bit of trouble remembering stuff, but anyway, I will give that to you.
I'm old, man. I'm old. But as we go into this one, I mean, it's not even 13 minutes in. And look at how Bigatron, I mean, with these Vanguards, the timing is going to be absolutely perfect on this one because with all three lanes pushing, it's going to be so hard. Carl is up there. He's a universal law. And now they're deciding to go. Bald is trying to set up the play. He has to actually go golden. Tatsuri, that is. He will survive. But now do they have any sort of counter initiation? Nice little play. The nice two-man knockup. They've got Miggy and Draw on this one. They turn their attention to the mid T3, and with this power play, this two-man advantage, they're looking to end this game. How does Boom hold?
They can't. There is no big CC available for the side of Boom Esports, and it's 25 seconds without Draw and Miggy. Something needs to happen with Tatsuri's ulti here.
They got the Flaming Palm as well. Now they're trying to just hold on this, but they've taken the Parasola down, and they take the Crystal, and Game 6 is underway. Taken away by Bigatron as now we go to the ultimate battle.
All right, my wish has been granted. Maybe I don't need the dance. And here we see Zankyu coming back to life. You know, with that shimmy down there. And maybe, for the IKL fans, today will be your day.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's a 50-50 now. We're at the ultimate battle. We wanted this. You wanted this. I think you're okay with Bigatron losing now, right? Because now that we see the ultimate battle.
No. Who said that?
Not just yet.
You
just don't want to dance.
We will let the loser be the loser, and we'll let the winner be the winner. Right now, it's just who fits into which box, right? Now, this is now for those of you that are new to Honor of Kings, I can see you guys in the comments as well. So what we're gonna be practicing now is called the ultimate battle. Now, in the earlier parts of the series, we practiced something called the Global Ban, meaning if you pick that hero, you will not be allowed to use that hero again. But once you unlock the final battle in the form of the ultimate battle, you get to choose whatever heroes you want. Here's the catch. You don't know what your opponents are choosing.
They actually might even do the same things. That's the craziest part, right? So you might be playing a mirror matchup. You might see, you know, 2 Looms, 2 Arlies, whatever it is at this point. Coaches, it looks like they're underway, and they're about to go with this one, and the blue side is going to go to
Interesting. Most of the time, Boom has opted for the red side, but this time they're going for the blue side, so something is up here.
Yeah, and now it looks like the coaches are going to have a quick discussion with their teams. What do they feel most comfortable with? What is the meta? What is the perfect draft synergy as we go into this one? It comes back to only one game. The loser is going to go home.
This is super critical. And as a coach, right, this is the time you kind of explore. In the past 6 games, what kind of composition gave us the most power over my opponents? I think that is the first step into understanding what the potential picks will come from on both sides.
For me, it's going to be kind of like, do they, like, generally Pei is a pretty popular one in the ultimate battle. Do both teams kind of go with that same direction where they want to go fast-paced? Because again, if they don't pick it themselves and the other team does, then they're at a bit of a disadvantage, especially early.
I think based on the history of HOK we've seen across the board since 2024, where we got introduced into HOK, I think most teams have won the best of 7 ultimate battles with a very fast-paced jungler, right? The faster jungler normally wins the game for the team. And this doesn't mean like just Pei. We've seen the Ogren take charge of the game as well. So I think it is a balance of, can you ensure that your jungle camps do not get stolen in the first part of the game? Because that has always been the marker of success and failure for both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, it seems like that lineup, that fast-paced jungler is usually just kind of like their best foot forward, right? When they're looking to end the game and to kind of prepare for these type of battles where, again, you don't know what you're up against. It's all blunt, so it's kind of scary, but at the same time, you want to go fast because you want to dictate the pace of this one and to kind of end it early for yourself.
Yeah, and we know about the favorite picks by everyone, right? So we get a mirror match Dharma at this point. Do we get like the Ari, do we get the Channel, or do we get the Looms? Now with the new updates on the patch as well, Arta is now one of those clash winners you have to seriously consider.
Yeah, actually it's been quite good, but I don't know if it's one where you want to bring it out to the ultimate battle. Like, you have to think of like, okay, what are the best picks per role? And then how can we disrupt that? Maybe the Ata's the guy, but then now you're kind of losing in that top lane. You might have, you're not able to get the Byron or the Dharma or some other game changer, and now you got to work around it. But is Ata the newest hotness now?
I don't know, because you also have to place into consideration about, the history of the picks from the players as well. We all know the Jing, the Luna coming in from the side of Bigatron, Vitality's jungler Zhang Q. Meanwhile, on the side of Carl, he likes his fast-paced play, he likes the Orchid as well, and as sometimes even a Kudo. So let's see if these will come into play, or do we get a brand new strategy? Because once this countdown is over, these picks will be locked in, it will be revealed later. We'll take a look at the post-game of game number 6 after this.
I mean, for me, the biggest thing is just the Athena, just being kind of different. I think that was the biggest one, right? It changes how these ultimate battles are really played now, because we have a little something that could be different, right? And I think that this is a great opportunity. This is the first ultimate battle of 2026 on the international stage, and having this opportunity where, again, the loser goes home, winner moves on to top 4. This is a huge moment in the game.
And plus, it's IKL versus PKL, right? No other better regions to duke it out in our first ever ultimate battle on stage.
This is going to be one of those moments, right? To see exactly if they're able to kind of get onto that. But I'm really interested to see the picks, because this is what it's all about. But it looks like it's going to be underway soon, and the ultimate battle, we're queuing it up, and we're going to see exactly what the teams have picked at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this picture and this banner is so apt, right? Because it truly is the jungler that dictates the pace of the game. And knowing both junglers, they really love this early game aggression. And, for me, I feel Zhang Q is more of a flashy player. He gets the beautiful highlights, but he gets the job done as well. That's the crazy part. And Carl, if you let him explode, there is no coming back. Boom always takes the lead and crushes you with it.
Yeah, and definitely crushes you. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? But I'm wondering if, just with how well they played, if they maybe go with some sort of, they both could play a fade. I don't know if that's the new, way to go in terms of these ultimate battles, because it seems like that kind of scales you for that mid to late, but then you kind of suffer in the early, which is something that we already talked about. But, again, what sort of direction would you go, Kindofu?
To be honest, I like that suggestion, a double fade, so we don't know who gets what. it goes into the Jade form, and we're like, okay, who actually gets it? Right, we're looking at the screen, we're looking at the Primal Bond, it's like, okay, so which team actually gets the buff, or gets the neutral objective? That will be fun to watch, that will be fun to cast as well. But before we head into this fantasy land, the dream of a game, let's head back into the past for a little bit, and review this game number 6. What really went wrong for Boom? I feel it really was this single source of damage. Danny could never get the farm he needed.
Yeah, couldn't get any of the farm. I mean, they couldn't get a single kill, right? That's how, a perfect game when you're like, okay, backs on the wall, elimination game, we need to play a perfect one. This is how they draw it up, right? And Boom Esports, their draft really did not give them any sort of favors on this one. Danny was the only damage dealer, as again we talked about already, but there was no follow-up, no real way to kind of get into the lineup of Bigatron and continue to take that fight, and they were constantly pushed back, and Genmyth did some serious work with his 61,000 damage though.
Yeah, it's crazy. The way that he was using all of his skills, especially his stuns and knockup, to make sure that, the rest of Boom, not only were they caught in one particular corner together, they were also getting their defenses run down with his first skill. And the amount of times he hit his universal law, his ultimate, with that long range, I don't know, lane of pain, I would call it. Yeah, this is just insane.
Yeah, the universal, yeah, he was doing some serious work. I mean, and plus they had that huge lead, so that level-wise he was able to just help further expedite it. And those teammates that are getting that level buff is just going to make it way more difficult for Boom Esports to kind of go in. I mean, you're kind of seeing exactly what happened here. It's looking very rough from the Boom Esports side in all of the lane matchups here, as Bigatron had their number throughout that entire Game 6.
Yes, he started with a very conscious decision by the side of Zhang Q, right? He wanted to make sure that Bao could win that 1v1. And to be honest, I think with whatever that they were doing on the side of Boom, Miggy was playing out of his mind today. He was really good. And being put in a situation where Bao had the advantage in lane really made Boom's life so much more difficult.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if in the draft, you know how you're like, oh, let them have Bigatron have the Luna or the Jing. I think that they would have had a much better game. This fade was definitely a problem, and ZonQ just like was executing people on the back and just all over the place. He was definitely a nuisance and a tough one. So going into this ultimate battle, like, look, I think they could go any sort of options. Bigatron are incredibly flexible with their heroes.
Yes, I fully agree. And it's not just being flexible, they're really fast with their rotations, right? And you can tell now, all it takes is the first blood to be able to secure a decent chance of having a good gold advantage, right? But it matters where you get this first blood in. Especially if you can get a first blood in the farm lane, immediately there's going to be a huge advantage for you. And depending on how your team pushes it, right? BTR chose the Clash lane to build their game number 6 victory off of, simply because Migi could not offer too much. He was behind on farm and levels.
Yeah, he was definitely behind. I mean, they were all behind. If you're even looking at the stats here, the ratios, but the MVP has got to be, of course, ZonQ here. He was an absolute beast on that fade, just constantly just harassing, harrying everybody. And he was 3-0-1, but the biggest piece was that, like, his farm rate was insane as well.
Yeah, I'm super curious about how he's going to perform in this ultimate battle. And likewise, his counterpart in the form of Carl, right? This was the storyline from the start of the day. When BTR, Bigatron by Vitality, meet up with their nemesis in the form of Boom Esports from PKL. Who is the better jungler? Because the better jungler decides the fate of the team, unfortunately.
Yeah. Most of the games, like, it really, you look at the jungler, who had a good game? And if they had a good game, they won that team, right? So you're kind of seeing exactly, and this is kind of like the start of that, right? Once ZonQ got first blood, that was pretty much all she wrote in terms of this snowball just getting going, because he was off the map. He dictates the pace in terms of when those team fights are going to happen because of his mobility and his ability to get that vision, to understand when to jump in. It just made it very difficult for Boom Esports. And they're trying to defend the tower, no chance here.
Yes, and bear in mind that universal law by Genliv, that ultimate from the old man, it damages the turrets as well. So there was a +1, and at this point, BTR, they didn't really need to fight, right? It's all about pushing them back because the Overlords, the Vanguards, they were already on hit with that particular take onto the crystal itself. And that last interaction, I want you to focus on ZonQ because he's definitely locked in. He knew exactly what's next. Right, the game plan is very clear. We are going to ultimate battle. Guys, sit down. We're going to plan our strats with our coach. And we're going to try and win this game.
Yeah, and I think that they did a great job of that because they were able to kind of control it. And like ZonQ has been the guy, he was the only one. In this roster reshuffle, he is the last remaining guy on Bigatron. And there's a reason why, because they know he's incredibly good on this one. But let's find out exactly what the teams picked as we go into the selection here.
Oh, this series just got interesting. We're going to the ultimate battle.
Wow. The first ultimate battle on the knockout stage. And we're going to see who's going to win. Is it Boom or is it going to be Bigatron?
How about
Vitality?
Rookie, let's hear it from the crowd. Let's hear it from the fans of BTR. All right. How about the fans of Boom Esports? We're going to need, Rookie, passionate fans that can represent both teams. How about let's call them out?
Let's go. Let's call out someone from Bigatron by Vitality.
Bigatron by Vitality.
Wow.
And here we go from Boom Esports. We have two sets of fans, and we're gonna find out who has the better fan. Let's hear it from Bigatron. Let's hear it from Bigatron.
Go. We need to hear something. Your voice. Tell something to the newcomers that Bigatron is gonna fight them. Support Bigatron.
Bigatron win. PH home.
Go home. Oh, Filipino, go home.
Go home.
Go home. What time is it? You're saying you're called Bigatron?
After this, you're called Smoletron.
Oh! Are you gonna take that from Team Boom?
Oh, ini tadi bilang katanya buat time map. Tapi kok kena ultimate battle?
Oh, he said that, oh, we can't see the map, but why we drag it to ultimate battle?
So why did it get to the ultimate battle? How did it get to the ultimate battle?
We get to the ultimate battle because we wanted to prove that Philippines is the strongest region.
Oh!
Philippines is the strongest region. What do you have to say to that? What do you have to say to that, Philippines? You can use your mic, Rookie, so everybody can hear.
Go, tell him.
Ngasih pur, soalnya kemarin habis kalah tim PH1-nya.
Oh, give some points to Philippines because they're gonna lose after when they
3
go
points.
Nova.
You know what? After this game, we still have one Indonesian, and that's the boss Gary.
Oh!
The CEO of Boom will be the only Indonesian.
They're saying the CEO of Boom will be the only Indonesian left in this competition. You can translate on the mic so everybody can hear.
Go. Tell them that they have only one Indonesia, but we get almost every Indonesia to support Bigetron.
Buat semua yang nonton, kita harus dukung Bigetron sampai menang pokoknya.
Support Bigetron! See? Our support is that many. You have one Indonesian, we have the whole stadium.
They have the whole stadium and you only have one Indonesian.
He's here to go home.
Oh!
In home stadium. He's here to go home, right?
He's here to go home. What is your reply? Katanya, mereka bilang, bentar lagi kalian udah mau pulang. Gimana nih?
Oh, mau bilang kita pulang. Okay. Mau kita yang pulangin.
Oh! Do they want to make you go home? Just go home already, Otto.
All right, okay. Now let's see who has the biggest cheer. How about let's start off if you can get the crowd going from the Bigetron side. Go ahead. You can translate with the mic.
So you can pump up the crowd. Bisa disemangatin crowd Bigetron by Felty. Coba lihat dukungan dari Bigetron. Mana suaranya coba?
Bigetropers, mana suaranya?
Mana suaranya? You can hear the whole stadium. Where's Boom?
How about for Boom?
Quiet.
Here we go.
Hey, let's go, Boom!
Boom is born!
How about this? When I say Boom, you say Esports. Boom!
Esports!
Boom!
Esports!
One more time. Boom!
Esports!
Wow, kind of
Can you top that?
Okay.
Can you guys top that?
When I say Bigetron, you say win, okay?
Ah.
Bigetron!
Win!
Bigetron!
Win!
Bigetron!
Win!
One more. Let's see. I'm confused. Who has the biggest cheer? Let's do it one more time for Boom.
Okay, when I say Boom, you say Esports. Boom!
Esports!
Boom!
Esports!
Can you top that?
Reply. When I say Bigetron, you say win.
Kalau gua ngomong Bigetron, semua bilang win ya. Yap. Bigetron!
Win!
Bigetron! Bigetron!
All right. We heard it from the crowd. We heard it from Boom, and we heard it from Bigetron. And it's now time to settle this in the Heroes Gorge. It's time for the ultimate battle.
So we'll be heading into the ultimate battle this time, and it's going to be, once again, Bigetron by Vitality going up against Boom Esports. The picks will be revealed one by one, lane by lane.
So much is at stake here. I mean, the loser of this game goes home, right? You win, you're in the top 4 of the KIS4. I mean, we're going to see how this one plans out, but my gosh, I'm super excited because, again, this is the first Ultimate Battle 2026 as the meta shifted.
Okay, look, there are people who are commenting They wanted Zhuang's jungle, but it's not gonna happen. Miki against Ball. Miki's gonna go up with the Dharma, Martial Monk. And Megatron by Vitality. Wow, wants to get the spark makes the Byron in play.
And actually, I think that, you know, this is more of like a comfort thing. I think that it's a bit of a wash in that sense, but they're going to go fast. We talked about this one. Both of the junglers, Carl and Zancu, both going the Tigers for the pay here.
Okay. Only one beast survives in this one, and we'll see who is the better Tigers at this point. Super curious because this is an honest matchup here. But in the mid lane, completely different. Tatsui picking up behind with the Ebonite Aspirations. Genmith going for the Fire Ninja, the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, the Mai Shiranui is going to be the type where I think that was the answer in 2025. We saw a lot of that in the Ultimate Battles, but this is an interesting one. The Aaron, the Laurel Princess being picked up by Lan Feng, and the Loon for Danny. These are, I mean, the Loon is definitely conventional. The Laurel Princess, definitely not.
I think they're trying to force out the Infinite Vastness with like the knockups coming in from the side of Megatron by Vitality. And now a difference. Utility versus tank. Draw going for the C-Singer Dolia. And F1 going for Reef Heart Datu. Then Lapu Lapu pick.
I love it. I love it. You know, we previously saw most of the Ultimate Battles kind of go with a very similar one. I mean, maybe one pick or two is a little bit different, but this is actually quite diverse. I mean, we're seeing nine heroes, unique ones, as the pay is the only mirrored one here. But this is an interesting one in the sense of like, both of these lineups are strong for both of these squads.
Yes, and the value of their early game comes in different forms, right? For Tatsui, it's about this super early wave clear. They get to rotate much faster. For Genmith, it's this early damage output that's available for the side of the mid lane for Bigatron by Vitality. And I'm so curious, this roam differential, the utility build with the heals for the Dolia versus a tanky setup for the side of the Reef Heart Datu. F1, I'm curious how this works out.
Yeah, definitely will be interesting to see. I mean, Tatsuri, it's like the Moonscape Mirage when it happens, and they happen to survive, and they come out of that. Bigatron are going to be loaded for bear in terms of those stuns. They have the Storm Strike from Ball on that Byron, the Lapu Lapu, the Raging Sea. You have a lot of control. So if anything, they want to send them to the Mirage. They need to ensure that they kill them, if anything.
Yeah, and it looks like patience will be key here, but a little bit of a better start for the side of Carl. He's going to have his touch bars. Here we go, Bao in the middle of 3.
Yeah, in the middle of 3 here. He actually is going to flash. Genmith is there as well, taking a decent amount. Zancu looking to show up, and I think that should spell the end of at least the assault. And Draw is on the run, but Ball's getting a little bit low. Miggy wants to go. Nice little formlessness, and he's going to get first blood. And Genmith is just walking away, trying to stay alive. Tatsuri is showing up as well. And boom, through that all, they're looking to take away the Azure Golem.
Yeah, and it will be successful as well. Carl's going to hit 4 first, and this means he gets to be a lot more mobile, a lot more burst damage available.
Yeah, and taking that away from Zancu, he got caught out, right? The fight was happening in the top side. Zancu had to respond. He was there as a good teammate should be. But Carl, I mean, not to say that he's not a good teammate, but he was there just to steal what Zancu was not taking and not farming.
Yeah, this one is definitely a big Miggy win. He is level 4 now. Bao can't really take this 1v1 anymore. Not sure why Bao went in. After the flash, he still came back for more.
Yeah, it seemed like they wanted to continue on fighting. That was a little bit of a misplay. Obviously, he gave up first blood. And he just thought he was in a position of power. He wasn't level 4, so he didn't really have that force field suppression at that time. So it was very ambitious, if anything.
Yeah, you can start to see the value of Draw's pick here, right? He's going to be playing in the water, and right now he is going to be able to out-sustain F1, who doesn't have the same kind of healing factor. Lanfeng.
Oh, does a decent amount of damage, but he's going to get under the tower. Zancu has shown up with that teleport. So if anything, they've kind of scared them away. But, you know, Draw, yes, you have the Dolia, you have a lot of that, you know, sustain. It helps definitely in the laning phase, but you also have a number of heroes that have the perfect ult that wants that Celestial Melody. This is very hungry in that regard, a well-synergized draft.
Yes, I like it a lot, right? Imagine a double Moonscape Mirage patch. That's going to buy a lot of time, right? Not only does that safely secure potentially a Smite battle for the side of Boom Carl, but it also could potentially take out a lot of damage available for the side of BTR.
Yeah, and I mean, once Tatsuri gets going and has that a decent amount, he's going to be able to isolate Genmith, who might be up front, especially with that positioning, because you know she's going to rely on those dashes to get on out, so she could be a prime target. Then you could maybe go for maybe a Lan Feng just for the isolation, if anything else.
I'm so curious about the way that they're itemizing. Tatsuri is actually going for the Mask of Agony first. I think that's a great first item. Meanwhile, for the side of Genmith in the mid lane for this Mai, he's actually going for the Insatiable Tome from what I believe.
Yeah, it's also a good idea. It's all about that damage right now, ensuring that they kind of make that impact known. These mids are going to have to just do as much as possible in terms of getting those out, like the wave clear and turning it into outside lane pushes as well.
Okay, but the difference in the Clash lane here, we're looking about probably going for, I don't know, Frostline Breeze, or maybe the Kiraso Savagery. Quite different. Maybe he's looking for a completely different. He wants to go Pure Slide first.
Yeah, Tyrant's going to be taken by Bloom Esports as they're quick to be there. Zankyu was not in position, still on the top side as well, but the Overlord potential target for them. But look at how Boom, they take the Tyrant, instantly move to the Overlord, assuming that Zankyu was already there.
I like this thought process, right? Boom Esports showing you that they understand their opponents. And Genmith didn't go for Insatiable Tome. He went for the Splendor first. This is going to help him.
Oh, Danny is going to get focused here. F1, almost gets it, and he gets on his dragon. Danny will survive, but this is space created for Bigatron now to put pressure on this bottom T1. Carl is there, but look at how much damage that they were doing. Zankyu sees this, plants the flag, bounces away.
They know about the win objective of this game, right? It's not about the kills. You want to get the turrets down. T1 is very vital, especially with a huge burst lineup at this point. The wave clear potential on both sides going to be quite different here. And I feel like it's favoring the side of Boom.
Yeah, actually both sides have a decent amount of wave clear though. And I think, we haven't seen too much of, Tatsuri going for that Moonscape Mirage as of yet. Genmith hasn't really been making too much of an impact as well. But they want to solve that. They need to get some sort of kills because that's the true value of having a Mai on your squad.
Yeah, you need to have a goal advantage, right? You need to be a presence that they fear. And for now, the poke damage isn't too crazy, but they do get some access into a potential T1. He's out. He did.
They're looking to go for this one, and Tatsuri hasn't actually looked to go. He's threw some back. Miggy, that is. He will stay alive, but with 5 members of Bigatron, this is a pretty big commitment in the bottom lane, but Danny using that space, taking the top T1 for free.
Yeah, Boom is outplaying BTR in the macro game here. Danny is putting so much pressure on the T2. Someone has to respond.
Oh my gosh, Danny's so lucky. He just gets his infinite fastness just in case it's going to happen, but they find Lan Feng. They had him in the Mirage, and they have the double, the Truth on back, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. Genmith with a double dash, and the bottom T1 taken out. Boom Esports making great moves across the map and getting those 2 kills as well.
In a span of 2 minutes, they've taken 2 T1s. One at the top, one at the bottom. Bao here maybe getting caught out again.
Yeah, but Miggy, no Truth to kind of lock that one in. Ball's just a little too tanky at this stage. Space created for the top side now. Zankyu, what can he do with this, open space, this wave to kind of get themselves back into this one?
Well, he definitely can't take the T1 at this point. He needs to make faster rotations. And this means Boom get the chance to save the T1 at the top. And because of the advantage in the lanes for Boom Esports, there is no T1 take available for BTR, at least not now.
Oh, Miggy, though, he's going to get going on. They have 3 members. He's going to flash. He will be fine. But Bigatron almost had him, the Martial Monk, if you will.
I feel like Miggy has his number. Miggy has just been the better Clash laner so far in this series.
Yeah, just overall, definitely he's had the number of Ball throughout this entire series. But Ball is now on his Byron. This is his tried and true. If he's going to make any sort of impact, it's going to be on this hero. This top T2 is getting gone on. Carl actually taking that one down. Boom Esports, perfect macro game. Disengage without any sort of casualty.
Yep, so clean. This is exactly what we want to see out of the Boom Esports team here. PKL is doing well.
Oh, Raging Sea is going to be committed on this one. Now they're on the retreat. Bigatron committing big ult, not getting any sort of conversions. But when you're behind, you kind of force the issue a bit, and they're kind of paying with their lives in that sense of just attempting, but they're not actually getting anything out of these things.
No, they're not. And you can see the way that Boom Esports is trying to play this, right? It's all about buying time. Once again, Blazing Cape for the side of the Dharma on Miggy, as well as the Dragon Rage, it's all about sustenance. He just needs to stay alive so that he buys enough time for the rest of the team to get what they actually want in the team fight. The poke from Danny, poke from Carl.
Oh, nice two-man stun by F1, but it looks like the smite is going to be taken away by Carl. And now Tatsuri, though, he gets pulled around the wrong way, if you will. And Ball is going to do a little bit of work. They're going to continue on fighting. They're not afraid. The Infinite Fastest, he will retreat, at least disengage on this one. But they find Gen Mid. They get the pick off, and more importantly, they take the mid T1 as well. And now Bigatron on the run. Boom Esports making the action happen as they take the bottom T2 as well.
Big wins. This is fighting through, macro game through fighting. Interesting style of play here, and boom, they're doing it. T3s are on the menu. They won't be able to get too much damage for now, but you can start to see, even before the 10-minute mark, things are looking very shaky for Bigatron. They did not get taken down in the previous game for game number 6, but right now, that same medicine is being fed to them from Boom.
Everything right now. I mean, Miggy, the Raging Sea, the flash away. Miggy with the fast fingers, and he just keeps everyone alive. He's that front liner. If he goes down, they might struggle on that sense. But Miggy just playing this Martial Monk to the absolute limits here, taking the mid T2, but break down this replay.
Right, it's all about this backline access, right? They actually pulled Gemeth out a little bit too far, and because of that pressure being put on by the other 4 members on the side of Boom Esports, this is where the space for Carl to get the split push on the T2 at the bottom was apparent. And very clean gameplay from the side of Boom Esports. Right now, BTR is trying something different. They want to go for the split push to take away the jungle camp while the rest of Bigatron handles the wave. Is this risk worth it? Because if Bao takes a fall here, they don't have any other tank besides F1.
Yeah, they don't, but I mean, he's taking it enough to just survive. As long as he sticks around the T3, they should be fine. Plus, you have Lanfeng up there. You want to let him, just solo farm, essentially. But this Tyrant now is going to be open. The Shadow Tyrant's the first of the game. This is looking to go in the way of Boom Esports as well.
Yeah, this is a completely different Boom. Or I would say a Boom that, BTR has not figured out yet. They have done this in the previous games in the series, and BTR never had an answer.
Yeah, and when they have that advantage, that is when Bigatron have really struggled. They have not been able to solve that when one of the teams are ahead. I mean, Bigatron, when they have that advantage, they do quite well and they're able to close it out. But when they're behind, they have not been able to come back. But now Carl, he actually walks into 3. He thought he was going to be safe, and they were all looking to recall, but that was just bad luck. And now Boom Esports, they're sticking around, but they're down a member. This is not a good time to continue on fighting. Ball is looking to make the action happen. The Infinite Fastest will disengage. Miggy gets onto the top side as well. He will be on out. Probably not a great time to fight as Ball misses the Storm Strike here, but Miggy is now there with that enlightenment, and Ball and Miggy, both of those guys going at each other like there's a little bit of a vendetta.
They need to stop wasting time. They need to take that Shadow Overlord. They need to fix the waves here. BTR understand this finally. They start making their way towards the Overlord pit. But Miggy, he does have the Flash Ultimate. He needs to be really careful on the side of BTR.
Yeah, and look at Zanku is in the pit as well with the Overlord, who's slowly going down. But now with the Raging Sea, Danny with that Flaming Palm, he's on the outside. The Overlord had been taken while all of this was going on. They actually find Ball, they get the pick off, but more importantly, they get the Overlord. So I think Bigatron are going to be okay with that trade.
For now. I mean, Bao is an expensive price to pay. 30 seconds without a tank is might be that weakness that Boom might find the gap to expose. But right now, they have the Vanguards flying down. BTR, they might want to summon that Shadow Overlord for the time being.
Yeah, I think they're going to wait a little bit to see exactly where the true push is going to be before they actually want to commit that. But Bigatron, I mean, 5 more seconds, Ball will be up in a hurry. Carl continuing to farm. He's gotten the better of Zanku. This is the mirror matchup. It's a pay for pay, and he's gotten the better of Zanku in this one.
No, it's not going to be a payday for Zanku at this point.
Oh, nice catch. Truth. Sending him back, but now the force field suppression. They're going to continue on. Zanku doing a little bit of work, finding Miggy. He's at half. He dashes over the wall with that Flaming Palm. Bigatron disengaging. They're going to just heal back up.
Right, so they actually saved the timing of the Shadow Overlord for the absolute last second here, placing pressure on the top lane. This means BTR will try to squeeze out any aggression in the mid and the bot and hopefully get a tri-lane push.
Has destroyed
Yeah, I mean, with that Shadow Vanguard, I mean, they take the top T1, so very smart. It's all about chipping away at things, putting the pressure, and making them kind of react to you. Now, Draw in a bit of a bad spot here, but Bigatron don't want to kind of fully commit because they know that he's just a little bit of a bait right now.
4 seconds. It's also dependent on Tatsui's ultimate, right? So far, BTR has been successful in kiting away Tatsui's ultimate. If they do get caught, like Lamfeng, one more?
Yeah, Miggy there. I mean, he's been... You want to be that frontliner, right? You want to be just like having three people on you because you know that generally speaking, you're going to be safe. You still have your flash as well. And it's just more of just like attracting attention so they're not farming elsewhere.
That's true. But, you know, with a 5,000 gold lead going into the hands of Boom here, I don't think they can do anything here.
Yeah, it might not be that moment, but Miggy now, he's getting gone on. Formless is back. Danny's there with that Flaming Palm, does a little bit of work on that F1, who largely shrugs that off. He's becoming a tanky Lapu Lapu.
He is, and that's a good sign for IKL fans. But right now, the issue is still at hand. It's still a 5,000 gold lead. And the T3s are still getting, free licks in by the minions. And because they have to address this, Boom get the Shadow Tyrant for free, which means the next fight in the next 85 seconds is all primed towards Boom Esports.
Yeah, they have that buff, which is going to be key. And this is why you saw Boom Esports attract or put so much, pressure on that top lane and then put pressure onto the top T3. Oh, he tried to go onto F1, pushing him back ball with that force field suppression. He's a very tanky boy, not able to be killed on this one. The bottom T3 is the target. They're trying to focus in. The Raging Sea only onto one. They find Carl. They don't really have the follow-up. Ball is there as well. Nice two-man knock-up. And now it looks like they're getting pushed back. Genmith has to go golden, but he gets picked off. Tatsuri finds it, and Miggy is going to be killed as well. That's the frontliner. They have a three-man stun, but Ball is going to be killed as well. They find Zanku. The infinite fast is on 4. Danny says, I don't care, as they're looking to end this game. This is game 7. They don't have the minion wave. Lanfeng and F1 are still alive, though.
Yep, all that tank for Miggy has finally paid his price. They do get the catch. There's no defense.
The perfect timing. They get Lanfeng, and this opens it up, and Boom Esports move on into the top 4.
This had to end in this particular fashion. It had to come down to ultimate battle, and Boom Esports PKL knock out the final IKL contender. No more Bigatron by Vitality.
No more Bigatron, no more IKL teams in the KIS. This is one of the craziest storylines. How could we get here when all of them looked amazing, but in 2 days, 3 teams have dropped out? And now we are into the final 4, and there's not a single IKL team.
I mean, if this is the start of 2026 HOK, I cannot wait for the rest of the year. But we'll take things one step at a time. Once again, congratulations to the boys in red and black. It is their day. Boom Esports, your PKL representatives, will make it into the next round.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, if you wanted... cinema, this was it. I mean, you gotta know that this is incredibly heartbreaking. Props to Bigatron for getting it to the ultimate battle here and fighting a good fight. They had a great KIS, but unfortunately they fall in the end. But it was just boom. They had their number. They were able to close it out and win the important games off of these drafts that just kind of took them over the edge.
I think this is where, truly, you want to keep the same roster together, right? From struggle to glory. They have stuck together as a team, and let's be honest, it was a very shaky group stage. And now they silence everyone, and especially the critics, by defeating BTR, who was touted as one of the strongest teams in this KIS number 4 as well. They managed to put a dent on teams like Nova. So now we get to see what is this true form of Boom, because we are not there yet.
This is like us, man. This is us as like a pairing from struggle to glory. No, not the same.
Yeah, definitely always struggle so
hard.
hard.
I mean, but Boom Esports, I mean, being able to fight back in the way they did it, I mean, showed so much resolve, right? That ultimate battle, incredibly nerve-wracking. That draft, and when the game is on the line, everything is there. And just being able to out-execute Bigatron and to do it the way they did, major props to this squad because they are looking to just rise in 2026.
that's what makes victory and persistence even sweeter, right? Because you have to go through the difficulties, you have to make sure that you have the grit for it. And we're not joking, this journey, the HOK for us, was not easy as well. So we definitely understand how hard it is to stay as a duo, to come in, face new challenges together, face new opponents. Okay, we don't really have opponents per se to fight, but it's a challenge nonetheless. And it really is inspirational because we want to see everyone grow. From our perspective as talents, when we take a look at new teams, back then Boom was new to us, right? This 5-man roster, completely green in terms of HOK. Now, having stayed together for close to, I think at least 2 years, right? So, yeah, great
it's around
growth.
there. It's quite a bit. Yeah, I mean they've been together for quite some time, but this is a squad that's been gone through some trials and tribulations. They've had a tough journey even to get here. They stuck around at the KIC, and then now they're here as well. And this is a roster that you're starting to see some glimpses of. They're able to kind of take it, but into the locker room, of course, the waiting area of Bigatron, a little bit of disappointment. They're going to come back even stronger as well.
I think this is an important part of any growth, right, for any team. This is where, with the results itself, many things might not go your way. It's important to then learn why you failed in the first place. And they really took this to the distance. BTR, they really clawed their way back into the series because Boom was having the lead. It was 3-2 in favor of Boom Esports. But the initial difference maker came in the form of Bao, unfortunately. Just one minor decision.
Just one minor decision, right? And I mean, they're going to look at this game and see exactly where they went wrong and how they can improve. But it just seemed to me like it was the Carl effect. I mean, he had a sizable lead over ZonQ. It seemed like Carl was like, we are not going home today. We are going to stick around. We're going to continue on in the KIS here. And it seemed like he was kind of possessed in the sense of just being able to out-farm people. And with Danny and Tatsuri doing all that damage, they really made it easy for him to kind of just knock him down.
But this is what I really like about this particular series, because it shows you the tenacity of both teams. Understanding that, hey, you know what? Year 2025 may not have been either of these teams' years, but we want to make sure that we grow, we show the growth, and we want to reach greater heights. And for now, at least at this particular juncture, for KIS4, Boom have done it. They knocked BTR out of the competition. They will now go up against the other greats in the tournament.
Yeah, they're going to be going up against Nongshim Red Force. I don't think... I mean, if you were looking into today, people predicting incorrectly and now have to do TikTok dances, I'm not going to name any names, but those people predicted both Dominator Esports over Nongshim Red Force. They were wrong. And then in this one, Bigatron by Vitality over Boom's Esports, and again, they were wrong. And there's a reason why they need to be dancing on TikTok.
Well, facts are facts. I have nothing to answer to that. It's rare, but absolutely. I'm speechless.
Yeah, but as we go into this, I mean, the lane matchups, you're seeing exactly just the edge that Boom Esports had. They won things out throughout. I mean, Ball had a great game, tried to keep them in it, but the rest of the team weren't really there to follow up. Plus, they were behind in terms of net worth, so they weren't able to kind of be tanky enough and to do enough damage. But to me, this was the biggest surprise here. Carl versus ZonQ. I thought that ZonQ would really have gotten the better of Carl, but in the end, Carl was just too strong.
Yep, it's really just the invasion rate, right? Close to 5 times the invasion rate. Carl really made full use of that attention for the first 3-member push in the jungle side of Bigatron. And you know, once you get a snowball on pay, there's very little space left for the opponent jungles to come back.
Yeah, no real chance. But I also want to kind of highlight Tatsuri, right? That last second play where he's able to mirage the guy, and you're like, oh, Lanfeng is all by himself then. It was the perfect play because that opened it up for just to bash on the crystal. The mirage, that's another way to kind of utilize that spell to the max.
Yeah, it's kind of like having a leaf in your hand, right? And you just crush it so easy because no F1, no tank, there is no tree to protect its leaves.
No, nothing at all. I mean, F1 was like, oh, what's going on? No, I need to stay alive. I need to keep, Lanfeng alive and get those stuns going. And it would have been a decent hold if they were able to kind of keep those two up. but with that Mirage and sending him away, but it looks like, oh, here comes the MVP calling it out, and it's going to be well-deserved, of course, and it will be Tatsuri on that high out with those plays, plus he was 3-0-6. His impact was definitely felt in this key game here.
Boy, oh boy. Tatsuri with the Fury. 306 just cutting down all the lifelines on the side of Gitron by Vitality. Whether you liked it or not, you had no choice.
Definitely did not have a choice whatsoever. And again, we'll see the highlights here, but this was a game that was completely dominated. This was the questionable play where Ball going back in, even though he was low, I felt like that was a huge issue. And this is also that moment where Lanfeng got caught out by Tatsuri. He did a great job with these Moonscape, the Mirages, and just really set up nice team fights for the rest of the squad.
It was always an unfair numbers advantage, right? At the same time, because they're already behind the farm, and bear in mind, this is a 4K advantage at this point. So they have to defend, they have to finish the fight, but on the other hand, Carl really had the space to do whatever he wanted.
He definitely had a lot of space. I mean, he was just farming. He was very mobile. He was very active throughout. I mean, he was just farming efficiency, and then when he was able to turn this, like, this is a very messy fight, but they were able to do just enough. Like, Miggy sacrifices his life, but they get the pickup on a gen mid, and then Ball goes down, and then they completely turn this. Even the aggressive infinite fastest by Danny, you don't see that often, but he was in the perfect spot to get those snipes in as well. And, you know, this is how you want to be playing, and just kind of being aggressive and in their face.
Yeah, I was so concerned, okay, is the heals really worth it for the side of Boom Esports, right? You get the redemption, you get the heals, but then you're facing up against a tank like F1 on the Lapu Lapu Rifat Datu, who is known to be super tanky as well. But, of course, you need money to get equipment, you need to have items to be strong. So that was not the case. So we welcome our semi-finalists here. Nova will be going up against Blacklist, another Group A rematch. Meanwhile, Nongshim will go against Boom.
Yeah, and actually both of these, I mean, Nongshim and Boom are on they have less time to kind of prepare. I'm actually even wondering if they prepare for Boom or Bigatron going into this one. They might have predicted Bigatron into the series as well, but it looks like we're going to start off the day tomorrow. It's going to be Nova Esports going up against Blacklist International, and then the secondary match, it will be Nongshim versus Boom Esports to see who plays in the grand finals.
I mean, we were joking about, hey, they were the Filipino gatekeepers. Now they get to retain that title because in the group stages, they were slapped around. Let's be honest. They were slapped around by the PKL teams. And this, I mean, this storyline, there's no other way. It is either Nongshim comes and destroys the PKL teams to get the rematch with Nova, because last year for KIS Season 3, they were the grand finalists against Nova. It got to a Game 7, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, if they're able to get that, that would be the ultimate story, right? I mean, especially when they have, you know, the little bit of the restructure and going into this one where everybody was counting them out and actually being able to kind of potentially do that. And this is why the storyline is amazing. It writes itself on this one.
Okay, so we will send our final greetings for this one because this is our last day on the broadcast. I will be joining you guys over in Jakarta tomorrow afternoon. So I will see you there. But of course, we want to hear the messages from you as well, Holland. Any last messages before we throw over to our host?
No, it was a pleasure casting with you, Kindofu, as well as Dash today. I think there were some amazing games. We've got 2 more amazing days ahead of us with even better games potentially as we go into the grand finals to see who's going to be champion of the KIS4. There's everything at stake. Have fun in Jakarta, and of course, be safe. And I'll also give you a call to let you know when your flight, on the way back is. But let's see exactly what the host has to say. We're going to throw it over to her now.
Congratulations, Boom Esports, for making it to the semi-finals, and you're going to go against Nongshim, and again, and taking down BTR.
Congratulations, Carl. Congratulations, Miggy. How hard was that series for you? Because you went all the way to the ultimate battle. And what did you ensure? What did you do to ensure that you're gonna take that home?
Para sa amin, mahirap yung pinagdaanan namin. Pero Yun yung pinractice namin nung may mga time na mag-practice kami. Katulad yesterday, we go best of 7 against Nongshim. Kaya feel ko sobrang gaan lang nung game 7 namin kahit umabot kami doon kasi pinractice namin.
Miggy saying that what they went through was so hard, but they actually prepared for that yesterday. They did a scrim against Nongshim Red Force, doing a mock of the ultimate battle, going to game 7. That's why coming in today, the ultimate battle was smooth for Boom Esports. Oh, that was so good, Miggy.
Wow, Carl, this was very different. Boom was very different. During the group stage, you lost 3-0 to Kagendra, and now you bounced back even further, defeating one of the last Indonesia representative, BTR. What changed for Boom Esports?
Yung una, syempre, pinagbigyan lang namin yung Kagendra kasi nasa Indonesia. So, para naman, ngayon wala nang Indonesian representative. So, pinatalo na lang namin talaga sa kanila yun para naman matuwa sila. Tapos yung naging adjustment siguro namin from the knockouts, parang we use it na lesson talaga. Lahat ng mga mistakes namin, lapses namin rather, na nagamit namin sa knockouts. Ay sa ngayon. Yeah.
So what happened with Kagendra? Well, they were just giving that to make sure that Indonesia's happy with that win. They allowed Kagendra to take that series. But now, coming into the quarterfinals, well, they were able to apply everything that they've learned in the group stage, all the lapses, all the mistakes, and they were able to fix that coming in here, and they did not want to show mercy anymore to an Indonesian team.
Yeah, and Miggy,
And Miggy, you know what? Up next, you're going to be going up against Nongshim Red Force. Like you said, you guys go on the scrim with them, just like last night. They surprised everybody with what they did earlier against Dominator Esports. And now you're going to go up against them next. But they have a reputation of defeating Philippine teams just like what they did in Invitational last year to Blacklist International. So how do you think this fight against Nongshim is going to go for the semis?
I think Boom will win, and before they become naging Filipino sila. Ngayon, wala pa kasi kami doon.
Oh, okay. Well, like he said, he knows that Boom will win, and they were able to defeat Philippine teams because Boom Esports was not there yet. But now, it's a totally different story. You know, earlier they said that because people were underestimating them, that no team can take them down. So what do you have to say to Nongshim?
Be ready, we're coming for you.
Be ready, we're coming for you. It's as simple as that, rookie.
Wow, an amazing start for Boom in the knockout stage. And Carl, I know you have many supporters, especially for Boom Esports, not only here but in your home country. Any message to them, and not only for your fans but also for Blacklist, who is going to go against Nova on the semifinals? Any message for the fans and for Blacklist also?
Sa mga fans namin, maraming salamat sa pagsuporta, and sana suportahan nyo pa rin kami sa remaining matches namin kasi mas kailangan talaga namin kayo, lalo na papalapit na tayo. Tapos sa Blacklist International naman, good luck siguro, and yun, sana makuha natin yung inaasam natin na PH Grand Finals.
He's thanking everybody who supports them, and he hopes you continue to support them because they need your help with that energy that you're giving. And for Blacklist International, he hopes that you will also win so you could meet their dream of having Philippines versus Philippines in the grand finals of KIS4. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was such a great ultimate battle. You guys may now take your rest. I know you're hungry. I know you need it. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hungry beast.
Hungry beast. The hungry beast of Boom. Go ahead. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Rookie, that was so good. That was so intense.
Yeah, it was us down to the final 4 teams on the last stretch. It's going to be very interesting coming into the knockout semifinals.
That's right. Now, we are down to the final 4.
Yeah, we're down to the final 4, and we're going to see the stretch of the knockouts, and what will happen next, we won't know until we see it tomorrow.
That's right. But I know, you know what? I have some last words, Rookie. You want to hear it?
Wow, what is it, Mara?
And I want people, I think you guys know this, okay? kay Pasar Belly Bakwan.
Cakap.
Jangan lupa bubur ketan hitam.
Cakap.
Thank you so much, everyone, and see you next time. I'm Mara Aquino.
And I'm Rookie Cass, and this is
The Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4
Knockout Stage.
Keep it good vibes, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. In this sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free from the